Refine. Within the Tang Valley, Jiang Chen uttered a single word as all the supreme yang power converged, transforming into scorching innate solar fire that surged violently toward the 10,000 Zhang abyss of cold. Rumbling, the innate divine fire rose, refining the sentient wishes that drifted within the 10,000 Zhang abyss of cold, bit by bit drawing them into its body and transforming them into divine crystals. Meanwhile, behind Jiang Chen's head, 49 rings of Tao light revolved, releasing immense power of attraction that forcibly pulled the Fusang tree from the other end of the Tang Valley toward him. At the center of the human Tao ring, a golden divine tree stood tall. Countless strands of human Tao radiance bloomed forth, enveloping it and refining it bit by bit. Hallowed be the 9 heavens, 9 mansions, Supreme Solar God Emperor. Great be the world-honored Buddha of freedom from the south. Sublime be the divine thunder, celestial venerable sovereign of unified heaven. Within the human Tao ring, the countless heavenly demons dwelling there emitted sounds of praise in unison, extolling the greatness of Jiang Chen. Furthermore, the countless living beings of West Ox continent, and the hundreds of millions of demons Jiang Chen had converted, all prostrated themselves in worship, offering the most devout prayers. Humming. In the void, even more sentient wishes surged forth, forming golden rivers of faith that first swept toward the Fusang tree at the center of the human Tao ring, then cascaded downward, surging grandly toward the abyss below. Gradually, under the scouring of the golden river of faith, both the 10,000 Zhang abyss and the Fusang tree acquired a layer of divine radiance that ceaselessly flowed, emitting a noble and sacred aura. Refine. This time Jiang Chen acted once more, but not upon the abyss or the Fusang tree. Rather, he targeted the countless converted heavenly demons. A wondrous undulation spread forth, enveloping all the heavenly demons. In the next moment, within their sea of consciousness, a profound method of sacrificial refinement appeared. This was a divine artifact refinement method, capable of uniting many people's power to refine a divine artifact and accelerate its birth. Jiang Chen had created it specifically to deal with situations like this. Though this refining method was profound, it was not difficult to practice. The heavenly demons with high cultivation and great power learned it at a single glance and began casting the technique to help Jiang Chen refine the abyss before them. The heavenly demons of ordinary cultivation learned the technique after pondering for a moment. As for the weaker ones, and those who simply could not learn it, that did not matter. Under the influence of the crowd, they naturally grasped it as well. This was another wondrous application of the human Tao force, the unity of all hearts. As long as one person understood it, the rest could share his spiritual communion and cultivation insights, learning the refining method together. Under the shroud of the human Tao force, the saying, "Many hands make light work," was no empty phrase. At this moment, Jiang Chen combined the power of all the heavenly demons to refine the cold abyss, and the efficiency was visibly remarkable. Humming. Under the human Tao radiance, the cold abyss trembled violently, radiant divine light rising from it as it rapidly transformed into divine crystal. Countless profound runes derived from its surface, as if expounding the mysteries of the divine way. At the same time, the colossal Fusang tree was also refined by Jiang Chen, transforming into a towering golden tree 10,000 zhang tall, that stood at the center of the human Tao ring, emanating mighty divine might. The Fusang tree differed from the cold abyss. It shared a similar origin with Jiang Chen, both being supreme solar divine objects. It did not resist Jiang Chen's power at all, so he could easily refine it. Go! The instant the Fusang tree was refined, Jiang Chen raised the human Tao ring, sending down countless beams of divine light that swept toward the abyss below, drawing it into the ring. With a thunderous crash, the cold abyss and the Fusang tree collided violently the moment they met. Innate supreme yang power and innate supreme yin power surged forth, locked in an irreconcilable opposition, each seeking to annihilate the other. Rumbling, as the forces of supreme yin and supreme yang clashed, terrifying innate thunder emerged, flooding the area with the awe of heavenly might and vast undulations. Jiang Chen, standing below, felt his body quake violently and nearly fell to the ground. Hiss, this power is formidable. Even if it hasn't reached the quasi-saint level, it is extremely close. As yin and yang forces turned within his body and refined the innate thunder, Jiang Chen steadied himself and looked toward the human Tao ring. Within it, the scene was clearly divided. The Fusang tree and the cold abyss each occupied one side, radiating supreme yang and supreme yin forces, refusing to yield to each other. Merge! Jiang Chen wanted the two to fuse into one, not to be hostile toward each other. Immediately, he summoned the human Tao force, dividing it into two currents. One went to the cold abyss, while the other wrapped around the Fusang tree, propelling it toward the abyss. Jiang Chen was forcing the Fusang tree into the cold abyss to make them merge. Rumble. The instant the Fusang tree and the cold abyss drew close, the forces surging from them became even more terrifying. The two extreme innate forces of supreme yin and supreme yang radiated outward, dissolving the surrounding space. Jiang Chen paid this no heed. He used the human Tao force to firmly suppress the cold abyss, rendering it immobile, then embraced the innate Fusang tree, placed its roots downward, inserted it into the entrance of the abyss, and pushed it in with all his might. Boom! When the Fusang tree truly touched the cold abyss, unprecedented brilliance rose from both simultaneously. They fully awakened. Great sheets of dazzling runes interwove and collided, tearing everything apart. Boom! 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 The innate yin and yang energies surged out, dissolving all things and extinguishing everything. The layers of void collapsed and time itself ceased to exist. In an instant, this stretch of void was annihilated, returning to chaos. This is exactly it. Yin and yang counteract each other, destroying everything so that all things return to chaos. After that, yin and yang give rise to each other, evolving all things, reopening heaven and earth within chaos, and recreating the myriad beings. Seeing all that was happening around him, Jiang Chun was not alarmed but delighted, because it proved his path was correct. The foundation of a divine artifact lies in the birth of a world within it, and chaos is the precondition for nurturing a world. Now that chaos had been born, the next step was to split heaven and earth within it. Ah! Jiang Chun exerted his strength, condensing all his power into a single force, and against enormous pressure he shoved the Fusang tree deep into the cold abyss. During this process, the deeper the Fusang tree sank into the abyss, the greater the backlash became. Had Jiang Chun not been empowered by the human Tao force, he would long ago have been blasted away. Even so, by the time Jiang Chun had fully inserted the Fusang tree into the abyss, his body had been riddled with dense fine cracks from the recoil, like exquisite porcelain on the verge of shattering at the slightest touch. Finally done. Looking at the Fusang tree perfectly embedded in the cold abyss, Jiang Chun could not help but smile. One last step remained before the cold abyss could transform into a quasi-saint level divine artifact. Jiang Chun took a step forward, passing through an invisible barrier, and arrived inside the abyss. And at this moment, the scene inside the cold abyss was vastly different from before. Cold energy collided with yang energy, dissolving each other and evolving into gray, chaotic currents. Within a short moment, the cold energy within the abyss had completely vanished, all transformed into chaotic currents. The vast abyss itself had also become an abyss of chaos. Boom, boom, boom. The chaotic currents surged violently like tides or roaring waves, crashing wave after wave against the Fusang tree at the center of the abyss, seeking to devour it. The chaos here had already gone out of control, seeking to destroy everything, including the abyss and the Fusang tree, reducing all things back to chaos. And this was exactly what Jiang Chun wanted to see. Refine, refine, refine. Behind Jiang Chun's head, from within the 49 rings of Tao light, a grand voice suddenly resounded, as if hundreds of millions of living beings were crying out together. Terrifying power surged forth, shaking chaos itself and showing signs of instability. This was the cry of the countless heavenly demons dwelling within, all simultaneously activating the refining method Jiang Chun had passed down. In that instant, countless rays of human radiance gathered together, forming an immense torrent of human Tao that suppressed the surging chaos. At the same time, perhaps sensing danger, the Fusang tree and the cold abyss ceased their struggle, and their powers began to merge. Humming. Innate supreme yin force and innate supreme yang force converged, taking the form of an enormous yin-yang taiji diagram in the void, slowly rotating. Every time the taiji diagram rotated once, massive amounts of chaotic energy were converted into yin-yang energy, giving rise to the 5 elements of heaven and earth and the myriad things. Chaos was dividing as a vast new heaven and earth gradually took shape. Rumble. The surrounding chaotic energy refused to disappear, surging toward the newborn heaven and earth to annihilate it. But at that moment, the Fusang tree shook with a great rumble, transformed into a beam of golden light, and plunged into the newborn world. The Fusang tree was going to become the pillar of heaven supporting this newborn world. In a flash, the newborn heaven and earth ceased to shake and became completely stable. It was at this moment that the 49 rings of human Tao light behind Jiang Chun's head suddenly flew off his body, and ring by ring enveloped the newborn world. Humming. The divine rings of human Tao rotated as rivers of faith rushed in from all directions, pouring into the newborn world to help it perfect itself and evolve divinities. Hundreds of millions of heavenly demons were also roaring, continuously employing divine abilities to refine divine crystals and integrate them into the newborn world. With the blessing of sentient wishes, the world grew more and more stable. Gradually, the essence of primordial origin emerged between heaven and earth, beginning to evolve all things. However, while evolving all things, a portion of the primordial origin energy drifted away, surging toward Jiang Chun's body. This was the origin of heaven and earth, the root of the world. Whether primordial deities or innate spiritual treasures, all were derived from this power. At this moment, after Jiang Chun absorbed this wisp of heavenly origin, the 5 elemental spirit pearls within his body suddenly awakened, erupting with immense power. Afterward, more and more heavenly origins surged toward Jiang Chun, absorbed by the 5 elemental spirit pearls, increasing their power further as they advanced toward top-grade innate spiritual treasures. Success! With a faint smile, Jiang Chun's true spirit suddenly dispersed, turning into a ray of innate spiritual light that returned to his physical body. A guest has arrived. On other floors, several purple-black orbs gathered together, whispering among themselves, and occasionally letting out sinister laughter. More people have come. We should give them a proper welcome. I think I sense one of our own. One of our own. Then we'll scare them all the same. I don't like that woman. I'm gonna frighten her to death. Leave the man to me. The eerie discussion came to an end, and the floor fell into silence. At that moment, Zhang Hua and the others had yet to realize the gravity of the situation. They opened the door to the laboratory. It was arranged just like an ordinary elementary school science room with several experiment tables and cabinets. Through the glass-pane skeleton models could be seen inside the cabinets. Perhaps the long stretch of uneventfulness had made them careless. The male streamer swaggered up to the cabinet and knocked on it. Nothing special here, folks. There are no ghosts in this place. It's all just rumors. The live comments flooded with 6,666. But the next moment the tone of the chat took a sharp turn. Holy crap, why is the skeleton moving? Am I seeing things? No bro, I saw it too. The skeleton really moved. This is freaky. The female streamer let go of the male streamer's arm and backed away until she stood beside Zhang Hua. Zhang Hua instinctively stepped back. The Mimikyu in his arms stretched out its little black paw to cover its own eyes. As long as it couldn't see anything, there were no ghosts. What are you doing? Why do you both look so weird? The male streamer looked at the terrified expressions of Zhang Hua, and the female streamer utterly puzzled, while a sense of foreboding suddenly crept into his heart. He turned his head and saw the skeleton model pressed against the glass window. In its hollow eye sockets flickered a violet-blue ghostly flame staring back at him with intense scorching focus. Crack! The skeleton model gently pushed open the cabinet door and slowly crawled out. Zhang Hua and the female streamer both screamed and turned to run out of the laboratory. Chage, help! My legs have gone weak. The male streamer collapsed to the floor, a sharp sour smell spreading beneath him. It's a ghost! Huff huff! It's a ghost! Zhang Hua ran in headlong panic, while the Mimikyu in his arms pressed its paws tightly over its eyes. As he sprinted at full speed, Zhang Hua realized the female streamer could actually keep up with him. Puzzled, he turned his head. But the female streamer turned to look back at him at the same moment. Her once beautiful face had rotted away. Bloody pulped flesh writhed and squirmed, and her eyes glowed with violet blue light. Damn! Zhang Hua's eyes rolled back and he collapsed to the ground. The Mimikyu's paw still covering its eyes pressed even tighter. Meanwhile, the female streamer, who had run off in another direction, was also frightened into unconsciousness. The ghost orbs hovered around the unconscious figures with little enthusiasm, and the entire scene was captured by the livestream camera. Purple-black orbs. Those are ghost-type Pokemon, right? They don't seem to want to hurt anyone. It's just a prank. Case closed. These are ghost-type Pokemon that love mischief. The comments began buzzing with discussion. In the video, the purple-black Pokemon curiously circled the streamers, then turned to look at the camera operator. The camera operator felt a chill shoot through his body, and the hand holding the camera trembled violently. I'm just here to film. Please don't hurt me. I'm innocent, the camera operator said, trembling. The Pokemon nodded and drifted around him in slow circles. The scene made many viewers laugh out loud. It was supposed to be a horror livestream, yet at this moment it felt like a comedy show. Calling Red White Company staff, Red White Company staff. Someone come explain things. There are too many Pokemon to tell apart now. Every day brings a surprise. No a scare. As the variety of Pokemon increased, every resident might encounter unfamiliar Pokemon. They could send photos or ask Red White Company through live streams to get information about the Pokemon. Red White Company also had staff assigned across major platforms to handle exactly such incidents. Not long after the viewers tagged them, a professional staff member replied. Red White Company staff, everyone stay calm, and don't be afraid. These Pokemon will not pose any physical threat to you. Ghastly. Ghost-type Pokemon. Ghost poison type. Ghastly are Pokemon born from gas. Their transparent bodies, just like gas, can lurk anywhere. Any creature enveloped by a Ghastly will fall unconscious. Ghastly are also ghost-type Pokemon. They love playing pranks, but at heart they are kind children. If you see strange lights in an abandoned building, chances are it's a Ghastly. Red White Company staff, that is all the information on these Ghastly. The abandoned Qingting Elementary School has become their home, so they give trespassers a little lesson, but they won't hurt them. If any trainer likes Ghastly, you are welcome to come to Qingting Elementary School to catch one. A Red White Company staff member then left the live stream and the audience's excitement surged. A dual-type Pokemon. Ghastly's potential seems pretty good, and their mischievous personality is really interesting. Give it up. Didn't you see the streamers were scared unconscious? Even the camera guy looked like he was about to GG. The live comments watching the Ghastly endlessly pester the camera operator spoke with lingering fear. Hee. The Ghastly stared at the camera operator and let out eerie laughter. Clearly they were quite pleased with this brave human. Hey, this man is great. I want him to be my trainer. One Ghastly jumped out. I like him too. I want him as well. Several other Ghastly chimed in as well. Hey. Under everyone's bewildered gaze, the Ghastly started fighting one another. In the end, a single small Ghastly emerged victorious. With a band-aid stuck to its head, it floated up to the camera operator. Wah, what? What are you doing? The camera operator asked, terrified. Cough. The little Ghastly cleared its throat, and the gas around its body formed words in the air. You are my trainer. The words were few, but the implications were enormous. The live comments burst into cheers and screams. No way the camera guy caught a Ghastly. Seriously, just by not passing out he got its acknowledgement. I don't accept this. I'm going to Qingting Elementary School right now. The camera operator looked utterly confused, but as he stared at the ghastly pretending to be well-behaved he fell into a daze. Did he really own a Pokemon now? Wait. His son had always said he wanted a Pokemon. If he brought a ghastly home, wouldn't the kid be overjoyed? Hee. After their fight, the ghastly made up as if nothing had happened and said goodbye to the little ghastly one by one. By then the streamers and Zhanghua had also woken up. They huddled in a corner watching the ghastly nervously. Mimikyu's paw was still clamped over its eyes, not daring to move. It was the perfect embodiment of the cover one's ears, while stealing a bell philosophy. Mimikyu, it's over. We can go now. It was not until most of the ghastly had dispersed that Zhanghua gave Mimikyu a gentle shake. Q. Mimikyu lowered its little black paw and let out a sigh of relief. Show good thing I am incredibly strong. I scared those ghosts away at the critical moment. It looked thoroughly shaken. Shazi finally caught sight of Jixinghe because he had installed a mechanical eye which was also a form of prosthetic limb. Yet what Shazi hadn't anticipated was that he wouldn't see Jixinghe in the training area, as he had imagined, nor did he witness the formidable tiger-like warrior of 65 capable of single-handedly defeating 3 opponents as described by Wang Gui and others. This was an old man devoid of vitality with a gaunt face marked by prominent wrinkles, a tall stature that seemed slightly stooped, and temples that had turned silver-white amidst the black hair he had been rumored to possess. Had Wang Gui deceived me? Impossible. Not only Wang Gui but also the other members of the Disabled Soldiers Company had said Jixinghe's hair was pitch-black, uncharacteristic for a 65-year-old. They even remarked that his kidneys must be in excellent condition, for not a single silver strand was visible. At first everyone thought Jixinghe had dyed his hair before arriving on the alien planet. Yet a month had passed and in Base No. 6, where hair dyeing services were unavailable, his roots should have turned silver-white, typical for a man of his age. But that never happened. Jixinghe's tall frame remained brimming with youthful vigor. When he fought in the training area, his every move was powerful and devoid of any senility. Moreover, the mecha warriors who had personally battled him whispered that Jixinghe was no old man. He was a veritable humanoid mecha. His speed, strength, and endurance astounded the mecha warriors, and gradually rekindled the spirit of Wang Gui, Shazi, and other soldiers and mecha warriors assigned to the Disabled Soldiers Company. If a 65-year-old man could fight so fiercely and give his all, why couldn't they? Despite missing a leg, an arm, a hand, a meniscus, or both eyes. Rally and surpass their own limits in this war between the Federation and the Empire, between humans and gorillas, monkeys. Thus Wang Gui accepted Jixinghe's mechanical leg modification plan, and began receiving combat guidance from Jixinghe alongside the mecha warriors in the training area. Without Wang Gui, Shazi grew desperate to see Jixinghe, to witness Wang Gui's progress or recovery. So he finally agreed to install the mechanical eye. The surgery was completed, and after a short recovery and adaptation, Shazi intended to go to the training area to truly behold Jixinghe's glory. Instead he saw a decrepit old man, and he refused to believe it. Is he really old G? Yes, would I lie to you? Besides, who else in Base No. 6 is older than old G? The nurse beside him answered Wang Gui's question in a low voice, her tone matter-of-fact. She spoke the truth. Of course the oldest person on the alien planet was not Jixinghe but those who had arrived decades earlier. Some in their 30s or 40s, now in their 60s or 70s, having witnessed humanity's history on this world. But such people were few. The few remaining were in Base No. 2. Before Jixinghe's arrival, the oldest in Base No. 6 was the 50-year-old base commander. One could say that Jixinghe by himself had raised the age ceiling of Base No. 6 by nearly 15 years. Then why? Shazi didn't know how to ask. Upon actually seeing Jixinghe, his heart was filled with disappointment, for his expectations had been too high. The nurse paused, then understood. She sighed and continued in a low voice. It's all because of poor Exine. Sister Rong wanted to send Exine back to Waylon Star as soon as possible, so she had been giving her non-standard treatment. After Sister Rong left, old G also grew fond of Exine. He somehow obtained contribution points for her non-standard treatment, but now the medicine is gone. Shazi was confused. He understood only in part. Sister Rong, non-standard treatment, no medicine. The nurse hesitated, then spoke. There's no need to hide it. Many in the base already know. Exine is old G's granddaughter, the daughter of my colleague Sister Rong. She was born on this alien planet with congenital health issues and can't return to Waylon Star. You should know this. You were trained to manage yourselves. Shazi did know. The Federation's management was quite humane. Even in the military, the barracks were combat bases while ordinary bases were living quarters. Soldiers, whether mecha warriors or regular infantry, had leave during peacetime, allowing them to rest in the bases. Compared to Waylon Star, the recreational facilities in the bases were negligible, but they were precious on the alien planet. Romantic relationships between soldiers and base personnel were not prohibited. The only forbidden act was reproduction. Strictly speaking, no childbirth on the alien planet. Without further explanation, Shazi understood why Jixinghe had suddenly become like this. He then asked the same question Jixinghe had been asking for days. Where's the medicine? It's all used up. Send for more. Supplies arrive from Waylon Star every month. What's a little medicine? How much transport space could it take? But this medicine doesn't come from Waylon Star, it comes from Base No. 3. Waylon Star doesn't have it, Base No. 3 does. A request could be sent to Waylon Star to produce it, but it wouldn't require a production line, just a lab. It wouldn't take much transport space either. The problem is time. Even if the request were submitted now, it would take at least 3 months to arrive. Although supplies and personnel arrived monthly, the voyage from Waylon Star to the alien planet took about 3 months. That meant the supplies for the next 2 to 3 months had already departed from Waylon Star, and no relevant request had been submitted before that. Shazi had served on the alien planet for 5 years, so he understood immediately. He also knew that the facilities in Base No. 6 were incomplete. Each base had its own specialty. What about Base No. 3? Base No. 3 is fine for now, but there's a problem between us and Base No. 3. The ground route is impassable and the air route is extremely difficult. There are no aircraft on the alien planet. Drones can fly, but there are communication restrictions. There were no aircraft on the alien planet because the atmosphere was extremely thin. Helicopters were out of the question. None existed. All jet aircraft and fighter planes were also unsuitable. Their principle relied on air and kerosene burning in a combustion chamber to produce high-temperature, high-pressure gas which ejected backward to create a reaction force with the external air. But due to the thin atmosphere, the air intakes couldn't function properly, kerosene couldn't combust fully, and even if the gas were produced, the thin air couldn't provide sufficient reaction force. It was like a person on land moving their hand through air without generating propulsion but being able to swim in water. What about personal starships? Spaceships? Only 2 types of vehicles could fly on the alien planet, the ones Shazi had asked about. The former was what Ji Xinghe had once tried to steal, and the latter was what Ji Xinghe had traveled on. The nurse watched Ji Xinghe leave the medical area with a dejected gateside and said, "The war situation is tense. You should know better than I why they aren't used. Because compared to the war, the medicine needed by a child who shouldn't have been born on the alien planet was insignificant." Shazi finally understood why the Ji Xinghe he saw was so different from the one he had heard about. It wasn't just because the medicine was gone, but also because the child who meant so much to Ji Xinghe meant little to many others. He knew exactly how much Ji Xinghe loved and cared for that child. It wasn't only because Ji Xinghe brought her to the training area and the mecha bay, but also because Shazi knew where the medical expenses that puzzled the nurse came from. Ji Xinghe had worked 3 jobs. A 65-year-old man on an alien planet caring for a child, while holding 3 jobs all for that child. And none of those jobs were easy. He fought with young men in the training area, repaired mecha parts with young men in the mecha bay, and competed with mecha warriors for real machine testing opportunities. It was said that old Ji also studied every day and told stories to the child. Could he sleep well every day? Could his body really endure? Had his hair turned white in a month because he was on the verge of collapse? Shazi was grateful he had installed mechanical eyes, for the entire set had no tear ducts. The nurse sighed again beside him. If only Xion's father hadn't sacrificed himself. He was a first-class mecha warrior and could have driven a mecha to Base No. 3. But even then he would have had military duties at a time like this. Poor Xion. A first-class mecha warrior. I'm one too, and I have no military duties because I'm in the disabled soldiers company. Shazi opened his wristband and sent a message to Instructor Li. "Instructor, I want to pilot a mecha." Upon hearing that everyone could attack freely, Luo Feng's eyes narrowed slightly. Regardless, Chen Ao was indeed a strong individual. He shouldn't have deceived him for a mere Hunyuan unit, should he? Moreover, Chen Ao had shown him some kindness. Even if he was cheated, it would settle the debt of gratitude between them and he wouldn't lose out. Luo Feng stopped Babata and transferred a Hunyuan unit to Chen Ao. "You all must train diligently. The genius battle is approaching soon. Whether Earth can rise depends on you young ones." The 3 remained silent for a moment longer, then departed together. Chen Ao glanced at the Hunyuan unit in his account and smiled faintly. "Finally I have money. A single Hunyuan unit. Such a pitiful number, yet it's an immense help for me now." The figure of 1 Hunyuan unit seemed trivial, but when converted to a trillion universe coins it became clear that this was no small sum. After all, it could buy 5 million Earths. Soon he found a shop and purchased 2 secret manuals. One was thousandfold battle power and the other was spatial slash. Just from their names one could tell these techniques were laughably low tier. In reality, both were created by a world lord who had comprehended the spatial laws accumulated over millions of years. Though they were low grade in the universe, they were more than sufficient for Chen Ao. Thousandfold battle power was a method for utilizing illusions. Compared to the 10,000 threads flow that Luo Feng studied, it was inferior, for 10,000 threads flow could manifest over 10,000 illusions, while thousandfold battle power could only control 1,000. However, 10,000 threads flow was a movement technique unlike thousandfold battle power, a close combat secret art. If I remember correctly, even the strongest Bolin only had 1,000 illusions by the end of the genius battle. In essence, I have the advantage. Yet he knew that his utilization of 1,000 illusions could never match Bolin's. That was the gap in their teachers. Bolin at least had an immortal instructor while he had only himself. As for the second secret art, it allowed Chen Ao to harness the spatial laws more efficiently. Spatial slash was a sword technique perfectly suited for him. The two manuals together cost 900 billion universe coins, and the remaining 100 billion were reserved for his training fees in the virtual universe combat arena. After learning the techniques, I still need to spar, or otherwise I won't know how to fight. On Earth he was already invincible. Even the golden horned beast he could crush with a single finger across the Pacific Ocean. But in the vast universe his strength was merely a few dozen times greater than Bolin's. Nothing remarkable. With the manuals in hand, Chen Ao immediately began cultivation. Meditation. Chen Ao directly activated his W skill, entering a meditative state. The actual effect of W besides healing and damage reduction had a passive. In fact, all 4 active skills had passives. W's passive allowed him to enter a meditative state, greatly enhancing his comprehension speed. He had achieved 9,000 illusions in 40 years. Q was the threshold, but W was the key. Chen Ao stopped attending lectures and focused entirely on cultivating the 2 secret arts. On the other side, after boarding the spaceship, Luofeng and the others immediately began searching for information about the genius battle. Quick, Babata, check what this genius battle is all about. Babata's voice soon rang out, introducing the genius battle. The genius battle is hosted by the 5 major human powers. The requirement is the star level. Luofeng, you could give it a try. Luofeng glared. Give it a try. Why can't I win the championship? Babata's voice carried a hint of mockery. Luofeng, you need to understand. With your opportunities you might be a genius in the Black Dragon Mountain starfield, but in the entire Ganwu universe kingdom you're nothing special, let alone across all human forces. Then Babata began to educate the 3 about everything concerning the genius battle. Generally the 5 powers only recruit the top 1,000, and those top 1,000 are at least geniuses who have crossed the threshold of the laws. At this point Babata looked at the 3. Your talents are considerable, but you're still far from the 9th level of the domain, let alone crossing the threshold of the primal laws. The 3 entered, crossing the primal threshold, into the virtual universe and quickly obtained information. After reading it they fell silent. Now you see the gap. Forget the championship. Even the top 1,000 of the Ganwu universe kingdom mostly consist of geniuses who have crossed the threshold of the primal laws. As Babata spoke, he couldn't help but glance toward Chen Ao's direction. If anyone can advance, that guy has a fair chance. He had to admit Chen Ao's talent was astonishing. Even Lord Babata, who had roamed the cosmos with his master for millennia, had never seen the like. That guy is at least at the 9th red flow level, among the very peak in the entire genius battle. Hong and Lei quickly recovered from their disappointment. Is brother really that strong? Babata nodded. Very strong, or rather extraordinarily strong. You felt the effect of a casual strike with a broken sword. The 3 fell silent again. For some reason, whenever Chen Ao was involved, they seemed unable to say anything but remain silent. But deep inside, Luofeng was unwilling to concede. He never admitted defeat, and even in the genius battle of the entire human race, he didn't believe he had no chance at all. Cross the threshold of the primal laws. I will definitely do it. Luofeng's eyes burned with determination. He wasn't a man of boastful words. Ignoring Babata's nagging, he pulled out a metal plate. The senior is so strong. He wouldn't joke with me, would he? Earlier he hadn't known Chen Ao's level, but after analyzing the strength tiers of the genius battle, he understood that Chen Ao was among the strongest star-level beings in all of humanity. For such a genius it was unlikely he would fabricate a lie just to swindle a Hunyuan unit. Soon the information from the metal plate entered Luofeng's mind. It contained a secret art vast in data but mostly fragmented. Even the name of the art was incomplete. Only the first part. Luofeng finished browsing. However, after reading it his eyes were filled with shock. This is a secret art that can elevate life gene levels. He was no longer a complete novice. Combining the information he had searched for, he quickly realized that this secret art was indeed priceless. The senior was right, this art is truly beyond the value of billions of Hunyuan units. Soon Luofeng began cultivating the 9 Tribulations secret art. After cultivation he was even more astonished. Not only did his strength increase, but even his comprehension ability improved, making his understanding of the metal origin law easier. Senior, just who are you? Studying the low-level secret arts, Chen Ao felt a sudden resonance and looked into the distance. Luofeng must have started cultivating the 9 Tribulations secret art by now. He had found this art over 40 years ago, and could have cultivated it himself, but he gave up. Cultivating it means I'd have to inherit the Star Tower. I don't think I can survive that ordeal. Other than the chosen one, anyone else would just be walking into their doom. Cherishing his life, he naturally chose to forsake it. Living is everything. Divine weapons and such are mere clouds to me. Having learned of the genius battle in advance, the trio of Luofeng underwent some changes. With Babata's assistance, Luofeng threw himself into frenzied cultivation, striving to elevate his strength. Soon Babata was astounded. Luofeng, what is going on with you? Babata stared at him in disbelief. Having spent years together, Babata had a general understanding of Luofeng's talent. Over the past few months, Luofeng's progress had stunned Babata. In just a short span, he had smoothly comprehended the golden origin law, a leap far greater than all his previous years of cultivation. Though he had not yet crossed the threshold of the origin law, his attacks already bore the faint aura of the golden origin law. At this rate, it would not be long before he fully stepped into the origin law. Luo Feng smiled faintly and offered no explanation. The matter of the nameless secret codex must remain confidential. Chen Ao had also secretly transmitted a message instructing him to keep it hidden. The nameless secret codex was indeed heaven-defying. The enhanced genes of the golden horned beast brought his body closer to the golden law, making it easier for him to perceive the laws. This seemingly minor improvement not only saved time in cultivation and comprehension but also raised his upper limit. Such was the gap between 59 and 60. Sometimes a mere sliver of difference could mean a world of separation. Wow, it seems I have underestimated you, or rather the talent of the golden horned beast. At this rate you will surely comprehend the origin law before the genius battle arrives. Babata grew even more excited. Whatever the cause, Luo Feng's increasing strength always brought him joy. Several months later Luo Feng successfully crossed the threshold of the golden origin law. Moreover, he had begun gestating a Masha clan avatar, and soon he might start comprehending the space origin law. The genius battle was approaching, so he wished to see how formidable the top-tier geniuses Babata spoke of truly were. "Senior, could you please spar with me? I want to test my strength." Babata had told him that he still lagged behind the top geniuses but could not truly show him the gap. This left Luo Feng uncertain about his actual level. Thus he came to Chen Ao hoping to gain some insight. Even if he could not win, at least he would broaden his horizons and set a goal. Chen Ao opened his eyes. "Luo Feng, it's not that I'm unwilling, but we are 50 years apart in age, and our cultivation time differs greatly." He tried to dissuade Luo Feng, fearing it might leave a psychological scar. "Senior, I know all that, but I won't be satisfied without witnessing it firsthand." Chen Ao looked at the blazing battle intent in Luo Feng's eyes, uncertain. Yet Luo Feng was the cosmic father, the entire universe would one day depend on him. A single failure should not crush him. In the original story, Luo Feng had failed many times without losing heart. "Very well then. Attack me with all your might." "Ha!" Luo Feng stared at Chen Ao, who remained seated on the stone. "Senior, do you intend to? Come on." Luo Feng felt a twinge of irritation. This was too dismissive. He had already crossed the threshold of the origin law. "Senior must not know how much I've improved these past months. Once he sees it, he won't look down on me." Without further words, Luo Feng pulled out his great staff. Seeing the staff, Chen Ao was taken aback. At this point Luo Feng could already wield the Yanshanbing. "Senior, the weapon I hold is the Yanshanbing, one of the 9 divine weapons of the controller. Its power is boundless. Be careful." Chen Ao nodded, indicating he understood. Luo Feng took a deep breath. "Soon you'll see how strong I am." Yanshanbing first form Phantom Sword. A golden mini-sword suddenly materialized and shot toward Chen Ao. Chen Ao remained seated, curiously observing the golden sword of the Yanshanbing. The Phantom Sword moved with incredible speed, covering a distance of over 10 zhang in the blink of an eye, reaching Chen Ao's side. Yet just as the golden Phantom Sword entered the space before Chen Ao, it was blocked by something unable to advance even a fraction. How is this possible? Luo Feng had tested the power of this Phantom Sword. It could pierce through even Universe Level 7 or 8 experts. Chen Ao had simply stood. No sat. In place without moving, effortlessly blocking the golden Phantom Sword. Then he casually reached out and grabbed the sword floating before him. Puff. The golden Phantom Sword was crushed in Chen Ao's grip. Luo Feng immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. How can this be? He stared in horror at the sword he could no longer recall. That sword was controlled by his mental energy. How could a martial artist shatter the mental link? The material is quite good. If I were to forge a sword from it, it would be very handy. With a flick, he tossed the golden Phantom Sword away. It flew back into the Yanshanbing. Senior, how did you do that? All trivial matters. Once you cross the threshold of the space origin law, you will understand. The future belongs to young people like you. Well, when you can control several dozen avatars and seal off the entire space, you can directly sever the mental link. Luo Feng wiped the blood from his mouth, finally grasping the gap between them. Thank you for the lesson, Senior. But I won't give up easily. I'll be back to challenge you soon. With that, Luo Feng departed. Babata set Senior as my training opponent in the simulation. Alright, I've simulated Chen Ao's strength. Babata replied. Babata, usually sharp-tongued, wanted to say that this was only a fraction of Chen Ao's power, but thought better of it and remained silent. People's constitutions differed. Perhaps Chen Ao had also encountered a fortuitous opportunity. Time continued to flow, and Chen Ao sat steadily on the stone platform. One day in the night sky of the Black Dragon Mountain Island in the virtual universe, a massive black proclamation appeared, its edges glowing. On the black scroll, shining white characters read, Peak Genius Battle of the Cosmic Human Race. Held once every 10,000 years. About to commence. Co-hosted by the Virtual Universe Company and all cosmic nations. Are you a genius? Can't find a match among your peers? Then join the Peak Genius Battle. Here you will battle billions of geniuses from countless cosmic nations. For details, please visit the official website of the Virtual Universe Network through your virtual assistant. The proclamation was tens of millions of miles in length and width. Even with the billions of inhabitants on Black Dragon Mountain Island, anyone looking up could see it clearly. Cheers, shouts, countless people were thrilled. Chen Ao also looked up at the proclamation. It has finally arrived. Finally, I can step out of Earth. Chen Ao cleaved through the domain lord-level opponent simulated in the virtual universe and walked out of the battle room. Third brother, have you seen that proclamation? That's the genius battle. Lei and Hong had long known about the genius battle from Chen Ao, and they had been eagerly anticipating it. Now finally the genius battle had arrived. How could they not be excited? Eldest brother, second brother this time. Let's show the entire universe the strength of US 3 brothers. Luo Feng and his 2 brothers were brimming with fighting spirit. Inspired by Chen Ao, these 3, who refused to admit defeat, had trained even more fiercely in the past 2 years, becoming far stronger than in the original story. Especially Luo Feng, who had obtained the 9 Tribulations secret codex ahead of time, tripling his talent and making his current strength even more astonishing. In the original story, at this point Luo Feng struggled to even use the first form of the divine weapon, the Phantom Sword style, but now he could barely manage the second form, the Sky-Piercing style. Chen Ao was very pleased to see Luo Feng's improvement, and even actively helped him grow stronger. The stronger Luo Feng became, the happier Chen Ao was. Luo Feng is a monster, while I'm just a small-time genius. Let everyone pay attention to him. If any alien assassins come, let them go after him. After all, he's the universe's father, while I'm just a little cheater who can't withstand those tribulations. Luo Feng had come to him twice, both times easily defeated, and Chen Ao had even given him some pointers on comprehending the laws of space. Perhaps even without the Mo Sha clan, Luo Feng could have crossed the threshold of space laws ahead of time. Luo Feng was thus even more grateful to Chen Ao. Senior, will you participate in this genius battle? Luo Feng asked. Brother, come and see the geniuses of the universe with us. Hong also urged. Chen Ao looked at the 3 of them. I already registered. The 3 were speechless. But this was odd. According to Chen Ao's usual style, shouldn't he be hiding on Earth? They had no idea that Chen Ao didn't actually like hiding. But the universe was too dangerous. It wasn't Earth where one could dominate by leveling up. He had no choice. At least the things Luo Feng encountered would have killed him 10 times over. Really? Brother, you really joined? Which zone are you in? Lei quickly searched but couldn't find any information about Chen Ao. Brother, there's no info about you. I changed the registration point to another place and also changed my name, Chen Ao said. Using his real name was still a bit risky. Although there was no curse magic in this world, it was better to be safe. He also wanted to avoid stealing Luo Feng's spotlight. He just wanted to join the Virtual Universe Company quietly, then either become a powerhouse or grow old in the Primordial Universe. That was his first plan, enter the Primordial Secret Realm without drawing any attention. Brother, why are you doing this? The 3 were puzzled. If too many people from an ordinary planet stand out, that would be too abnormal, Chen Ao said, looking at Hong. The 3 nodded. From what they knew, geniuses easily attracted attention. Brother, can you tell us which zone you're in? Third brother is in Zone 1, eldest brother in Zone 72. And I'm in Zone 88. Chen Ao checked his own genius battle info, Zone 88. There's no need to hide this. I'm in Zone 33. Chen Ao said. Hearing it was Zone 33, the 3 didn't say much. There were 99 zones in total. It would be strange if all 4 of them ended up in the same one. Go on, do well in the competition. Luo Feng, you must strive for a higher ranking. You are Earth's future. The stronger you become, the better Earth will be. Luo Feng's eyes blazed with intense fighting spirit. Senior, rest assured I will work hard. Even without Chen Ao's words, Luo Feng would have given his all. Seeing Luo Feng's soaring battle intent, and recalling that his strength now rivaled Rong Jun's, Chen Ao felt a sense of relief. Soon registration ended and the 4 of them entered the battle arena. A sword, a set of armor, and most importantly a mask. Chen Ao put on the mask first, then the armor, and finally picked up a sword that felt comfortable. Ding, start teleportation. With a flash of consciousness, Chen Ao arrived in a city filled with mountain peaks. The city was surrounded by rocks and trees, and the buildings were very simple, lacking any modernity, more like a product of the tribal era. Just as he was about to take in the scenery, a man suddenly attacked from his left, holding a spear and thrusting directly at Chen Ao. Playing dirty. The spear-wielding man only heard these words, and just as a smug smile began to form on his lips, his consciousness was instantly severed. Even after exiting the virtual universe, the man was still in a daze. Wasn't he supposed to be the one who succeeded in the ambush? How did he just die? Damn, someone must have been watching me and struck as soon as I made my move. Damn it, I ended up being the mantis. The man was full of regret. He shouldn't have acted so recklessly, giving others an opportunity. Next time he would be careful. Yes, next time for sure. Meanwhile, in Zone 88, many people stared at Chen Ao in terror. Only those at a distance had seen what happened. The moment the man thrust his spear, a violent surge of energy erupted around Chen Ao. Not only the spear-wielding man but also a large group of people within 100 meters of Chen Ao were all instantly cleaved apart by something. Many women vomited at the sight. This damn virtual universe. Why not just set it to game data? Why does it have to simulate reality so vividly? How horrible, how horrible. So many people all torn to pieces. How did that guy do it? Some special secret technique? Or is he a domain lord? We're all at star level 9, how can he ignore gravity and just fly up? Although they also had domains they could only enhance their strength a bit. There was no way they could stand still and instantly dismember everyone within 100 meters. A man was about to ask the person next to him, but when he turned around the guy who had been beside him had already run hundreds of meters away. You idiot, run. He's coming. The overly curious man instinctively wanted to flee, but before he could take a step, he felt a chill across his body. Curiosity killed me. Chen Ao looked at the man who died with his eyes wide open, a bit speechless. Was this guy really here for the genius battle? Did I accidentally kill a war correspondent in the genius battle? Whatever, I'll just sweep through. Participating in the arena matches would draw too much attention. I'll quietly become the first in my zone, and then head straight to the finals. Luo Feng and Rong Jun had both drawn attention through the arena matches, while those who were originally first in their world zones seemed to have vanished into thin air. Of course, Chen Ao quite liked the idea of being one of those who vanished. Low-key begins with becoming the first in this zone. Chen Ao did not deliberately seek anyone. He stood still, then abruptly swung his sword forward. Immediately a blade light stretching a full kilometer appeared. The dazzling blade light made everyone's eyes widen. What the hell is this? Is this level of slash really something an ordinary person can unleash? In my homeland, such a person is called a great swordmaster. Go to hell with your great swordmaster. What great swordmaster could be this enormous? A human being able to be so huge. Who can withstand that? So big it would impregnate anyone it stabs. Whoosh. When Chen Ao swung his first sword forward, without knowing what happened, blade lights each a kilometer long simultaneously appeared behind him, to his left and to his right. Damn, this guy must be cheating. This man is not a star-level warrior. My neighbor's uncle is a domain lord and he doesn't seem this strong. Could the virtual universe have made a mistake? If it were a circular blade light, they might have accepted it, but what was Chen Ao doing? It seemed as if 4 Chen Aos were simultaneously unleashing blade lights from front, back, left, and right. These 4 blade lights formed a square which then began to expand continuously. I want to file a complaint. A star-level warrior absolutely cannot be this strong. Stop complaining. Run. A companion urgently warned. The blade light was far faster than sound, and even though they were all star-level 9 experts, some even having grasped domains or stepped into fundamental laws, compared to this blade light they were utterly insignificant. No matter how they defended, once they touched the blade light they were instantly cut in half. Then they fell into 2 pieces. The kilometer-long blade light actually flew for over 100 kilometers. In an instant, a square hundreds of kilometers across centered on Chen Ao was reduced to ruins. And almost everyone inside was cut in half. Some tried to jump but ended up losing their legs. After all, not everyone could easily overcome gravity and take flight. Not bad. At the beginning the population density was high, so I got 1.3 million points in one go. Chen Ao was very satisfied with his method of slaughter. This method was truly efficient. At the same time, Chen Ao's name instantly appeared on the regional leaderboard. Name: Oli Gei, points 1345678. Rank first in Zone 88. Territory: Ausen Empire. Seeing this score, many were stunned. How is this possible? The battle has only just begun. The speaker glanced at the timer. Only 30 seconds had passed. But in 30 seconds someone had scored over 1.3 million points. Looking at the first place in other zones, the highest was only a little over 8,000 points. 30 seconds to kill over 8,000 people was already astonishing. But killing over 1.3 million in 30 seconds. What was that? This was the very beginning of the competition. Everyone had few points, and there was no chance of getting millions by killing a single high-level expert. Check. Find out who this Oli Gei is. Haha, this is the genius of our Ausen Empire. Oli Gei, keep it up. Hold the first place. Some doubted Chen Ao while others cheered for Oli Gei. At the same time, countless complaints flooded into the virtual universe system. They complained that Chen Ao was cheating, or that the virtual universe had made a mistake. A star-level warrior couldn't possibly be this strong. But the virtual universe completely ignored them, not even replying. A star-level warrior could be this strong. Oli Gei! Oli Gei! Oli Gei! Countless citizens of the Ausen Empire cheered. This was their empire's genius, a genius bringing them glory. The emperor of the Ausen Empire and a group of domain lord ministers also saw this scene. Everyone was dumbfounded. Who is this Oli Gei? Could he be from the imperial family of our Ausen Empire? The emperor's surname was Ao, and the current emperor was called Ali Liao. Could he be one of my brothers? Surname Ao, generation Li. That Oli Gei seemed to be of the same generation. But as an ancient imperial clan that had continued for countless years, they had at least 8 billion members, if not 10 billion. How could they recognize him? Investigate. Find him immediately. I never expected our Aosan imperial family to produce such a genius, truly worthy of being my brother. The Aosan emperor was overjoyed. Many domain lord ministers immediately chimed in. Of course the imperial bloodline is extraordinary. Congratulations to your majesty. This is a blessing for our Aosan empire. 666. Soon someone checked the genealogy. Your majesty, based on our search there are 163423 people named Oli Gei, but none of them participated in the genius war. Everyone fell silent. But no one felt embarrassed. It seems he is an imperial disciple who fell outside. This is my negligence as emperor and clan leader. Investigate. We must find this genius of our clan. At the same time, the Aosan Empire issued a public announcement this was a lost imperial genius. If anyone knew this Oli Gei, they must report to the imperial court and would receive generous rewards. Now the citizens of the Aosan Empire became even more excited. No wonder he was so strong. He was from the imperial family. Chen Ao, of course, had no idea what was happening outside. But he glanced at the rankings and scores of the surrounding world zones and frowned. I killed too many. Being first will attract attention, but there are 99 zones and 99 first places. So the attention won't be too great. However, being first in all zones would definitely attract attention. Soon Chen Ao sensed that something was watching him. A camera. I'll wait a few days before acting again. The points are rising too fast, and I'll definitely be extra noticed. No one knew him, except for the virtual universe people couldn't find his information since his data was all fake. I'll stroll around for 3 days and then strike again. By then no one will pay attention. At that moment Chen Ao sheathed his sword and began to sightsee. But those who had seen his attack fled far away the moment they spotted Chen Ao. Some were knowledgeable enough to know that Chen Ao's attack required at least 3 spatial avatars to execute. And stepping into the fundamental law of space could even produce 3 avatars. Such a genius was extremely rare even in past competitions. They were in no way comparable. So run on sight or don't hesitate. If he strikes, his blade light is 10 times faster than you. If you can't escape 100 kilometers you're dead. The scenery here is quite nice. Earth was too badly damaged. A bit desolate, Chen Ao remarked as he looked at the landscape. Although this place is also primitive with no signs of modernization, everything feels so natural. I really want to go traveling. But that was just a thought. Going out was too dangerous. Better to enter the primordial universe obediently, where under the care of the city lord of chaos it would be safe. Chen Ao quickly assumed a zen-like posture, sitting motionless in place. This lasted for about 10 days, during which time Chen Ao, who had been far ahead of others, could only rank in the middle. The first place in District 88 already had over 30 million points. Name Oli Gei. Points 1345678. Rank 1654th in District 88. Territory Aosan Empire. This ranking is quite suitable now. I can resume hunting starting with the number 1 fellow. Killing him would net 15 million points, 2 more kills would put him back at the top. Chen Ao remained utterly composed while outside the Aosan Empire was in an uproar. Not a single person from their nation had made it into the top 1,000. The best result was only just over 1,000. Well, that was still Oli Gei. Oli Gei. Oli Gei. A woman burst into tears. If no one from the Aosan Empire had ever entered the top 1,000 it would be no more than a pity. But Oli Gei had shot far ahead in the first 30 seconds, giving the people of Aosan Empire hope. They desperately wished Oli Gei would continue to live up to his name. Yet Oli Gei seemed to gradually lose his edge, slipping out of the top 1,000. This result was still the highest in the Aosan Empire, but the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. At first I planned to make Oli Gei my idol, thinking he would charge forward without stopping. I never expected him to be a flash in the pan. Oli Gei, what on earth are you doing? You haven't gained a single point in 10 days. Are you asleep? The public harbored immense resentment toward Oli Gei. This resentment was directed straight at the Aosan Empire's royal family. What's the matter with your royal members? If you lack strength, don't give us hope. The royal family, come out and give us an explanation. Despite the many powerful figures in the royal family, many people were past caring. This sense of regional honor drove them to recklessness. At that moment, the emperor of Aosan Empire, His Majesty Oli, had a livid face. If this continued, he would not be able to remain as emperor. What exactly is going on? Why was Oli Gei so fierce at the start, yet now cannot even break into the top 1,000? The ministers remained silent, thinking, this has nothing to do with us. It's a royal affair. The emperor's face grew darker. Those who had flattered him before had suddenly vanished, all feigning deafness and muteness. Elder, is this Oli Gei really a member of the royal family? The elder showed an awkward expression. He was not very old and still had a thin skin. Your Majesty, this Oli Gei was never from our empire from the very beginning. The elder was speechless. He had said there was no such person, but the emperor insisted he was a missing royal. Now look. Explosion. The public demanded an explanation. Oli said with a dark face. Now immediately clarify that the royal family made a mistake. He is just an ordinary civilian unrelated to the royal family. Don't come looking for us. Your Majesty, are you sure? The elder stroked his beard. Although he did not know why Oli Gei was underperforming, he felt Oli Gei still had strength. Perhaps he would soon fight his way back into the top 1,000. I am very sure. Even if Oli Gei were actually related to the royal family, I would expel him from the clan. The elder nodded and quickly issued a bulletin stating that Oli Gei was just an ordinary civilian, not a royal. In short, go bother whoever you want but leave us alone. Damn it, how could this happen? What is the imperial family doing? That wretched Oli Gei, he let me down so badly. Oli Gei, I don't ask you to stay first, at least break into the top 1,000. Chen Ao knew nothing of the outside uproar, and even if he did, he would not care. A bunch of bystanders who could only shout, 666. He paid them no heed. The city was now sparsely populated, terrified by Chen Ao's sword strike. However, in 10 days outsiders had begun hunting in other cities. Are you the one called Sword God in this city? Since they did not know each other's names, the strong all had code names. Clearly the people of this city had bestowed upon Chen Ao the title of Sword God. I am. The newcomer was about to announce his name and achievements, but before he could utter more than 2 words, he was pierced through the heart by a sword. Chen Ao remained seated. Too many words. Without even glancing at the newcomer, he stood up ready to explore other cities. Glancing at the leaderboard, the man he had just killed earned him over 5 million points, pushing Chen Ao into the 800th range. The hunt begins. Chen Ao moved at incredible speed, flashing through space to arrive at another city. Outside, people were still spewing vitriol at Chen Ao. Oli Gei, if you dare enter the top 1,000, I'll acknowledge you as my father. If you dare enter the top 1,000, I'll marry you. A woman said. The people around glanced at her and immediately scolded. Stop adding pressure to Oli Gei. Oli Gei, please enter the top 1,000. Our Ancestor Empire is counting on you. Many people kept posting, and at that moment Oli Gei's ranking suddenly jumped. Over 6 million points, ranked 857th. The scene fell silent for a moment. Oli Gei is awesome. I knew you were worthy of being my son. Oli Gei. Oli Gei. Seeing Chen Ao enter the top 1,000, the people of Ancestor Empire cheered once more. This time the elder looked at Oliolio. Your Majesty, what now? I am unwell. I have been lying in bed all day knowing nothing. Don't disturb my convalescence. The elder, Chen Ao, had already arrived at a new city. He looked around unsure who was the strongest here. He casually sent out 4 sword chi. The people who were fighting felt the chi and were instantly horrified, their hairs standing on end. But the sword light was too fast, piercing through layers of space and cutting down everyone in its path. Chen Ao continued to teleport deeper, swinging his sword relentlessly. He did not know who to kill, he just killed everyone. Sweeping through the vast city, he unleashed 10 sword strikes in a row. Not bad. Points are skyrocketing. The 10 strikes took 10 minutes and his points rocketed to 28 million. Directly ranking 13th. Next city. Chen Ao had no interest in chasing anyone down, harvesting points was enough. At this moment countless people trembled as they looked at the city that had been completely reduced to ruins. How can he be so terrifying? Is he really a stellar level? The survivors lost all will to fight, their courage shattered by that single sword strike. Upon entering the top 100, Chen Ao sensed the gaze of the virtual universe. They've hung a camera on me. Chen Ao frowned. This feeling of being broadcast live was far from pleasant. He had sensed this surveillance since his first sword strike 10 days ago, and now it had resurfaced. Sigh, I can't be so ostentatious. He absolutely could not use that killing move again lest others see through him. For now I'm just an ordinary genius. I'll establish that persona. Arriving at the second new city, Chen Ao did not sweep through directly. Instead he sought out the city's top experts. Using death as a threat, he quickly compelled the ordinary people to lead him to the city's 3 highest-ranked fighters. They were the 8th-ranked Blood Demon, the 19th-ranked Dark Blood, and the 43rd-ranked Wind God. Chen Ao walked up to Blood Demon. Are you a powerhouse from another city? Blood Demon looked at Chen Ao. Chen Ao was too clean, not resembling someone who had been through battle. He seemed more like a tourist. Chen Ao said nothing, only lightly thrust his sword forward. Seeing Chen Ao raise his hand without a word, Blood Demon snorted. No dignity of a master at all, even resorting to a sneak attack. Blood Demon intended to raise his weapon to block Chen Ao's sword, but he watched the blade thrust straight toward him, yet when it reached his weapon it suddenly shifted at an angle. Then it pierced directly into Blood Demon's heart. The onlookers who had been expecting a spectacle fell into dead silence. Was this a battle? It felt as effortless as stepping on an ant, accomplished with a simple lift of the foot. From beginning to end Chen Ao had not spoken a word, nor even approached Blood Demon. His sword had been 7 or 8 meters away from Blood Demon, yet it had effortlessly pierced the latter's heart. Excellent. 15 million points in one go. The top 10 all had over 30 million points. By killing the 8th-ranked Blood Demon, Chen Ao gained over 15 million points, bringing his total to 43 million. His ranking shot up to 9th. Next Chen Ao continued hunting the remaining two. The same scene unfolded. He only needed one sword strike to pierce their hearts effortlessly. The crowd watched this single strike and felt a pang in their own hearts. This guy, how can he be so terrifying? Why do I feel we're not even on the same level? Be confident. Remove the feel. Yes, utterly different tiers. Why is he so terrifying? I've seen those who comprehend space law before, even geniuses from our Shenwu secret realm, but none could achieve this level. No, not that they couldn't. They couldn't even block one of his strikes. Chen Ao glanced at his points. He now had 57 million. The first place's points were also rising. He was now ranked 5th, 8 million behind the leader. Half a month left. Taking first place shouldn't be a problem. Chen Ao continued hunting the strong, each time killing with a single sword strike. No one could force a second. After 4 cities, his points reached 80 million, reclaiming the top spot. Keep killing. A few more should suffice since time is running short. Outside the scene of Chen Ao killing with a single sword stunned countless people. So decisive. How can there be such a decisive swordsmanship? His comprehension of space law is so high that he can make his sword pierce through space. Opponents don't lack the ability to block. They simply don't know where the sword is coming from. Such a genius. Who trained him? At first, when Chen Ao was ranked around 800, ordinary immortals and realm lords still felt they had a chance to take him as a disciple. But as Chen Ao killed more and more strong opponents, they abandoned that idea entirely. They couldn't teach him. Truly impossible. Such a prodigy would never look their way. The 8th city. Chen Ao stepped onto the soil of the 8th city. As usual, he sought the city's strongest. Approaching the city center, he spotted the unlucky kid Lei. Are you Thunder God? Savage Rong Jun walked up to Lei with a single sword in hand. Lei bristled on seeing Rong Jun. You're the 3rd-ranked savage in this region. That's right, it's me. Rong Jun revealed a faint smile. Show me your strongest strength. Lei, though initially scared, fought hard, but upon sensing Rong Jun's blade technique, he chose to give up. He turned and fled. Thunder God, don't run. You can't escape. Rong Jun barked. Rong Jun had already stepped into the threshold of space law, far surpassing Lei in strength and speed. Chen Ao watched Rong Jun chasing Lei. This unlucky kid. If he knew I watched him get killed, he'd nag me afterward. Chen Ao knew Lei was a chatterbox who loved to mutter. Well, Rong Jun is also my prey. Might as well give you a hand. In the distance, Rong Jun was still shouting, and the gap between him and Lei narrowed. Just as Rong Jun prepared to slash down and kill Lei, Chen Ao landed directly in front of Rong Jun. Lei, running desperately, noticed someone blocking Rong Jun and curiously glanced back. Is that the region's 1st-ranked sword god? Thunder God's eyes widened. He never expected to encounter both the 1st and 3rd at once. He wished he could pull out a stool and grab some watermelon to watch the show. But Chen Ao looked back at Lei. Lei felt as if plunged into an icy abyss and slunk away awkwardly. That gaze is terrifying. It felt like he could kill me with a single glare. But why does it seem so familiar? He definitely didn't know the sword god, and he had considered it might be Chen Ao, but the sword god's height was much taller. In his memory, Chen Ao was about 2 meters tall, while this sword god was nearly 4 meters. The difference was too great. Sigh, I'd love to watch top-tier experts clash, but they don't welcome me. Lei glanced at his own ranking. He was still short of the top 1,000, so he began hunting others to break into that bracket. Rong Jun too stared wide-eyed at Chen Ao. Along his journey, he had encountered those who fled from Chen Ao. From their words, he knew Chen Ao was terrifying. On a completely different level. More than one person had explicitly stated that they were inferior to the sword god. This was hard for the proud Rong Jun, who had set his sights on the universe's top ranking, to accept. Sword god, I finally met you. Those who fled from you all say I'm not your match. Now let me see just how strong you really are. Rong Jun was burning with high morale. Compared to hunting down an average opponent like Lei, Chen Ao was undoubtedly more to his liking. How many points do you have? Chen Ao asked. 70 million. Upon hearing Rong Jun's words, Chen Ao thrust his sword directly. Rong Jun's eyes widened, intending to defend, but the sword pierced straight into his chest. However, this strike did not pierce his heart. It was merely a superficial wound. The match is over. You can leave now, Chen Ao said, and left directly. He couldn't kill this guy, at least not now. Otherwise, if he fell out of the top 1,000, it would be a huge joke. Rong Jun watched Chen Ao leave his body, seemingly frozen in place. Staring at his still bleeding chest, Rong Jun could hardly believe his eyes. How could this be? The gap shouldn't be this vast. Rong Jun had always believed he had the strength to contend for the top spot in the universe. But now he felt that the first place seemed distant. Chen Ao clearly didn't want to kill him, or otherwise the single strike would have been enough to kill him many times over. Looking at his own points, Rong Jun couldn't help but clench his teeth. I have never been afraid. Even if my strength is inferior to yours, I will never back down. However, Rong Jun was not a fool. He knew that losing now might cause him to fall out of the top 1,000. Gritting his teeth, Rong Jun began hunting others. I will find you again. Even if I die at your hands I will strike. Rongjun would never cower. Chen Ao knew that Rongjun wouldn't back down, and would likely come for him again. But what did that matter? It would just take one more strike. Sigh, although I'm not a luck-blessed one like Luofeng, at least I'm a cheater. Continuing the slaughter, Chen Ao kept his points unremarkable. Just about 10 million more than the second place. He stayed roughly on par with the top contenders from other regions. This way he didn't stand out too much. In the first region, Luofeng, after finishing his training, was now slaughtering other participants frenziedly. His Yanquanbing's first form, the Phantom Sword style, was already mastered, and even the second form, the Sky-Piercing style, had gained considerable power. Thus Luofeng wielded his staff early on, chasing and stabbing others. Unsurprisingly, no one in the entire first region was Luofeng's match. In the original story, opponents like Feng Luan who could trade blows with Luofeng were instantly killed under the complete Phantom Sword style. At this moment Luofeng's ranking was also high. Even without deliberately hunting he had entered the top 10. In the Black Dragon Mountain, Luofeng's outburst directly ignited the crowd, with everyone crazily shouting his name. I wonder how the senior is doing. Luofeng had always regarded Chen Ao as his goal, so he wasn't very familiar with the situation of other geniuses. But after repeated killings he understood that the gap was enormous. Even mastering the second form, I still can't withstand a single blow from the senior. I truly wonder how strong the senior actually is. He had no intention of becoming the first, so he didn't go to other cities. He simply waited quietly for the match to end. Time quickly came to the 30th day. Chen Ao's points remained firmly in first place. With a total of 180 million points, he was 20 million ahead of the second place. Among the first place finishers of the other 99 regions, he ranked in the top 10. Not too outstanding, not too poor. Sword God. Sword God. Rongjun's voice echoed through the city. Rongjun had already secured a spot in the top 1,000. Now he wanted to have a proper battle with Chen Ao. Even if he died he wouldn't care. Chen Ao's figure flickered, and he appeared before Rongjun. Sword God, you're finally here. Fight! Rongjun bellowed and directly drew his second blade. Before Chen Ao he had no right to hold back his strength. He even knew that the gap between him and Chen Ao was enormous. Standing here was only to maintain his principle of never retreating or flinching. He feared that retreating once would cause him to lose everything. Even if he died he would strike. Strike with your blade. Let me see your strength. All right. Rongjun didn't waste words. A spatial phantom appeared, also holding a blade. On the blade's edge a dense flow of earth law power swirled. This strike was his capital, a self-created secret technique that could be the #1 strike in the universe. The blade swung from left and right toward Chen Ao. Feeling the power of the blades, Chen Ao shook his head. The gap was too vast. His comprehension of the spatial law was too shallow. If there were thousands of phantoms instead of one all striking him simultaneously, then he would have to get a little more serious. Chen Ao didn't even move. Rongjun's blade was firmly blocked. No defensive secret technique. No problem. He could just use his phantoms to block. He had tens of thousands of phantoms. Even if Rongjun killed until he was exhausted, he wouldn't finish them all. Thus Rongjun couldn't break through the phantom blockade. Sword God, strike with your sword. Let me see how strong you really are. Rongjun bellowed. He could die, but he didn't want to exhaust himself to death. So he hoped Chen Ao would kill him with his sword using the strongest possible technique. Without wasting any effort, Chen Ao effortlessly cut Rongjun in half. Rongjun's body trembled, then fell limply. Rongjun's strength is indeed decent. One phantom can kill 2 of my phantoms. That means if Rongjun were 5,000 times stronger, I would have to go all out, right? Of course this was only in the virtual universe. Considering the system's boost and genes in reality, he was still hundreds of thousands of times stronger than Rongjun. He wondered how strong the strongest Bolin really was. The battle between the first and third of the region ended so anticlimactically. This was unacceptable to those waiting to watch the show. The gap is too huge. That sword god can't be human, right? Nonsense. If he weren't human, he wouldn't pass the virtual universe's authentication. Names and game IDs could be freely written, but the virtual universe identified life energy. It's over. The 30-day battle is over. He had quietly become the first place of Zone 88, not needing to participate in the arena matches, and could directly enter the universe finals. This way not many people should notice me. Even if they do, they won't find me. The high-level officials of the virtual universe could certainly locate him, but how would those important figures care about him? The strength he displayed was at most 100 phantoms, far inferior to Bolin. Even Bolin hadn't received much attention from the higher-ups. His information only circulated among some ordinary immortals, let alone Chen Ao. He waited quietly for the match to end. Everyone returned to the virtual universe. Luofeng and the other 2 quickly found Chen Ao. Brother, how is your ranking? Lei spoke first. Chen Ao paused for a moment and then said, barely qualified. Everyone was somewhat surprised. Logically, Chen Ao's strength shouldn't be like this. But perhaps Chen Ao was hiding his strength. Well, they guessed rightly. Haha, then I'm about the same as you. I qualified around 900th place, same as Big Brother. Lei continued, brother, let me tell you, I encountered the third-ranked savage in our region. That savage was incredibly strong. I couldn't even block a single strike. But I was lucky the number 1 sword god saved me. Chen Ao, Luofeng, and Hong quietly listened to Lei recount his legendary experience. Prepare well, the arena competition will start soon. After a few words, Chen Ao told them to prepare well. After all, the competition was no easy task. Of course, this had nothing to do with Chen Ao. Luofeng and the other two nodded, agreeing that the competition required preparation. Since Chen Ao had said so, they certainly needed to prepare properly, and shouldn't disturb him further. Then, senior, I look forward to crossing swords with you. With this thought, a glint flashed in Luofeng's eyes. He eagerly anticipated truly witnessing Chen Ao's strength. There will be a chance. Chen Ao left and Luofeng and the other two went to cultivate separately. Meanwhile, many people came to see Luofeng. Even the people of the Blue-Silver Empire hoped he could secure a spot to participate in the Universal Finals. They even promised many benefits. After all, at this point, Luofeng's strength was several times greater than in the original story, and he had already risen to become a top-tier genius of the universe. Soon the arena competition began. Luofeng had been looking forward to it for a long time, hoping to encounter Chen Ao, but he was stunned to find that Chen Ao was not present at all. During a break in the competition, Luofeng and the other two rushed to Chen Ao. Senior, did you forget the time of the arena competition? Luofeng couldn't help asking. Chen Ao had always been lazy. Perhaps he really had forgotten the time. That would be terrible. The arena competition had no tolerance for lateness. Failing to show up on time meant disqualification. Brother, how could you be so careless? Lei couldn't help saying. You forgot something so important which concerns your future. Brother, hurry up and apply to see if you can still join the arena competition. They now only hoped that Chen Ao's competition hadn't started yet, so he could still make it in time. Chen Ao hesitated upon hearing their words. Arena competition? What arena competition? The three were even more dumbfounded. The one to select the 900 participants for the finals, of course. Oh, that one. I don't need to participate. The three were even more puzzled. Was Chen Ao out of his mind? Brother, didn't you say you just made the cut? How can you not need to participate? That's right, I just made the cut. The cut for the Universal Finals. Chen Ao waved his hand. How could he possibly go to the arena competition? Fighting under the watch of so many people would only increase the risk of exposure. Luofeng and the others were confused by Chen Ao's words. Senior, do you mean you won first place in your district, and directly obtained a spot in the finals? Yes. Silence. How was this different from what he had said before? Damn, he had shown off again. At this moment, Lei stared at Chen Ao. Brother, could it be that the sword god of District 88 is you? Suddenly Lei seemed to understand many things. There were only a few first-place winners, and the only one associated with Chen Ao seemed to be the legendary sword god. Are you stupid? I'm from District 33. What does the sword god of District 88 have to do with me, Chen Ao? Lei was speechless. Right, brother had said from the beginning that he was from District 33. What a pity. I originally wanted to have a good fight with you, senior, but it seems there's no chance now. Luofeng said regretfully. Chen Ao narrowed his eyes. How could there be no chance? Once you participate in the finals, won't you have a chance? Don't forget, you are the chosen one of destiny by Earth. You will stand at the pinnacle of the universe in the future. Stop. Luofeng couldn't take it anymore. Chen Ao always called him the chosen one. As for standing at the pinnacle of the universe, he didn't even dare to think about it. It was bold of Chen Ao to say that. Senior, we still have the arena competition to attend. We won't stay long. With that, the three left. Luofeng, make sure to perform well, even steal the spotlight from Bolin, so that others know that only you and Bolin are true geniuses this generation. As for me, I'll continue being an ordinary genius. The arena competition continued round after round. Luofeng's strength directly crushed everything. Luofeng. This is our Luofeng from Black Dragon Mountain. No wonder he's called a madman. Truly crazy, truly ruthless. I like it, haha. Countless people screamed and cheered for Luofeng, even hoping that their shouts would help him reach first place. In the end, Luofeng encountered his first worthy rival, Rongjun. At this moment, Luofeng's aura completely overwhelmed Rongjun's. Because Luofeng executed the complete 9 illusory swords of the Phantom Sword art, which was far stronger than in the original story, where he could only use the second sword. The moment the 9 golden small swords appeared, Rongjun's expression changed drastically. He knew that Luofeng was not an easy opponent to deal with. So Rongjun directly took out his earth-splitting blade. Originally my wish was to strive for the first place in the overall universe ranking, but I never expected that the contestants this year would be so strong. Looking at Luofeng, Rongjun couldn't help but think of Chen Ao. In the preliminaries I encountered that sword god, and was killed without any ability to resist. So I know I have no right to be arrogant. Because of the blow from Chen Ao, Rongjun was now stronger than his original counterpart. I should fight more down to earth and make myself stronger. Hearing Rong Jun mention the sword god Luofeng, was somewhat startled, even ignoring Rong Jun's claim of aiming for first place. You met senior? Luofeng asked. Although Chen Ao didn't admit it, Lei had known Chen Ao for decades, height, and such could change, but the eyes never did. Thus Lei still firmly believed that Chen Ao was the sword god. Of course Chen Ao never admitted it. Rong Jun looked at Luofeng. You know that sword god? Luofeng nodded. Suddenly the same emotion appeared in both their eyes. I really envy you getting to fight such a strong opponent. Rong Jun recalled the helplessness of that day, his knuckles cracking. Come on, let me see your strength. All right. The 9 illusory swords attacked with unparalleled sharpness. Rong Jun, also stronger than his original counterpart, wielded the earth-splitting blade and slashed wildly. Boom, boom, boom. The golden illusory swords continuously struck Rong Jun's earth-splitting blade. Since Luofeng was a controller in this non-close combat, he didn't have to bear the recoil force. Thus each collision allowed him to gain an advantage. Haha, no wonder you're a disciple of that sword god. Your strength is truly impressive. Rong Jun laughed heartily. Then I'll go all out. Suddenly around Rong Jun no fewer than 9 phantom bodies appeared. Clearly this was the second level of the myriad thread stream. What? Seeing the 9 phantom bodies, Luofeng was greatly shocked. Actually, not only Luofeng but the observing immortals were also astounded. Being able to manifest 9 phantom bodies at the star level. No wonder he dared to claim his goal was the first place in the overall universe ranking. His comprehension of the spatial law is truly terrifying. He's going to lose. Although Luofeng is very strong, he hasn't crossed the threshold of spatial law. Facing Rong Jun's 9 phantom bodies, he has no defense. Initially, the observing immortals held great expectations for Luofeng, for he could effortlessly wield the first level of the divine arms, the phantom sword style. The 9 golden phantom swords, razor-sharp and unmatched, overwhelmed Rong Jun, leaving him utterly defenseless. But none anticipated that Rong Jun would directly unveil his spatial phantom body, which had already reached the 9-stream level. Defeated. I never imagined Rong Jun had concealed such depth. Indeed, no wonder he dared to claim his goal was to be ranked first in the universe. Luofeng was formidable, but Rong Jun was even stronger. Upon seeing the 9 phantoms, Luofeng's face revealed astonishment. According to Babada's explanation, Chen Ao had attained this level. As for Luofeng himself, he had only gained profound insight into the law of gold, but had yet to cross the threshold of the law of space. Yield. The 9 phantoms struck in unison, each confronting one of the phantom swords. Because they bore no recoil, the 9 phantoms effortlessly shattered Luofeng's 9 golden phantom swords. So powerful. This was Luofeng's first direct confrontation with spatial phantoms, and he was stunned by their overwhelming might. Ha, Luofeng, you are quite impressive. But if you have no more hidden cards, you have no chance. Rong Jun declared excitedly. The blow Chen Ao had dealt him was immense. Now he could regain some ground against Chen Ao's junior, and he genuinely felt elated. A rather petty mindset, but I must apologize to you, Luofeng. Sword God, before long I will challenge you again. No matter how many times I lose, the final victory will be mine. Rong Jun had already suppressed Luofeng with ease. As the arena shrank, Luofeng stood no chance at all. Even if Rong Jun made no move now, Luofeng was doomed. Rong Jun, do not underestimate me. Even in such a dire situation, the fighting spirit in Luofeng's eyes did not wane. Instead he kept pondering. Calm down, calm down. Suddenly Luofeng let out a mighty roar. Condense. In an instant, as if obeying a summons, the 9 phantom swords converged and coalesced into a single colossal golden phantom sword. What? Rong Jun was horrified. Impossible. How can a star-level cultivator execute the second form of the divine arms? The merging of the 9 small golden phantom swords into one massive golden phantom sword was the foundation for unleashing the second form, the sky-piercing style. Unbelievable. It must be a mere convergence. He cannot possibly wield the true sky-piercing style. There was a vast gap between forming a large golden phantom sword and actually employing the sky-piercing style. If only a convergence, its power would not be great. But if sky-piercing style. Sweat trickled down Luofeng's forehead as he roared. The pressure was immense. He could barely execute the sky-piercing style, far from being able to control it freely. He truly unleashed it. The youngsters of this generation are truly extraordinary. The immortals spoke one after another. Luofeng. Luofeng. The audience erupted once more, never expecting Luofeng to still have a hidden card. The massive golden phantom sword thrust straight at Rong Jun's true body, and those phantoms appeared fragile before it, unable to withstand the assault. Boom! Rong Jun's earth-splitting blade clashed violently with the colossal golden phantom sword. Rong Jun was sent flying backward, coughing up blood. Luofeng's face was equally pale. His mental strength could no longer bear the burden. A star-level cultivator could not use the second form, not only because of insufficient comprehension of the laws, but mainly due to inadequate mental power. His golden horned beast was at the universe level, and only by relying on his stronger will could he barely launch the attack. If it failed once, he lacked the strength for a second strike. Crack. The massive golden phantom sword quickly disintegrated, and due to Luo Feng's excessive mental consumption, even the fragmented small golden phantom swords could not be retrieved. Alas, Luo Feng should have won. Yes, just a little more. Luo Feng was a spiritualist. Without mental power, his combat prowess would plummet drastically. Though severely wounded Rong Jun could still attack. As the arena shrank, he effortlessly slew Luo Feng. I never expected the Sword Gods Jr. to be so formidable. Rong Jun muttered, gazing at his blurred chest. His victory was entirely due to luck. Soon Luo Feng exited the arena. Third brother, do not be discouraged. If not for the accident, the victory should have been yours. Yes, third brother, you are already incredibly strong. Luo Feng gave a bitter smile. Did they think he could not accept defeat? How could that be? Big brother, second brother, I am fine. But this battle has made me understand my shortcomings. Luo Feng felt that if he could cross the threshold of the fundamental law of space, he would have won easily. If he also possessed decent close combat prowess, he could have prevailed in the end. Unfortunately, there were no ifs. Comprehending the law of space is not something that can be achieved overnight. Therefore, I will first strengthen my close combat abilities. As in the original story, Luo Feng saw the benefits of close combat from Rong Jun's example. He believed that being well-rounded was better. Additionally, since Chen Ao was also a martial artist, he held a glimmer of expectation for the martial path. Luo Feng found Chen Ao. In reality, Chen Ao sat upon the rock as ever unchanged for eons, his legs seemingly fused with the stone. Senior, I wish to enhance my close combat abilities. Could you kindly guide me? Chen Ao looked at Luo Feng. There is no need. Luo Feng was puzzled. Wouldn't being well-rounded be better? You do not need to engage in life or death battles with anyone. What you need to do now is to comprehend the power of the laws. Even practicing the divine arms is merely a tool to help you understand the laws. Chen Ao continued, therefore, instead of spending time on the martial path, which offers little help, you would be better off devoting more time to comprehending the law of space. Even a single bit more insight will raise your upper limit of power. A strong person remains strong, excelling in one aspect is enough. Luo Feng fell silent, pondering Chen Ao's words. Chen Ao's meaning was clear. Not only walking the martial path, but even practicing as a spiritualist was unnecessary, unless it served a higher understanding of the laws. Taking a deep breath, Luo Feng quickly said, Senior, I understand. Wasting time for the sake of competition is truly not worthwhile. I am glad you understand. Although you are the chosen one and would succeed on any path, it would undoubtedly increase the cost of time. Luo Feng's face darkened instantly. Could he not speak properly? Why drag the chosen one into it again? The senior's tendency to act like a prophet seemed to be a sickness. Ahem, senior, in that case I shall not disturb you. I hope to face you in the finals. With that, Luo Feng departed. Although the senior was fine in many respects, constantly calling him the chosen one was unbearable. Young people know patience. Nevertheless, Chen Ao knew that Luo Feng's progress would be swift from now on. Soon the Slayer clan clone would take shape and Luo Feng would cross the threshold of the law of space. The only pity is that the 9 Tribulations Codex cannot be practiced by the Slayer clan, so Luo Feng's comprehension of the law of space may not surpass that in the original story. His understanding of the law of gold surpassed the original because the 9 Tribulations Codex brought the golden horned beast closer to the law of gold, but the Slayer clan did not enjoy such convenience. The arena competition concluded, granting a 3-day respite. 3 days later, the reincarnation tournament lasting 3 long years was to commence. Over those 3 years, many events unfolded. Ahong followed the time realm Lord Luo to wander the cosmos. Lei continuously enhanced his strength under the guidance of Old Man Fog. But Luo Feng underwent the greatest transformation. He could now perfectly execute the piercing heaven technique, reflecting a deeper comprehension of the gold law, amplifying his power several-fold. Moreover, Luo Feng in every dodging and maneuvering could perceive faint traces of phantom fluctuations. Clearly, Luo Feng was not far from stepping across the threshold of the space law. As for Chen Ao, aside from borrowing a bit of internet fee from Luo Feng, he remained inactive. Alas, the virtual universe charges exorbitant fees. Just wandering around in the virtual universe is fine, but Chen Ao needs the battle space, which costs a lot of universe coins every day. He had no money at all, so naturally he had to borrow. Venturing out was absolutely impossible. Not now nor ever. It was too dangerous. If not for the lifespan limit before reaching the immortal level, he would have planned to die of old age on Earth. Senior, it's been 3 years already. Luo Feng felt helpless. Why can I still not step across the threshold of the space law? Don't rush. You are the child of fortune. You will surely succeed. Luo Feng's face darkened. Can't we stop mentioning that? Senior, please give me some guidance. Babata could help him simulate various environments and find opponents, but could not help him comprehend the laws. At this time, Luo Feng did not know any strong experts. The only one he could rely on seemed to be Chen Ao. Didn't you say earlier that you were nurturing a Masha clan clone? Once the clone emerges, you'll be able to comprehend. Chen Ao could not teach either. His ability to comprehend the space law relied entirely on his Q skill. Hadn't he failed to comprehend even a single one of the 8 lower laws? Although there was also the factor that Chen Ao simply didn't want to comprehend it, at least showed that Chen Ao was not one of those monstrous geniuses who comprehend laws as easily as drinking water. Of course, that was under normal circumstances. If he entered a state of meditation, the situation would instantly change, his comprehension would undergo a dramatic boost. Seeing this, Luo Feng could only leave helplessly. On the last day of the reincarnation tournament, March 2nd, 2069, in the Chinese calendar, in an elegant reception room of a tall building on the floating island of Chenwu continent in the virtual universe, an old man in a plain white robe stood there slightly bowing as he said, "Blade Edge Marquis." Beside him stood a lean man clad in golden battle armor, his face covered with golden scales, a slightly curved golden horn like a scimitar on his forehead. He was like a world-splitting golden battle blade. Even in the virtual universe, the pressure contained in his consciousness was enough to shatter the consciousness of a universe-level expert. "Is this the Luo Feng you spoke of?" The golden-armored man looked at the screen. The screen was broadcasting an upcoming duel. "Yes, today is the last day of the reincarnation tournament, and this battle should be the most exciting one of the last day." The old man in plain white robe smiled. "Oh, you introduced him. Do you mean this little fellow has the potential to break into the top 10 of the universe rankings, or even first?" The golden-armored man asked back. "Blade Edge Marquis, just watch and you'll know," the white-robed elder said. On the screen, Luo Feng, clad in dark gray battle suit, and carrying a dark golden rod on his back, instantly engaged in combat with a short youth wielding 2 battle blades. Boom! The short youth dashed forward like lightning, instantly reaching Luo Feng. But with a whoosh, the stern-faced Luo Feng stepped on the dark cloud shuttle, golden streams swirling around it, and instantly transformed into a flash of golden light, easily evading. Go! Boom! A golden phantom sword appeared in midair, its speed skyrocketing within the spreading golden streams, and instantly struck toward the short youth. The short youth roared, his body erupting with green streams. He swung his 2 battle blades, his entire form transforming into a surging tidal wave, to meet the golden sword rainbow. Swish! The golden sword rainbow, in the moment of approach, made a nearly perfect E-shaped trajectory, grazing the edge of the opponent's blade, and directly slicing off his head. Luo Feng wins. In the reception room. "How is it?" The plain white-robed elder smiled. Not bad, really not bad." The golden-armored man nodded repeatedly. "This kid has grasped the essence of a spiritual master controller. He uses the 5th-level telekinetic weapon Dark Cloud Shuttle so effortlessly and perfectly, and his instantaneous burst during dodging is very fast and seems relaxed. The Yen Shenbing, infused with the comprehension of the gold origin law, unleashes attacks that are supremely yang and firm. Normally one can at most barely change direction, but he made the Yen Shenbing easily perform such a complex E-shaped trajectory in an extremely short distance. The 2nd level of the piercing heaven technique has reached perfection. His fundamentals are excellent. I know why you let me watch this video," the golden-armored man exclaimed. "It really surprised me. When he competed with Rong Jun, his flight dodging was clearly strenuous, his control was crude, and he relied purely on telekinetic force to forcibly control direction. But in the live broadcast of the reincarnation tournament just now, his control of the Dark Cloud Shuttle was very perfect. His manipulation of the Yen Shenbing has also improved astonishingly. He must have improved a lot in law comprehension. By the way, how long did the internal selection reincarnation tournament of your Chenwu universe country last?" the golden-armored man asked. "Less than 3 years. The white-robed elder said. "Less than 3 years. The golden-armored man couldn't help saying. Did this Luo Feng hide his strength when fighting Rong Jun? No, he fought 9,374 matches in the reincarnation tournament, and his progress match after match was very obvious. The white-robed elder sighed. Before the reincarnation tournament he was at most on par with Rong Jun, but in less than 3 years even Rong Jun is being overshadowed by him. The golden-armored man grinned. If he continues to improve during the peak showdown of many geniuses from 1,008 universe countries, he might have a chance to break into the top 10. But first place is simply impossible. After all, Boland's comprehension of the space law exceeded that of most realm lords, hailed as a genius born once in 10,000 eras. Such a person is almost invincible at the star level. While the 2 immortal beings from Chenwu Secret Realm and Virtual Universe Company were discussing, Luo Feng himself arrived at the preparation hall of Arena No. 00001. In the preparation hall. "He is Luo Feng. This Luo Feng. How is his progress so fast?" the teachers in the Secret Realm say. "Luo Feng can now rank first among our universe country's geniuses, even first in the universe." When the black-haired youth in dark gray battle suit appeared in the preparation hall, it immediately sparked a low murmur. During the nearly 3 years of the reincarnation tournament, Luo Feng had attracted the attention of many powerful figures with his astonishing rate of progress. "Madman!" A deep, powerful voice sounded. Luo Feng turned to look. It was the wild man Rong Jun, who was like a story high still with messy hair and bare feet. "Wild man!" Luo Feng also called out. "Haha, your progress over these 3 years has been really impressive, not a bit of slack." Rong Jun laughed. "With you ahead, how dare I slack off?" Everyone, enter the arena. The organizers from the Virtual Universe Company called out, and immediately the 1,000 geniuses walked along the passage into the arena. Today there were no spectators in the arena. The 1,000 extraordinary geniuses from various galaxies of the Chen Ao Universe country stood there looking at a giant ahead. The giant standing before the 1,000 most outstanding geniuses of the universe country was over 8 meters tall. The wild man Rong Jun beside him looked like a little doll. The giant war-scale armor and a battle helmet exuding a bloody aura. His eyes seemed like the gaze of death enveloping the group of geniuses. Holding their breath, sweat beads appeared on the foreheads of the 1,000 geniuses. In the virtual universe, just the consciousness alone is this terrifying. Chen Ao also couldn't control his body's tension. Cold sweat naturally seeped from his forehead. Under this pressure, cold sweat breaking out on the forehead was the body's conditioned reflex. Indeed, there are many strong ones. I'm nothing at all. Congratulations. The cold voice echoed in the arena. You 1,000 are the most outstanding in our Chen Ao Universe country selection, and you all have the qualification to represent our universe country, and compete with geniuses from many other universe countries. However, this peak showdown will be far more difficult than your previous battles. There are 1,008 universe countries, some of which have territories even more vast than our Chen Ao Universe country, with many more galaxies. Because each universe country's situation is different, the internal selection times also vary. So, the entire universe's human genius peak showdown will truly begin a year and a half later. This year and a half is your chance to improve yourselves. After saying this, the giant directly left. The other geniuses also left one by one. Only Rong Jun kept staring in the direction where Chen Ao had left. Luo Feng knew that Rong Jun had a fixation on Chen Ao, so he spoke up. Rong Jun the senior doesn't like fighting, but when we reach the finals there will definitely be a chance to meet. Rong Jun nodded. Over these 3 years, he had also hoped to have a rematch with Chen Ao through Luo Feng's introduction, but Chen Ao completely ignored him, and even called him crazy. He simply dares not admit that he is the sword god. How infuriating, but we will definitely meet in the finals. My progress over these 3 years has been great. It's not certain that I will lose to you again. Time continued to flow and another year passed. Luo Feng, having nurtured the Masha race clone, almost instantly crossed the threshold of the spatial laws. Under Babata's guidance, he made steady progress. As for Chen Ao, he remained seated on the stone motionless. September 5th, 2070. On this day, the finals of the Universe Genius Battle would commence. Across the continents and islands of the virtual universe, millions of peerless geniuses from the 1,008 universe countries were teleported to their respective gathering points. Above the Chen Ao continent, on a floating island, whoosh, Luo Feng appeared at the teleportation point. Mr. Luo Feng, please come this way. A cosmic-level warrior in work attire standing beside the teleportation point smiled, and pointed to a path beside him. Thank you. Luo Feng nodded with a smile and walked along the path. Moments later, Luo Feng saw a large plaza surrounded by beautiful flowers and plants, where a crowd of several hundred people had gathered. They were men and women of various appearances. At least a third of them had features relatively close to Earthlings, which were considered a mainstream appearance in the universe. Luo Feng is here. That madman. Many young men and women glanced over. These hundreds had all obtained quotas, as the Chen Ao Universe country was to send 1,000 geniuses. Luo Feng. Hey madman. Many among them greeted Luo Feng with smiles. Having participated in the cyclic battles, he had fought one-on-one with over 200 of them. Feng Luan. Patra. Luo Feng also greeted a few acquaintances with whom he had good relations. Luo Feng was extremely popular. In stark contrast, Chen Ao entered like a transparent figure. Almost no one recognized him. Only a few whom he had eliminated made it into the top 1,000, and by now they had little memory of Chen Ao. Moreover, Chen Ao had worn a mask at the time to avoid being identified. Compared to top geniuses like Luo Feng and Rong Jun, what was Chen Ao? Who would pay attention to Chen Ao? As time passed, one genius after another arrived and the crowd grew larger. The barbarian Rong Jun was among the later arrivals. Eventually all 1,000 geniuses gathered. They stood in a bustling crowd with many chatting and reminiscing about acquaintances from real life or battle. Luo Feng, you've improved a lot this past year, haven't you? I know you progress fast, said the barbarian youth Rong Jun, looking down at Luo Feng. Luo Feng turned and glanced at the 3-meter-tall barbarian. If you want to know, try me in the final showdown. So confident. The barbarian's eyes lit up. However, Rong Jun subconsciously glanced at Chen Ao in the corner. He was still so unsociable, completely transparent, to the point that even those closest to him didn't notice him. Facing Luo Feng, Rong Jun's eyes were filled with battle intent. But facing Chen Ao, Rong Jun was filled with wariness. Madman, are you and the sword god not on good terms? Rong Jun suddenly asked. Luo Feng was in the center of the crowd, while Chen Ao was at the edge. Logically, given their strength and the mutual admiration among geniuses, they should have been close. Luo Feng hesitated, then showed an awkward smile. That? That senior said if we meet, I should pretend not to know him and keep my distance. Rong Jun was puzzled. Why pretend not to know him? Chen Ao sensing the gazes of Luo Feng, and Rong Jun felt his scalp tingle. Don't look at me, you two great experts. If you both stare, won't I be exposed? It was likely that others would notice Chen Ao because of Luo Feng and Rong Jun's attention. Chen Ao immediately glared. Luo Feng and Rong Jun, who had been discussing him, sheepishly averted their eyes. They stopped discussing Chen Ao. Suddenly, boom. An intangible pressure enveloped the entire plaza. The 1,000 peerless geniuses all turned pale, their bodies trembling involuntarily. Then, following footsteps, a giant in scale armor and a helmet approached. The aura he exuded was like the arrival of death itself. The thick, bloody aura filled everyone with instinctive fear. The giant was over 8 meters tall, the same being from before. The 1,000 geniuses of the Chenwu Universe country. I am to lead you by the order of the sovereign. The giant's voice boomed. His eyes hidden beneath the helmet imposed immense pressure. You may address me as Lord 13. Understood. Understood. The 1,000 peerless geniuses replied in unison. What terrifying pressure, Chen Ao thought, cold sweat beating on his forehead. In reality, his willpower could shatter my soul instantly. Frightening. This once again made Chen Ao feel utterly insignificant. Keeping a low profile was the right choice. The 1,000 geniuses were like ants before the armored giant, naturally feeling fear. This was pure instinct beyond the control of even the strongest will. Luo Feng, Rong Jun. The armored giant's gaze fell on them. Lord 13, Rong Jun and Luo Feng bowed slightly. You two are the only ones in our Chenwu group with a sure chance of not being eliminated. The sovereign has high hopes for you. Do not disappoint him, understood? The armored giant said. Yes, Luo Feng and Rong Jun replied respectfully. The giant glanced at the others and said coldly. As for the rest, there's no hope. Many among the young geniuses clenched their fists. Luo Feng in the crowd frowned slightly. Can't you see how strong Chen Ao is? Blind. The barbarian Rong Jun also thought this person's judgment was poor. At least he had no confidence in defeating Chen Ao from 5 years ago. Chen Ao, however, was pleased. No one was paying attention to him. It wasn't that Lord 13 lacked authority, but that he hadn't paid attention to the preliminaries back then. Those who did care lacked sufficient authority. Thus Chen Ao slipped through the cracks. Don't be dissatisfied. Strength is not shown by words but by battle. The armored giant said coldly. Of course, you might also create miracles. In history, some geniuses who started ordinary suddenly exploded in the final showdown. The armored giant swept his gaze over the crowd, then changed the subject. All right, follow me. The group of peerless geniuses from the Chenwu Universe country had no choice but to endure. Then, under the lead of the armored giant Chen Ao, and the other 1,000 geniuses teleported to a newly created dimension in the virtual universe. This was a vast continent. Chen Ao and the others, including the armored giant, all 1,001 individuals appeared simultaneously on this land. Chenwu Universe country team ahead are 1,008 towers. Your team is assigned to Tower 0825. A white-robed, middle-aged man bowed respectfully to the armored giant. The armored giant grunted, then led the team flying toward the distance. Wow! 1,008 towers, one for each universe country's team. Looking from afar, the towers formed a ring. In the center of the ring was a beautiful flower-filled plaza. At that moment, over 100,000 young geniuses from various universe countries were strolling and chatting. Land! The armored giant's voice boomed. The Chenwu genius team descended quickly, landing at the edge of the plaza, then followed the path toward Tower 0825. The plaza had dedicated paths leading to each tower. Look, Tower 0825 belongs to the Chenwu Universe country. That must be their genius team. Rong Jun, the tall barbarian, is Rong Jun. Beside him is Luo Feng. They are very strong. Where are Rong Jun and Luo Feng? Luo Feng, Rong Jun. Many geniuses from other universe countries watched the Chenwu team from afar and began to discuss. By then the Chenwu team had followed the armored giant into Tower 0825. The first floor was spacious enough to accommodate 1,000 people. Boom! The powerful pressure reappeared, pressing down on the 1,000 geniuses. Luo Feng and everyone else turned to face the towering armored giant. The armored giant withdrew his pressure and said coldly, I have number plates from 1 to 1,000. Each of you take one and enter your respective rooms with it. That is where you will rest and stay. Then with a wave of the armored giant's hand, number plates floated down, landing before each person. The barbarian Rong Jun reached out and caught a plate with the number 1. Luo Feng also caught one with the number 2. All 1,000 geniuses took their plates. You are dismissed. You can rest in your rooms, or go to the plaza to mingle with geniuses from other countries. The armored giant scanned the 1,000 geniuses and said coldly, when it gets dark, the organizers of the Virtual Universe Company will summon you all. No matter where you are in this dimensional space, you will hear the announcement. Having said that, the armored giant strode out directly. The 1,000 geniuses of Chenwu finally relaxed. In small groups they took their plates, some chatting, some heading to find their rooms. The central plaza surrounded by the 1008 towers was enormous. Even 1,000,000 people would not feel crowded. The plaza was adorned with flowers, plants, and small ornamental animals everywhere. Large restaurants were scattered across the plaza. There were 99 restaurants in total, but geniuses from various countries could enter any except restaurant No. 1. Luo Feng frowned. Silence. The entire plaza fell quiet. Hundreds of thousands of geniuses from all universe countries almost simultaneously turned to look in one direction. Luo Feng also turned. From a distant tower a white-clad youth emerged. He was handsome but expressionless, like an iceberg carrying a blood-red long sword on his back. He walked toward the plaza. His icy eyes swept over the hundreds of thousands of peerless geniuses without any emotion. Death God. Death God Bo Lan. It's him. He is the undisputed first in the overall rankings. Murmurs arose from all over the plaza. Meanwhile the young howling god race youth in a black robe, the stunningly beautiful dream snail wing girl, the battle-clad prince of the Mankastar, the barbarian who seemed unbreakable, the 6-meter-tall fat man carrying a blood-colored axe, the green-haired youth with strange green patterns on his face. Throughout the plaza the true super-experts among the millions of geniuses all stared at the white-clad youth carrying the blood-red sword. Among these experts of course was Luo Feng, but not Chen Ao. Bo Lan. Luo Feng murmured, staring at the distant figure. Death God Bo Lan. Chen Ao also glanced at Bo Lan. This is my shield for the next 30-something years. Not bad, not bad. Bolan, the universally acknowledged super genius. His strength was well estimated to be several times greater than that of all the other millions of geniuses combined. Of course this did not include Chen Ao. Even Chen Ao himself did not know the extent of his own power. However, this did not prevent Chen Ao from keeping a low profile, because no matter how much power he possessed it was useless. He would still die if he encountered a realm lord. And how many beings above the realm lord level existed in the entire universe? Countless. So I must keep a low profile. Let others take the spotlight. In Chen Ao's plan, the one above who would shine was Bolan and the one below was Luo Feng. He would firmly occupy the middle position. Maintaining a rank slightly higher than Rong Jun is enough to get me into the arena battles. Welcome all of you to the Peak Genius War, hosted by our virtual universe company. A gentle voice reached every ear. Everyone looked up simultaneously. In the empty space ahead a man appeared clad in a cyan battle robe with purple scales on his head. He wore a smile, but standing in midair he resembled an ancient divine king. The naturally emanating aura caused the millions of young talents to involuntarily submit. Moreover, although they could see the cyan-robed man with their naked eyes, all the geniuses present felt as if that great supreme being existed in a different space from them. That distorted sense of time and space was deeply unsettling. From 1008 universe countries, each selecting 1,000, there are over 1,000,000 geniuses. The cyan-robed man stood in the void, looking down upon the millions of talents below, his voice gentle. Our virtual universe company will select the strongest 1,000 among you to join our core. The 1,000,000 of you will compete for these 1,000 slots. The rules are as follows. Tomorrow each of you will enter a trial space. Our virtual universe company has prepared over 1,000,000 trial spaces, one for each of you. The trial space contains 7 trial towers. Each trial tower has 7 floors. Begin with the first trial tower. After clearing all 7 floors of the first tower, proceed to the second tower, until you die and are ejected from the trial space. Your score will be calculated based on your performance in the trial space. The top 100 in points will be directly accepted into our virtual universe company's core, without further screening, taking 100 slots. Those ranked 101st to 7300th, a total of 7200 people, will then engage in arena battles to compete for the remaining 900 slots. As for those ranked below 7300th, all eliminated. The cyan-robed man's words made it clear. There were 1008,000 participants in total, which meant that a single trial space would eliminate over 1,000,000 people. The mysterious and powerful being representing the virtual universe company left after his brief introduction. Though bewildered, the 1,000,000 geniuses could only return to their buildings to rest. The next morning, everyone please prepare. A mass teleportation will commence shortly, sending all participants to their respective trial spaces. A crisp, pleasant voice echoed throughout the dimensional space. The geniuses in all the buildings had already risen, waiting for the initial elimination. Elimination first, then battle. However, in terms of cruelty, the elimination trial was undoubtedly more heart-wrenching. Good luck. Do your best. In the first floor lobby of building 0825, many geniuses from the Chenwu Universe Kingdom exchanged blessings. It was too brutal. The first wave eliminated over 1,000,000 people. Of the 1000 talents present, perhaps fewer than 10 would remain. Luo Feng, good luck. Feng Luan, keep it up. Luo Feng exchanged encouragements with the green-haired youth Feng Luan. Meanwhile, Chen Ao remained at the tail end of the rankings, unknown to those ahead, and ignored by those behind. He simply stood there in silence. Boom! An invisible strange force descended upon the entire dimensional space, instantly teleporting all 1008000 young geniuses within it. The immortal beings in the space, along with the restaurant staff and others, were completely unaffected. This was a massive, roughly rectangular meteorite nearly 100 kilometers long, floating in the cosmic starry sky. Whoosh! Chen Ao appeared on the meteorite and looked around. In the distance there were tiny stars and lifeless ordinary planets not too far away. He couldn't help but marvel. The virtual universe created millions of trial spaces, and each one feels so real. On this drifting meteorite 7 trial towers were built. Each trial tower was as towering as a mountain, over 10 kilometers high and several kilometers wide. The 7 trial towers occupied different positions on the massive meteorite. Chen Ao looked down at his wrist, where a screen displayed information just like the preliminary selection in the Chenwu Universe Kingdom. Participant Chen Ao, Chenwu Universe Kingdom. Points 0. Rank none. Trial space ID 0279878. The trial space contains 7 trial towers, each with 7 floors. The first trial tower awarded a maximum of 100,000 points per floor. Clearing all 7 floors could yield up to 700,000 points. The second trial tower awarded a maximum of 100,000 points per floor. Clearing all 7 floors could yield up to 700,000 points. The fourth trial tower awarded a maximum of 10 million points per floor. Clearing all 7 floors could yield up to 70 million points. The seventh trial tower awarded a maximum of 100 billion points per floor. Clearing all 7 floors could yield up to 700 billion points. Note: once you die, the trial ends. There are 2 ways to pass each floor. 1. Kill all targets on that floor for the maximum points and be directly teleported to the next floor. 2. If you fail to kill all targets but survive for 10 days, you will be teleported to the next floor to continue the trial. When all participants are dead, the trial ends and the final rankings are determined. Chen Ao had applied to change his name in the middle. Using a pseudonym forever was not ideal. In the Chenwu Universe Kingdom, who would care about some obscure figure named Chen Ao? There was no recognition at all. He had worn a mask during the domestic preliminaries, so no one recognized him. The virtual universe was quite accommodating. It recognized life imprints and didn't mind name changes. Of course, no one noticed him during this process. Thus, whether from Black Dragon Mountain or the Asan Empire, both would overlook his existence. The former never knew of such a person from the start, and the latter could no longer find the name Oli Gei. At that moment, Luofeng had already made a plan to remain dormant for a very long time, then burst forth in one go. His comprehension of space laws still lagged behind Rongjun, so he intended to use the time during these tower challenges to cultivate and accumulate strength. Chen Ao had his own plan as well. He paid attention to no one but Rongjun. Whenever Rongjun passed a floor, he would do the same. No more, no less. In the meantime, Luofeng discovered a Zerg mother nest and directly went to question Babata. In the end, the matter was left unresolved. However, having such a ticking time bomb made Luofeng even more concerned about improving his strength. Perhaps what the senior said is true. Earth needs me to protect it with ever-increasing power. He had never taken the idea of being chosen by fate seriously, but Earth indeed needed a strong guardian. Perhaps he had to step up. In the virtual universe on the central square, 1008 immortal beings sat casually in various places. The trial space elimination was not broadcast to the entire universe. Only the ranking changes were made public. The final arena battles, however, would be broadcast openly. But the immortal beings of each universe country had the authority to watch the trial progress of every participant. This Bolin is indeed ruthless. He rushed to first place right away. Indeed, so fast. Bolin's points are rising astonishingly, leaving the second place far behind. 13. Your Chenwu Universe Kingdom's Rongjun is not bad either. He's currently ranked 5th. The 1008 powerful immortals could easily see the leaderboard and watch the trials. They represented their respective universe countries and naturally hoped their own geniuses would shine brighter. It was a matter of face. For beings with eternal lifespans, face and dignity were very important. Not bad. The giant in scale armor nodded slightly, sitting on the wide chair staring at the screen before him. Rongjun. He directly opened Rongjun's current trial live stream. The wild young man barefoot moved with a strange, astonishingly fast pace, wielding a war blade to effortlessly slice through the feathered, furry, three-eyed lion like monstrous beasts. Flying snipers. A rare smile appeared on the face of the giant in scale armor. But soon 13's smile grew even more delighted, for he discovered someone following closely behind Rongjun, with a very small gap in points. In fact, the difference was only a few beast kills. And this person was also from the Chenwu Universe Kingdom. Who is this Chen Ao? 13 was a bit stunned. He had never heard of him before. When his subordinates reported earlier, no one had mentioned this Chen Ao. Yet judging by Chen Ao's speed in clearing the towers, he was not much slower than Rongjun, directly securing the 6th position. 13's smile widened. Haha, 13 is actually smiling. How many years has it been since I last saw him smile? Of course he smiles. His Chenwu Universe Kingdom suddenly has 2 in the top 10. 13 paid no heed to the other immortals' remarks. He carefully observed Rongjun and Chen Ao. Rongjun's performance was within his expectations. Chen Ao was a complete surprise. I didn't expect there to be a little one hiding so deep. Let's see how far you can go. After saying that, 13 turned his gaze to Luofeng. Upon seeing Luofeng, he frowned slightly. This Luofeng is really treating the trial space as a place to cultivate. However, unlike the anger in the original story, Luofeng had displayed strength worthy of contending for the top 10 or at least the top 20. So 13 wasn't bothered by Luofeng's slowness. Luofeng's speed remained as sluggish as in the original tale, yet the crowd now regarded him with a glimmer of hope rather than reproach. For the power he had displayed was formidable. As time flowed on, Luofeng's prowess within the trial space grew ever more formidable, until he directly attained the 9-line flow, manifesting over 20 phantom bodies. Tisk tisk 13, this Luofeng is even stronger than you claimed. You only mentioned his profound comprehension of the gold essence law, but not that his mastery of space law had reached such a level. No wonder 13 showed no urgency, he had already planned this. 13 smiled. Few remained in the trial space, yet Luofeng had demonstrated such strength that his future ranking would surely be high. Berlan has erupted. Berlan is wounded. Someone exclaimed in shock. Because he was the first and only one to enter the 7th trial tower, Berlan was under constant watch. At that moment, Berlan unleashed his full power, countless phantom bodies intertwining. Simultaneously, Rongjun, whose strength was no less than that of the original tale, had also reached the 7th floor of the 6th trial tower. Rongjun's rank was 2nd. As for 3rd, it was unquestionably Chen Ao. Under the sole assault of the Zerg Queen, Rongjun ceaselessly slew Zerg warriors one after another. Yet soon Rongjun could no longer hold on and was slain. At the same time, Chen Ao stood frozen in place, torn apart by the Zerg warriors. Almost in succession, Chen Ao followed Rongjun out of the trial tower. Heavens, I knew this Rongjun was strong from the start, but I never imagined he would be this formidable. Nonsense. Each trial tower represents a qualitative leap. Though Rongjun and Berlan are only one floor apart, the gap in strength is at least 100-fold. As for Chen Ao, though strong with no 1st and no 2nd, Berlan had fought his way to the 7th trial tower, while Rongjun battled fiercely in the 6th. The 3rd-ranked Chen Ao was naturally overlooked. After Chen Ao emerged, only 4 remained in the trial tower, one of whom was Luofeng. Luofeng was still within the 5th trial tower. Yet the power he had displayed was already exceedingly formidable, even surpassing Rongjun by a considerable margin. Luofeng. This is our Luofeng from Black Dragon Mountain. Luofeng charge into the top 10, seize the 1st place. Countless voices cheered. Unsurprisingly, Berlan had stolen the spotlight earlier, but Luofeng, with his steady, yet explosive display, once again became the center of attention. Who was 3rd? Soon it would no longer matter, wouldn't it? That fellow, who was he? Chen Ao's lips curled into a faint smile. This was exactly the effect he wanted. Neither outstanding nor conspicuous. And Chen Ao himself did not notice that Rongjun had been watching him all along. Gazing at Chen Ao, Rongjun was filled with bewilderment. Why did this man seem different from the others? He could not believe that Chen Ao was weaker than him. In fact, the pressure Chen Ao exerted was even greater than Berlan's. Yet Chen Ao remained ranked behind him. Rongjun observed Chen Ao for a good while, but soon he was startled by Luofeng's performance. Even Rongjun's gaze was drawn to Luofeng, let alone the others. In the end, Luofeng also fought his way to the 7th trial tower. Though his result was slightly inferior to Berlan's, he was undeniably the 2nd. As for those ranked 37th, all were stuck in the 6th trial tower. Of course, the 3rd and 4th, Rongjun and Chen Ao, had both died on the 7th floor of the 6th tower. They were stronger than the trio ranked 5th to 7th, but there was no fundamental gap. Luofeng and Berlan had become the focus of everyone. For the quality of this year's genius competition was exceptionally high. 3 had reached the 9-line flow and Berlan had even achieved the 100-line flow. Among Luofeng, Rongjun, and Chen Ao, the 3 who had attained the 9-line flow, Chen Ao had the most phantom bodies, over 40, while Rongjun and Luofeng each had over 20. The other's impression of Chen Ao was that his utilization was too crude, or otherwise he should have had a chance to reach the 7th trial tower. Only the 9-sword venerable frowned slightly. Though Chen Ao had displayed over 40 phantom bodies, why did he feel that Chen Ao had not given his all? If he hadn't given his all, that didn't make sense either. Who would be crazy enough to do such a thing? It must be that this kid's utilization is so crude that it's unbearable to behold, causing me to have an illusion. That day, the million eliminated geniuses were all teleported away. Only 6 people remained in building 0825, 1 immortal leader and 5 young men. The next morning, including Luofeng and Rongjun, 7300 geniuses, gathered in the central plaza. Suddenly an intangible aura enveloped the entire plaza, compelling all 7300 human elite geniuses to instinctively feel submissive. Everyone looked up to see the familiar figure in midair. He wore a cyan battle robe that seemed ordinary yet exuded a profound aura. His head was adorned with purple scales, and a faint smile always lingered on his face. Yet when his gaze swept across the crowd, no one dared to meet his eyes. The nine-sword venerable. All 1008 powerful immortals bowed in unison with utmost respect. The trial is over. First, congratulations to the top 100 trial participants. You have earned the qualification to enter the core of the Virtual Universe Company. Now, if anyone is unwilling, speak up. Our Virtual Universe Company will never force anyone. The cyan-robed, purple-scaled man's voice was ethereal, echoing in every ear and mind. Silence. No one spoke. Good, very good. The cyan-robed, purple-scaled man nodded with satisfaction. For ranks 101 to 7300, these 7200 trial participants, the Virtual Universe system has automatically arranged arena battles for you, based on your performance in the trial space. Those who win 3 consecutive battles will obtain a spot. The losers are eliminated. With 7200 people, 1 battle eliminates half and 3 consecutive battles leave only 900. Together with the previous 100, that makes 1000 spots. Congratulations to you all. The ethereal voice entered the minds of the 1000 people. Everyone noticed that the cyan-robed, scale-clad man had appeared before them. You are the 1000 most outstanding among the 1088 universe nations of the entire human race in this genius competition. Our Virtual Universe Company will spare no effort in training you. If anyone does not wish to join the Virtual Universe Company, speak now. Silence. No one replied. Good. Excellent. However, you should understand that competition exists forever in the universe. There is competition everywhere. You 1000 cannot all receive the same treatment or the same training resources. Even our Virtual Universe Company dares not waste precious resources like that. The cyan-robed, purple-scaled man smiled. Let me announce the details. Among you 1000, those ranked 101st to 1000th will receive a bonus of 10 mixed element units, be allowed to enter the initial universe for enlightenment, and join the core end times secret realm of our Virtual Universe Company. Those ranked 11th to 100th will receive a bonus of 100 mixed element units, be allowed to enter the initial universe for enlightenment, and join the core, heaven and earth secret realm of our Virtual Universe Company. Those ranked 3rd to 10th will receive a bonus of 1000 mixed element units, be allowed to enter the initial universe for enlightenment, and join the core, primordial beginning secret realm of our Virtual Universe Company. The 1st and 2nd will receive a bonus of 1000 mixed element units, be allowed to enter the initial universe for enlightenment, and join the core, primordial secret realm of our Virtual Universe Company. Normally, the primordial secret realm only accepts 1 participant per session. However, since your batch is of exceptional quality, the highest echelons of the Virtual Universe Company have decided after deliberation to grant your session 2 spots for the primordial secret realm. Silence. Most of the 1000 peerless geniuses were puzzled. What did the end times secret realm, heaven and earth secret realm, primordial beginning secret realm, and primordial secret realm actually mean? Yet everyone could tell that the primordial secret realm was undoubtedly the best place. You 1000 still have differing strengths, so the resources you receive cannot all be the same. Tomorrow the arena battles will begin to determine the final rankings. The cyan-robed, purple-scaled man's voice echoed ethereally in every mind. The battle rules have already been transmitted to each of you. Rest well today. Boom. After speaking, the cyan-robed, purple-scaled man vanished directly. Only then did the 1008 powerful immortals begin to discuss among themselves. The primordial secret realm. This session actually takes in 2. I thought the primordial secret realm spot was definitely reserved for that little fellow named Berlan. Who knew there would be an extra spot? The Virtual Universe Company rarely shows such generosity. While the great immortals were talking, Luophone and the other 1000 looked down at their wrist screens where the transmitted battle rules had already arrived. Luophone frowned as he read. The rules are as follows. In the just concluded 3rd elimination, round 900 geniuses were determined. Based on their performance in the trial space and the 3 elimination battles, the Virtual Universe System has selected the optimal 100 from these 900. They are Galaxy Carpenter, Lasha, Lashur, Udavisk. These 100, together with the top 100 from the trial space who obtained their spots earlier, 200 in total, will engage in one-on-one battles. The victorious 100 will gain entry into the Heaven and Earth secret realm. The remaining 900 will all enter the End Times secret realm. Among the victorious 100 of the Virtual Universe System will select the optimal 20 who will then engage in one-on-one battles to determine the top 10. The top 10 will have the right to enter the Primordial Beginning secret realm. From the top 10, the 1st and 2nd will be selected to enter the Primordial secret realm. A detailed battle list is attached. Luophone thought to himself, this rule is really quite arbitrary. It actually lets the Virtual Universe System select 100 from those 900 to battle the top 100. It seems the Virtual Universe Company has absolute trust in their Virtual Universe System. Anyway, it doesn't matter much to me. I have the qualification to fight. How can this be? They won't even give us a chance to fight. This is too much. This is placing too much faith in the Virtual Universe System. In the central plaza, the other peerless geniuses erupted in uproar. This battle rule directly excluded 800 of the 1000 from contention. They were not even given a chance to show their strength. Naturally, this made many of the geniuses present feel extremely displeased and disgruntled. Virtual Universe Company. A sharp, piercing voice suddenly rang out, causing even Luo Feng's ears to feel uncomfortable. He turned to look. Amidst the crowd, a youth over 5 meters tall, gaunt all over, with a vertical eye in the center of his forehead, wore a ferocious expression. His 3 eyes blazed with madness as he shrieked. I am absolutely certain I can break into the top 100, even the top 20. On what grounds? On what grounds does the virtual universe system directly exclude me? I do not accept this. I do not accept it. Unfair. It's unfair. Others also shouted. This is not fair. If we truly fight, whoever loses is eliminated. That's fair. Otherwise, we refuse to accept this. More than a dozen young men from various universe nations joined the outcry. Luo Feng, the wildman Rongjun, and the other 200 who were on the list remained relatively calm. Aside from the excited and frantic 3-eyed youth, the other 800 were mostly unconvinced. Silence! What are you doing? All of you shut up! Many of the 1008 powerful immortals in the distance roared in anger. At the same time, their terrifying conscious pressure spread out, directly pressing down on the 800. The young geniuses from various races turned pale, their bodies trembling slightly, legs shaking uncontrollably. Slap! Finally someone could not bear it and fell to their knees. Then one by one, slap! 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 All were forced to kneel. The 800 knelt. Rumble. The 1008 powerful immortals appeared before the group of geniuses, looking down upon the kneeling crowd. I do not accept. I do not accept. Among the kneeling crowd, the 3-eyed youth supported himself with his arms on the ground, veins bulging like twisted earthworms, his head raised as he roared. Idiot! Among the 1008 powerful immortals, the giant in scale armor gave the 3-eyed youth a cold glance. At that moment, a majestic ethereal voice rang out. If you have objections to the battle rules set by the virtual universe system, you may choose not to join our virtual universe company. Our company will not force anyone to participate. The voice echoed between heaven and earth, causing the 800 geniuses, still on the ground, to change color. That's too harsh. The other 200 standing nearby, including Luo Feng, the wildman Rongjun, and the Grim Reaper Berlan, were also taken aback. So that's the reply. The 800 geniuses could not believe it. The 3-eyed youth also wore an expression of utter disbelief. Yes, he was a true top-tier genius, the number 1 in his home universe nation. He had always been a child of destiny, valued even by the universe nation's lord, and his opinions were often taken seriously by many immortals. In his view, the rules were far too excessive and his demand should have been granted. Yet the reply from the virtual universe company was, if you disagree, you can withdraw. No one forces you to join. It was that simple. What utter foolishness! Among the 1008 immortals, one with long flowing black hair looked coldly at the kneeling 800 and spoke with contempt. Do you little brats think you can change the battle rules decided by the highest echelons of the virtual universe company? How presumptuous! If that little fellow, the Grim Reaper Berlan, were to offer an opinion, perhaps it would be taken seriously. For he has long been deemed worthy of the primordial secret realm as a member. An old man with a head full of silver scales, shrouded in a white robe, looked at the 3-eyed youth. As for you, on the outermost layer of the core, you dare to say you are not convinced? Little ones, remember this. You may be the most outstanding geniuses in your respective universe nations, but in the virtual universe company, a genius competition for the stellar level is held every 10,000 years alongside a powerhouse competition for the universe level. Within the virtual universe company, geniuses are countless and powerhouses are as numerous as clouds. It is better for you to keep a low profile. Going against the highest decisions is a grave taboo. The 1008 immortals knew well that these geniuses were indeed each gifted with extraordinary talent, but geniuses often had pride and eccentric temperaments. The path to the summit was fraught with hardships. If they always harbored such arrogance, they would easily fail and fall. Thus, giving these geniuses a severe blow was also beneficial. Hearing the words of the 1008 immortals, the other geniuses fell into contemplation. Meanwhile, Luo Feng and Rongjun subconsciously glanced at Chen Ao, the least conspicuous figure in the crowd. In that instant, they seemed to understand many things. Chen Ao was slightly startled. Why are they looking at me again? This is making me stand out. Next came the ranking battles. Everyone strove to advance further. As for the 2 primal secret realm slots at the very front, most had already reached a consensus in their minds. Because only 2 people had managed to breach the 7th trial tower. The difficulty of the 7th trial tower was incomparable to that of the 6th. Thus even Rongjun, who ranked 3rd, and Chen Ao, who ranked 4th, had no qualification to contend with Bolan and Luo Feng for the primal secret realm slots. Match after match ensued. The virtual universe selected contestants by pitting those with the longest and shortest combat durations against each other. Soon the top 10 were left: Bolan, Luo Feng, Rongjun, Chen Ao, and 6 others. Next they faced off against Ai Chun Jiang Mwuka and Gu Siluo respectively. The top 5 emerged Bo Lan Luofeng Rong Jun Chen Ao and Long Yun. Unexpected that 2 of the top 5 are usually low-key. Indeed Chen Ao and Long Yun were virtually unknown before yet they've made it to the top 5. The top 5 would then battle in a round-robin format, each contesting 4 matches. The top 2 would enter the highest level Primal Secret Realm, while the remaining 3 would have to go to the Primordial Beginning Secret Realm along with the other 5. Now the first match begins. The order of combat mattered little. They would all have to fight anyway. In his very first match Chen Ao was pitted against Bo Lan. It was almost a complete stomp, well a stomp in the other direction. Bo Lan merely drew his sword in an instant and pierced Chen Ao through. The disparity in their strength was stark and evident. Chen Ao seemed utterly unable to react in time. The gap is too vast. Bo Lan's strength is overwhelming. Though Chen Ao's prowess is only average among the top 5, he is still a top 5 contender yet. He couldn't even withstand a single sword strike. Only Luofeng and Rong Jun widened their eyes incredulously. How could it be? Even if Chen Ao was inferior to Bo Lan, he should not be utterly defenseless. Even they could mount a defense. In their view Chen Ao and Bo Lan ought to have engaged in a fierce battle. What is the senior thinking? What is this sword god playing at? Facing their suspicious gazes Chen Ao waved his hand dismissively. Bo Lan is too strong. You all need to be careful too. Having said that he stood up again, awaiting the others' battles. Long Yun faced Luofeng. In the original timeline, relying on his martial artist advantage, he dragged the battle until the arena shrank and managed to defeat Luofeng by sheer luck. But this time was different. Having fully mastered the second form of the sky-piercing strike, Luofeng's attack power was formidable. He easily pierced through Long Yun's defenses and slew him. Next Luofeng encountered Chen Ao. Senior, I finally have the chance to truly fight you. Luofeng was visibly excited. Chen Ao had been the target he aspired to surpass over the years. He had worked tirelessly for this moment. Now standing here he felt like a student who had studied diligently for an entire semester awaiting the final exam. Chen Ao was speechless. I told you you're the child of destiny. You'll surpass me sooner or later. Luofeng frowned. With so many people around, was it really appropriate to say such things? Also, we've never met before, have we? Luofeng. He took a deep breath. Though Chen Ao seemed a bit flippant, he still held high expectations for Chen Ao's strength. Senior, I'm making my move. Sky-piercing strike. From the very beginning Luofeng unleashed his strongest technique. He believed this was the proper respect to show Chen Ao. Chen Ao shook his head. It seemed he had to fight after all. He raised his sword unhurriedly and firmly blocked Luofeng. Chen Ao was sent flying backward, but he did not fall. Seeing that he had repelled Chen Ao, excitement blazed in Luofeng's eyes. Senior, if you don't strike back now, you'll lose your chance. I'm striking. Boom, boom, boom. One after another massive golden phantom swords hurtled toward Chen Ao, battering him into a sorry state. He even began to spit blood. Clearly Luofeng had gained the upper hand. Luofeng's eyes gleamed with even greater fervor. Just a little more effort. He seemed only one step away from defeating Chen Ao and proving the fruits of his hard work. But soon Luofeng noticed the arena was shrinking. Meanwhile Chen Ao still seemed to require one more strike to be defeated. This battle furrowed many brows. Chen Ao's defense is too formidable. Indeed, having been attacked so many times by a spiritual mind master, each strike capable of shattering a planet, yet Chen Ao still holds on. Time was running short and the arena was shrinking. Yet Chen Ao still appeared to be just one strike away from defeat. After all, he had coughed up so much blood, his entire body drenched in it. There was no reason he could hold on much longer. Soon, very soon. Just one more strike, just one more. Luofeng grew increasingly anxious. But something was off. He couldn't pinpoint what was wrong, but with the arena now less than 3 meters across, the two were almost pressed together. Even Luofeng's massive golden phantom sword could no longer be deployed. The phantom sword was too large for the arena. Suddenly an utterly ordinary sword pierced Luofeng's heart. At such close range Chen Ao didn't even need to move to skewer him. Good thing the arena shrank, or I wouldn't have held out. Chen Ao flashed a triumphant grin. Luofeng looked at that smile, sensing something strange. But he had indeed lost. Soon Luofeng and Chen Ao were sent out. Rong Jun stared at them oddly, also sensing something amiss. In his view Chen Ao's strength was formidable, especially his attacks, which were elusive and unpredictable. Yet this time Chen Ao had done nothing but defend. Apart from the final thrust, he hadn't launched a single attack, as if he were incapable of countering. This is wrong, terribly wrong. Rong Jun frowned. Could it be that Chen Ao as a senior intended to guide Luofeng the junior and thus refrained from attacking? Everyone, even Luofeng himself, had the impression that Chen Ao's defense was extraordinary, but his overall strength was merely average. If not for the shrinking arena, perhaps the next strike would have seen Chen Ao defeated by Luofeng. This is the second time Luofeng has suffered from the shrinking arena, isn't it? The arena battle is indeed unfair to controllers. Chen Ao's luck is too good. I can see that Luo Feng's strength far surpasses his. If it were a one-on-one deathmatch, Chen Ao would surely be the one to die. Several immortals frowned. They also believed Chen Ao had won through defense, but why was his defense so formidable? The strongest among them were only ordinary king-level immortals, most being marquis level. They had not yet attained a profound mastery of the spatial laws. After all, mastering any one of the 3 spatial killing techniques would elevate one to high-ranking king level, and they clearly had not reached that realm. Only the 9 Swords Venerable chuckled. This little fellow is interesting. With such crude application, he used his illusory body to withstand attacks. If not for having enough illusory bodies, he would have lost long ago. In his eyes, Chen Ao had already attained the 100-line flow, but his execution was extremely poor. It must be because he has no teacher. Should I take him in? Reaching the 100-line flow through self-cultivation alone. If guided by him, the youth might one day rival Bo Lan. But even if he became a king-level immortal, it seemed rather ordinary. He hesitated. Long Yun met a tragic fate. Originally destined to enter the primordial universe, he was crushed by the other 4. Even Chen Ao, whom he barely regarded, unexpectedly killed him. This guy is too treacherous. I should have chosen a longer weapon and stabbed him to death. This time Chen Ao chose an exceptionally long sword, and in the end he managed to kill Long Yun by relying on the longer reach. Once again, countless people sighed in amazement. Why did every match involving Chen Ao always turn out so bizarre? The final battle was between Chen Ao and Rong Jun. Rong Jun had already lost to Luo Feng. If Chen Ao lost, then Rong Jun, Chen Ao, and Luo Feng would engage in a 3-way melee to determine the second quota for the primordial secret realm. If Chen Ao won, he would enter the primordial secret realm directly. Finally, I meet you again. 5 years. Do you know how I've endured these 5 years? Flames blazed in Rong Jun's eyes. For 5 years I've thought of nothing but defeating you. Chen Ao looked at him strangely. Have we met before? Rong Jun. Why? Suddenly he felt like a man who had secretly loved someone for 10 years only to be asked, "Who are you?" All his fervor was doused like a bucket of cold water. You must be mistaken. We've never met before. Rong Jun. Impossible. You are that sword god. I would never mistake you. Are you sure? Chen Ao brandished his sword. Unlike the slender blade back then, Chen Ao was now wielding a massive greatsword, and it was huge. Rong Jun was stunned. How could the weapon be different? But according to Luo Feng's account, this Chen Ao should be the sword god he was searching for. You two stop dawdling and fight. Others usually exchanged a few words, but these two seemed to be catching up on old times. And worst of all, Rong Jun might have mistaken his target. How awkward could it get? Rong Jun took a deep breath. I don't think I'm mistaken. Regardless, let me see your true strength. Of course. With that, Rong Jun raised his earth-splitting blade and charged at Chen Ao. Earlier, Rong Jun had already demonstrated his prowess. His movement was swift, but his blade techniques were even more formidable. Rong Jun raised his blade high and continuously hacked at Chen Ao. But at some point Chen Ao suddenly thrust his sword, piercing Rong Jun's shoulder. The sword went straight through the arm that wielded the blade. This is a secret art you created yourself, isn't it? Too crude. I can see the flaws immediately. Rong Jun looked at his pierced shoulder and collapsed weakly. He lost the ability to lift his blade. Chen Ao easily flicked Rong Jun away with his sword and won. It's far too early to create your own secret art. You're obsessed with its smoothness and power, but you never considered that this art has too many vulnerabilities. Chen Ao shook his head and sighed as if looking at a disobedient student. This scene also astonished many. Why was this match so strange as well? Flaws in a self-created secret art. Rong Jun and Chen Ao left the arena. Rong Jun seemed still trapped in the moment when his shoulder was pierced. Those immortals also nodded. Indeed, it's too early to create secret arts now. How many secret arts has he even seen? He doesn't understand that the first principle of a secret art is not power but the absence of obvious flaws. Otherwise, no matter how strong the secret art, what use is it? Many immortals supported Chen Ao and opposed Rong Jun's self-created secret art. This time, even the immortals who had favored Rong Jun's self-created secret art did not speak up to explain, because if someone of the same level sees your flaw and kills you in one blow, that is the ultimate sin. Proves your error and your weakness. However, many immortals also felt something was off. You, the one with the crudest secret art, actually dare to criticize others for being crude. The 9 Swords Venerable, who had been drinking, sprayed out his wine. This little fellow is truly interesting. He sure knows how to scold others. Nevertheless, the quota for this time was decided. The ones who obtained the primordial secret realm quota were Bo Lan and Chen Ao. That Chen Ao is just too lucky. He wins every time by sheer luck. Otherwise, how could the primordial secret realm quota ever fall to him? I also think Luo Feng is stronger than him. Chen Ao doesn't deserve to enter the primordial secret realm. Don't say that. Except for Bo Lan and Long Yun, the other 3 are very close in strength. Whoever goes to the primordial secret realm will be controversial. When Long Yun heard this person's words, he glared. Qian Shui saw Long Yun's glare and stuck out her tongue, caught gossiping behind his back. How embarrassing. Long Yun was gnashing his teeth. He had thought hiding his true strength would pay off, but unexpectedly, he was defeated before he could even use it. So frustrating, but on second thought it didn't matter. After all, Rongjun and Luofeng, who had defeated him, could only enter the Primordial Beginning's secret realm. You're only a step ahead. Once I enter the Primordial Beginning's secret realm, I will surpass all of you. Looking at Chen Ao, Long Yun was filled with disdain. This guy was just lucky. He was already stronger than him, now no need for extra surpassing. Looking at Bolan, that was his true goal. Bolan, just wait. Before long I will be stronger than you. And thus the genius battle came to an official end. 1,000 geniuses and 1,008 powerful immortals stood in the central plaza listening to the azure-robed purple-scaled man speak. First and second, third to 10th, 11th to 100th, 101st to 1,000th. These 4 levels have all been selected. The current pinnacle genius selection battle of the universe's human race has come to a perfect conclusion today. The azure-robed purple-scaled man smiled. You are a very outstanding batch. I believe that in dozens or hundreds of epochs, many of you will become famous across the entire universe. Later someone will contact you and take you to the headquarters of my virtual universe company in the universe. There you will gather and then proceed to the initial universe. From now on your path will no longer be ordinary. My virtual universe company will fully support you. As for whether you become a super existence that shakes the universe an ordinary strong one or fall midway, it all depends on you. Strive hard. Your path of the strong has only just begun. The azure-robed purple-scaled man's voice echoed in everyone's mind. The genius battle ended. Both the lofty 9 swords venerable and the 1,008 powerful immortals left directly. But Luofeng and the other 1,000 young people remained because a staff member nearby shouted, "Please don't leave yet. Regarding taking you to the headquarters of my virtual universe company, there are still some matters to discuss with you." According to the virtual universe company's requirements, the many geniuses reported their addresses one by one, and then the virtual universe company arranged spaceships to pick them up uniformly. Even though the geniuses from various universes were far apart, it would take only 3 years to transport all of them to the original universe. At the same time, the prize money corresponding to the rankings was fully allocated. Using this money, Chen Ao smoothly purchased an auxiliary intelligent lifeform. Chen Ao named it Omega. Omega, can I now enter the internal treasure vault of the virtual universe company? Money didn't matter to Chen Ao. What he cared about was the treasure vault inside the virtual universe company. Master Omega is querying for you. A soft voice sounded. Soon Omega helped him open the internal treasure vault. Chen Ao directly entered the keyword, special lifeform. His active skill queue allowed him to enter a spatial dimension which helped him comprehend the laws of space and could hide up to 4 individuals. The passive skill allowed him to harvest 3 lifeforms similar to avatars. These avatars were not connected through the soul but through the system. Even if 2 avatars stood together, no one would think they were avatars. They would be considered different individuals. Currently Chen Ao was seeking a special lifeform avatar. His human body had a base gene factor of 5 times an opportunity he obtained on Earth back then, which increased his life gene factor. This was the foundation. Similarly, his R skill, the ultimate move Highland Bloodline, not only added buffs but also had a passive effect. It could enhance his genes. The passive of his ultimate move had only activated the first stage, currently increasing the factor by about 50 times. Thus, the actual gene factor of his human body was 250 times. Based on this foundation, I should be able to gestate a special lifeform with a life gene factor of 7000 times. Soon countless items related to special lifeforms appeared. Most of these were fragments of lifeforms. Humans usually chose to possess special lifeforms. Luofeng's possession of the Golden Horned Beast was considered a middle to upper opportunity by Chaos City Lord, mainly because possession was not rare. And the Golden Horned Beast itself didn't have a high gene factor. It was only because of its avatar talent that it was considered middle to upper, otherwise it would be lower middle. After browsing through, Chen Ao quickly spotted a special lifeform, named Submerged Water Vine. Submerged Water Vine gene factor around 6000 times, a soulless plant-type special lifeform. This Submerged Water Vine had an extremely strong gene factor, and naturally mastered the wood essence law. Once it matured, it would become an immortal. Unfortunately, it had no soul and could not be possessed. Otherwise, countless people would risk their lives for it. After all, if successfully possessed, one could easily become an immortal, and with the divine body and gene advantage, one would be an invincible king. Once entering the venerable level, one would be a cosmic overlord. That would be enough to make people throw caution to the wind. But unfortunately, it had no soul, so possession was impossible. Another troublesome aspect was that the Submerged Water Vine's gene factor was too high. Ordinary lifeforms avatars simply could not gestate it. At least a Golden Horned Beast could not gestate it. The Submerged Water Vine's gene factor was even higher than that of the strongest world tree. These 2 reasons make the Submerged Water Vine extremely precious but greatly discounted in value. However, it was still a special lifeform naturally containing the secret patterns of the wood essence law, which was useful for comprehending the essence law, somewhat similar to the demon-killing clan skin. Ding, Primordial Secret Realm member Chen Ao, do you wish to purchase a small piece of submerged water vine fragment? Primordial Secret Realm members can get a 30 discount. The fragment, originally worth 1,000,000 points, is only 7,000 points. Expensive. A volume of submerged water vine several thousand kilometers in size, just a palm-sized piece, costs 7,000 points. Even a dead submerged water vine sold whole could fetch at least tens of billions of points. Utterly inconceivable. Ding, purchase successful, sending to Qiulong Star. There were plenty of these items, so it would take only 3 days to deliver. Finally, I can gestate an avatar. This way my safety factor will be slightly improved, and I can take a few risks. Chen Ao planned to place the avatar near Earth first. He had great use for this avatar. As for the remaining 3,000 points, Chen Ao looked at other items in the treasure vault. Luo Feng was still unaware of the existence of a treasure vault, but Chen Ao, who knew the plot well, was fully aware of it. Moreover, he intended to offer some guidance regarding Luo Feng's purchase of a large number of useless items. He hoped Luo Feng could grow faster. After all, only with Luo Feng bearing the title of humanity's foremost genius could he attract everyone's attention, while Chen Ao would reap sufficient safety. When trouble arises, seek Luo Feng. What does it have to do with Chen Ao? With 30,000 points, he had already settled on a secret technique called the Mukong essays. The Mukong essays were similar to the spacetime essays, but their content revolved entirely around the laws of the wood element. Since he had chosen the sinking vine as his avatar, a life form innately attuned to the wood element, it would be a waste not to comprehend the wood element law. The Mukong essays were far inferior to the spacetime essays. The complete price was only 20% of the latter. The author of the Mukong essays should be an ordinary universe master or universe overlord. Nevertheless, it was sufficient. 20,000 points could buy the first 3 volumes much cheaper than the 100,000 points needed for the first 3 volumes of the spacetime essays. If nothing unexpected happens, the author of the Mukong essays also left a chaos tablet. I'll just choose that one. The chaos tablet and the Mukong essays were not the key. The main thing was that it suited his sinking vine avatar. It didn't need to be exceptionally powerful. As long as it met his starting requirements, it was enough. A few days later, Chen Ao conveniently broke through to the cosmic level, then traveled alone to Qiulong Star to retrieve the fragment of the sinking vine. This sinking vine was also at the cosmic level, and only at the cosmic level could it be nurtured. Nurturing, there was no need to worry. It would succeed directly. The volume is too huge. Even at the cosmic level, it spans several thousand kilometers. Rock and plant types were notoriously large in volume. In the future, its divine body would also be immense. This was very good. If nothing unexpected happens with proper nurturing, my sinking vine can grow to billions of kilometers in size. Billions of kilometers. When Luo Feng cultivated the complete 9 tribulation secret code, reaching the perfect gene level of 10,081, his body would only be over 90,000 kilometers. There was no comparison with billions of kilometers. However, nurturing it now was rather troublesome. A large volume meant a huge amount of energy required. Fortunately, he still had a bonus of 10,000 mixed units, so he casually purchased cosmic crystals. These were very cheap and had many purchasing channels. Just a few hundred mixed units were enough to provide the energy for nurturing the sinking vine. A few more days later, Chen Ao looked at the sinking vine avatar, which was about 5,000 kilometers in size, and marveled in secret. He began to observe the sinking vine avatar carefully. The sinking vine possessed 2 innate secret techniques. The first was absorption. It could rapidly absorb energy to replenish itself and increase its volume. This went without saying. Many plant lifeforms had this ability, and it was thanks to this talent that plant lifeforms recovered quickly and grew rapidly in volume. The second talent was formidable, named strangulation. It used over 100 vines of the sinking vine to perform strangulation. This was only the surface. What Chen Ao cared about was the essence. Such special lifeforms were granted gifts by the origin of the universe. As Chen Ao looked at the secret technique patterns of this innate talent, he sensed at least 3 types of law auras. If nothing unexpected, it should be a fusion of the wood, water, and space laws. After observing, Chen Ao laughed joyfully. This law pattern was what he valued most, even more than the enormous body. Because with this he could comprehend himself. Apart from understanding the laws, the most important thing was to comprehend the fused laws. Fusing 2 types of law power would boost strength dramatically, while fusing 3 types would enhance it even further. As long as I can fully comprehend my own innate secret technique patterns, I can easily create a universe master's strongest secret technique, directly reaching the level of Chaos City Lord. In comparison, the size seemed less important. Storing the sinking vine into the space exclusive to the Q-skill, Chen Ao waited on Qiulong Star for the virtual universe company's spaceship to pick him up. It would be about 3 years before he arrived at the original universe. During this time, he would focus on comprehending the wood element law, reaching the level of understanding its essence. This was crucial for his next actions. Soon Luo Feng also arrived at Qiulong Star, the meeting point they had chosen. Senior, I didn't expect you to arrive at Sholong Star early. Seeing Chen Ao, Luofeng was delighted. It was his first time seeing Chen Ao standing in reality. How rare it was. After knowing each other for 7 years, this was the first time he saw Chen Ao standing. Chen Ao nodded. Luofeng, you should know that besides the bonus, becoming a Tai Chu member also gives you 10,000 points, right? Luofeng was stunned. He hadn't really noticed that. Soon, with Babada's help, he entered the internal member treasure vault of the virtual universe. For a moment, Babada roared excitedly, and Luofeng was also thrilled. Luofeng, don't get excited yet. Chen Ao stopped Babada's chaotic arrangements. I have a word, would you be willing to listen? Senior, please speak. Luofeng became serious. Although Chen Ao often seemed mysterious and enigmatic, Luofeng felt he was extraordinary and seemed to know a lot. Do you remember when I told you that our goal is to comprehend the laws? Luofeng nodded. When he first wanted to walk the warrior path, Chen Ao had said that. So don't waste your points on useless enhancements. Chen Ao raised his voice slightly. I know Babada will suggest you buy things to increase your strength, but you are different from your teacher. Your teacher roamed the universe. Once he had a chance, he had to maximize his strength to deal with dangers that could come at any time. You, however, are different. You don't need to worry about encountering danger. What you need to do is cultivate well, work hard to improve your law comprehension, and even learn secret techniques only to better understand the laws. Upon hearing Chen Ao's words, Babada was about to refute, but halfway through it shut its mouth directly. Because Babada's heart had always belonged to Huyen Bo, and even nurturing Luofeng was only to fulfill Huyen Bo's last wish. It had advised Luofeng to buy useless weapons and secret manuals, which wasn't wrong because that's what had been done with Huyen Bo before. However, Babada had misjudged the situation. Luofeng now didn't need to roam the universe or deal with dangers from all sides. He didn't need to truly enhance his strength. Senior, I understand. Luofeng took a deep breath. He had analytical skills, and after Chen Ao's analysis, he naturally knew what to choose. Seeing Luofeng make his choice, Chen Ao continued. You plan to walk the path of gold and space, right? Luofeng nodded. Chen Ao knew he had a Masha tribe avatar and a golden-horned beast avatar. Since that's the case, I suggest you buy a secret technique that explains the essence of space and gold. These secret techniques are not expensive, but they are exactly what you urgently need. After crossing the threshold of the source, it was best to comprehend the essence of the laws. The Luofeng in the original story also did this and ultimately succeeded greatly. Chen Ao could have directly suggested Luofeng by that Piaoxue, but he didn't, because Luofeng could choose for himself. He only needed to tell him about the path ahead. Chen Ao briefly explained the benefits and difficulties of the essence. After listening, Luofeng nodded and began searching the treasure vault for something suitable. This thing was needed not only by Luofeng but also by Chen Ao himself. However, due to the sinking vine avatar, he couldn't attend to it for the moment. The two of them began searching for suitable secret techniques. Even boarding the spaceship became casual. The 3 years were a period of diligent cultivation. Without a teacher's guidance, even with a clear direction for cultivation, Luofeng and Chen Ao spent nearly a month searching the treasure vault for suitable secret arts for themselves. Senior, I've set my eyes on a secret art called Drifting Blood, which seems very suitable for me. One day Luofeng approached Chen Ao hoping to hear his opinion. Chen Ao clicked his tongue in wonder. Was this fate? However, even though he knew that Drifting Blood was extremely suitable for Luofeng, he would not state it directly. After all, in the original story, even the discerning Xinyan Wang doubted whether recommending Drifting Blood to Luofeng would harm him. If Xinyan Wang felt this way, how could Chen Ao dare to overstep his bounds? What if he ended up ruining Luofeng? Of course, he didn't truly care about Luofeng. What he cared about was making Luofeng shine brightly enough to become a shield that obscured his own presence. Luofeng looked at Chen Ao. In his view, Chen Ao's comprehension of the space law was profound, and his understanding of spatial matters far surpassed his own. If you think it suits you, then give it a try. After all, we are at the same level. Perhaps in 3 years you will surpass me. If I give you random advice, I'll only harm you. Senior, you always underestimate yourself. Luofeng was speechless. Although Chen Ao had given him a few reminders each time, he only hinted and never delved into substance, at most pointing out a direction. He firmly believed that Chen Ao was a formidable person, but Chen Ao always kept things hidden for reasons unknown. Luofeng felt helpless about this. Chen Ao did not offer any opinion. As for the golden law, Luofeng knew that Chen Ao did not cultivate it, so he did not ask. Luofeng was not so lacking in judgment as to ask about everything. They would be on the spaceship for 3 years, so Luofeng and Chen Ao began to cultivate diligently. The Wood Void essays would not be obtainable until they reached the chaotic city. For now, what he could rely on was that his sinking water vine avatar had already found a secret art in the treasure vault that expounded the wood fundamental law titled Original Wood. It's time. Chen Ao calmed his mind. Empower. Soon the passive empowerment of the Highland bloodline was applied to the sinking water vine avatar. In just one breath, Chen Ao knew that the avatar's gene multiple had reached 10081 times that of perfect genes. Boom! As if suddenly struck blind, Chen Ao found his consciousness entering a special space. Even though he knew what this place was, he still found it incredible. Is this the place where the universe's origin resides? The spheres before him represented various fused laws. The fused laws of the 8 beast gods were merely a foundation. The 10 fundamental laws could be combined in pairs, triples, or even perfect decuples. With varying degrees of fusion, there were infinite possibilities. These were the true essence of the universe's origin. Only special lifeforms and perfect gene lifeforms could receive the gift of these fused laws. Talent secret arts were merely an external manifestation of fused laws. Once I seize the original universe later, all of this will be mine. Amidst his wild thoughts, a sphere abruptly plunged into Chen Ao's mind. The next instant, Chen Ao felt a new talent secret art appear in his soul. Secret art Void Slaughter. This was a fused secret art of the Spacewood and Gold Tri-System, belonging to the same level as his Sinking Water Vines Entwining Slaughter talent secret art. If he could comprehend even a fraction of it, he could easily create the strongest fused secret art of a universe master, skyrocketing his combat power. With sufficient insight, he could even create secret arts at the level of the universe's strongest. What a pity. I only know how to use it, but I don't understand the principle behind this secret art at all. In the past, it was always brain got it. Hands no. But now with this talent secret art, it was hands got it. Brain no. He didn't need to know how to use it. As long as he activated the secret patterns of the art, he could employ it. With 2 tri-system fused secret arts, as long as I can devote myself to comprehending them, the upper limit of my future strength will be very high. If he could fuse 4 systems of laws, perhaps he could become a void true god. The 2 talent secret arts, the Sinking Water Vines talent secret art Entwining Slaughter, which was a fusion of wood, water, and space laws, could be used, but would exhibit different power depending on one's realm. The Perfect Genes talent secret art Void Slaughter, fusing gold, wood, and space laws, required at least immortality to be unleashed. But these can all be comprehended. One must eat step by step. He first needed to comprehend the wood law. This was the foundation and also the easiest thing to achieve with his Sinking Water Vine avatar. The water and gold laws would come slowly. Once he went to the primordial universe, there would be many opportunities. Time passed slowly and Luofeng began to frantically comprehend the gold and space fundamental laws, even setting aside the matter of improving his strength. Only after reaching a bottleneck in comprehension would he learn some secret arts, using them to reflect against the law power he had grasped. And every time Luofeng made progress, he would come to challenge Chen Ao to a spar. Annoyed beyond measure, Chen Ao had no choice but to reluctantly agree. Senior watched this move, Sky-Rending Claw. Luofeng, using his human body, executed a claw technique and lunged straight at Chen Ao. Seeing the Sky-Rending Claw, Chen Ao even mistakenly thought that Luofeng had embarked on the path of fused laws prematurely. However, upon closer inspection, he found it was still the gold law. Although the space law was also being used, unlike Chen Ao, Luofeng's space law was purely for the flow of movement to better dodge and strike. Under Luofeng's claw, Chen Ao struggled to block but was still injured. Gee, good, so formidable. Truly worthy of the child of fortune, surpassing me so quickly. Luofeng, could this act be any more fake? Chen Ao also felt he was too exaggerated, but he was not a professional actor. Managing this much was already not easy. Luofeng pursed his lips. Chen Ao seemed very unwilling to fight. Since that was the case, he might as well give up, or otherwise, he would only be humiliating himself. Still, he really wished Chen Ao would have a proper match with him, but Chen Ao showed no face at all. Is this the child of fortune? Your progress amazes me. Chen Ao exclaimed. Luofeng no longer wanted to pay attention to Chen Ao. It wasn't just that Chen Ao called him the child of fortune, mainly Chen Ao was just too boring. Always keeping secrets. Even though he knew Chen Ao had no ill intentions, this behavior was really irritating. After this spar, Luofeng never came to disturb Chen Ao again. Chen Ao, on the other hand, focused entirely on observing the patterns of the Sinking Water Vine, striving to comprehend the wood law as quickly as possible. When the 3-year mark was nearly reached, the law power around the spaceship began to stir faintly. Feeling the fluctuation of the laws, Chen Ao was greatly alarmed. Not good. He hurriedly restrained his comprehension of the wood law. That was close. I almost obtained the acknowledgement of the wood law. Once a law mark formed, everyone could see it, and the acknowledgement of the law would directly prove his talent. How could he hide then? Let's put the matter of obtaining acknowledgement aside for now. I still need to keep a low profile during the 30 years in Chaotic City. For a period thereafter, Chen Ao dared not comprehend the law of wood. I never expected meditation to be so terrifying. He used the Q ability to comprehend the law of space. The effect of meditation was not particularly pronounced. Even after more than 40 years, he could only create tens of thousands of phantom bodies. However, with a clear object of comprehension, such as the wood law secret patterns on the drowning vine, his meditative ability was fully brought into play. In just over 2 years, he had unexpectedly reached the level of being acknowledged by the origin of the wood law. This acknowledgement by the source law was extremely difficult. Many domain lords had lived for 10 million years without achieving this step. It could be said that acknowledgement by the source law was the most difficult among the 3 conditions for becoming an immortal, and he had accomplished it in just over 2 years. It seems that my speed of comprehending laws is very fast. Once I reach the Chaos City and have other law comprehension targets, I can comprehend all 10 systems of laws. Even if the effect of comprehension in Chaos City was not as good as the complete with law secret patterns on his drowning vine clone after a few hundred years, he might still be able to preliminarily comprehend the remaining 8 laws right. Thinking of this, Chen Ao grew even more eager for Chaos City. There were still 2 months before arriving at Chaos City. During this time, Chen Ao devoted all his attention to nurturing the drowning vine clone, learning how to use the innate secret technique of absorption to draw energy from the universe and increase its size. Every increase in volume now meant a larger divine body later. Time flew swiftly, and soon the spaceship came to a halt. 2 princes, we have arrived at our destination. Next, Luo Feng sighed deeply at the vastness of this original universe continent. Then, with the help of the reception staff, Chen Ao and Luo Feng gathered with the other geniuses. Haha, madman, you're here, greeted the young man Wuka from the Manka Star warmly. As for Chen Ao, he silently walked into the crowd and directly vanished, leaving Luo Feng speechless. And no one else paid any attention to Chen Ao, who had been following behind Luo Feng. No one gave Chen Ao a second glance, even though he was a member of the primordial secret realm, because they all thought he was just lucky. As for strength, perhaps there were many here who were not inferior to Chen Ao. Moreover, that was 3 years ago. In these 3 years, everyone had trained hard and made great progress. Who was stronger and who was weaker? How could they know without competing? Luo Feng knew Chen Ao's personality and didn't say much. He turned to greet the other geniuses. When he saw the white-robed Bolin, he softly greeted Bolin. The white-robed Bolin replied softly. Although aloof, everyone understood that it was just a matter of personality. He wasn't deliberately putting on a face. No one would mind. Moreover, as the recognized number 1 genius of this generation, a bit of demeanor was only fitting. Rong Jun soon arrived and mingled with many geniuses. Although Rong Jun had a deadpan face, his personality was not bad, very open and easy to win others' favor. This time Rong Jun directly began to look for Chen Ao's figure. However, Rong Jun was surprised to find that he couldn't even detect Chen Ao's presence. Madman, where is Chen Ao? Over there. Luo Feng was about to point to where Chen Ao had just disappeared, but when he looked carefully, Chen Ao was gone. Where was Chen Ao? Luo Feng also looked around but couldn't find him. Rong Jun and Luo Feng were speechless with a hint of shock. Any anomaly had a reason. Their inability to find Chen Ao could only mean that Chen Ao's level was higher than theirs. Damn, not only can I not beat him, I can't even find him. If Chen Ao wanted to assassinate him, wouldn't it be as easy as moving a hand? Before they had much time, the 9 Swords Venerable arrived and ordered entry into Chaos City. The biological spaceship crossed space turbulence and entered Chaos City. All the geniuses' faces turned pale, and even Bolin's expression was very unpleasant. Chen Ao was the same, even feeling a bit dizzy, performing extremely poorly. I remember this little guy was quite good before. Why is he performing so poorly now? Could it be that he hasn't made any progress in these 3 years? The 9 Swords Venerable shook his head. He had once thought highly of Chen Ao and almost accepted him as a disciple. Now it seemed that not taking Chen Ao hastily back then was indeed the right decision. Ignoring Chen Ao, the 9 Swords Venerable pointed outside. Now we have entered the primordial universe, the purple-scaled man said with a smile. Primordial universe. Are we already in the primordial universe? The geniuses from various universe countries were full of curiosity. Even the dozen or so immortals who came with the purple-scaled man, the 9 Swords Venerable, had eyes full of expectation, occasionally looking up. Open the top, said the purple-scaled man. With a hissing sound, the metal ceiling of the hall automatically split open, revealing the outermost layer like transparent glass. Suddenly the hall's ceiling became transparent, and everyone could look up through the transparent layer to see outside. Chen Ao also looked up and saw that it was dim outside with occasional chaotic currents drifting. In the distance they could faintly see the sky and earth splitting open from time to time, and even see a large number of strange secret patterns flowing at the edges of the cracks. Threads connected with secret patterns floating on them like a loom, weaving the sky and earth larger and larger. What is this? Everyone felt the strange secret patterns flowing on the crystalline threads at the spatial cracks in the distance. The dozen or so immortals, however, stared up, sometimes closing their eyes in thought, sometimes watching carefully. The spaceship flew continuously. They often saw spatial cracks and those strange thread-like secret patterns. Stars and planets have lifespans. This universe also has a lifespan, but it is incomparably long. The purple-scaled man smiled and said, "This primordial universe is a new universe in the period of cosmic beginning. During the initial period, the universe is continuously perfecting itself, and the operating rules of the cosmic origin become externally visible. Those spatial cracks being constantly repaired are the operating rules of the cosmic origin, which contain various source laws." The 1,000 people were stunned. Those crystalline threads repairing the spatial cracks with the many secret patterns floating on them were all cosmic operating laws. The original universe we live in is an immensely vast, huge, and perfect universe. The purple-scaled man said, Because it is perfect, it is impossible for the operating laws to manifest externally, making comprehension very difficult. In the primordial universe, however, you can directly observe with the naked eye, and you can also see how the various laws perfectly combine with each other, how the universe is formed, how the rules operate. Everything can be seen directly, making comprehension much easier. Thus the quota for comprehending in the primordial universe is extremely precious, said the purple-scaled man, glancing at the dozen or so immortals. Those immortals all looked up, obviously cherishing every moment. Close, said the purple-scaled man. The top directly closed. In fact, seeing the thread-like secret patterns floating in the spatial cracks, Luofeng understood that the external scene simulation could not be virtualized because the secret patterns required not only seeing with the eyes but also feeling. It was unrealistic to succeed with technology alone. If it could be virtualized, then everyone wouldn't need to enter the primordial universe. We'll be arriving at Chaos City soon, said the purple-scaled man. Chaos City is the place where those who enter the primordial universe for comprehension live and cultivate. You are the ones I have guided. I hope to see you all alive in 30 years. Will we die? Is there danger? Luofeng and others had this doubt. Remember, after entering Chaos City, first listen to the Chaos City reception envoy, and understand the rules clearly. Well, we've arrived. After the purple-scaled man finished speaking, the spaceship began to descend. This giant fish shuttled through the vast cosmic space. Just moments after the top closed, the giant fish flew over an ancient city. The hatch at the fish's belly opened, and the 1,000 geniuses flew out. Then the hatch closed, and the giant fish flicked its tail fin and disappeared into the distance. This primordial universe feels so comfortable to me. It feels comfortable. Yes, very comfortable. A group of young people stood in midair. Luofeng looked down at the ancient and majestic city below, a city built in the primordial universe, giving a sense of weightiness. A black streak of light flew over from afar. Everyone, I am the reception envoy of Chaos City. A deep voice sounded. A black-robed man with cyan scales covering his head had already flown over, then stopped smiling. This city is called Chaos City. It has existed longer than most of the universe countries you come from. It is now jointly managed by the Virtual Universe Company, the Axe Arena, the First Universe Bank, the Cosmic Galaxy Bank, and the Universe Mercenary Alliance. Silence. The 1,000 young people all looked at this Chaos City envoy. Follow me. The reception envoy smiled and flew down. The 1,000 people flew down from the high altitude and landed on the streets of Chaos City. The streets of Chaos City were wide enough for dozens of people to walk side by side. Chaos City has existed for a long time. The reception envoy walked ahead, explaining as he went, those who come to Chaos City for comprehension have given birth to one super existence after another. Luofeng looked around. Inside Chaos City were rows of small buildings. On the rooftops of many buildings they could see humans of various appearances, sitting cross-legged in meditation. Some humans were carving something on the rooftop floor. The powerful auras were far stronger than those of domain lords. Some strong beings were murmuring something. Luofeng looked up at the sky. High above, near the farthest spatial cracks, they could faintly see figures standing in the air. Occasionally these beings would look down at Luofeng's group. Another group of little ones has arrived. They are guided by Envoy No. 11. So they are the little ones from the Virtual Universe Company. I heard that the Virtual Universe Company has recruited a young man named Bolin. Quite impressive. Some great beings standing at the edge of the spatial cracks chatted among themselves. Luofeng and his group of little ones were all very low-key. They could sense that there were many immortals here, and the immortals were still restrained, not daring to release their auras recklessly. However, throughout Chaos City there were more than a dozen powerful auras soaring straight into the sky, clearly felt even by Luofeng and his group. It was as if more than a dozen peerless, ferocious beasts were entrenched in different parts of Chaos City. In Chaos City there are many super existences. The reception envoy turned back and said, never disturb them while they are comprehending the source laws. Once you disturb them, we can only send you out of the primordial universe and end this comprehension opportunity. The group nodded. The reception envoy directly entered a nearby unoccupied small building. There are many small buildings in Chaos City. If the door is light white, it means there is no owner. The reception envoy pointed at the door. As long as you place your hand on the door for a moment, the door's sensing system will automatically activate, turning the door dark gray. You will automatically become the owner of this residence, and the information will be recorded automatically. Each person can only choose one residence. As he spoke, the reception envoy looked at the rooftop. The rooftop was quite large, about 100 meters in length and width, enough to hold 1,000 people. What is this? Everyone saw many carved patterns on the rooftop floor, many of which seemed mysterious. This is. Many people looked carefully and became vaguely immersed. The space source law. This contains the space source law. Many young people exclaimed. Everyone, the reception envoy's voice entered everyone's mind, and all their souls shook and they woke up. In Chaos City, generation after generation, countless powerful beings sat on the rooftops to comprehend. During the process they sometimes carved. Thus many carvings containing the source law thoughts of these strong beings were left behind. If you are interested, most of the residences in Chaos City are currently unoccupied, and you can go from building to view them. Perhaps some are insight carvings left by venerables. The young people's eyes lit up. First, I must tell you a very important rule. The reception envoy said solemnly, in the primordial universe, killing among humans is forbidden. Whoever acts will surely die. No matter who it is, even if he is the ruler of a universe country, he cannot defy the rules of Chaos City. Understood. The young people all nodded. The time ratio between the primordial universe and the original universe is 1:3:28. The black-robed reception envoy smiled. Your comprehension time this time is a little over 30 years. Time is precious, do not waste it. With these words, the black-robed emissary leaped directly from the rooftop, landing on the ground below. Immediately the other 1,000 prodigies followed suit, jumping down like a swarm of locusts descending upon the broad street before the villa. Follow me to the city lord's mansion, said the black-robed emissary. That is where the city lord resides, and also the heart of the entire Chaos City. Chaos City is the only city in the primordial universe. The black-robed emissary smiled. In Chaos City there are 3 treasures. The prodigies' eyes lit up and they listened intently. The first of these 3 treasures, as everyone knows, is the visible operation of the laws of the universe. As for the second treasure, the black-robed emissary continued with a smile, it lies within the city, specifically in the city lord's mansion. The third treasure is outside the city walls. What exactly are these treasures? A group of young people could not help asking. The black-robed emissary pointed around them. Over the billions of years, countless powerful beings have resided on the rooftops of these cultivation dwellings. During their cultivation, flashes of insight often struck them, and they would carve their understanding onto the ground before them, then ponder deeply. If they gained something, they would also carve it casually. For instance, some people write a line on paper, and even years later seeing that line can recall the thoughts they had when writing it. But if it is printed on a computer after a few years, it is sometimes difficult to recall the original purpose of those words. Hand-carved patterns are excellent vessels for insight. Over countless years, Chaos City has formed such a tradition. The black-robed emissary sighed. Because records are made purely on impulse without pattern, most carvings are only fragments, so the majority offer at most a little reference. However, over billions of years, among countless Enlightenment carvings, some possess strong and systematic cultivation value. The black-robed emissary declared solemnly, in our Chaos City, there are the most precious 52 Chaos steels. Each steel records a vast number of mysterious patterns and so on. This steel represents a path of cultivation, a direct path to the pinnacle. If one comprehends a single Chaos steel completely, they will directly become a true supreme existence in the universe. Even opening a new universe country would be effortless. Luo Feng held his breath. Beside him, the barbarian Rong Jun, the youth from the Man Kasi Star. Thousands of young men and women were all excited. 52 Chaos steels containing the path to the pinnacle. Comprehend one, and one could open a universe country. These 52 Chaos steels are the second treasure of our Chaos City. The black-robed emissary smiled. As for the third treasure, it is outside the city. The stone tablet at the city gate has a detailed description. Go and see for yourselves. The group was filled with anticipation. The first and second treasures were greatly beneficial to everyone, and the third treasure could hardly be inferior. The 52 Chaos steels. The black-robed emissary said, every cultivator who enters the primordial universe has one opportunity to contemplate them each for 7 days. 7 days. The group stared wide-eyed. So short. The Chaos steel is a supreme treasure of humanity. It conveys the path to the pinnacle more clearly than any secret technique. 7 days of contemplation are sufficient for you. The black-robed emissary then walked toward the main gate of the city lord's mansion. Come in, prepare to choose which Chaos steel to observe. The city lord's mansion occupied a vast area. Even the rooftops of ordinary cultivation dwellings were 100 meters in length and width, so the mansion size was unimaginable. Each person can only choose one Chaos steel for observation and contemplation. The black-robed emissary led Luo Feng, and the others soon arriving at a dreamlike corridor entrance. On the walls of the corridor hung large paintings. There were 52 paintings in total. These 52 hanging paintings are rubbings, each corresponding to a Chaos steel. First, take a look at these paintings. Although they cannot convey the aura of the steely, they can give you a faint sense of it. View these 52 paintings, then decide which Chaos steel to choose, said the black-robed emissary. The young people stared at the paintings on both sides of the corridor, somewhat dumbfounded. So they were to choose which Chaos steel to observe based on these paintings. Each painting was a standard 10 meters long and 10 meters wide with a name beside it. You have half an hour. The black-robed emissary stood at the outermost part of the corridor. Luo Feng and the others had no choice but to begin viewing. Chen Ao was no exception. With only half an hour, he could only spend about 30 seconds on each painting. Soon Chen Ao found a Chaos steel that he needed. The Green Shadow Chaos steel. Observing the Green Shadow Chaos, Steely Chen Ao faintly sensed the aura of the wood and space laws. Moreover, the painting was made of sword marks clearly left by a top-tier universe overlord or universe master who used a sword. Time's up. The black-robed emissary called out, then began asking one by one. I choose the dragon-shaped chaos steel. I choose the ice peak chaos steel. One by one, the prodigies reported their chosen chaos steel. Luo Feng still chose the 9-universe chaos steely, Rongjun chose the giant axe chaos steely, and Bolan chose the universe chaos steel. Rongjun and a few others could not help boasting about how powerful the giant axe chaos steel was. Meanwhile, among the group, only Chen Ao chose the green shadow chaos steel. This surprised some people, as those who stand out always leave an impression. Chen Ao felt a bit speechless. He had not expected to be noticed for choosing a steely, which was very much against his usual style. Alright, each of you has chosen the chaos steel you need. Next you have one free opportunity to contemplate the chaos steel. Many people under the guidance of the black-robed emissary began entering the city to contemplate the chaos steel. However, some, because the steel they had chosen was currently being contemplated by others, had to wait a few days. Suddenly, rumble. A violent disturbance in the distant chaos spacetime sent tremors through the heavens and earth. Whiteseer. A roar of fury echoed across the sky of Chaos City. A terrifying force of lightning pierced through millions of li, causing the powerful beings on the rooftops of cultivation dwellings throughout the city to open their eyes and gaze into the distance. Luo Feng and his group, their faces pale under the crushing pressure of the immense power, stood shocked on the city wall, peering into the distance. In the distance, a burly minotaur giant clad in bronze battle armor, like a god of heaven and earth, wielded a massive battle axe rivaling his own size. He swung the bloody axe, hacking at a fleeing superexistence whose entire body had transformed into lightning. The lightning force was the remnant of the escaping superexistence. Silence. Luo Feng and the others were completely intimidated by the aura of the two super beings in the distance. How dare they fight in Chaos City? A middle-aged man in purple and gold robes gazing into the distance remarked in surprise, Whiteseer, this minotaur is so foolish. Whiteseer just entered Chaos City a few days ago, and he's already fighting with Leibua. Fighting in Chaos City? Isn't that suicide? Chaos City, shrouded in misty chaos energy, stretched endlessly. On the rooftops of the cultivation dwellings, numerous cosmic powerhouses opened their eyes, watching the two figures in the distant sky. The pursued one, of being wreathed in lightning, deliberately caused endless lightning to pierce through the sky of Chaos City. Roar! The tall, robust, and savage minotaur giant, his eyes bloodshot, swung his astonishing axe in fury. His opponent, while fleeing, also raised a lightning spear. Space shattered around them and chaotic currents surged. On the city wall of the city lord's mansion, Luo Feng and the other youngsters, their faces pale, felt like ants before two ancient titans. These two, over 100 prodigies, held their breath, watching the distant shattering of space, their eyes wide. They are too strong. Immortals. So terrifying. The immortals they had seen before were mostly in the virtual universe. Those they encountered in reality had their auras suppressed. This was the first time they witnessed an immortal in true rage. With a mere gesture, the very fabric of space shattered. Power burst, shatters space. Lightning pierces millions of li. With a flick of the hand, they could destroy a planet. Such was an immortal. Throughout the entire primordial universe, a grunt of anger resounded, causing the heavens and earth to darken. Luo Feng was astonished to find that the spatial cracks in the sky, which had been constantly tearing and mending, suddenly froze. The flowing laws of the universe halted, and even the chaos currents ceased to drift. In the distance, the two super beings also froze. Boom! Above them, a massive palm formed entirely of condensed chaos energy, as large as a mountain, appeared. This chaos energy palm slammed down as if the sky itself were pressing down. Splat! Splat! Under the terrified gazes of the two immortals, Whiteseer and Leibua, both renowned immortals across the 1008 universe countries, were instantly crushed into powder as easily as smashing two pieces of tofu. The powerhouses within Chaos City watched helplessly as the two turned to dust, their souls also reduced to nothingness. Sizzle! Sizzle! In the distant space, the powder suddenly coalesced, reforming into two humanoid figures. One was the minotaur giant, the other the lean man wrapped in lightning. Their faces were pale. The lean man shouted, City Lord, it was he who wanted to kill me. Whiteseer wanted to kill me. I am innocent. I only regret that I failed to kill you. The minotaur, eyes bloodshot, glared at the lean man and growled, Fool! The lean man sneered at him. Ah! The minotaur roared in fury. But, with a single thought from the city lord, a palm of chaos energy from hundreds of thousands of li away had reduced two powerful immortals to a state where they could barely survive, utterly devoid of combat power. Such control over attack power was truly terrifying. Third Enforcement Squad, escort Whiteseer and Leibua out of the primordial universe. Imprison Whiteseer in the 9th star domain prison and Leibua in the 2nd star domain prison. A deep voice tinged with a metallic quality resounded throughout the primordial universe. Yes! A loud chorus of acknowledgement echoed across the sky of Chaos City. 5 streaks of blood-colored light flew over, Facing the Chaos City Enforcement Squad, the two severely wounded immortals who had almost no resistance left voiced no complaint, and obediently followed the squad boarding a blood-red cosmic vessel to depart. Inside the blood-red cosmic vessel. Whiteseer, you are lucky this time. The fight did not cause any deaths. If someone had been killed in Chaos City, you would have been doomed. It would not have been as simple as being imprisoned in the 9th Star Domain prison. The Enforcement Squad, immortal clad in blood-red battle armor, and carrying a strange arc-shaped blade on his back, shook his head. Humph! The Minotaur giant growled, his face twisted with rage, as he stared at the lean man in the distance. I only regret that I failed to kill Labua. Labua, you hid in Chaos City, but I still came in to kill you. Fool, you came in but still failed to kill me. This time I go to the 2nd prison while you go to the 9th Star Domain prison. Haha, I'll see how you die. Labua laughed wildly. Die? Without killing you, how could I die? The Minotaur giant looked as if he wanted to devour his opponent. Injured like this, it will take 100 years to recover, yet you still act so mad. Both of you quiet down. The 5 immortals of the Enforcement Squad shouted, and the Minotaur and the lean man finally stopped. Everything happened extremely fast. The group of young people on the city wall were still dazed, but the thousands of powerhouses throughout Chaos City remained calm. Too strong. The young prodigies were stunned by the scene. It was merely a small interlude. Soon the respective Chaos Steels became available, and the prodigies entered to begin their contemplation. The first time entering Chaos City, one could obtain a 7-day contemplation opportunity. It seemed that by meeting certain conditions and passing certain assessments, one could gain additional opportunities. How to obtain another chance to contemplate the Chaos Steels was still unknown to the prodigies, but they believed they would soon understand, as they would be staying in Chaos City for 30 years. They waited quietly. After about 5 or 6 minutes, with a rumble, the bronze gate slowly began to open. The cultivation chamber inside was filled with swirling chaos energy, making it temporarily impossible to see clearly. All of you come out now. Candeli looked inside and shouted in a low voice. The sound echoed within the cultivation chamber. Soon figures swiftly flew out from the chaos energy. Many were clutching their heads. One tall, sturdy youth with 6 eyes on his forehead reluctantly looked back but still had to leave. You 13 go in now. Candeli looked at the group before him. After 7 days the door will open, and you must come out immediately. Understand? Understood. The group nodded. Candeli nodded. Go in. With trepidation and nervousness they immediately entered. The cultivation chamber was enormous, filled with swirling chaos energy. Chen Ao entered a chamber alone. Gazing at the massive steel faintly surrounded by chaos energy, he examined it carefully. This is the chaos steel. Chen Ao was very interested in the chaos steel. But this green shadow chaos steel has only 7 paintings. The 9 universe chaos steel had 9 paintings, and was probably left by a stronger universe master. As expected, the green shadow chaos steel was indeed left by a top-tier universe overlord. The first painting showed sword marks, 9 in total. The second painting featured intersecting sword marks, also 9, seemingly representing something. The third painting was extremely chaotic, filled with messy sword marks. The fourth painting, on the contrary, was clear and straightforward. A single massive sword mark spanning the entire painting. The fifth painting. Chen Ao could not be bothered to look any further, as he only needed the first 4 paintings. He could comprehend the rest on his own. After all, the creator had left only 7 paintings, and his strength was estimated to be at most a top-tier universe overlord, possibly even a slightly stronger universe overlord. Not a very high level. The further one went, the more difficult the learning became, and it was also more likely to cause misleading. It was enough to help him comprehend the essence of space. Over the 7 days, Chen Ao began to contemplate the first 4 paintings. Meditate. In a special state of contemplation, Chen Ao felt that the puzzles of the space laws he had previously not understood were all explained. All doubts seemed to vanish in an instant. All of you come out now. All of you come out now. The voice echoed in his mind, forcibly interrupting his contemplation, even in his meditative state. 7 days is indeed a bit short. Chen Ao had only seen the second painting. He still needed some time to fully comprehend it. Nevertheless, Chen Ao followed the rules and walked out. Before the cultivation chamber, the young ape-man respectfully bowed to the guardian Candeli, then turned into a streak of light and departed. You 12 wait a moment. The guardian Candeli smiled. Luo Feng looked at the old man in confusion, and the other prodigies were also puzzled. Candeli smiled. This is your first time in the cultivation chamber. I remind you, first find a dwelling to serve as your cultivation abode for the next 30 years. Then enter the virtual universe and apply to enter the heavenly bridge. Enter the heavenly bridge. Luo Feng and the others were puzzled. When you enter the virtual universe network and the heavenly bridge, you will understand. Candeli said faintly, you may leave now. Seeing that the guardian did not wish to say more, Chen Ao and the others had no choice but to depart. After leaving the city lord's mansion, Chen Ao and the 12 others dispersed to find cultivation dwellings. Chaos City occupied a vast area. Apart from a few special buildings, most cultivation dwellings were almost identical, and the vast majority had doors that were pale white indicating they were unoccupied. Chen Ao did not rush to choose. Instead he looked around, inspecting most of the vacant cultivation chambers. The person who lived here must have cultivated the water law. I'll choose this one. He did not plan to cultivate the wood law for now. Combining the innate secret technique of the sinking water vine, he intended to first comprehend the water law, then begin to comprehend the essence of the space law. Next it was time to enter the heavenly bridge. Chen Ao was in no hurry. He waited silently. In the original story, Luofeng did not even pass the first level. This time Luofeng is much stronger and should be able to pass the first level. As for the second level, Chen Ao was not sure, but he planned to follow Luofeng. He would perform slightly worse than Luofeng, ensuring he was not too bad nor too outstanding, maintaining his usual mediocrity. Chen Ao waited silently, expecting Luofeng to emerge after conquering the heavenly bridge. After about half an hour, Luofeng's result came out. He had directly passed the first layer and even fought for a while in the second. In the original story, for the first time Bolin passed the second layer, Rongjun passed the first, while the other geniuses including Luofeng failed to pass the first. This time with Luofeng added, only 3 people passed. Chen Ao was the last to enter the heavenly bridge, and being last was not particularly remarkable compared to waiting for results. "Senior, you're here," Luofeng greeted. Rongjun watched Chen Ao warily, a hint of anticipation in his eyes, as if eager to see which layer Chen Ao could reach. When Chen Ao arrived, the guardian Beifan explained the rules of the heavenly bridge according to protocol. Each layer conquered granted an opportunity to comprehend the chaos tablet. Chen Ao noticed that the Green Shadow heavenly bridge had only 21 layers, the fewest among all heavenly bridges. At the same time, the reward mechanism for points was announced. Passing the first layer earned 100 points, the second 200, and each subsequent layer doubled the previous amount. As newcomers, they would receive a 10-fold reward during their 30-plus years in Chaos City. Newcomer Chen Ao, do you wish to attempt the heavenly bridge now? Of course. Since no one else was on the Green Shadow heavenly bridge, Chen Ao entered directly. He walked all the way to the end of the first layer. A voice suddenly sounded. Choose your opponent, controller, illusionist, or martial artist. Defeat any one of them to pass the heavenly bridge. I choose the illusionist. Soon a mist emerged. Defeat me to advance to the next layer. I will only use one move. If you can withstand it, you win. Chen Ao nodded. This was exactly what he wanted. He knew many would watch their challenge videos. Once he engaged in combat, he wouldn't be able to control how much he revealed. He had to pass the first layer or he would be underestimated. Being underestimated was not the problem. Being observed was, whether good or bad, attracting attention was undesirable. Thus choosing the illusionist was best. Oh, he didn't need to move at all, as it was purely a contest of law comprehension and willpower. Standing still, who could see him? Who could understand him? Even the City Lord of Chaos arrived. He would not be able to gauge Chen Ao's true strength. Soon an illusion appeared. Chen Ao found himself surrounded by various stunning beauties, all scantily clad, seemingly inviting him to help them shed even more. Seeing this, Chen Ao was inwardly astonished. So his heart was still a lecher. The illusion immediately threw beauties at him. But thinking about it, he had sat in isolation for 40 years with nothing happening. Even when Hong and Lei were trapped in a fatal situation with the golden horn beast, he hadn't moved. What else could tempt him? I have reached the limit of lying low and no temptation exists. I'm just too pure. Men being lecherous is understandable. Yet Chen Ao's eyes blazed with sharp light, and he instantly saw that they were not human. Boom! The surrounding illusion shattered instantly. The mist opposite seemed to pause. You are strong. You broke my illusion in 3 seconds. Hey, this isn't breaking it in 3 seconds, I can end it directly. The mist said nothing more, vanished, and the path to the second layer appeared. Chen Ao walked straight up. The same scene, he chose the illusionist again. Again, only one move. This time I must fail, but I can't always take 3 seconds. How about trying to last 3 minutes? Chen Ao thought this time was very reasonable. So even though the illusion couldn't affect him at all, he chose to die after 3 minutes. Then Chen Ao was teleported out. At one end of Chaos City, Sword Ghost King, a newcomer, chose our Green Shadow Chaos Tablet this time. Don't you want to go see? Oh, after so many cycles someone finally chose our Green Shadow lineage. Their lineage indeed had few people, but they were not weak. The 3 of them, Sword Ghost King, Muki King, and Kajin King, had all reached the Supreme King level. Moreover, their attacks were extremely sharp, no less than those who cultivated the Law of Gold. Let's go see how this little one performs. By the time they arrived at the heavenly bridge, Chen Ao had already been teleported out. Not bad, this little one. Passed the first layer on his first try. Passing the first layer upon arrival was indeed quite impressive, definitely marking him as a top genius. Jinyan King and the others were also there. Seeing the Sword Ghost King group, he burst into laughter. Haha, Sword Ghost King, I didn't expect you to come. Of course I had to come. The last time someone chose our Green Shadow Chaos Tablet was 40,000 years ago. Now that we finally have one, I must see. Ha ha ha, your green shadow lineage is too niche, not like our Jiu lineage. The Sword Ghost King trio curled their lips but did not argue. Guardian Bafin, please show us the challenge video of that. Chen Ao. Bafin nodded and transmitted the video to the three. The three Supreme Kings watched Chen Ao's challenge and frowned deeply. Jinyan King, seeing their twisted expressions, laughed heartily. What's with you three? Is this little one that bad? Their lineage's Luofeng had passed the first layer on his first try, and even fought fiercely with the second layer Guardian. His foundation was excellent. Sword Ghost King's brow remained furrowed. Chen Ao's challenge left them speechless. Wait, shouldn't you green shadow lineage be martial artists? And most of them use swords, right? Jinyan King also glanced at Chen Ao's challenge video and was speechless. He didn't move at all. How could anyone judge that? In that case, my Jiu lineage's little one is better. He displayed many techniques and I could see clearly. Tisk, after waiting 40,000 years, how did we get such an oddball? He actually went with illusion. That didn't match their green shadow style at all. Let's send him an email later and advise him not to go down the wrong path. Haha, look at the three of you worrying so much. Our Jiu's Luofeng is better. I'm going to contact him. Let's go too. We need to talk to this little one Chen Ao. Yes, we must. Even if he doesn't use a sword, he should at least follow the martial artist path. He has already strayed. We can't let him continue. We must correct him. What happened next stunned many. Several universe lords vied to take Rong Jun as their disciple, which left the other prodigies somewhat disheartened. However, Luofeng and his companions paid no heed, having long made their own plans. Soon King Jinyan sent Luofeng an email explaining the situation and recommending the Piaoshue's secret art. Luofeng chuckled. I bought it long ago. After selecting a residence, he could have the virtual universe company deliver it to him. Chen Ao did the same. His chosen works, Yuanmu and Mukong essays, had arrived, allowing him to commence his contemplation. Although he had nearly reached the threshold of the origin law's recognition for the wood law, he needed to completely comprehend the wood law and merge it with other laws. He felt there was still much to study. Only by laying a solid foundation could he integrate laws more easily later. His primary goal now was to comprehend the water law. At that moment, the three invincible kings of Luiying saw Chen Ao studying the water law and nearly flew into a rage. This little fellow. Using illusion techniques is one thing, but now he's delving into the water law. What does that have to do with the Luiying Chaos Steel? Why did you choose the Luiying Chaos Steel if you're not going to follow its path? They were unaware that Chen Ao cared little about the Chaos Steel. He simply wanted to grasp the fundamentals of laws in order to prepare for law fusion. Thus he wasn't concerned about progressing to higher realms. What should we do? Go talk to the boy directly, asked Jian Gui Wang. Jian Gui Wang, who was feared by all, and had slaughtered billions of alien immortals, now felt somewhat at a loss. It was mainly because Chen Ao was such an oddball. I think we should let him suffer a bit. When he crosses the Tongtian Bridge slower than others, he'll realize his mistake. Then we can offer advice. The three agreed that it was a sound plan. A little wasted time now wasn't critical. He was just starting out. Though important, it wasn't everything. It wouldn't greatly affect his future. All three sighed. They had encountered someone like this only once in tens of thousands of years. A prodigy with immense talent who refused to walk the straight path. That was what made it so unbearable. Chen Ao, naturally unaware of being spied on, buried himself in comprehending the water law. In between, he would team up with others to hunt chaos beasts, refining his soul to make it more receptive to law insights. The effect of contemplating in Chaos City is quite mediocre. Far worse than my own method. He had gained the wood origin law's recognition in just 2 years of self-study, but after nearly 5 years in Chaos City, he was still slightly short of receiving the water law's recognition. I estimate another year before I approach the threshold of origin law recognition. Yet he couldn't continue his meditation now, because Luofeng had already cleared the second layer of the Tongtian Bridge. Chen Ao couldn't fall too far behind. He soon followed Luofeng through the second layer, once again perplexing everyone by choosing the path of an illusionist. He passed simply by standing still. This greatly disappointed the Luiying grandmasters who had been expecting him to fail. None of us know anything about illusions. Should we ask someone from another branch to guide this kid? They were all pure martial artists. Even though their law foundations were far higher than Chen Ao's, their paths were different. They couldn't discern the profundity of Chen Ao's technique, so how could they guide him? Don't rush. This kid might have succeeded this time by luck. He can still barely keep up with the others, probably because of his deep accumulation. Once his previous reserves are exhausted, he'll understand. Exactly, there's no future for an illusionist on the Luiying path. Wait and see how far his accumulation can carry him. His progress will only slow down, and eventually he'll be forced to abandon illusions and return to the martial path. Yes, the true path lies in the clash of blades, and swords or illusions are useless. Chen Ao, unaware that he had been the subject of discussion for years, continued to immerse himself in the water law. Another year passed. Suddenly ripples of law power emanated around Chen Ao. The water origin law descends. Has someone gained the recognition of an origin law? Which lucky fellow. Looks like after a few eras, or maybe hundreds of eras, there will be another immortal. Many people sensed the law fluctuations and reacted. But soon everyone was bewildered. Why did the fluctuation last only an instant? Had his meditation been interrupted, preventing him from receiving the origin law's recognition? What a pity. He was so close. If he had persisted a little longer, he might have succeeded. Alas, it's never easy. Often the final step determines life or death. Having missed this chance, who knows how many years it will take for him to gain law recognition again. Amid the murmurs, the one involved, Chen Ao, actually felt relieved. I didn't expect the primordial universe's laws to descend so quickly. I almost received a law mark. In the initial universe, when he had been about to gain the wood law's recognition, the process took about 3 to 4 seconds. But here in the initial universe, it took only about a second. Fortunately, he was fast enough to prevent the mark from forming. Since I've nearly comprehended both wood and water, it's time to analyze the essence of space. He had already reached the level of 10,000 thread stream. If he continued on the path of superficial forms, he might soon achieve teleportation. However, the difficulty was immense. Even if he overcame the obstacles, he might end up knowing the how but not the why. The most terrifying consequence was that once he reached that realm, it would interfere with his analysis of the 108 essences of space. For the next 25 years, I will dedicate myself entirely to deciphering the essence of space laws. Lian Luo's dwelling had been taken over by Luo Feng, so Chen Ao had to choose another place. Fortunately, he found a venerable's insights on law comprehension, which also analyzed the 108 essences of space. After a thorough search in the treasury, he also found the same venerable's foundational secret art. However, due to the venerable's status, the price of the same item was doubled. It cost 1500 points. Sigh, the same thing, but because the author is different, the price doubles. Still, no matter the cost, he had to buy it. It would help him accelerate his progress. I Li Chang have fully comprehended the 108 essences of space, thoroughly mastered the first 3 charts of the giant axe chaos stele, and have a firm grasp on how to comprehend the subsequent charts. In the future, I will surely become an immortal, and even a space venerable. Reading these words, Chen Ao admired the author's boldness. Yet this author had perished just like Lian Luo. Reversing time and space was not omnipotent. In some special secret realms, death meant true death. Indeed, boldness is useless. Living is the only truth. I'll continue to keep a low profile. Let others be bold. By the 9th year, Luo Feng had already breached the 3rd level of the Tongtian Bridge. Thanks to Xinyan's behind-the-scenes manipulation, Luo Feng was still accepted as a disciple under Xinyan King, becoming his student. With a teacher, his progress would accelerate. Naturally, Chen Ao followed suit and attempted the 3rd level of the Tongtian Bridge. Outside the bridge, 3 kings were already waiting. I knew this little fellow would come as soon as he saw others break through the 3rd level. Let's see. This time he's bound to fail. When he fails, I'll mentor him and set him on the right path. His future was limitless. They all sensed that Chen Ao had immense talent, but he always strayed from the correct path, stubbornly pursuing the way of illusionists. However, Chen Ao must have realized something, as he had stopped comprehending the water element law in recent years, knowing that path was a dead end. Chen Ao's change of heart showed them his malleability, not persisting in a dead end, knowing when to adjust. This was excellent. Failure. Definitely failure. The 3 invincible kings muttered repeatedly. But the result disappointed them. Chen Ao saw through the illusionist's realm in just 3 seconds, and smoothly reached the 4th level. This defies logic. It makes no sense. The Green Shadow lineage can't have illusionists. Controllers are heretics, let alone illusionists. Their faces twisted in agony, forced to wear a mask of pain. This kid was tough to handle. And most importantly, Chen Ao could now take a master. At this thought, wariness flickered in their eyes. Chen Ao would have to choose one of them, but who would it be? The last disciple of the Green Shadow lineage was 40,000 years ago, and that one lacked talent. Their most recent disciple, Sword Ghost King's student, was from over 300,000 years ago. Nuki King and Kajin King hadn't taken disciples in a million years. Now that a talented one had finally appeared, none of them wanted to let go. Sword Ghost King, you've already taken a disciple last time. This time Chen Ao should be mine. Nuki King said. Kajin King, you took one just 1,300,000 years ago, while my last disciple was 1,600,000 years ago. Sword Ghost King shrugged. Though it might be unfair, he wanted to say that grass on his disciple's grave was tall enough to comprehend the wood element law. Most of their disciples had long died, and with so few students, they eagerly anticipated taking a new one. Despite Chen Ao's wrong path, his talent was first-rate, and they were satisfied. Taking Chen Ao as a disciple had been decided long ago. Haha, why are you two arguing? One's a fox, the other a doghead. Only I resemble Chen Ao the most. Give it up, your scales are nothing like his. Alright, stop quarreling. Since we're the only 3 masters of the Green Shadow lineage, the meat will stay in the pot anyway. Hearing Nuki King's words, Sword Ghost King and Kajin King fell silent. They had known each other for hundreds of millions of years. They wouldn't break heads over a single disciple. Then let the little fellow choose for himself. Yes, let him pick. The three reached a consensus to let Chen Ao decide. Thereafter they began giving fervent lectures all on fundamentals, waiting for Chen Ao to attend, and then choose a master. Because tradition dictated that whoever you first heard a lesson from became your master, attracting Chen Ao to class was crucial. Yet they waited for 2 years and Chen Ao never came out to listen. Not only them, he hadn't attended a single lesson from anyone. What's wrong with this kid? Still buried in his own comprehension. Doesn't he know a teacher can speed up his growth tenfold? The three were speechless. Chen Ao was off. In Chen Ao's residence, Luofeng looked at him curiously. Senior, why haven't you taken a master? 2 years ago Chen Ao had passed the 3rd level, so he could attend lessons and find a teacher. Luofeng himself had been a disciple for over 2 years, progressing several times faster than before. He deeply understood the importance of a good teacher. Seeing Chen Ao constantly immersed in solitary comprehension, he decided to speak up. Take a master? I never planned to, Chen Ao replied. Luofeng was surprised. Senior, don't you know the benefits? Chen Ao nodded, then shook his head. Taking a master certainly had advantages, but no one could teach him. He could only learn on his own. Of course, he still intended to become a disciple of Chaos City Lord, not to accelerate his growth, but for the supreme treasures and protection the Lord would provide. He planned to leave the primordial universe only after becoming a universe lord, so clinging to Chaos City Lord's thigh was crucial. However, becoming his disciple was extremely difficult. Even if he broke through 12 or even 15 levels now, it would be useless. Chaos City Lord wouldn't take notice. For that he had already formulated a plan, which was proceeding steadily without flaw. Seeing Chen Ao's resolute expression, Luofeng knew he couldn't persuade him, so he took his leave. What? The 3 green shadow masters were all shocked. You're saying that little fellow has no intention of taking a master? Yes, that's what I've learned. Their brows furrowed deeper. Since Chen Ao arrived in Chaos City, they had frowned more than in the past few million years. Is this kid truly ignorant, or does he have some special plan? Enough. If so, we won't bother anymore. Though they were of the same lineage, they couldn't force Chen Ao to take a master. That would be too embarrassing. Chen Ao, unaware of all this, continued to analyze the essence of space laws. Every time Luofeng passed a level of the Tongtian Bridge, Chen Ao would do the same. The rest of the time he sat in his cultivation chamber meditating on the fundamental laws. In his meditative state, his comprehension speed soared. He rarely even visited the Chaos Monument. Only once in all these years. Time passed, and soon the 30 years in Chaos City ended. Come see me at once. Come see me at once. The voice pierced through layers of space, entering everyone's ears. Chen Ao was no exception. He recognized it as Nine Swords Venerable's call. Without hesitation he headed toward the direction of the voice. Soon 800 geniuses gathered around Nine Swords Venerable. Humph, in a safe place like Chaos City, nearly 2 out of 10 have died. Out in the world wouldn't half be lost. Seeing the number 9 Swords Venerable thundered angrily. You truly disappoint me. Venerable Nine Sword made no effort to conceal his fury. Under his oppressive might each genius felt as if their heart was being gripped. A suffocating sensation that made it hard to breathe washed over them. In 10 days you will leave Chaos City. The man in the cyan robe with purple scales said indifferently. By then it won't be as safe as now. Even in a place as secure as Chaos City, 2 out of 10 have died. When you return to the original universe in just 100 years, perhaps only 500 of you will remain. Humph. Make the most of the final 10 days. Those who need to challenge the heavenly bridge go. Those who need to comprehend the chaos steely hurry. Once you leave Chaos City, it will be a long time before you can return. The man in the cyan robe waved his hand and ordered, go now. Yes. A large group responded respectfully. Then with a clamor they dispersed, flying off in all directions toward the Chaos City below. The pressure before the Venerable was truly immense. Next those geniuses either challenged the heavenly bridge or went to comprehend the chaos steel. Luofeng constantly competed with other geniuses and eventually reached the same level as Bolin, directly passing the 6th layer. Rongjun, on the other hand, only passed the 5th layer, clearly falling slightly behind Luofeng. Over 30 years the gap had become apparent. Luofeng had actually reached the same level as Bolin. Bolin, distracted by his perception of the time law, had made little progress in the space law, and no matter how hard he tried he could not pass the 7th layer. After this, Bolin should awaken earlier and abandon the comprehension of the time law. He directly influenced Luofeng and partially influenced Rongjun. Both of them were far stronger than in the original story, as evidenced by the heavenly bridge. As for Bolin, he changed under the stimulation of Luofeng, having nothing to do with Chen Ao. Of course Chen Ao did not care about Bolin. As a bystander, Bolin's only use was to take the blame for him in the Genius War. After the Genius War, Bolin was actually useless. Only Luofeng was the eternal god. This time Chen Ao still only passed the 5th layer, which was not low among the crowd, but he did not catch up to Luofeng. Clearly Luofeng had already displayed his talent with a rate of progress superior to others, drawing the attention of many geniuses. Inside the residence of King Jinyan in Chaos City, King Jinyan, King Tongnan, and King Longyu were all casually chatting together, extremely joyful. King Jinyan showed a pleased expression. Congratulations, congratulations. King Longyu smiled at King Jinyan. Jinyan, you have taken a fine disciple. Ha ha. King Jinyan laughed heartily. What? King Tongnan was puzzled. Just now Jinyan's newly accepted disciple passed the 6th layer of the heavenly bridge. King Longyu laughed. She was specifically in charge of gathering information about this batch of newcomers, so she had naturally instructed the overseer Beifan to notify her immediately if anyone among them made a breakthrough. As for Jinyan, he had also given early instructions. The 6th layer. King Tongnan put down his wine glass, clapped his hands with a smile and said, Rare. In the last session, the highest among our virtual universe company only passed the 4th layer. King Longyu also nodded with a smile. In the recent 100 sessions among the geniuses of our virtual universe company, who came to Chaos City for the first time, 4168 passed the 3rd layer. 926 passed the 4th layer. 32 passed the 5th layer. None passed the 6th layer. The virtual universe company holds a genius war every 10,000 years. In each session, those who pass the 3rd layer are few and far between, and on average only about one person passes the 4th layer per 10,000 years. If the overall level of a session was slightly lower, no one would pass the 4th layer. If the level was high, perhaps 2 or 3 would pass the 4th layer. On average, one genius passes the 6th layer only once in 1,000 sessions of the genius war. King Longyu smiled at King Jinyan. And these top geniuses may not necessarily choose the 9-universe chaos steel. This Luofeng is truly a rare seedling for your 9-universe lineage, one not seen in millions of years. Ha ha. King Jinyan laughed heartily. I will inform the venerable of this news. Luofeng became famous, instantly overshadowing Bolin. After all, Luofeng's foundation was far inferior to Bolin's, yet in the end their achievements were the same. Everyone could clearly see the future. The only thing worth hoping for was that Bolin would awaken and perhaps catch up again. In the lounge of the spaceship. As soon as a group of young people entered the lounge, those familiar with each other began to chat. Luofeng, you're ruthless. And you, Rong Jun. Uka, Prince of the Manka Star, looked displeased. You two, one passed the 6th layer of the heavenly bridge, the other passed the 5th, both leaving me behind. 2. Heartbreaking. Realize the gap and work hard. Luofeng patted Yuka's shoulder. Uka was stunned. You really need to work harder. Rong Jun also walked over and patted Yuka's shoulder. Damn you bastard, I'm so sad and you don't even comfort me. Uka yelped, and Luofeng and Rong Jun both laughed. While Luofeng, Rong Jun and Uka were chatting and joking among the crowd, others also grouped into 2s and 3s according to their usual relationships. However, there were still some solitary ones who did not communicate with others. For example, the white-robed youth carrying a blood sword was always alone at the edge, not interacting with anyone. As for Chen Ao, who is Chen Ao? Is there someone named Chen Ao among us? Boom! As the figure in a cyan war robe entered the hall, the soul-stirring aura silenced everyone, and they dared not make a sound. The 30 years of basic training in Chaos City have ended. Venerable Nine Swords' gaze swept over the 816 young people before him, all of whom lowered their heads, not daring to meet his eyes. In terms of mortality rate, your session is relatively poor, but in terms of results, it is a very outstanding session. Especially the 3 of you, Bolin, Luofeng, and Rong Jun, very good. Even Venerable Nine Sword deliberately ignored Chen Ao because in comparison Chen Ao's rate of progress was much slower than that of Rong Jun. In the past, Chen Ao was already at the Bai Xian Lu level, far ahead of Luofeng and Rong Jun, but now he had been overtaken. His progress was too slow. Suddenly Bolin passed the 6th layer of the heavenly bridge. He had been leading by too much from the start, and everyone had become numb to it. Luofeng passed the 6th layer of the heavenly bridge. Rong Jun passed the 5th layer of the heavenly bridge. Among these 3, everyone felt numb toward the death god Bolin. They envied Rong Jun, envying him for having a universal lord as his teacher. As for Luofeng, they were amazed and admired. Without a universal lord as his teacher, he still managed to pass the 6th layer. The magnitude of his progress was truly astonishing. After passing through the passage with disordered time flow, the spaceship finally entered the original universe. We have left the initial universe. The man in the cyan robe with purple scales looked at the young people below. This marks the official end of the safest training in Chaos City. Next you will be divided into 4 teams, and sent to the Primordial Secret Realm, the Taichu Secret Realm, the Heaven and Earth Secret Realm, and the End Time Secret Realm. Afterwards, it will not be as comfortable as in Chaos City. Good luck, and I hope to see 500 of you alive next time. After the man in the cyan robe finished speaking, the spaceship rumbled and began to decelerate. Moments later the hatch opened. Luofeng and his group filed out of the spaceship. As soon as they looked up, they saw rolling mountains in the distance, numerous spaceships, figures flying across the sky, and countless stars in the sky. We have arrived at the Virtual Universe Company's headquarters across the universe. Throughout the entire process, Chen Ao did not even need to deliberately hide, or others unconsciously ignored him. As for Venerable Nine Sword, he no longer paid much attention to him. A genius who could not sustain progress was not a genius. Venerable Nine Sword could even imagine that before long Chen Ao would be squeezed out of the Primordial Secret Realm, and whether he would fall into the Heaven and Earth Secret Realm depended on Chen Ao himself. Because of Chen Ao, even though Luofeng was progressing rapidly, Venerable Nine Sword dared not take him as a disciple. He feared that Luofeng might also be like Chen Ao, merely a shooting star. After disembarking, Luofeng saw his wife Su Xian, a woman who had been striving continuously to meet him. Chen Ao silently watched all this without speaking. I'm just a lecher, this has nothing to do with me. The environments of the first 5 layers of the heavenly bridge were all filled with beauties like clouds, and he was too weak to complain. But thinking about it, it was not a big deal. At least it was better than all handsome men. From today onward, everyone would officially live, cultivate, and grow within the virtual universe, until they were expelled due to slow progress or fell. Luofeng flaunted his romance, and Chen Ao remarked that he had once possessed so much that he didn't care. Senior, what are your plans for cultivation next? Luofeng asked in the public area. Cultivate diligently. Luofeng was speechless, for somehow every conversation with Chen Ao veered off course, yet he could find no words to retort. Was there something wrong with diligent cultivation? Ahem, to be honest, after 30 years of training in Chaos City, I wish to spar with you, senior. At the mention of sparring, Luofeng's eyes burned with fervor, as if Chen Ao were not a senior but a scantily clad beauty. Chen Ao, upon hearing Luofeng, suddenly shrieked. Luofeng, I have clearly misjudged you. Knowing you far surpass me in strength, yet you still seek to spar. Are you trying to bully me? I believe I have not offended you, so why treat me thus? Luofeng was dumbfounded. I did not. Senior, that's not what I meant. I feel you have always hidden much of your strength, so I wanted to see. See what? You just want to see me make a fool of myself, don't you? Luofeng, I never imagined you were such a petty man. Chen Ao kept up his accusations, painting Luofeng as a contemptible bully who preyed on the weak. As long as I admitted defeat fast enough, an honest man like Luofeng would be too embarrassed to lay a hand on me. Luofeng was taken aback by Chen Ao's extreme reaction. Even knowing it was a pretense, the expressions of the surrounding geniuses left him feeling utterly wronged. That Chen Ao was by no means weak. If anything, his strength was in no way inferior to Luofeng's. It was all an act. Chen Ao stared coldly at Luofeng as if to say, if you dare mention sparring again, I'll scream. Alas, senior, why must it be this way? In the initial universe, there is no danger. There's no need to hide your strength. I don't understand what you're talking about. A master who has passed the 6th layer of the Tongtian bridge, and you wish to bully me who only reached the 5th. Have you no shame? Stop, senior, I was wrong. Pretend I never said that. Luofeng, who still valued his dignity, could never be as shameless as Chen Ao. Fine, I'll pretend you never said it. Don't speak of such things again. You are the child of destiny, the man destined to rule the entire universe. I am merely your guide. Now that my guidance is complete, it is time for you to soar. I will quietly watch from behind as you become the strongest. Stop, senior, please spare me. Never say such things. Even after living for decades, Luofeng's face burned with embarrassment. This was the public area with at least hundreds of geniuses around. Yet Chen Ao had the audacity to shout that Luofeng was the child of destiny destined to rule the universe. Wasn't that asking to be ridiculed? In fact, many were already laughing, thinking Chen Ao and Luofeng were like savages from some backward tribe. Child of destiny indeed. Rule the universe. Dream on. Luofeng covered his face, thoroughly defeated by Chen Ao. How could he shout such mortifying words so loudly? Senior, in that case, I'll return to the Taichu region. Feel free to contact me anytime. Chen Ao nodded. Go, the child of destiny from Earth. Beep, beep, beep. Your friend Luofeng has gone offline. Young people always so impatient. Can't handle such a trivial thing. Chen Ao, unconcerned by Luofeng's departure, soon returned to his room in the Yuanshe region. As long as he didn't feel embarrassed, the embarrassment belonged to Luofeng. As a member of the Yuanshe region, the virtual universe had assigned him an immortal guard and a large number of realm lord and domain lord subordinates. This assigned immortal was named Ankh. When Ankh saw Chen Ao arriving at the Yuanshe region residence, he immediately bowed and said, Your Highness, you have finally come. 35 years ago, Ankh had sought out Chen Ao, but Chen Ao was so focused on comprehending the laws that he barely paid attention, telling Ankh to make himself at home. Now that Chen Ao had personally come to the Yuanshe region, Ankh naturally had to fulfill his duties as a guard. Ankh, it's good to see you. Ankh was a burly tiger man with a simple and honest face. Seeing the smile on Chen Ao's, he felt that Chen Ao was approachable and without any airs. Your Highness, from now on I am your chief guard. If you have any orders, you can directly instruct me. Ankh first explained his role. Of course, I cannot help you with certain trials, Your Highness. Those must be completed by yourself. All right, I understand. Additionally, Your Highness, as a member of the Yuanshe region, you have the right to choose a marquee-level immortal as your teacher who can help you cultivate better. Is there a cold, aloof, marquee-level immortal? One who wouldn't mind coming only once every few centuries? Ankh was utterly baffled. Were you looking for a teacher or a gatekeeper? Your Highness, I don't quite understand your meaning. It's simple, I already have a teacher, so I don't need an extra one. But you can find one for me to fulfill the virtual universe's arrangement. I imagine no immortal would refuse to take a salary for doing nothing right. Chen Ao had no need for a teacher. His current focus was comprehending the laws. Once his comprehension was high enough, even these immortals would have nothing to teach him. Very well, I understand your highness's intention. Chen Ao cast a meaningful glance at Ankh, then entered the garden himself. This Ankh, an immortal willing to serve as a guard, clearly did so because the benefits were greater. Thus, by letting Ankh handle the matter of the immortal teacher, Chen Ao created substantial room for maneuvering. For instance, a marquis-level immortal close to Ankh could receive a salary for doing nothing. This was no small favor. It was a massive debt of gratitude. Chen Ao was giving Ankh an enormous advantage. Soon Ankh returned to Chen Ao. Your Highness, I have chosen a very powerful marquis-level immortal for you. The White Tiger Marquis. White Tiger Marquis. Chen Ao glanced at Ankh's race, nodded, and consented in the virtual universe. Thank you, Your Highness. Ankh looked at Chen Ao with gratitude. It's nothing. I'll need your help in the future. Your Highness, as long as it does not violate the principles of the virtual universe, I will do my utmost. Chen Ao nodded. This was exactly the effect he wanted. Having received such a great favor, the guard would do his best to protect him. By giving away something he didn't need, Chen Ao gained the guard's loyalty. A mutually beneficial outcome. Now that I'm in the Yuanshi secret realm region, it's time to start the next phase of my plan. Chen Ao continued comprehending the laws, preparing to execute his next step. His next plan was simple: to become a disciple of the Chaos City Lord. In the virtual universe company, was there anything more advantageous than clinging to the chaotic city lord's thigh? Chen Ao's first step in traversing the universe was to quietly enter the virtual universe company through the Genius War. He felt he had completed this step well, entering the primordial region in a low-key manner without attracting anyone's attention. Others were even deliberately forgetting his existence. The second step is to become a disciple of Chaos City Lord, which is much harder than the first step. The hardest part wasn't becoming a disciple, but how to do it discreetly. If he made a commotion like Luo Feng's, that would be absolutely unacceptable, going against his principle of low-key behavior. Therefore, he was reluctant to tackle the Tongtian Tower. He only went there when he had no other choice. If he challenged the Tongtian Tower, even a dog placed by the alien races among humans would know about it. It was too blatant. In contrast, tackling the primordial Tongtian mountain was much more low-key. Very few people would know about his attempt, and even most of the venerables wouldn't have the qualifications to know. Thus, the danger factor was very small. Therefore, I need to conquer the primordial Tongtian mountain at the cosmic level. This was just a way to demonstrate. If conquering the primordial Tongtian mountain could make Chaos City Lord accept him as a disciple, Chen Ao could now tackle it in several ways. After all, the difficulty of the primordial Tongtian mountain at the cosmic level was roughly equivalent to facing a peak domain lord of the end times secret realm. He could slice an ordinary domain lord with a single sword strike even at the star level. Now he was confident in killing realm lords, let alone mere domain lords. Conquering the cosmic level primordial Tongtian mountain was no challenge for him. Unfortunately, simply conquering it was useless. Simply conquering the Tongtian mountain won't work. The key issue is the manner in which I conquer it. Taking the original work, Chaos City Lord's assessment of Luo Feng's comprehension of space and metal laws was mediocre. This was not a random assessment. There was a direct reason. The reason lay in the word ceiling. Even if Luo Feng reached the limit of space and metal laws, he would only be a universe venerable at most. That was the ceiling. In reality, no one could say for sure if he could even reach that ceiling, and he would likely not even attain the level of universe venerable. Then he would just be a king. Such a disciple naturally did not appeal to Chaos City Lord. Conversely, the fusion of metal and space laws was different, or it offered a certain probability of becoming a universe master. Even if he didn't become a universe master, he would likely become a universe overlord. One had a high probability of being a king, the other a universe overlord. The potential exhibited by the two was vastly different. Only the latter was worthy of becoming Chaos City Lord's disciple. Therefore, to be accepted as a disciple by Chaos City Lord at the cosmic level, I must either demonstrate profound comprehension of time and space laws, or show comprehension of fused laws. In other words, only those who showed a hint of potential to become a universe master would stir Chaos City Lord's interest. Whether or not they could achieve it, at least they had to show such potential. Therefore, my second step plan is to first fuse the wood and space laws, and when I tackle the Tongtian mountain, demonstrate this trend of fusion. Tackling the Tongtian mountain would attract a trace of attention from Chaos City Lord, while the fused laws would move his heart. Both were indispensable. If he showed potential but Chaos City Lord didn't see it, it would be all for nothing. As for me, my wood law comprehension has reached a level close to the recognition of the original law, no less than Luo Feng's comprehension of metal law during his domain lord period. But as for space law, he was still lacking. Just a little more. Among the 108 space law essences, he had just comprehended 107. Still a bit short. In other words, I have the foundation for fusion, but the difficulty lies in not knowing how to fuse. This required the help of a secret technique similar to the beast god Seven Slays. After all, he couldn't fuse out of thin air. Chen Ao had already eyed this. Within the virtual universe there was a secret technique concerning wood-space fusion, named Divine with 6 Swords. It was one rank lower than the Beast God 7 Slays. The author of Beast God 7 Slays, Herodotus, had not mastered the final layer of the technique, so he was only a top-tier universe overlord. However, it still provided a conjecture, essentially offering a path to becoming a universe master, so the price was extremely high. The first 3 volumes of Beast God 7 Slays had a sales price of up to 8 billion points. The first 6 volumes required 50 billion points. The complete set of 7 volumes, like the Spacetime Essays, reached 100 billion points. In contrast, Divine with 6 Swords was much lower in tier. Low tier has its advantages, it's cheap. The complete set of 6 volumes of Divine with 6 Swords cost only 10 billion points. Chen Ao only needed the first volume, which required 10 million points. Compared to the Beast God 7 Slays first volume at 80 million points, it was much cheaper. Now the problem is, where do I get these 10 million points? He couldn't exchange money, and he didn't have money anyway. The prize money from the Genius War was all used to cultivate his sinking water vine clone. Hey Omega, open the cosmic level trial missions for me. The intelligent lifeform Omega quickly agreed, and then a large number of trial missions appeared before Chen Ao. The mission that gives the most points is undoubtedly the Blood Luo continent, with 600 points per Blood Luo crystal. I'd need nearly 20,000 crystals. Well, so without a doubt I choose the Abyssal Hell mission. Getting 20,000 Blood Luo crystals in the Blood Luo continent was probably a pipe dream. Luo Feng had only managed to get nearly 10,000 with the help of the Masha clan. Where could he get 20,000? So the desperate level mission Abyssal Hell was more reliable. The Abyssal Hell had only one mission survive in the abyss for 1 year. Completing it would reward 1 million points. If nothing unexpected happens, there are secrets inside. If I uncover that secret, maybe I can get 10 million points. Even the dangerous level Blood Luo continent gave Luo Feng several million points. This top-ranked desperate level mission would surely bring even greater benefits. Select the desperate level mission Abyssal Hell. Soon the virtual universe did not show a confirmation, but instead an alerting intelligent lifeform appeared. Prince Chen Ao, you are still a newcomer at the cosmic level. It is recommended that you first choose some relatively simple missions. The death rate for desperate level missions is as high as 90, and the Abyssal Hell ranked first has a death rate of a staggering 99. Moreover, this is your first time undertaking a trial mission. According to our virtual universe statistics, the death rate for first-time Abyssal Hell mission takers is 100. Please choose carefully. Chen Ao was helpless. If he weren't short of a large number of points, did he think he would want to go? A person as cowardly as him, no cautious, would do such a thing. Damn it, it was all because he was forced. If they pitied him, they would just give him points. Select the Abyssal Hell mission. The desperate level mission Abyssal Hell has been selected for you. Chen Ao had already learned about the Purgatory Abyss mission. The briefing was simple. This abyss comprised 99 layers of worlds, inhabited by a vast number of mindless lifeforms. Although these lifeforms lacked intelligence, they were incredibly powerful. Domain lords were mere infants. Realm lords were the main force, and there were many undying level beings. If a universe level being went there and encountered them, it would be like offering oneself as a meal. Since they were all mindless monsters, they would attack anything not of their own kind, making the danger level extremely high. You might as well have said nothing. Chen Ao rolled his eyes, then under the escort of Ong, who boarded the spaceship arranged by the Virtual Universe Company. Your Highness, have you truly considered switching to another mission? Although abandoning the mission incurs a small penalty, it's nothing compared to your life. Ong could deeply grateful to Chen Ao was doing his utmost. However, he could not help Chen Ao in completing the mission. Moreover, as far as he knew, although Chen Ao's performance in Chaos City was better than that of previous generations, he was not among the top in this cohort. Rushing recklessly into the Purgatory Abyss like this, wasn't that just asking for trouble? Do you think I want to? It's because I'm short on credits. Anka chuckled. Everyone is short on credits, but there's no need to go this far. Take your time and complete missions gradually. There's still a chance. There were plenty of hazard-level missions, though the total number was limited. By completing them one by one along with some Doom-level missions, it was still possible to accumulate 10 million credits in 100 years. Unfortunately, I can't wait that long. 100 years was too long. It wasn't that he was racing against time. His sole goal was to survive until he became a universe master, even if it meant latching onto Luo Feng's coattails later. The problem was, could he wait that long in the primordial universe? Who would give him that much time? To keep a low profile, one needed capital. With the endorsement of the Lord of Chaos City, one could certainly stay low-key. But for an ordinary person, they'd just be kicked out. The Virtual Universe Company had no use for mediocrity. Either show your worth or get out. Chen Ao was unwilling to do either. Moreover, cultivation was his own affair. For safety, personal strength came first. The Purgatory Abyss might be dangerous for others, but I have my avatar and the evasion space of my Q skill. The risk isn't that great. If the mortality rate were 99, he wouldn't go even if it meant being expelled. The Purgatory Abyss was located in the primordial zone, so Chen Ao quickly entered the area where the abyss lay. Though it's called an abyss, it's not hot at all. In fact, it's a bit cold. Chen Ao landed on the first layer of the Purgatory Abyss, which turned out to be a snow mountain environment. In the depths of the first layer one could enter the second. Comparatively, the first layer wasn't very difficult. Q skill. Chen Ao instantly vanished from his spot. Then he quickly appeared at a location within his line of sight. His Q skill wasn't a random teleportation. He could only teleport to positions he could see. The teleportation speed was extremely fast, no less than instantaneous movement. The drawback was that it required a fixed target. It wasn't like the Void Realm where one could roam and observe freely. If he had the Void Realm, it would be too easy. Unfortunately, the Q skill required selecting a target. Swish, swish, swish. Chen Ao swiftly teleported through space. Each time he entered and exited space, there was an audible disturbance much louder than instantaneous movement. It was enough to attract some Realm Lord lifeforms. Fortunately, he could teleport consecutively and those Realm Lord lifeforms couldn't catch up. Chen Ao continued teleporting like this, moving deeper layer by layer. Although the mission was to survive here for a year, one couldn't just hide in a corner for a year and pass. Another requirement of the mission was to reach the 30th layer. The 30th layer contained a special rock called Fiery Rock. Only by obtaining a piece of Fiery Rock and then staying in the abyss for a year could the mission be considered complete. Fiery Rock was common on the 30th layer, so it was easy to acquire. The problem was how to reach the 30th layer. However, with his Q skill, Chen Ao found it quite simple. Moreover, Chen Ao didn't just want to earn that 1 million credits. He wanted to accumulate more, ideally reaching 10 million all at once. I wonder what good things the Purgatory Abyss holds. Since the mission hint pointed to the 30th layer, it was likely that the treasures were there. The Virtual Universe Company always gave hints, just like with the Blood Luo crystal in the Blood Luo world. It took about 10 days for Chen Ao to successfully reach the 30th layer. He casually picked up a piece of Fiery Rock. Now, after waiting another 355 days, he would receive 1 million credits. Next, I'll explore thoroughly and see what benefits this layer holds. Having decided to explore, Chen Ao could no longer use his Q skill to teleport freely. He had to search slowly. Each layer of the abyss is vast, requiring a long time to explore. Chen Ao randomly chose a direction and began to delve deeper, searching. What good things might I encounter? Gene enhancement, refining treasures, or items that enhance law comprehension. Chen Ao could only think of these three categories as they were the foundation for the future. He hadn't encountered anything good yet, but he did discover a massive cavern. From within came faint roars of beasts. Faced with such a massive cavern, Chen Ao couldn't be sure whether the treasures lay inside. So Chen Ao walked straight in. This smell is really powerful. Just outside the entrance with the wind blowing, the odor wasn't so overwhelming. But once inside the cavern, Chen Ao felt that the stench was not something an ordinary person could withstand. He was a universe level 9 capable of blocking all sense. Yet this smell seemed to penetrate directly into his body, forcing every cell to experience the odor. Thus it was quite overwhelming. Not just the head, but his entire body was affected. This smell seems to contain a hint of law aura. Not everything could force its way into Chen Ao's body. It must contain the power of rules. He was being compelled. Damn it, what kind of creature is this? Soon Chen Ao had descended at least 100 kilometers. The light was dim here, but Chen Ao didn't care. His eyes gleamed. He could see everything. Soon Chen Ao discovered massive serpentine creatures moving throughout the cavern. Domain Lord level. This seems to be the most common type of life form here. The Domain Lord serpentine creature had also sensed Chen Ao almost immediately. Its forked tongue, nearly as large as Chen Ao himself, flickered continuously as it lunged straight at him. Is it the scent? Chen Ao watched the giant serpent approach without any panic. Suddenly a flash of sword light appeared before him. With a splatter, the serpent's massive head was severed cleanly. Countless sprays of blood erupted. Chen Ao did not dodge. He let the blood soak his body. This should let me mimic the serpent's scent a bit, right? The head of the massive serpent was severed by Chen Ao, and the blood gushing from its body was enough to drown him several times over. Chen Ao allowed the blood to thoroughly drench his body, even letting his body cells desperately absorb some of this serpent blood. He strove to make his aura resemble that of the great serpent. If this still doesn't work, I'll have to use the serpent's excrement. Of course, Chen Ao was capable of such a disgusting act. Back when the apocalypse broke out on Earth, he had done similar things to survive. However, it was best to avoid this if possible, as it was rather nauseating. After being soaked in serpent blood for a long time, even repeated washing couldn't remove the blood from his body. This was because his cells had absorbed some of it. A mere washing was useless, requiring purification at the cellular level. Continuing forward, Chen Ao saw one massive serpent after another slithering in different positions. Such a strong smell of blood. Suddenly he realized where that overpowering odor came from. It was not any excrement but the scent of serpent blood. It was different from the blood on his own body. That intense serpent blood aura seemed to be specially concentrated. Perhaps there really is something valuable. Who would be so bored as to refine their own blood without a special reason? Could these massive serpents with their abundant blood have a similar reason? Chen Ao ventured deeper, and the number of serpents increased, many of which were at the Domain Lord level. However, these Domain Lord serpents seemed listless, as if they had been drained of much blood. Chen Ao further restrained his aura, and fully released the scent of serpent blood. Perhaps because the place already had an overwhelming stench, he surprisingly remained undetected. This relieved Chen Ao greatly. Had he been discovered, he would have had to flee or else face certain death. He continued deeper and even discovered immortal-level serpents. Unlike the Domain Lord and Territory Lord serpents, these immortal-level serpents radiated a golden hue that dazzled Chen Ao's eyes. However, similar to the Domain Lord serpents, these immortal-level ones were also listless. More precisely, they were even more depleted than the Domain Lord serpents. Could it be that these serpents have all had their blood drained? Chen Ao thought this highly likely, or otherwise they would not all exhibit the same condition. He licked his lips. It seemed the valuable item was related to the blood of these serpents. No wonder the smell was so peculiar. Even my cells were forced to absorb it. Truly extraordinary. Soon Chen Ao realized he had entered through only one of the many caves. Around a massive basin or abyss there were hundreds of caves similar to the one he had just traversed. This guy already encountered tens of thousands of serpents, including dozens of immortals. If all these hundreds of caves are similar, how many immortals and domain lords would there be? At least 100,000 immortals and even more domain lords. Likely no less than 10 million. Chen Ao cautiously approached the basin's abyss below, wanting to see what lay at the bottom. This glance revealed that the bottom was covered with dense vein-like patterns, and within these patterns flowed blood as well. All the blood was converging toward one direction. There a blood-red plant stood. So these 100,000 immortal serpents and 10 million domain lord serpents are using their blood to nurture this blood tree. Chen Ao was stunned. Had these serpents gone mad? Doing such a thing? Although serpents lacked intelligence, their life instincts should prevent them from this. Depleting a large amount of blood severely harms vitality. Even an immortal-level serpent would need tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of years to recover from a single bloodletting. And yet the blood essence of so many serpents was being used to nourish that blood tree. From this distance he could not clearly see the tree's form. Chen Ao decided to get closer. Huff! As he moved deeper, many serpents on the inner side of the basin instinctively turned toward him. Chen Ao was terrified and quickly teleported through space directly to another direction. These serpents had not been drained of blood. They seemed to be guarding the blood tree with full strength. And all these serpents were immortal level, at least 1,000 of them. If they noticed him, he would be crushed to dust. Escape with a Q skill? Impossible. Immortal level beings were far faster than him. The moment he entered space, they could bind him with laws and kill him instantly. Teleporting, Chen Ao arrived at a relatively distant spot. The serpents turned their gazes toward his new location. He hid on the body of an immortal serpent which suddenly stirred. Damn, it seems that territory lord serpents are not qualified to be here, so these immortal serpents reacted. Fortunately, Chen Ao appeared as a fellow creature, otherwise he would have been attacked immediately. Forget it, I'll just head straight for the blood tree. Chen Ao frantically teleported until he was near the tree. Roar! The moment Chen Ao approached the blood tree's vicinity, many immortal serpents roared loudly. Clearly they could sense a creature entering the tree's range. Chen Ao ignored everything and looked directly at the blood tree, less than a kilometer away. Contrary to his expectations, the tree bore no strange fruits, only branches and leaves. Instead, the tree's lower part had thick roots that seemed to have absorbed a vast amount of blood. Each root was extremely robust and suffused with a deep blood-red color. Could it be that the roots are the real treasure? Gazing at these blood-red roots, which even pulsed like a heartbeat, Chen Ao felt an instinctive longing. It seemed that eating these roots would allow evolution. This physical craving made him instantly understand. These roots must be a treasure that enhances life genes. Otherwise his body cells would not covet them so intensely. This was a yearning stronger than any desire for a peerless beauty. As if to obtain this, one would abandon everything, even life itself. There are many roots, but only 13 are pulsating independently. The others might still be gestating or not yet mature. Slash, slash. Even as countless serpents roared behind him and charged directly at him, Chen Ao ignored them and used his sword to cut these roots. Since I'm here, I might as well grab a haul. It would be a shame not to. He was cautious, but that was to protect himself better. When it was time to fight, he would fight. After all, what was the risk? At worst, this body would die. At worst, this body would die. There were 13 writhing tendrils in total, and without a doubt Chen Ao intended to snatch them all away. Unfortunately, he was thinking too much. The speed of an immortal was beyond his imagination. Just as he severed the 9th writhing tendril, the serpent closest to Chen Ao seemed to directly traverse layers of space, lunging straight at him. Feeling the overwhelming pressure bearing down on him, Chen Ao's expression shifted dramatically. This serpent was undoubtedly the weakest among the immortals, lacking any secret art attacks. It relied solely on its realm and physical body to ram into Chen Ao. Yet an immortal was still an immortal, and the advantages of its realm and divine body directly crushed Chen Ao. Damn, this thing's impact force is terrifying. If he were hit by such a collision, even if it merely grazed his skin, it would be absolutely beyond what Chen Ao could endure. It would be enough to make his physical body explode. Strangulation. With no other choice, Chen Ao swung his sword at the immortal serpent while collecting the writhing tendrils. This strike bore a resemblance to the innate secret art strangulation of the water vine clone. Although his realm was insufficient, far from the level required to execute strangulation. His foundation in the laws of water, wood, and space combined with his insights and comprehension of strangulation allowed him to create a vastly weakened version of the strangulation secret art. As this secret art was unleashed, a sword light heavily struck the serpent's head. This serpent was a pure beast, utterly devoid of intelligence, acting solely on instinct. Thus this strike quickly blocked the immortal serpent's charge. Boom! Boom! Even though the immortal serpent's body shifted slightly, Chen Ao felt as if his entire skeleton was about to shatter. Indeed, even the weakest immortal relying merely on its body is not something I can withstand. Chen Ao looked at his right hand, already a bloody mess. Retreat! The shift in the immortal serpent's position caused its massive body to block the small open space around Chen Ao. Instead, it hindered the attacks of the other immortal serpents. Seizing this brief gap, Chen Ao directly entered the spatial void. That was close. Although the power of strangulation is formidable, my foundation is still too weak. Each realm gap was 100-fold difference, so the gap between him and the immortal serpent in terms of foundation was roughly 4000 times. For an ordinary person, the gap would be 1,000,000 times, but his base genes were 5 times combined with the Highland bloodlines 50 times, amounting to a 250-fold gene advantage. Therefore, the gap between him and the immortal serpent was 4000 times. With such a vast disparity, even though his secret art was immensely powerful, he was no match. If I were a domain lord, my strength would increase 100-fold, narrowing the gap to 40 times. With that combined with his secret art, he should be able to slay this immortal serpent. Of course, this was mainly because the serpent had no secret arts and only relied on instinctive physical attacks. If it were an intelligent life form, even an immortal from a world like the Blood Luo world, he would be doomed without a doubt. Once I complete my study of the fusion secret art, and formally step into the threshold of the fusion laws, my strength will skyrocket. The fusion secret art was roughly 100 times more powerful than a single element secret art, essentially equivalent to the gap of one major realm. A 3-element fusion secret art was another 100 times more powerful than a 2-element one. Unfortunately, his strangulation, though nominally a 3-element fusion, was a false fusion unable to exert much power, far inferior to a true 2-element fusion secret art. When shuttling through space, the landing point was determined by himself. These serpents, despite their physical bodies, had an extremely low level of law comprehension, and could not detect his landing point from spatial fluctuations in time. Thus, whenever a serpent discovered his landing point, Chen Ao had already re-entered the spatial void to shuttle again. This repeated several times, and Chen Ao escaped successfully. Along the way, countless realm lords and immortal serpents stirred in chaos. However, these serpents were already relatively weak, making them even less capable of tracking Chen Ao. They could only watch as Chen Ao swiftly left the cave. Swish, swish. Chen Ao shuttled over a dozen times in succession, his body beginning to tremble until he finally returned to the surface. Hee, what luck! Good thing I had the Q skill and the strangulation secret art. If either were missing, he would have died in there. Now, I finally understand why life forms in the universe love adventure. The thrill of seeking excitement, and then reaping enormous rewards feels incredible. However, excitement aside, keeping a low profile was everything. Most of those who crave thrill have already died. Only the living truly enjoy. Brief pleasure is akin to a good death, and a good death is worse than a miserable life. Calming his mind, he completely erased that improper urge for thrills, and returned to a peaceful state. This state allows for longevity. Living long is more important than anything. Then Chen Ao eagerly took out his spoils. A full 9 enormous writhing tendrils. These blood-colored tendrils were still pulsating even after leaving the blood tree. Each tendril was 7 or 8 times larger than Chen Ao. Gulp. Looking at these tendrils, Chen Ao couldn't help but swallow his saliva. This was the instinctive need of life, the instinct to evolve. When faced with something that could aid evolution, life instinctively felt joy. He shoved one directly into his mouth. It melted on contact, or rather the moment it touched his body it merged into him. There was no need to even put it in his mouth. Contact with any part of his body caused it to melt into his cells. Indeed, this thing enhances genes and with no side effects. The item was excellent, almost equivalent to a drop of Beast God's blood. A single drop of Beast God's blood was worth 100 times a Blood Luo crystal. The purchase price of a Blood Luo crystal was 600 points, but the actual market price was at least 1,000,000 points. This one writhing tendril, by that calculation, was worth 100 million points. However, it seemed that the virtual universe wouldn't give Chen Ao the opportunity to trade this. Opportunities to enhance genes are extremely rare. Keep eating. In theory, his human body's genes could be enhanced up to 100-fold, so these 9 writhing tendrils were far from enough. One after another he ate until the 6th tendril. When his body made contact with it, the previous excitement was gone. What's going on? Can I only eat 5? Gene enhancement wasn't unlimited, but only 5 seemed too few, didn't it? No, it's not that I can only eat 5. It's that the enhancement limit of this thing is a 10-fold gene increase. Chen Ao felt this guess was more plausible. However, that significantly reduced the value of this item. He had already encountered some fortune on Earth that boosted his genes to 5 times, so 10 times wasn't far off. It was conceivable that others' genes weren't just 1-fold either. For instance, that Uka probably had around 10-fold genes. What a pity, what a pity. I thought it was worth at least a drop of Beast God's blood, but it's not that impressive. Beast God's blood could enhance genes up to 100-fold, far superior to this mere 10-fold enhancement. If a wriggling root was equivalent to a drop of Beast God's blood, even if the virtual universe was as exploitative as possible, each acquisition price would be over 500,000 points. Now its value was at least halved. The advantage of this thing is that it has no side effects and the difficulty of fusion is extremely low. Items that enhance genes were always in short supply and their value remained high, though not as exaggerated. Calculated at 200,000 points each, if I get 450 roots, I can accumulate 10 million points. Thinking of this, Chen Ao felt a headache. 9 roots had nearly cost him half his life and he had almost died inside. If he had to get 450, it would truly be the end of him. I'll give it a try, no matter what I need to obtain as many wriggling roots as possible. Each one is worth tens of thousands of points. Next, Chen Ao continued searching for places similar to the snake cave. This lair had different creatures, but they were all dedicated to enhancing their genes using the blood of their own racial beasts to refine treasures that could boost genes. This abyssal purgatory is probably a place where human forces periodically harvest gene treasures like the wriggling roots. These things could be produced continuously. The immortal giant snakes of over 100,000 and the realm master giant snakes of 10 million after each bloodletting could recover in about tens of thousands of years. Thus every tens of thousands of years a batch of roots could be obtained. Such a sustainable development, truly befitting a peak race exploiting resources to the fullest. A single snake cave is certainly not enough for cultivation. Probably every layer has similar races continuously providing humans with treasures like the roots. However, these 30 layers were comparatively easier to obtain. But that's relative. For a universe-level cultivator to obtain roots under the siege of a horde of immortal giant snakes is basically a fantasy. This was extremely difficult. So there must be easier places to obtain them. The virtual universe would certainly give the geniuses a little chance. This top-ranked trial couldn't possibly only offer 1,000,000 points in benefits. Even the 30th layer was pointed out, surely hoping that geniuses would explore and obtain items that enhance genes. These were much better than blood luo crystals with no need to worry about baleful aura erosion. Blood luo crystals were formed from condensed blood of the beast god. No matter how large the beast god's body, it was a non-renewable resource. In contrast, this sustainable resource was cheaper and more convenient. As long as the human race was sensible, they would have those with gene levels 10 times or below use the roots and then use other treasures. Perhaps blood luo crystals were only used when approaching the 100-fold limit. For example, 20 to 50 times used other renewable resources. 50 to 80 times used a third type. Were those resources deeper in the abyss? That was unlikely. Perhaps the later renewable resources had some limitations, but they were still good things even with restrictions. Chen Ao suddenly felt a surge of curiosity. Huff! He quickly suppressed it. Curiosity kills the cat. To live long, one must never be curious about anything. Chen Ao chanted a few times to calm himself. I'll just explore this 30th layer. The opportunity given by the virtual universe is relatively safer. Next, Chen Ao continued his search. He saw more races, all kinds of creatures, even advanced mythical beings like the dragon race. But before humanity, these so-called legendary creatures were merely materials for providing treasures regularly harvested by humans. This 30th layer was enormous, millions of times larger than the entire Earth. Exploring it would take a very long time, and a single year was far from enough. Thus, Chen Ao's exploration quickly exceeded 1 year. In the virtual universe, Luo Feng found Chen Ao. He had long known that Chen Ao had entered the purgatory level abyssal purgatory, and had been living there for 2 years. Although he had also been in the blood luo world, that world was a plane inhabited by intelligent beings unlike the abyssal purgatory. Senior, have you discovered something in the abyssal purgatory? Obviously, Luo Feng had also found something in the blood luo world, and he felt it was a tremendous opportunity. Seeing Chen Ao spending so long in the abyssal purgatory, he had the same feeling. Yes, I got something good. Hearing Chen Ao's confirmation, Luo Feng's expression turned serious. The fallen ones had warned him that coveting benefits was very dangerous. Senior, although the trial holds many secrets, there are also many dangers, especially in the top-ranked abyssal purgatory. I know. Without some confidence, I wouldn't act recklessly. Luo Feng was stunned. Right, if it were someone else they might be rash, but the senior who had always been cautious would never do such a thing. Are you in the blood luo world? Chen Ao asked. Yes, I discovered a treasure. They're called the blood luo crystal. Luo Feng explained the wonders of the blood luo crystal. Well, mine is similar. I'll give you some good things when we leave. As your guide, this is the last thing I can do for you, the chosen one. Senior, please speak properly. However, hearing that Chen Ao had something for him, Luo Feng was deeply moved. Thus Luo Feng was even more determined to give Chen Ao some blood Luo crystals. Luo Feng didn't come just for fun. He wanted to tell Chen Ao about the blood Luo crystals, and planned to give him some after leaving the blood Luo continent. Now it was an exchange. Essentially an exchange, but a manifestation of mutual support. By the way, you don't need to rush to fuse the blood Luo crystal. The thing I have works better. Luo Feng was surprised. Okay, I understand. Luo Feng didn't ask further, since the senior was going to give him something he didn't need to inquire. After a brief chat with Luo Feng, Chen Ao's consciousness returned to the abyssal purgatory. I explored 63 races and found opportunities in 46 places. His harvest was considerable, 143 items similar to wriggling roots. Their shapes differed, but they all felt similar to Chen Ao. I'll leave some for Luo Feng and Hong. Not that he was sacrificing himself to give Luo Feng good things, but missing a few roots wouldn't have a huge impact on the points. At this moment his genes had also made great progress with the help of these roots. His genes consisted of two parts, his own base genes and the effect of the R-Skill Highland bloodline. His R-Skill previously provided about 50 times the gene enhancement, and now his base genes were 10 times, theoretically making a total of 500 times. But in reality he felt his genes were only about 450 times. Where did the missing 50 times go? Most likely the enhancement from his R-Skill had decreased, unable to maintain the previous 50-fold boost. However, his total gene multiplier had indeed improved significantly. There was no doubt about that. The base gene was 10-fold, there was no issue with that. Thus the only explanation was that R's multiplication factor had decreased. Similar to the effect of the beast god's blood, if the gene multiplier is too high it can no longer aid in enhancement. After all, his R-Skill hadn't even unlocked its first stage, and as everyone knew, the R-Skill had 3 levels. Because of this, even after consuming 3 branches, the increase in his genes would not be substantial. Luo Feng benefited from these roots, enhancing his genes, which naturally made him more dazzling and better at concealing himself. Let's go back. This place holds no meaning for me anymore. Perhaps there were even better things deeper down, but greed led to no good end. Chen Ao absolutely forbade greed. These gains were already substantial. If he became greedy at this point, even if he didn't die, the final outcome might be losing everything. Easily returning to the first layer of the abyssal hell, Chen Ao passed the inspection of the immortal guarding the demon ancestor palace. Finding no issues, the immortal allowed him through. Tsk. Indeed, someone like Luo Feng, a favored son of fate, gets benefits wherever he goes. As for an ordinary person like me, even if they know I'm a member of the primordial secret realm, they just go through the motions. However, he found this feeling of being unnoticed quite pleasant. Returning to the primordial zone, Chen Ao quickly chose to submit his mission. A pleasant female voice soon rang out. Prince Chen Ao, you have survived in the abyssal hell for a year. As long as you produce a single fiery rock, you will have completed the mission and receive a reward of 1 million points. Chen Ao produced the fiery rocks he had collected. Verification complete. Congratulations on completing the abyssal hell mission. 1 million points have been credited to your account. Just as the pleasant female voice finished speaking, a stern female voice suddenly interjected. Prince Chen Ao, hello. I am an internal member of the virtual universe. I am now communicating with you directly through the virtual universe. What I am about to say is top secret. I hope you will keep our following conversation confidential. Chen Ao had been waiting for this voice. Alright, I will keep it confidential. First I must ask, have you, Prince Chen Ao, obtained special plant organs nurtured by certain creatures in the abyss? I have obtained them. Hearing that Chen Ao had indeed obtained them, the female voice quickly continued. Those special plants are in principle your harvest, Prince Chen Ao, and we should not interfere. However, if you have obtained a sufficient number, you should find that some plant organs are useless to you. Yes. Then the virtual universe wishes that you, Prince Chen Ao, would sell those useless organs to our company. The virtual universe company will offer a fair purchase price. Without a second word, Chen Ao produced 110 of them. He had 143 in total, of which 33 were to be given to Luo Fenghong and Lei, as they would benefit from them. Seeing the 110, a flicker of surprise crossed the woman's face across from him. But soon the woman continued, our virtual universe company is willing to purchase them at a price of 200,000 points each. Does Prince Chen Ao choose to sell? Let me warn you again, these items are top secret. Even if you don't sell them to our company, you cannot casually sell them to others. Chen Ao curled his lip. Those words were just meant to deceive. This item is worth more than 200,000 points. The woman across from him was stunned. It was the first time she had seen a youngster speak so boldly. This is the unified purchase price of our virtual universe company. But its value is at least 100 times more than 200,000 points. If I didn't know, that would be one thing. But since I do know, the company cannot take them so cheaply. The female voice remained stern. Prince Chen Ao obtained these items from the secret realm of our virtual universe company. Don't say that. I am also a member of the virtual universe company, and my status is not necessarily much lower than yours. You can take these items, but you must pay a fair price. This time the female voice fell silent. Seeing her silence, Chen Ao knew this matter was settled. This all came down to an information gap. Those who didn't know thought 200,000 points per item was a sky-high price. After all, he was only at the universe level. But those in the know understood that for a king-level immortal these items were worth everything they had. In essence, the top-secret classification wasn't for secrecy. It was for monopoly. Once monopolized, when those kings wanted to buy, the price was whatever the virtual universe company said. If they said 100 million, it was 100 million. If they said 1 billion, you had to accept it. Prince Chen Ao, how many do you intend to sell? 100,000 per item. He needed 10 million points. If each sold for 100,000, no, just over 80,000 would suffice. He could gather 10 million points. That's impossible. To be honest, Prince Chen Ao, even if you've learned the price through some channel, we cannot give you the full price. The highest price our virtual universe can offer is 500,000 points per item. 90,000. No negotiation. The maximum is 500,000. The company won't give too many points to a universe-level member. Chen Ao opened his mouth intending to get 10 million points in one go, but he didn't expect the virtual universe to be so stingy. He didn't think the woman was deliberately deceiving him. It was just that, as a universe level, he was only worth that much. Fine, 500,000 each. Give me 5 million points. Deal. The woman's voice remained cold. Prince Chen Ao, I must reiterate, you may still have such items on your person, but without the consent of our virtual universe company you are absolutely forbidden to sell them. Otherwise the consequences will be severe. I understand. After saying this, Chen Ao checked his account and saw that 5 million points had indeed been credited. But that still leaves a gap of over 3 million points. In fact, even if he took out the remaining ones, it wouldn't be enough. He would have to find another way. A gap of 3 million points. Deadly level missions would take about 5, dangerous level about 10. Chen Ao's scalp tingled. He really didn't want to take unnecessary risks. What if he messed up? I need to think carefully about where to get these 3 million plus points. Chen Ao sat alone in his residence, pondering his next move. At the universe level, the only way to earn points was through trial missions. Of course, the illusory sea and the immortal altar were also options. But the points obtainable from the immortal altar were too few, at most around 100,000. The illusory sea, like the heaven bridge, had a high upper limit. However, to get over 3 million points, he would need to pass at least a dozen layers. For a universe level to pass over a dozen layers of the illusory sea would certainly draw attention. That didn't align with his low-key style. After much deliberation, it seems the only way to get enough points is to go to the Blood Luo world. After all, Blood Luo crystals are also highly priced. Chen Ao had spent over 2 years in the abyss of purgatory, while Luofeng was still in the Blood Luo world. In the virtual universe, Chen Ao sought out Luofeng. Senior, is there something you need? Luofeng asked, quite surprised, as Chen Ao usually kept his distance. He had never actively sought Luofeng before. Luofeng, are you still in the Blood Luo world? Chen Ao inquired. Yes, Senior. Are you planning to come to the Blood Luo world as well? Last time Luofeng had told Chen Ao about the mysteries of the Blood Luo world, assuming Chen Ao was interested. Yes, I intend to visit, but my goal is to hunt some city lords and obtain Blood Luo crystals. At this moment Luofeng had not yet started hunting for Blood Luo crystals, so he was somewhat excited by Chen Ao's idea. This thought aligned perfectly with his own desires. Alright, I am currently at the location of the Blood Chi Vortex in the Blood Luo world. Senior, come find me and we will hunt together. Chen Ao nodded. Following Luofeng's instructions, he had the virtual universe dispatch a spaceship to set him down at the appropriate spot. Then Chen Ao easily made his way to the Blood Chi Vortex. Senior, would you like to enter the Blood Chi Vortex? It is a wondrous place, greatly beneficial for comprehending laws and fusing Blood Luo crystals. Chen Ao shook his head. I have no need for the Blood Chi Vortex. Have your Mo Sha clan doppelganger take me to hunt city lords. When it came to assassination, the Mo Sha clan doppelganger was absolutely top-notch. His strength was undoubtedly greater than Luofeng's, but if he assassinated openly, he would inevitably draw attention, which was very dangerous. Not exactly dangerous, but it would make it difficult to obtain sufficient gains. He still needed over 3 million contribution points. Based on the purchase price of Blood Luo crystals, he would need at least 6,000 crystals. To be safe, at least 7,000, and with the half to be shared with Luofeng, at least 14,000. Alright then, I will have my Mo Sha clan doppelganger accompany you, Senior. Soon Luofeng placed Chen Ao into a world ring, and directly headed toward a city within sight. No need to scout ahead, just go straight in. Luofeng's usual approach was to scout first, disguise himself as an appropriate person, and then assassinate on the spot when close to the domain lords, giving them no chance to react. Even without considering travel time, this method would require Luofeng to spend a day or two preparing to kill a single domain lord. That efficiency was too slow. Senior, those are domain lords. Some might even be at the 8th or 9th level. If we give them any opportunity they might call for help. The most important thing was to deny them any chance to call for help, or otherwise they would surely be noticed. No matter, domain lords are like chickens to me. I can kill them with ease. Luo Feng was stunned. He stared at Chen Ao in amazement. His Mo Sha clan doppelganger could assassinate domain lords because it was already at the domain lord level itself. Combined with his secret techniques, he could successfully assassinate. But Chen Ao's body was clearly only at the cosmic level. Senior, do you also have a doppelganger? Luo Feng guessed, but even with a doppelganger the body was still cosmic level, unable to match a domain lord's combat power. Since Senior says so, I'll give it a try. Seeing Chen Ao's confidence, Luo Feng chose to trust him. Chen Ao's method was indeed fast. Just approach the domain lord's location disguised as one of his subordinates. Preparation would take no more than half an hour before he could smoothly get close to the domain lord. First target, a 4th level domain lord. Luo Feng had now disguised himself as the domain lord's guard, pretending to have urgent matters to report. Now Luo Feng stood before this 4th level domain lord city lord. What urgent matter? Speak quickly. The domain lord looked at the guard before him with some displeasure. Just as Luo Feng was about to make a move, a sword light shot out from the world ring. With a silent strike, the 4th level domain lord city lord fell dead instantly without a sound. Luo Feng stared in astonishment at Chen Ao, who held the long sword, wondering how that strike could be so powerful. Chen Ao, however, was completely unfazed. Even a peak sector lord was only about 10,000 times stronger than him in base power. With his gene level at roughly 450 times, the peak sector lord was actually only about 23 times stronger than him. His E-skill active and passive combined could offset a tenfold difference. Active attacks deal 10% true damage. Passive enhances the power of sword-type weapons. Thus the gap between him and a peak sector lord was only 2-3 times a gap that his exquisite secret techniques could easily bridge. If peak sector lords were like this, then domain lords and low-level sector lords were absolutely at the level of instant kills. Let's go find the next one. Killing one person per city is enough. Alright. Luo Feng's Mo Sha clan doppelganger had already collected the spoils. He was not surprised by Chen Ao's strength after all. Chen Ao had been that strong even back then, even stronger at the star level than at the cosmic level. Over the years of cultivation, Luo Feng could not believe that Chen Ao's progress was slower than his own. Chen Ao's confidence and composure made it clear to Luo Feng that Chen Ao's progress would not lag behind anyone's, otherwise Chen Ao would not be so calm. Being able to kill a 4th level domain lord in one strike surprised Luo Feng, but it was not beyond his acceptance. My earthling true body's strength still seems to fall short of your senior. His earthling true body was also confident in killing a 4th level domain lord, but not as effortlessly as Chen Ao. At least the power of that sword strike was far stronger than his strongest secret technique, and the control was exquisite, killing the domain lord without making a sound. Next target. Luo Feng's Mo Sha clan doppelganger traveled swiftly, much faster than Chen Ao. So within less than 2 hours, they reached the location of another domain lord. The same procedure: pretend to be a servant with urgent news. 8 out of 10 domain lords would grant an audience and then be killed. The remaining 2 might be in seclusion and unavailable, so Chen Ao and Luo Feng would not wait. They would simply move on to the next. One city typically took about 3 hours. In a day they could kill about 8 domain lords, yielding around 10 blood Luo crystals. Senior, ahead is a city governed by a sector lord. Should we change location? Upon arriving at a large city, investigation revealed a sector lord was stationed there. For a sector lord, even his Mo Sha clan doppelganger would need a long, arduous battle to kill. And the sector lord could not be too strong. Encountering a 9th level sector lord would likely spell defeat. No need continue the plan. Killing a sector lord yields at least dozens of times the rewards of a domain lord, and it's more stable. It would be a waste not to kill. Luo Feng was speechless. Senior, are you serious? You're at the cosmic level and you want to kill a sector lord? Upon hearing the plan to kill the world lord, the Mo Sha clone halted. Senior, did I hear that correctly? You truly intend to slay a world lord? Yes, trust me, it's no problem. His current strength was roughly equivalent to 10 peak world lords. An ordinary world lord was no match for him, and a single strike would suffice. Should he encounter a peak world lord, he would simply unleash his full power. Luo Feng's expression grew complex as he gazed at Chen Ao. If Chen Ao at the universe level could truly slay a world lord, then the gap between them was immense. His earthling main body could at most kill domain lords of the 6th or 7th rank, yet Chen Ao, also an earthling and at the 9th level of the universe, could already kill a world lord. The difference between a domain lord and a world lord was 100-fold in power. Even a 9th level domain lord was tens of times weaker than a 1st level world lord. Luo Feng's expression was deeply conflicted. He had believed his own progress was substantial, and even if Chen Ao remained confident, the gap between them was narrowing. Unexpectedly, the gap had not shrunk, but seemed to have widened. Let's go. I have sensed him. He is merely a 6th level world lord. I can kill him with ease. Hearing Chen Ao's unwavering confidence, Luo Feng let out a deep breath and headed toward the world lord's mansion. The procedure was the same. Pretending to be a subordinate seeking an audience. Once they approached the world lord, a flash of sword light appeared. However, the sword light was clearly imbued with profound law power, unlike the ordinary sword light used to kill domain lords. Gazing at the world lord, now stone-cold dead, Luo Feng murmured to himself. So this is the senior's true strength. The thought struck him. Why had he harbored such a naive notion? Was this the senior's real power? It was merely what he had witnessed. Who could say whether Chen Ao was holding back? Could it be that the senior can even contend with immortals? They quickly gathered the spoils. Indeed, the world lord's bounty was far greater. Over 20 Shualua crystals. As expected of a 6th level world lord, this fellow's status must be considerable. World lords differed among themselves, and their wealth varied. This one was relatively affluent. Next one. Chen Ao was eager to continue the hunt. As they walked, Luo Feng sent a telepathic message. Senior, forgive my impertinence, but could you roughly indicate what level of opponent you can face? It depends on the opponent. The world lords in the Shualua world are far too deluded. Barely above the baseline, hardly a challenge. Luo Feng smiled wryly. Hardly a challenge. That was a world lord whose foundation was 10,000 times greater than a universe level. Senior, with such strength you must easily clear the 12th layer of the Tongtian Bridge, right? The 10th layer of the Tongtian Bridge corresponded to the law comprehension of an immortal, and the 12th layer already represented a relatively strong immortal. Of course, the foundation was far inferior, so even with immortal level comprehension, one did not necessarily possess immortal level combat power. The 12th layer represented the basic requirement to pass the universe level Tongtian mountain, marking Chen Ao as one of the most exceptional geniuses in human history. How can you have such a terrifying thought? I can only clear the 5th layer. I failed the 6th multiple times. Luo Feng, that world lord hasn't even cooled down yet, and you're telling me this? Luo Feng, don't overthink. My strength is very ordinary. Killing a world lord is merely a trick. Luo Feng sneered. If I believe you again, I'd be a fool. Full of lies, utterly untrustworthy. Still, he was curious. Why did Chen Ao always conceal his strength and talent? With such power, why hide in the crowd? According to what he knew, only greater strength and talent could earn better training from the Virtual Universe Company. Concealment was unnecessary. Even he wasn't truly hiding. He just wanted to make a stunning debut. Senior, are you planning to astonish everyone at once? Maintaining steady progress and unleashing a sudden burst yield different effects. The former leads to fatigue and numbness, the latter to shock and awe. Luo Feng, you're overthinking. I'm just an ordinary person. What stunning debut. I'd be lucky if the Virtual Universe Company doesn't expel me. Hearing this, Luo Feng nearly dropped the world ring and smashed Chen Ao with it. Truly not a shred of sincerity. Dropping the subject, Luo Feng began to travel at full speed. In the following days they hunted domain lords and world lords, relentlessly amassing nearly 10,000 domain lords and over 100 world lords. Their haul reached an astonishing 15,000 Shualua crystals. Luo Feng, I've gathered enough Shualua crystals for myself. From now on, hunt on your own. Luo Feng nodded. It seemed Chen Ao had come specifically for the Shualua crystals, so there was no need to persuade him to stay. Chen Ao took his share of over 7,000 Shualua crystals and casually fused a few. His genetic level reached approximately 800 times the baseline. Luo Feng watched Chen Ao effortlessly fuse 12 Shualua crystals, somewhat speechless. He could only fuse the 2nd crystal. He was still far from the 3rd. Yet Chen Ao, right before his eyes, fused 12 in one go. And judging by Chen Ao's demeanor, he clearly had more capacity. He hadn't yet reached his limit. Could the senior be a reincarnation of the golden horned beast? His own golden horned beast could achieve this, but Chen Ao was an ordinary earthling like him. Oh, Luo Feng, forget all about these past few years. It's all your dream, Luo Feng. Chen Ao didn't emphasize further, and Luo Feng was not one to gossip, so after a brief farewell, he vanished. The boost from the plateau bloodline is diminishing. Initially it was about 60 times. When my baseline gene reached 5 times, the boost was 50 times. Now my baseline is 22 times, yet the total multiplier is only 800 times. The boost ratio is less than 40 times. Still, it was decent. His genetic level had reached 800 times, which was not weak even among special life forms. With the genetic boost, his strength grew and his law comprehension deepened. The plateau bloodline still had great potential, but it required him to hunt creatures of different races and collect their blood. He couldn't do that now. Oh, he would have to find an opportunity later, such as the outer domain battlefield. However, the outer domain battlefield was too dangerous. He wouldn't venture there recklessly. Between becoming stronger and staying alive, he chose to live. Even if progress was slow, he would live. Returning to the virtual universe, Chen Ao received 100,000 points for successfully obtaining a Shualua crystal. As for the second task, becoming a blood warrior, though he completed it, the lack of a blood warrior badge meant it was not counted. Chen Ao, I am now communicating with you through the virtual universe. What I am about to say is top secret. Go ahead. A female voice. The electronic female voice paused for a moment. Oh, Chen Ao had a history of such behavior. I understand what you mean. 1 per 2,000 points. I'll sell. The female voice trailed off. The high-level set purchase price was 600 points, you bastard. Don't just name an exorbitant price. Your Highness Chen Ao, you must understand that the blood luo crystal also has a fixed purchase price. But its actual value is very high. Selling it would fetch at least millions of points, right? I'm only asking for 2,000 points. Less than 1,000th of that. 1,000. That's the maximum I can offer. A universe-level item is only worth this much. The female voice decided not to continue haggling with Chen Ao. Chen Ao could roughly estimate the price. In fact, he had even undershot it. A single crystal for millions of points was the human internal price. Selling to the alien races of the Hong Alliance would fetch several times that. Deal. Chen Ao didn't care much about the points. He just didn't want to work for free. Even if he had to work, he would sell at a price that suited him. Soon Chen Ao took out 7,000 blood luo crystals, keeping only a little over 600 for backup. He instantly gained 7 million points. If I had known, I wouldn't have gone to the abyss of refinement. It would have been much easier to go straight to the blood luo world. But that was just wishful thinking. Without the abyss of refinement, where he boosted his gene level from 250 to 450 times, he wouldn't have been able to kill a domain lord so easily. The gap was still considerable. Next, the female voice warned Chen Ao not to sell privately, then left. Sky finally scraped together 10 million points. Chen Ao was overjoyed and immediately spent 10 million points to purchase the first layer of the secret technique, divine with 6 swords, that he had long awaited. Your Highness, you're back. Ankh was very happy to see Chen Ao return. Chen Ao had successfully completed 2 missions, including the most difficult abyss of refinement, demonstrating his considerable potential. Thus his tenure as a guard could last a long time and he would reap great benefits. For the coming period, I will focus entirely on comprehending the laws. If anything comes up, handle it for me. If the company makes a request, come find me. All right, Your Highness. Ankh was not surprised by Chen Ao's request. Devoting oneself to cultivation was the right thing to do. From then on, Chen Ao, who was already quite withdrawn, became even more reclusive. He didn't even take on trial missions, which others considered insane. Simply comprehending the laws. How slow would that be? Not earning points or buying secret techniques to aid cultivation was extremely foolish. Chen Ao's period of seclusion lasted so long that it seemed everyone had almost forgotten him. One day Luo Feng was receiving the inheritance of the Demon Sound General. The Centennial Universe-level qualification battle was approaching. Madman, what's going on with that senior of yours? Although Chen Ao didn't admit to being the sword god, Rong Jun firmly believed he was, so he still regarded Chen Ao as a target. And in the blink of an eye, over 40 years had passed and Chen Ao hadn't stepped out of his manor even once. This seemed unbelievable to Rong Jun. While others had forgotten Chen Ao, Rong Jun never failed to ask about him. You mean Senior Chen Ao? Luo Feng asked. Of course. Did you know he hasn't stepped out of his manor even once in 40 years? 50 years had passed since they left the Chaos City, and although their progress had slowed compared to their time there, he and Luo Feng, along with Bolan, had all passed the 7th layer of the Tongtian Bridge. Bolan from the primordial region needed to pass the 8th layer to meet the universe level requirement, so he would likely fall to the Taichu region. For their Taichu region, the requirement was lower. Passing the 7th layer was enough to stay. With luck, they might even compete for a spot in the primordial region. As a member of the primordial region, Chen Ao's record was still the 5th layer of the Tongtian Bridge. Too poor. Seeing Rong Jun's anxious demeanor, Luo Feng found it amusing, but thinking of Chen Ao, he felt bitter. The senior had stayed unmoving in his manor for 40 years. Perhaps when he emerged, his strength would skyrocket. Wild man, don't worry about him. Luo Feng wanted to say that Chen Ao killed domain lords like chickens, even cutting down 1,000 guys like you and me with one slash. Wasn't your worry superfluous? But Luo Feng couldn't say it. Even if he did, Rong Jun wouldn't believe it. Madman, wild man, you're here too. Are you talking about the qualification battle? Wuka walked over. As one of the 3 talents of Taichu alongside Luo Feng and Rong Jun, he was now very upset. Luo Feng and Rong Jun had both reached the 7th layer, the peak of the Taichu region, while he was still at the 5th layer, undoubtedly falling to the Tian region. Why are you two so strong? As one of the 3 talents of Taichu, I look so unimpressive. Wuka complained. Luo Feng and Rong Jun rolled their eyes. This fool, who called you one of the 3 talents? We were talking about Chen Ao, Rong Jun said. Chen Ao. Wuka frowned, trying to recall if he had met such a person. Eventually he remembered. Ah, the lucky guy who got into the primordial region. He's also at the 5th layer of the Tongtian Bridge, right? If not for being in the primordial region, he might be joining me in the Tian region this time. Hearing Wuka's words, Luo Feng and Rong Jun frowned slightly. Luo Feng knew Chen Ao's strength, so Wuka's belittling bothered him. Rong Jun felt that his dream opponent shouldn't be so unworthy. Luo Feng took a deep breath. Don't worry. The senior is very strong. He won't fall from the Taichu region. Rong Jun and Wuka were momentarily stunned. Wuka thought Chen Ao wasn't that strong. Rong Jun, on the other hand, felt that if he didn't fall, he would lose the chance to fight Chen Ao. Just then Luo Feng was summoned by King Jinyan regarding the matter between Maluo and Luo Feng. Maluo had pushed Luo Feng off a cliff, and then falsely accused Luo Feng of ambushing him. The two had a verbal sparring session but nothing came of it in the end. Disciple, do you have confidence to break into the primordial region in this universe-level qualification battle? Jinyan asked. Thanks to Chen Ao, Luofeng was now far stronger than in the original story. In the original, at this time Luofeng's gene level was only 6 or 7 times. Now Luofeng's gene level had reached nearly 50 times. The difference in strength was immense. Luofeng even had the ability to pass the 8th layer of the Tongtian Bridge, which was considered average even in the primordial region. I hear the newcomers in the primordial region aren't impressive. That Bolon and Chen Ao seem inferior to you. You have a great chance. Luofeng smiled bitterly. He did have a chance, but not by stepping on Chen Ao. The primordial region's universe-level members would battle to determine the bottom 3, who would then fight the top 3 from the Taichu region for a spot in the primordial region. In other words, if he wasn't among the bottom 3, there was no danger of falling to the Taichu region. In fact, he had no chance to fight Chen Ao, as he was certain Chen Ao wouldn't be among the bottom 3. Time slipped by minute by minute. One day Ankh approached Chen Ao and said, Your Highness, the cosmic level qualification battle for the primordial zone is approaching. This battle determines whether you can remain in the primordial zone. Chen Ao sat with his eyes closed, immersing himself in the arcane art. Hearing Ankh's words, he shook his head slightly. What a pity. I'm still a bit short. Hearing Chen Ao's words, Ankh felt a touch of disappointment. He thought Chen Ao meant that he was still lacking in retaining his place. Thus Chen Ao would have to leave the primordial zone, which also meant the end of his tenure as a protector. He would no longer have access to the resources of the primordial zone. For him, this was an immense loss. However, he had no power to resist. Everything depended on Chen Ao. Your Highness, do not be disheartened. As a newcomer, it is normal to fail the first qualification battle. You can fight your way back next time. Chen Ao was taken aback. What was Ankh talking about? The qualification battle. Alright, the qualification battle was coming. Has the date for the qualification battle been set? Chen Ao asked. What he meant by a bit short was of course that he was still slightly away from mastering the first chapter of the Woodvoid Beast God scale armor. Yes, just a bit. Even with his significant advantages, he could not master the scale armor chapter in just over 40 years. To have Chaos City Lord directly accept him as a disciple, it would be best to complete the first chapter. In that case, Chaos City Lord would not even hesitate, would he? In the original story, Luofeng took 800 years to master it, and Chaos City Lord was delighted. Chen Ao, having taken less than 100 years, would likely be taken indirectly. But it was somewhat difficult. His comprehension of the space law was sufficient, yet his understanding of the wood law was lacking. It was not that he could not comprehend the wood law. Rather, he could not continue to comprehend it lest he gain acknowledgement from the wood origin law and receive the law mark. Once the law mark was seen, everyone would know his wood law comprehension was extremely high. All his efforts to appear ordinary would be in vain. Under such circumstances, he could not master the first chapter. Stuck between a rock and a hard place. I'm trapped. As for the qualification battle, he did not even care about the domain lord level qualification battle. I had thought that in over 40 years I could directly master the first chapter and become a domain lord, thus avoiding the cosmic level qualification battle. But he had not mastered it, so he could not break through. He had wanted to interact with everyone as a domain lord, but that was not possible. So he would have to participate in the qualification battle. A few days passed in the blink of an eye, and the cosmic level qualification battle for the primordial zone began. The primordial zone had only 3 spots for the cosmic level, and there were 5 people, so the last 3 would compete with the top 3 of the Taichu zone for 1 spot in the primordial zone. Of course, if one could rank in the top 2 of the primordial zone qualification battle, they could remain in the primordial zone. The cosmic level qualification battle of the primordial zone begins now. Everyone come quickly. Soon 5 figures appeared beside a battle arena. A marquee-level immortal presided over this cosmic level qualification battle of the primordial zone. You 5 will each battle against the others. The victor earns 1 point, a draw earns none, and the loser loses 1 point. After the matches, the 3 with the lowest scores will enter a second battle with the top 3 of the Taichu zone. With that, the marquee-level immortal quickly arranged the battle order. Chen Ao's performance was naturally ordinary, but unlike Bolin and Maluo, who lost almost every match, Chen Ao unexpectedly won 3 or 4 times. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. You are only at the level of the 5th floor of the Tongtian Bridge. How could you have defeated me? Maluo was incredulous. He had always thought he would not need to compete for the spot with the top 3 of the Taichu zone. After all, the Taichu zone had a formidable figure this time. The werewolf Kalufu, who displayed the level of the 8th floor of the Tongtian Bridge. Once caught in the battle for the spot, it was certain that he would fall to the Taichu zone. But this pathetic Chen Ao, by sheer luck, had won 3 times and drawn once, ultimately ranking 2nd. Bolin quietly watched Chen Ao. Your strength is formidable. Definitely not just the 5th floor of the Tongtian Bridge. Needless to say, everyone knew Chen Ao was not just at the 5th floor. You should be the strongest among us this batch. But why haven't you challenged the Tongtian Bridge? Bolin had reformed and begun to focus entirely on comprehending the space law. However, he had awakened too late. I've been focused on comprehending the laws and haven't had time to challenge it. Bolin nodded. When one was making rapid progress, it was indeed easy to forget. Chen Ao was slightly stronger than him at the level of the 8th floor, but Bolin felt the gap was not large and he could catch up soon. The cosmic level qualification battle of the primordial zone is now concluded. The last three are Maluo Bolin and Kufeng. Hearing the immortal's words, the three lowered their heads in defeat. Such were the rules. The marquee-level immortal looked at Chen Ao with some surprise. As the immortal overseeing the primordial zone, he along with many high-ranking officials had assumed Chen Ao's strength was very poor. Unexpectedly, he had achieved the 8th place this time. The 8th place was not particularly high, but it was already quite good for a newcomer, startling many. Maluo Bolin Kufeng, you three will compete for the spot after the Taichu zone determines its top three. The three nodded silently, but they knew the Taichu zone was also strong. The werewolf Kalufu was at the 8th floor while Luofeng and Rongjun were both at the 7th floor, no weaker than them. They clearly had no chance of returning to the primordial zone. After the qualification battle, Luofeng silently observed everything. Just as always, he appears so ordinary. Based on Chen Ao's style, he had guessed that Chen Ao would achieve the 7th, 8th or 9th place. Not too prominent yet safe from falling to the Taichu zone. But you never take them seriously, do you, senior? Just how powerful have you become? Next came the battle for the spot. As in the original story, the werewolf Kalufu fell into a death-level mission and perished. Luofeng ultimately became the victor and entered the primordial zone. In truth, even if Kalufu had come, Luofeng would have still won. The Luofeng of now was not on the same level as the one in the original story. Senior, are you there? Luofeng, now a member of the primordial zone, went directly to find Chen Ao. At this moment Luofeng was still receiving the inheritance of the demon sound general meaning. His consciousness was in the virtual universe. I am eager to comprehend the laws. Do not disturb me unless urgent. Luofeng, senior, I've discovered another great place. He thought the demon sound general's inheritance would also be of great use to Chen Ao and wanted him to join. I am a warrior. A spiritual amplification is useless to me. But it can strengthen your will. Luofeng said. Chen Ao nodded. That makes sense. It is indeed very useful. However, I still intend to continue comprehending my laws. Luofeng, well, that was a waste of words. Senior, how many essences of the space law have you fully comprehended? 1. I'm currently studying the second. Luofeng said nothing more this time, silently leaving. He should never have asked Chen Ao anything about himself. Within the human territory, the Zerg infiltrator zone. Master, no. 99 unexpectedly did not fall into the primitive zone during this qualification battle as predicted. Instead, he secured the second place in the primitive zone qualification battle. What was the name of No? 99? Asked the Zerg creature. Chen Ao. He emerged from the same place as Luofeng. Enough. Such an ordinary genius is not worth our attention. However, since he did unexpectedly achieve second place in the qualification battle, he does possess some talent. List him as the 90th target on the assassination list. As you wish, master. The servant reporting quickly noted it down. Chen Ao assassination ranking No. 90. Yet the servant knew this was merely a formality. Anyone ranked below 50th, even if encountered, would not warrant the effort of elimination. By the way, master, this time Luofeng has advanced rapidly and directly entered the primitive zone. Oh, Luofeng, that super genius. List him as No. 4 and find an opportunity to eliminate him. As you wish, master. The servant wrote down the words, key assassination target. If Chen Ao and Luofeng were to encounter Zerg infiltrators together, Chen Ao would be utterly ignored while Luofeng would be besieged and killed by a swarm of a horde of Zerg. Chen Ao and Luofeng were unaware of all this. Of course, Chen Ao had his suspicions. The assassination army would certainly not pay him any heed. The dilemma now troubling him was which aspect to sacrifice. If he continued to advance the wood law, a law imprint would manifest, revealing his profound comprehension of the wood law to others. He would be exposed. Yet, if he refrained from comprehending the wood law, he could not complete the scale armor chapter. Failing to complete the first chapter meant that even if he passed the cosmic level primitive Tongtian Mountain, using fused laws, his chances of being accepted as a disciple by Chaos City Lord would greatly diminish. Roughly from 999 down to 98. A full 2 percentage points. Forget it. The latter only reduces the chance by 2 percentage points, though somewhat lower, it is still acceptable. The former, however, would make everyone know I am a top-tier genius. That is unacceptable. Choosing the lesser of two evils, he decided against completing the scale armor chapter. After all, he was only at the cosmic level. Completing it would appear too monstrous. In the eyes of Chaos City Lord, though he need not hide excessively, a little concealment was still beneficial. Having made his decision, Chen Ao directly entered the Tongtian Mountain dimension. Human Minotaur Ape, get up. I want to challenge Tongtian Mountain. Chen Ao shouted at the three guardians. The three guardians blinked, turning their heads from their card game to look at Chen Ao. Let me see who you are. said the snake woman looking at Chen Ao. Ah, it's His Highness Chen Ao from the primitive zone. However, to challenge Tongtian Mountain one must at least have cleared the 12th layer of Tongtian Bridge. Your Highness, you seem not to meet this requirement. They had not paid much attention to Chen Ao initially. Many youngsters came to visit, but few dared to actually fight. Only by trying will we know if I can pass. Oh! The Minotaur immediately tossed his cards aside. Hurry, hurry. Finally someone is challenging. The snake woman shot a glare at the Minotaur, clearly annoyed that he was cheating, just as she was about to win. Nevertheless, they all remembered their duty as guardians, so once Chen Ao demanded a challenge, they immediately joined forces to attack him. Chen Ao wielded a long sword and thrust forward. A simple stroke. Yet around him, the phantom of a colossal four-bodied beast seemed to flash into existence. The three guardians barely had time to react before being sent flying backward by the strike, then killed on impact. This, it seemed, was a pass. At the mountainside and the summit, Chen Ao also delivered only a single sword stroke each, though the three strikes did differ. The beast phantom in the final strike was much clearer than that in the first. But it was only clearer, like one sketched with 10 strokes and another with 15, still far from a complete beast phantom. Your Highness Chen Ao, we never expected your strength to be so formidable. At the summit, the three guardians looked at Chen Ao with complex expressions. How many years had it been since they were last defeated? The last time seemed to have been the genius Kadi millions of years ago. Your Highness Chen Ao, congratulations on successfully clearing the cosmic-level primitive Tongtian Mountain. You are now one of the strongest geniuses of humanity. Chen Ao nodded without much excitement. Challenging Tongtian Mountain was merely a means to showcase his talent to Chaos City Lord. Chaos City Lord should soon learn that I have cleared the cosmic-level Tongtian Mountain right. Though Chaos City Lord was busy, the emergence of a top-tier genius would still catch his attention. In fact, countless people were already stunned by Chen Ao. The moment he cleared the cosmic-level Tongtian Mountain, the cosmic overlords and cosmic masters of the human race received emails. Before this, they had not even known who Chen Ao was. They knew of this generation's Bola Rongjun and Luofeng, but who was Chen Ao? Unknown. Many quickly searched for Chen Ao's information. The external records of Chen Ao left many high-ranking humans both amused and bewildered. Without the solid evidence of him clearing the cosmic-level Tongtian Mountain, merely looking at his recorded achievements would make no one spare him a second glance. Similarly, Chaos City Lord noticed Chen Ao. He investigated everything from Chen Ao's participation in the Genius War to events that occurred on Earth. This little fellow, is he concealing himself? And so deeply, even to the point of disregarding others' criticism. Chaos City Lord looked at the investigation results with some surprise. Geniuses were usually proud, and that pride often manifested as a need for face and an unwillingness to admit defeat. Yet Chen Ao displayed none of these traits. He seemed utterly shameless, even willing to humble himself to the lowest degree. When others said he was not good enough, he did not refute them or prove them wrong through actions. When others scorned him, he paid no heed and did not anger. This little fellow either possesses an extraordinary state of mind or deliberately hides something. He carefully reviewed the footage of Chen Ao clearing the cosmic-level Tongtian Mountain. 3 sword strikes, all using the Woodvoid fused law, practicing the divine with 6 swords. If Chen Ao had only cleared Tongtian Mountain in an ordinary manner, Chaos City Lord would have paid him only a little attention. But Chen Ao had demonstrated the potential to become a cosmic master. The fused law was the key to becoming a cosmic master. Perhaps this little fellow is waiting for me. Hey, interesting. Chaos City Lord did not mind Chen Ao's concealment. He was content that Chen Ao was human, and Chen Ao was not truly hiding. He was simply not showing himself to most people. If he wanted to hide completely, there was no need to challenge Tongtian Mountain, especially using the divine with 6 swords. Then I shall meet him. After Chen Ao conquered the cosmic-level Tongtian Mountain, he immediately shut down his virtual universe communication. Omega, I need to comprehend the laws during this period. Help me close the virtual universe. Alright, Master. There should be many powerhouses above the cosmic overlord level sending me emails, right? Passing through the cosmic-level primordial Tongtian Mountain, the Chaos City Lord might not find it impressive, but the cosmic overlords would certainly take notice. Thus there would be quite a few willing to take him as a disciple. Of course, probably no more than 10 letters. He had conquered the Tongtian Mountain. Ordinary venerables were not qualified to know this secret, and at least 9 swords venerables level would definitely be unaware. They could only see the Tongtian Bridge. The primordial region remained as calm as before, with everyone training as usual as if nothing had happened. Chen Ao himself walked out of his residence and strolled alone in the primordial region. Your Highness, you finally came out. Chen Ao was so reclusive that his guard captain had only seen him a handful of times over the years. Countable on one hand. It was incredibly rare to meet Chen Ao. Just taking a walk to clear my mind. Very well, I shall guard around your Highness Chen Ao. Ankh did not disturb him, but silently followed at a distance. Ankh believed Chen Ao had great prospects, so he intended to work even harder and cling tightly to Chen Ao's coattails. Chen Ao's heart was also racing with excitement. Conquering the Tongtian Mountain at the cosmic level using the fusion laws was his best chance to showcase himself to the Chaos City Lord. If he missed this opportunity, would he have to challenge the Domain Lord level Tongtian Mountain? Not that he couldn't conquer it, but his law comprehension was slightly lacking, unless he continued to ponder the laws. Then the law imprint would appear, exposing him to the public eye. It must succeed. He wondered if the Chaos City Lord had sent him an email, and he grew impatient. His mind was unsettled. Senior. At that moment Luofeng walked over. In reality Luofeng hadn't seen Chen Ao in a long time. The last time was 50 years ago in the Blood Luo world. Luofeng, who had actually lived less than 100 years, considered 50 years half his life. Luofeng, you seem to have something on your mind. Well, Senior, I feel that staying at the cosmic level no longer holds much meaning, so I want to break through to the Domain Lord level. He had also asked his teacher Jinyan King, who said that if he could break through he should. There was no need to stay at the cosmic level too long. Without comparison and reference, Luofeng would have broken through directly. But Chen Ao's extraordinary strength at the cosmic level made him uneasy, so he decided to seek Chen Ao's opinion. Perhaps there was some special secret at the cosmic level. Although Chen Ao was not entirely reliable, he wouldn't harm Luofeng. On the contrary, he had given Luofeng many hints and valuable items, especially those that enhanced genes, which had been immensely helpful. Break through if you can. Each realm is a new world. Accumulation at the cosmic level isn't that important for a Domain Lord, and it's even less significant for a World Master. Hearing Chen Ao's words, Luofeng nodded. Jinyan King had said the same. Then, Senior, why haven't you broken through? Chen Ao said quietly, I plan to continue accumulating. Luofeng, Senior, don't you think your words are contradictory? Alright, since you say so too, I'll go and break through to Domain Lord. Luofeng wasn't really asking for Chen Ao's opinion. He had already made up his mind. He approached Chen Ao mainly to probe whether there was any special secret at the cosmic level. Since there wasn't, Chen Ao's opinion didn't matter much. Luofeng was not a man without his own judgment. Watching Luofeng leave Chen Ao's side, should he also break through to the Domain Lord level? But wouldn't breaking through mean being assigned to an outpost? How dangerous would that be? Perhaps he would be assassinated or something. Even if the aliens didn't target him as an inspector, the people he inspected might think he would threaten their interests and find a way to eliminate him. If he said, I won't touch your interests, who would believe him? So breaking through to Domain Lord was dangerous. Soon a powerful surge of breakthrough energy emanated from Luofeng's side. Clearly Luofeng had advanced to Domain Lord. Luofeng will soon be assigned to an outpost, right? But that's none of my concern. After waiting another 2 days, the virtual universe had already arranged for Luofeng to be assigned to his homeworld. Only then did Chen Ao open his emails. As expected, many cosmic overlords, and even the Tianshi Palace Lord, had sent messages expressing their willingness to take him as a disciple. Chen Ao carefully looked through them and found an email from Gi Zun's. The email didn't mention taking disciples, but instead said that the Chaos City Lord wanted to meet him and hoped he would come to the Chaos City. Phew, that's the one. It wasn't surprising that the Chaos City Lord didn't directly take him as a disciple, but since he had taken the initiative to summon him, it likely indicated an intention. He was a human, and as long as that was fine, the Chaos City Lord wouldn't harm him. As for whether the Chaos City Lord would impose any conditions, for example mastering the first chapter within 3,000 years, Chen Ao would say, give me 3 years. Well, that time frame was too unstable. A more low-key choice would be 30 years, that was safer. Without hesitation, Chen Ao left the primordial secret realm and headed straight for the Chaos City. With his status in the primordial region, getting to the Chaos City was not a big problem. It just required some time. Soon Chen Ao arrived at the inner palace of the Chaos City. This is the inner palace. No trespassing. As soon as he approached the inner city, the immortal guarding it blocked him and ordered him to leave. Esteemed immortals, it was the Chaos City Lord who summoned me here. Without his command, how would I dare come? The immortals nodded, thinking that only someone with a malfunctioning mind would do such a thing. Soon the guarding immortal reported. Then an existence of exceptionally powerful aura emerged. You must be Chen Ao, right? My teacher instructed me to wait for you here. Follow me to see him. Gi Zun spoke. Since he was unsure whether the Chaos City Lord intended to take a disciple, Gi Zun did not introduce himself. If the Chaos City Lord did not take him as a disciple, they would not be on the same level, and there would be no need for an acquaintance. Thank you, Venerable. Chen Ao respectfully followed behind Gi Zun. As they walked, Gi Zun said, My teacher has 3 avatars. The one governing the Chaos City is the embodiment of slaughter and conquest, so you must be respectful and not offend him. Chen Ao respectfully acknowledged. Chen Ao understands. Chaos Ruins, a quiet courtyard with a stone tablet outside inscribed with 3 large characters, Chaos Ruins. My teacher is inside, said Gi Zun, leading Chen Ao into the courtyard. As Chen Ao took a step forward, the space around him seemed to warp and shift. When he opened his eyes, he found himself no longer in the City Lord's mansion, but in a vast, boundless world. Similar to what Chen Ao had understood, the ground of this boundless world was littered with the corpses of alien beings. These were clearly no ordinary existences. Even the residual aura they left behind after death was suffocating to Chen Ao. Master! He Zuns called out respectfully. Following the sound, Chen Ao saw a 3-meter-tall man clad in an ancient dark red battle armor, wearing war boots with a scaly tail extending from beneath his armored skirt. Undoubtedly, all the avatars of the City Lord of Chaos were special life forms. This was precisely why it was said that Luo Feng's possession was merely an ordinary opportunity. After all, too many humans had succeeded in possession. Some had even achieved gene levels in the thousands. Chen Ao. The City Lord of Chaos looked down at him and spoke softly. Chen Ao took a deep breath upon hearing his voice. I pay my respects to the City Lord of Chaos. The City Lord of Chaos suddenly revealed a faint smile. Chen Ao, you seem to have anticipated meeting me. I had a suspicion, Chen Ao replied honestly. Chen Ao answered truthfully. There was no point in playing tricks. He couldn't outmaneuver him. You refused to display your talents in front of others, yet you deliberately passed through the heavenly mountain using the fusion laws just to see me. I hope the City Lord of Chaos will accept me as a disciple. Hearing Chen Ao's words, even Gi Zun's expression changed slightly. How could a mere cosmic-level brat dare to make demands of his teacher? This Chen Ao truly had no sense of proportion. The City Lord of Chaos, however, showed no displeasure. Your talent ranks among the highest of all the disciples I have taken. Chen Ao's aptitude was indeed exceptional. At the cosmic level, he had nearly mastered the first chapter of the Beast God Path, and he had been cultivating for only 50 years. Chen Ao had only obtained the secret technique 50 years ago, so he could only have been practicing for that long. This talent was absolutely terrifying. After all, the requirement he had set for Luofeng was to master it within 3,000 years. 50 years. 3,000 years. And at that time Luofeng was actually a domain lord. His comprehension speed was 100 times that of a cosmic level. The gap was immense. Chen Ao listened quietly. He had this confidence. His performance was indeed astonishing enough to move the City Lord of Chaos. And his greatest confidence was that he was human. It might sound like a cliché, but it was the very foundation of his standing. No matter how many secrets Chen Ao held, or how flawed his character might be, as long as he was human and qualified to become a human powerhouse, the City Lord of Chaos could accept him. The City Lord of Chaos considered the overall strength of humanity. In principle, your talent more than qualifies you to be my personal disciple, but... He paused, shifting his tone. But you should learn to respect the powerful. Up to this point, even the City Lord of Chaos had to admit that Chen Ao had been the one taking the initiative. Even though Chen Ao was nothing in his presence, he was still the active party. Because it was Chen Ao who had drawn him in. Chen Ao admits his mistake. Chen Ao grumbled inwardly. If he didn't deliberately show off, how could he cling to the City Lord's coattails? As long as he could latch on, he would even accept being whipped daily. Therefore, I will increase the disciple requirements tenfold. Since you are confident that I will accept you as my disciple, you should be able to meet this requirement, right? Gi Zuns was astonished upon hearing the City Lord's words. He had served the City Lord for so long and was his second disciple. During this time he had seen almost all the disciples the City Lord had taken. 10 times the talent of those geniuses. He dared not even imagine it. Chen Ao took a deep breath. 10 times the requirement. Master the first chapter in 300 years. A trivial matter. 100 times would be fine. Chen Ao admits his mistake. Please enlighten me, City Lord. Very well. Since you can nearly master the first chapter, the Scale Armor chapter, in 50 years, I will give you another 50 years. If you completely master the first chapter within 50 years, I will accept you as my personal disciple. Upon hearing the City Lord's words, Chen Ao knew it was settled. 50 years. As long as he was willing to reveal a bit of his hidden cards, this was not a problem. Gi Zuns, listening nearby, was secretly stunned. This was probably more than 10 times, right? The gap was at least 20 times. At best, allowing a cosmic level to master the Scale Armor chapter in 100 years was already an extremely high demand. Mastering the third chapter would make one an invincible marquis, while mastering the first Scale Armor chapter was enough to reach the peak of a marquis or barely a king. Giving a cosmic level a king-level comprehension of laws was an immense difficulty. But what surprised Gi Zuns even more was that Chen Ao actually appeared relieved, as if he had full confidence in meeting the City Lord's requirement. The City Lord of Chaos also paused slightly at Chen Ao's expression. Did this little brat think that mastering 90% was the same as mastering it completely? Sometimes the final step alone could trap a genius for eons. Still too young. However, it would be good to temper his character. Always scheming against the powerful was not a good thing. Let him learn the harsh realities of the world. After being beaten down, he would wise up. As for taking him as a disciple, there would be another chance. I am setting this requirement without deliberately making it difficult for you. I will also give you 20 more opportunities to comprehend the chaos stele, which I believe is what you need most. Gi Zuns nodded. This opportunity was indeed precious. Everyone needed it, even he desired it. Typically, only nominal disciples could obtain such chances. The City Lord of Chaos had not yet accepted Chen Ao as a nominal disciple yet, he granted him the same treatment. It seemed he held Chen Ao in high regard. Having served the City Lord of Chaos for so many years, Gi Zun's was not foolish. He quickly understood Chen Ao's standing in the City Lord's heart. I'll befriend him later and show a bit of goodwill. Upon hearing the benefits offered by the City Lord, Chen Ao gave an awkward smile. City Lord, could these 20 comprehension opportunities be cashed in? The City Lord of Chaos was taken aback. Cashed in? What did that mean? City Lord, I rarely comprehend the Chaos City, so could I exchange these 20 opportunities for 2 billion points? Gi Zun's was dumbfounded. Was Chen Ao out of his mind? 20 comprehension opportunities, if converted into points, each opportunity alone would be worth at least 100 billion. The City Lord of Chaos felt like laughing. This guy was truly audacious. In all these years, aside from a few Universe Masters, even newly promoted Universe Masters would not haggle with him. Yet Chen Ao still dared to make demands. Still, 2 billion points were nothing to him. Fine, as you wish. I'll convert them into 2 billion points. Chen Ao bowed in gratitude. City Lord, I hope to focus entirely on comprehending the laws for the next 50 years. Could I stay in the inner residence for that time? Gi Zun, standing nearby, widened his eyes upon hearing Chen Ao's intention to reside within the inner mansion of the City Lord's estate. This brat was pushing his luck. Making requests to the teacher was one thing, but now he dared to presume further. Never had Gi Zun's encountered such an audacious individual. Hundun Chengzhu himself wondered if he had misheard. With a cryptic smile he asked, "You wish to live in the inner mansion? Shall I open a chamber for you within the Hundun Su?" Chen Ao was tempted to nod. It would certainly be safer there, nestled beside Hundun Chengzhu, impervious even to the strongest beings in the universe. But he knew it was impossible. No, I'll just find a spot in the inner mansion to settle down. Gi Zun's was amused by Chen Ao's response. Was he genuinely naive or feigning ignorance? Did he think the teacher was being polite? Dream on. Hundun Chengzhu paused, then broke into a smile. This little fellow was truly intriguing. Daring to behave so boldly in his presence. To remain unaffected by his aura already indicated formidable willpower, yet Chen Ao dared to make demands. His will undeniably was exceptionally strong. What Hundun Chengzhu did not realize was that when it came to his own safety, Chen Ao's will rivaled that of the mightiest beings. Hundun Chengzhu studied Chen Ao. Evidently Chen Ao knew how to attract attention, and was aware of the requirements for becoming his disciple. This suggested that Chen Ao had obtained information at the level of a universe sovereign. Could this lad have inherited the legacy of a universe sovereign? Talent combined with fortune. Chen Ao's future held great promise. And since Chen Ao was human, Hundun Chengzhu showed him considerable leniency. Very well. However, if you fail to master the first chapter within 50 years, I will simply ignore you. But if you live in the inner mansion and still cannot master it in 50 years, I will punish you. As for the penalty, you will learn of it in time. But rest assured, it will not be easy to bear. Consider the consequences carefully. Chen Ao agreed without hesitation. Thank you, City Lord. I understand. Good. Then go. Hundun Chengzhu waved his hand and Chen Ao appeared outside the Hundun Su with Gi Zun's standing beside him. Gi Zun's, possessing immense power, was unaffected by such spatial shifts. But he was surprised to find that Chen Ao too seemed completely unperturbed. It seems this Chen Ao is extraordinary. Gi mused, then addressed Chen Ao. I am Gi Zun's, the teacher's second disciple. Chen Ao bowed respectfully. Greetings, Gi Zun's. Gi waved dismissively with a smile. Perhaps we will be fellow disciples in the future. No need for formality. Chen Ao smiled and nodded without further words. Since the teacher has allowed you to reside in the inner mansion, follow me. The inner mansion had rooms, but none were occupied. Even Gi Zun's did not live there, for the proximity to Hundun Chengzhu was too oppressive. Now the inner mansion would have its first resident. Thank you, Gi Zun's. I will settle here. Good. I await the news of your acceptance as the teacher's disciple. However, Gi Zun's did not believe Chen Ao would succeed. To master the first chapter within 100 years was a feat beyond most Zuns. Chen Ao was only at the universe level, his foundation far inferior to theirs. What level of talent would be required to meet such a demand? Watching Gi Zun's leave, Chen Ao broke into a smile. Finally, I've latched onto a powerful protector. He was genuinely delighted. Once he became a personal disciple, he would shamelessly insist on staying here. Hundun Chengzhu would not coldly drive him away. Thus he could permanently reside in the inner mansion of Hundun City, practically glued to Hundun Chengzhu. Who would dare to touch him? Who could? Safety. Finally, some assurance. Chen Ao could momentarily relax. The next step was to master the scale armor chapter. First, break through to Domain Lord. Chen Ao had long been ready to advance, but had been suppressing it. Gently releasing his restraints, countless laws surged into his body. Then he effortlessly stepped into the Domain Lord level. As the aura of breakthrough spread, the guarding immortals were all taken aback. A domain lord breakthrough, who inside the inner mansion could be breaking through. Could it be that little fellow from the universe level? In an instant they realized that the young man was no ordinary being. Yet when they tried to recall they found they knew nothing about him. All we know is that he is an ape-man. Who would have thought he could become Hundun Chengzhu's disciple? Accepted as a disciple at the universe level. Truly a top-tier genius. That furry tail of his. I knew it was special the moment I saw it. Haha, I saw that tail too. It's indeed different from an ordinary ape-man's like a monkey's tail. The immortals praised Chen Ao. Though they did not know who he was, there was no doubt he was a figure of importance. Which branch of the ape-men does he belong to? I am an ape-man too. Could he be my descendant? I must return and thoroughly investigate the younger generation. Unaware of the guard's thoughts, Chen Ao, still in his ape-man guise, began to comprehend the laws. Soon the acknowledgement of the wood origin law descended. The guards were not surprised. Such was expected of Hundun Chengzhu's disciple. Then an even stronger acknowledgement of the wood law origin descended. Breaking through 2 levels in one go. Just one more step and he could directly become an immortal. Law acknowledgement had 3 stages. From low to high for the wood law, the first acknowledgement formed a small tree mark. The second higher acknowledgement formed a mark of 3 small trees. The third meant complete comprehension of the wood law, enabling breakthrough to immortal. Of course, besides the progression, the wood law also had different branches. For example, a small grass mark, which was of the same level as the small tree mark but represented a different aspect of the wood law. Chen Ao's comprehension of the wood law, based on his avatar's understanding of the wood law from the sinking water vine, formed a tree mark aiming to accelerate the fusion of laws. Now Chen Ao had received 2 consecutive acknowledgements, only one step away from complete mastery. But it was not over yet. The acknowledgement of the water origin law descended around him. Again 2 consecutive acknowledgements. Many immortals clicked their tongues in amazement. To receive 2 law acknowledgements at the domain lord level reflected remarkable law comprehension. I refuse to believe he can also gain the acknowledgement of the space law, grumbled one immortal. Space law acknowledgement was typically only achievable at the marquee level. But clearly that immortal was proven wrong. Within a quarter of an hour the acknowledgement of the space origin law descended. Unlike the second stage acknowledgement of wood and water, the space law acknowledgement was only the first stage, forming a star-shaped mark. Beyond this mark lay the advanced mark that enabled teleportation. With law acknowledgement I can now master the first chapter, the scale armor chapter. After breaking through to Domain Lord, Chen Ao applied for a nutrient pod to push his strength to the peak of Domain Lord 9th stage. He also noted that he needed 1,000 doses of nutrient fluid. His genes were 800 times that of an ordinary being, so his consumption was 800 times that of a normal world lord. Your Highness Chen Ao, are you sure the nutrient pod should be delivered to the inner residence of Hundun City? The young lady in charge of arranging the nutrient pod was completely dumbfounded. She had been handling this for millions of years, serving countless geniuses. But when had anyone ever dared to send it to the inner residence of the city lord's mansion? She felt that Chen Ao might be trying to get her killed. If this disturbed the Hundun City lord, even 10,000 of her would not be able to bear the responsibility. It's fine. Send it in. As he spoke he displayed his own location coordinates. The person in charge of the nutrient pod remained silent, and then quietly complied as if she had understood something. Perhaps he was a disciple of the Hundun City lord. I wonder if he is a direct disciple or a nominal one. This Chen Ao is truly remarkable. The Genius War just ended not long ago, and he has already been accepted as a disciple by the city lord. Soon the nutrient pod arrived. Others were not allowed to enter the inner residence, so the nutrient pod had to be delivered by the immortal guards at the gate. However, these immortal guards did not know Chen Ao's name, so they could only address him as, Your Highness. Your Highness, the nutrient pod you requested. Good, thank you, brothers. Just call me Luofeng from now on. Alright, Your Highness Luofeng. The several immortals were very happy. Chen Ao telling them his true name showed that he had a favorable impression of them. The previous displeasure from moving things instantly vanished. After all, Your Highness Luofeng was a disciple of the city lord with boundless future prospects. Then we shall not disturb Your Highness Luofeng in using the nutrient pod. The several immortals left happily. Although they dared not spread the news that Luofeng had become a disciple of the Hundun City lord, knowing this fact was still exhilarating. The real Luofeng, who was also soaking in a nutrient pod, suddenly sneezed, as if someone was talking about him. Upgrading through nutrient pods required time, so Chen Ao was not in a hurry. Instead he continued to cultivate the first chapter of the Wooden Beast God, the Scale Armor chapter. Time passed little by little. In the 20th year of Chen Ao's residence in the inner residence of the city lord's mansion, he successfully mastered the first chapter, the Scale Armor chapter. At the same time his strength also reached Domain Lord 9th stage. The Domain Lord stage is a very dangerous period. If I beg the master, would he directly exempt me from the external assignment? The external assignment was something even ordinary universe venerables had no authority to interfere with. After all, the 3 people in charge of the highest point assessment were all venerables. Could an ordinary venerable have the power to stop this? However, Chen Ao's master was the Hundun City Lord. With just one word from the Hundun City Lord, he could certainly exempt him from this. I'm afraid the master might not be willing. The Hundun City Lord claimed to be fair in his actions, but he might also be constrained by his reputation and not grant Chen Ao this favor. If that were the case, he would be externally assigned. This kind of dangerous situation must be nipped in the bud. With that thought, Chen Ao directly connected his consciousness to the Tongtian mountain plain. He immediately began to challenge the domain lord level Tongtian mountain. After passing Tongtian mountain, a surge of breakthrough to World Lord aura descended. Chen Ao directly broke through to World Lord. This way I won't be afraid of being externally assigned, and the master has no excuse to drive me away. Chen Ao looked at his cultivation level with satisfaction. World Lords did not need to be externally assigned. As for training, there was no rush for that, and it wasn't mandatory to go on training. Everything is ready. Chen Ao felt he was a clever one, having completely eliminated all possibilities that could lead to danger. He absolutely would not give danger a chance to appear. As long as I don't give an opportunity, no one can kill me in the fountain. Cough cough. Clearing his throat, Chen Ao tidied his appearance, and then stepped into the Hundun ruins. City Lord, I have mastered the first chapter, the Scale Armor chapter. Hearing Chen Ao's words, the Hundun City Lord turned to look at Chen Ao. He had seen everything Chen Ao did. In fact, the technique Chen Ao used to challenge the Domain Lord level Tongtian Mountain just now was the Scale Armor chapter. All human high-level officials could see it. At the same time, it could shut everyone's mouth. Chen Ao was truly worthy of becoming a disciple of the Hundun City Lord. You act decisively, said the Hundun City Lord. However, since you have mastered the Scale Armor chapter, within the time I required, then, you are the 32nd direct disciple under my command. Chen Ao was overjoyed. He had finally reached this step. Disciple pays respects to master. Chen Ao bowed respectfully. The Hundun City Lord looked at the young little fellow kneeling before him. Compared to his own long lifespan, Chen Ao was indeed a little fellow. As the youngest disciple, the Hundun City Lord would naturally give him a bit more care. Looking at this brilliant disciple, the Hundun City Lord suddenly recalled the equally brilliant Kadi from back then. However, the Hundun City Lord could not associate Chen Ao with Kadi because Chen Ao's brilliance was overflowing from the top of his head. Excessively brilliant. Setting aside his melancholy, the Hundun City Lord withdrew his thoughts. Can you tell me why you deliberately concealed your own strength, and why you are now eagerly breaking through to Domain Lord and World Lord? The Hundun City Lord was also somewhat curious about Chen Ao. He guessed that Chen Ao might have obtained some kind of inheritance that allowed him to know some secrets, but he did not intend to probe into those. He only wanted to know why Chen Ao's behavior was so strange. Because the disciple didn't want to get involved in boring conflicts. As for breaking through to World Lord, it's because I know that World Lord stage has the fastest cultivation speed, which is beneficial to myself. The Hundun City Lord nodded, not suspecting otherwise. Apart from these reasons, he couldn't think of why Chen Ao would be so strange. However, he was quite pleased with Chen Ao's decisiveness. Chen Ao directly used the Scale Armor chapter while challenging Tongtian Mountain, so that others would understand at a glance, and he, the Hundun City Lord, would not need to explain anything. This was very good, swift and resolute. At this moment, the Hundun City Lord noticed that on Chen Ao's body, there was actually the mark representing a black warrior. You have already fused 10 Shuolua crystals? The Hundun City Lord said in surprise. Chen Ao nodded. Yes, disciple has fused 12. Good, good, good. The Hundun City Lord became even happier upon hearing this. Being able to fuse 10 Shuolua crystals at the universe level showed that both Chen Ao's genes and willpower had great potential. He was truly very satisfied with such a disciple. Seeing the satisfied smile of the Hundun City Lord, Chen Ao also smiled. He had forgotten earlier that the Hundun City Lord valued black warriors highly. Now by revealing this, he should gain more attention. For instance, if he didn't want to go out for training, the Hundun City Lord wouldn't force him, right? Alright then, cultivate well. Come find me again when you plan to go out for training. Chen Ao nodded. Master, rest assured that time will never come. Although he knew that the Hundun City Lord might give him a supreme treasure, even giving him the strongest supreme treasure might not be able to save his life. Therefore, it was safer to continue staying in Hundun City. If you have matters in the future, find me in the virtual universe. Don't come to the Hundun ruins unless there is something important. Disciple understands. Having said that, Chen Ao withdrew. Clearly, Chaos City Lord did not mind whether Chen Ao left the inner sanctum of Chaos City, or rather he tacitly allowed Chen Ao to continue residing within it. This filled Chen Ao with immense joy. At least if I stay here for 10,000 years, Master Chaos City Lord should have no objections. In truth, 10,000 years was far too short. He wished to bargain for 100 million epic years. Of course, as a world lord, he could not live that long, so he would reluctantly settle for 9,900,000 years. I could break through to immortal if I wanted, but that would mean Master would no longer care about me. A genius world lord and a genius immortal were two entirely different concepts. Once Chen Ao broke through without demonstrating sufficient talent, Chaos City Lord would naturally abandon him. Let's cultivate for 10,000 years first. By then Luo Feng should have risen. Next Chen Ao planned to cultivate peacefully in Chaos City. Prince Chen Ao, because you have conquered both the universe level and domain lord level primordial Tongtian Mountain, upon breaking through to World Lord you will be awarded 3.1 billion points. Chen Ao's account soon regained 3.1 billion points. As for the previous 2 billion points, they had been used to nurture his Chenshui vine clone. The Chenshui vine absorbed dark energy swiftly, but these points could elevate the ceiling of the Chenshui vine clone. For instance, the vine's current volume had already reached 8 million kilometers. In the future it would grow even larger. Such was the nature of plant lifeforms. Immense in size. Now with 3.1 billion points he again allocated 3 billion to cultivate the Chenshui vine clone. To make the Chenshui vine even stronger. Soon decades passed in a flash and Chen Ao continuously pondered the innate secret arts of his Chenshui vine clone. Since he could execute the strangle secret art, his comprehension yielded double the results with half the effort. Coupled with the fact that his 3 laws, water, wood, and space, had all been acknowledged by the original laws, he could integrate them appropriately, attempt to create secret arts, and thus make law comprehension easier. As for the gifted innate secret art obtained from perfect gene, it required the gold original law, and he could neither understand nor execute it. Its comprehension difficulty was too high, so he would have to wait until later. These 2 secret arts were of the same rank. When fully executed they were both universe lord level supreme fusion secret arts. Thus comprehending just one was already sufficient. Soon Chen Ao found Chaos City Lord in the virtual universe. Master, your disciple wishes to continue cultivating the wood space beast god path, but suffers from a lack of secret arts. Chen Ao said, rubbing his head in slight embarrassment. Chaos City Lord gazed at this disciple with a smile, feeling both gratified and somewhat amused. This disciple possessed exceptional talent, and the speed of his law comprehension demonstrated during this time was highly satisfying. However, his temperament was far too impulsive. Now he even dared to ask for secret arts on his own initiative. Yet, upon reflection, it was only right to bestow some secret arts upon his disciple. The first 3 volumes of the Woodspace Beast God alone cost 2 billion points. Not caring about the 3 billion points Chen Ao had obtained from conquering Tongtian Mountain, Chaos City Lord directly approved a batch of secret arts for him. They were all related to the Woodspace law. Their total value likely exceeded 50 billion points. Secret arts in essence were merely a motivational tool. As long as geniuses could accept them, the virtual universe had no qualms about giving them away directly. Chen Ao was clearly one who could accept them, so naturally no one minded. Having obtained the secret arts, Chen Ao began to comprehend the second chapter of the Wood Beast God Path. Suddenly Luo Feng urgently sought out Chen Ao. Senior. Luo Feng's face was filled with anxiety, and as soon as he saw Chen Ao he began shouting loudly. Seeing Luo Feng's frantic expression, Chen Ao opened his eyes. So it has finally come. A monumental event that would change Luo Feng's life had arrived. Chen Ao had initially not wanted to interfere, but after some thought to fan the flames for Luo Feng and secure better rights for Earth, he had been waiting all along. Earth is also my home. Looking at Luo Feng, Chen Ao asked softly, Luo Feng, what's wrong? Senior, something terrible has happened. Suddenly a king-level immortal has descended upon Earth claiming he wants to buy it. Luo Feng said anxiously. At this time Luo Feng's horizons were limited. To him, the Demon Hand King who killed his teacher Hu Yanba was already a great figure. But this time a stronger king-level immortal Yanzhu King had arrived, and Luo Feng had no strength to resist. He wanted to summon his teacher and the Nine-Sword Venerable. However, he felt closer to Chen Ao, and Chen Ao was also from Earth. In his eyes Chen Ao had always been mysterious. Perhaps he would have a solution. Chen Ao nodded. I know about this already. Go back. I will come to you soon. Luo Feng froze. You will come to me? Aren't you in Chaos City? He had been in contact with Chen Ao and knew he was cultivating in Chaos City. Fool, I have a clone. Chen Ao laughed. Ah! Luo Feng exclaimed in surprise. So the senior also had a clone. But even with a clone, what could it do? The enemy was a king-level immortal and not just one. But senior, the one who came is a king-level immortal. With a single thought he could reduce our Earth to dust. Don't worry, they cannot destroy Earth. Chen Ao sat there seemingly unconcerned. Go ahead, my clone will find you. Luo Feng returned, half believing and half doubting. At the same time Yanzhu King glared at Luo Feng. Luo Feng, have you made up your mind? I'm not going to waste time here. If you refuse, I will have an immortal servant kill you directly, and then I will kill that servant. No one will find any evidence that I did it. Once you die, this Earth will still be mine. Luo Feng felt a chill run through his body as he listened to Yanzhu King's blatant threat. For the first time he realized how pitiful weakness was. Even if the other party said they would kill you to seize your home, you had no power to resist. Luo Feng's face turned pale. He immediately wanted to summon Jinyan Wang and the Nine-Sword Venerable. But Chen Ao had asked him to wait. Luo Feng, don't think you can fool me by staying silent. I'll give you 3 minutes. If you don't agree to sell Earth to me, I will act. Luo Feng remained silent. As the scene fell into a dead silence, a giant man who appeared to be over 10 meters tall strode in. Seeing the giant, Luo Feng was stunned. Was this the senior's clone? Meanwhile, Yanzhu King's expression turned icy. He had been so focused on Luo Feng that he hadn't sensed Chen Ao's approach. A mere world lord sensing my aura and still not fleeing. Yanzhu King said coldly. World lord? Luo Feng was dumbfounded. Chen Ao's clone was a world lord. His own golden-horned beast was only a domain lord. So that was it. No wonder the senior was so strong. Oh, his clone was a world lord. But what did it matter if it was a world lord? The opponent was a formidable king-level immortal. Senior. Luo Feng looked at Chen Ao. Chen Ao smiled and gestured for Luo Feng not to worry. Rest assured, I'll handle it. Having said that, Chen Ao turned to Yanzhu Wang. Yanzhu Wang, right? Your father is Venerable Shihua. Yanzhu Wang narrowed his eyes. Ordinary people wouldn't know so much. Even Luo Feng had only just learned of it. Who are you? How do you know my father is Venerable Shihua? You don't need to know who I am. Now I'll give you 3 seconds. Send a message to Venerable Shihua and ask him to come save you. What? Everyone present was stunned. Ha ha ha, a mere domain lord like you is joking with me. Save me. Do I need saving? Yanzhu Wang's strength was mediocre, only an ordinary king, but he had just carefully probed the surroundings, and found no king-level experts nearby. Thus he feared nothing. Could a domain lord threaten him? His father Venerable Shihua was the most dazzling genius in his time, and even as a domain lord he could only kill a marquis. Why should he be afraid? Who the hell are you? I don't have time to play games with you. If you don't speak, I'll kill you right now. Yanzhu Wang said coldly. Chen Ao, however, was unbothered by Yanzhu Wang's threat. He simply looked at Luo Feng. Luo Feng, do you know what a true powerhouse is? Luo Feng was still dazed, completely unable to comprehend the situation. Just then 2 vines suddenly extended from Chen Ao's body. Strangle. Rustling. The 2 vines moved with incredible speed, reaching the king-level immortal, beside Yanzhu Wang in an instant. The king-level expert tried to block the vines, but under their assault he turned to ashes. What? Everyone was astounded. No one expected that Chen Ao, a mere domain lord, could effortlessly kill a king in one move. Even though they were all ordinary kings, Chen Ao was clearly just a domain lord. A domain lord killing a king in one move. How was that possible? Even the mighty Kadi at the domain lord level could only kill a marquis-level immortal, and it took a long time. He was nothing compared to the Chen Ao before them. Chen Ao was not surprised by his effortless strangulation of a king. This avatar of his possessed perfect genes, meaning its foundation was 10,000 times that of a domain lord, essentially equal to a peak marquis or even an ordinary king. Moreover, his secret technique was a natural talent of a special life form on par with the strongest techniques of a universe lord. Even if he could only unleash a fraction of its power, it was still easy to kill an ordinary king across one realm. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several more vines shot out, instantly killing the other kings. Only one high-level king who knew spatial lockdown struggled for a few moves before being strangled to death. The submerged water vine avatar, having evolved to perfect genes, now possessed thousands of vines. Yanzhu Wang's face turned pale with fear. He had never expected to encounter such a monstrous anomaly. What kind of monster was this? Did you send a message to Venerable Shihua? Needless to say, the moment the first king died, he had already sent a distress call to Venerable Shihua. But he refused to admit it. Just 1 minute. In 1 minute my father will arrive, and then you'll know the consequences of offending me. Chen Ao observed Yanzhu Wang, and knew the message had been sent. Thus he naturally extended dozens of vines even more cautiously than when dealing with the high-level king. Indeed, he has a heavy treasure armor, and even a soul attack treasure. Unfortunately, Yanzhu Wang was too weak. He couldn't even fully utilize the heavy treasure, and it only delayed his death for a short while. In less than 30 seconds, Yanzhu Wang was strangled to death. The protective heavy treasure armor, and the treasure naturally fell into Chen Ao's hands. Not bad, 1 heavy treasure and 1 treasure. Chen Ao collected them. Having witnessed all this, Luo Feng was at a loss for words. Back then Chen Ao had only said he could kill lords and domain lords like chickens, but he hadn't mentioned killing kings just as easily. A king was 3 levels above a domain lord. Even the weakest king possessed 10,000 times the power of a domain lord. That was equivalent to 10,000 peak domain lords. As senior, Chen Ao's combat power had completely shattered his understanding. Even Babata was stunned. As an intelligent life form, he had extensive knowledge from the virtual universe. But never had he heard of a human domain lord killing a king so easily. Even his old master would have perished before an ordinary king. A special life form. You're a special life form. Babata suddenly exclaimed. A human immortal could never achieve this, not even the greatest geniuses. But some special life forms could. Moreover, Chen Ao's special life form was definitely not ordinary. His gene multiplier was probably at least 1,000 times. 1,000 times was already considered quite strong among special life forms. Chen Ao smiled. That's right, this avatar of mine is indeed a special life form. As his words fell, a powerful fluctuation appeared. Venerable Shihua had arrived. Where is my son? Venerable Shihua demanded loudly. His words carried boundless might enough to overwhelm even ordinary kings. Had Luofeng been directly exposed, he would have died instantly. However, Chen Ao shielded Luofeng with his body. Luofeng watched the buildings turn to dust from just a single sentence, terror in his eyes. Could it be a venerable who had come? Chen Ao looked up at Venerable Shihua. Venerable Shihua, I killed your son. Venerable Shihua turned his gaze to Chen Ao, about to strike. But then he realized who this person was. The disciple of City Lord Hundun. His status was by no means lower than that of a high-level venerable. Even though Venerable Shihua's teacher was Lord Shujin, Venerable Shihua, your son broke into my home and attempted to assassinate me. I suspect he is an alien spy. I will report this matter to my teacher City Lord Hundun and ask him to judge. Venerable Shihua stared at Chen Ao, never expecting him to directly accuse Yanzhu Wang of being an alien spy. Haha, Chen Ao, you're no ordinary person. Don't use such excuses, others will laugh. Venerable Shihua did not use force to suppress Chen Ao, as Chen Ao's status was not inferior to his, and he was not in the right. No 6 king-level immortals suddenly barging into my home. What else could it be but an assassination? Chen Ao insisted on calling it an assassination. Why would 6 kings come to my homeland for no reason? If you say they came because you learned I became City Lord Hundun's disciple and wanted to assassinate me, you have to accept it. Even if everyone understood the truth, I was deliberately playing dumb. What could you do? Venerable Shihua's expression remained unchanged. Chen Ao, I will report this to my teacher Lord Shujin. He will discuss it with City Lord Hundun. Fine. Chen Ao replied. Venerable Shihua took a deep look at Chen Ao. Though Chen Ao spoke little, he was directly slinging mud. You say your son wasn't an assassin. I don't believe it. You say you sent your son to buy Earth. I don't believe it. You dare not fight me and have no solid evidence to prove they weren't assassins, so I say he was one. In this matter, Venerable Shihua was entirely in the wrong. He assumed Earth was merely a remote backwater, and that Luofeng, its nominal master, was just an ordinary genius, nothing more than a domain lord. Little did he expect that Earth harbored a disciple of the Chaos City Lord. In that case, can you return my son's treasure? Venerable Shihua said. The treasure was a soul attack type supreme treasure, the cheapest among supreme treasures. But even as a high-level Venerable Shihua himself lacked sufficient supreme treasures. Giving one to his son was an act of indulgence. He would never allow that treasure to fall into Chen Ao's hands. I killed the assassin, so the spoils are naturally mine. By the time Venerable Shihua arrived, Chen Ao had already relayed the matter to the Chaos City Lord. Shihua dared not lay a hand on Chen Ao under any circumstances. You don't go too far. No matter what, you're only a realm lord, and the path of a powerhouse is not so easily walked. But I managed to kill your son, who wielded a supreme treasure. I believe I can walk it quite well. Hearing Chen Ao's words, Venerable Shihua finally noticed that there was no one else around. Had all 6 of those king-level cultivators perished at Chen Ao's hands? How could that be possible? Chen Ao had been cultivating for less than 200 years, and even that was thanks to the Chaos City Lord's favor. If measured by the time Chen Ao had spent in the Chaos City, he had only cultivated for 100 years. Was my son killed by your own hand? That's right. Here's the video. With that, Chen Ao transmitted a video to Shihua. After a single glance, Shihua turned and left without looking back. A genius like this would surely be more valued by the Chaos City Lord. His son's treasure was impossible to reclaim. Continuing this war of words was utterly pointless. If Earth had no Chen Ao, Venerable Shihua could have manipulated it as he pleased. If Chen Ao lacked the ability to kill a king-level cultivator, at least Shihua could have demanded the treasure back. But Chen Ao, a realm lord, had slain a king-level cultivator. A feat that elevated his status to an extraordinary level. Such a genius held a position even slightly higher than Shihua's own. During his own realm lord stage, Shihua had been formidable, too capable of slaying a marquee-level immortal no less than Kadi. Yet, at the venerable stage, he was merely an ordinary high-level venerable, unable to become a cosmic overlord. Chen Ao watched Venerable Shihua leave, then turned his gaze to Luofeng. Luofeng had been enveloped by Chen Ao's world force, and was unaware of the conversation between them. Senior, was that Venerable Shihua? Luofeng found it unbelievable. The genius battle had just ended not long ago, and the mighty figure of Venerable Nine Swords was still etched in his mind. And yet Chen Ao had managed to make Venerable Shihua no less than Venerable Nine Swords retreat. Yes, but the matter of Earth is far from over. Chen Ao said. We cannot hold on to Earth, not even if we reach the level of Venerable Shihua. What? Luofeng's eyes widened in disbelief. Wasn't Earth just an ordinary life planet? Go ask Hong about this. He will explain everything. Rumor has it that high-level authorities will soon contact you regarding Earth. He had long known that Hong would expose Earth, but he did not stop him. Whether to continue Hong's fortune or to spur Luofeng forward, surrendering Earth was a good thing. Luofeng bit his lip, fiercely unable to accept the fact that Earth could not be protected. This was his home, Luo Feng, I told you before. Only with strength can you protect Earth. Work hard to grow stronger in the future. With that, Chen Ao departed. He did not hide within Earth but left the planet entirely. His avatar still had other tasks. Before the Chaos City Lord in the virtual universe, Chen Ao bowed respectfully. The Chaos City Lord asked, "Can your avatar easily kill a king-level cultivator? Is it a special life form?" "Yes, in my early years I accidentally possessed a plant. Later I learned it was a special life form." The Chaos City Lord nodded. Such opportunities were not uncommon. If one had sufficient status and strength, they could even arrange for their beloved juniors to undergo possession. Within the virtual universe, there were many special life forms, but all had owners. You must have learned about Earth through some special channel, haven't you? Its value is immense, far beyond what you can protect. "I know, Master, but given my talent, can I negotiate a higher selling price?" The Chaos City Lord nodded. Of course. Different levels of individuals received different treatment. Earth's value was extremely high, currently comparable to a top-tier supreme treasure. In reality, Earth's value was even higher, but Chen Ao could not reveal that. "I hope to receive 1,000th of Earth's actual value as the selling price." 1,000th. An ordinary top-tier supreme treasure was worth roughly over 100 treasure points. 1,000th would be 0. 1 treasure points equivalent to over 300 heavy treasure points. If converted to contribution points, it would be an astronomical figure, estimated at several hundred trillion points. That was tens of thousands of times the original selling price, reflecting the gap between Luo Feng and Chen Ao at this moment. Different status and identity commanded different prices. "Very well, I agree. I'll have my subordinates draft a contract with you." Chen Ao shook his head. "Not with me, but with the true owner of Earth." "Oh!" The Chaos City Lord was taken aback. He had assumed Chen Ao was negotiating for his own benefit, only to realize he was doing it for that young Luo Feng. "Very well, I agree." The Chaos City Lord smiled. Chen Ao's talent was exceptional. He might one day become a top-tier cosmic overlord. With a special life-form avatar and extraordinary talent for law comprehension, he would surely become a cosmic overlord upon reaching the venerable stage. With luck, he could become a top-tier cosmic overlord. There was even a slim chance of becoming a universe master. Such a genius, so sentimental, and knowing the vastness of this fortune, still unhesitatingly yielded it to his companion. With such talent, fortune, and deep attachment to relationships, as long as our human race treats him well, he will surely repay us 1,000-fold in the future. At that moment, the Chaos City Lord felt even more satisfied. Satisfied with Chen Ao's so-called soft-heartedness. 0. 1 treasure points meant nothing to him, but it revealed a person's true character. "Continue your cultivation. You may come to me any time you have questions." "Yes, I thank you, Master. Go." Chen Ao said no more, but continued to live in the inner mansion, comprehending laws and refining secret techniques. The matter here is concluded. Now it's time to proceed with the next step of the plan. Chen Ao manipulated his avatar and located a human Marquis-level immortal, Marquis Xiqiang. This Marquis Xiqiang was a very ordinary Marquis-level immortal, even inferior to the immortal guards of the City Lord's mansion. However, he was of great use to Chen Ao. "Please, Marquis Xiqiang, deliver this world ring to that planet," Chen Ao said. "You flatter me, Your Highness." Marquis Xiqiang dared not be negligent. Chen Ao had directly revealed his identity as a disciple of the Chaos City Lord. How could an ordinary Marquis dare to be careless? Moreover, Chen Ao only asked him to deliver an item and had offered ample compensation. This was actually a good opportunity. "I wonder what's inside this world ring. Why send it so far?" Marquis Xiqiang was puzzled, but he nevertheless followed Chen Ao's instructions and placed the world ring at the designated location. This location was actually the world coordinate of one of his servants. He could teleport there via his divine kingdom. Meanwhile, on Earth, Luo Feng began negotiations with the virtual universe company, securing a staggering fortune. After the 4th Marquis of the Assassins placed the world ring down, he departed directly. Subsequently, Chen Ao's Chenshui Teng avatar emerged from within the world ring. This is only a little over 3,000 light-years from the Zushin mystic realm. Quickly ascertaining his position through the virtual universe, Chen Ao oriented himself and headed toward the Zushin mystic realm. His Q skill could now traverse nearly 20 light-years in a single jump. Covering the 3,000 light-years required fewer than 200 leaps. He would reach the Zushin mystic realm in just 2 or 3 days. My earthling true body cannot wander recklessly, but this Chenshui Teng avatar is perfectly fine. If the avatar perished, he could simply recondense it. Moreover, his Chenshui Teng was essentially a soulless energy lifeform immune to soul attacks. Thus, the Chenshui Teng could perish without consequence. His reason for coming to the Zushin mystic realm was to join the Zushin sect as a special lifeform. An ordinary person who seized or birthed a special lifeform could never evade a universe master's soul scrutiny. However, his Chenshui Teng had no soul whatsoever, no soul imprint. That was the first point. The second was that his avatar wasn't connected through a direct soul link, but through the system panel. Thus his life aura could be mutually shielded from that of his earthling body, preventing anyone from discerning the connection through life aura. With life aura and soul both undetectable, He could perfectly impersonate a special life form birthed from the Zushan mystic realm. Of course, this was all speculation. He could not guarantee it was correct. Therefore, to be safe, I will break through to immortal the instant I enter the Zushan mystic realm. His comprehension of the wood law was already profound, and since this body was a special life form, a thorough grasp of the wood void law would allow him to effortlessly advance to immortal. This will exactly verify my speculation. When breaking through to immortal, the true body and avatar would ascend together. However, the universe origin relied on the soul or life aura to determine the connection between a life form's true body and avatar. And in his case, both the soul and life aura of his true body and avatar were completely shielded by the system. If my avatar breaks through to immortal, while my earthling does not, it will prove that even the universe origin cannot distinguish the link between my true body and avatar. If the universe origin itself could not tell them apart, the Zushan gods of the Zushan sect would be even less capable. That would make his infiltration of the Zushan sect foolproof. If I fail, I will stop the breakthrough and return to the human world. He admitted there was an element of gamble in this. But if he succeeded, his Chunshui Tang avatar would become a core member of the Zushan sect. With his talent and genes, he would surely receive extensive cultivation from the Zushan sect, perhaps even surpassing the Worm King in importance. It's just a trial, the cost isn't too great. 2 days passed in a flash as the Chunshui Tang avatar arrived at the periphery of the Zushan mystic realm. The Zushan sect was located within the Zushan mystic realm, the largest mystic realm in the universe with a maximum diameter of 160 million light-years. The Zushan mystic realm contained many smaller mystic realms, among which the famous Geosecret realm was one. In fact, there were 13 secret realms as renowned as the Geosecret realm. Taking a deep breath, Chen Ao unleashed his full power and blinked as far as he could, directly entering the inner space of the Zushan mystic realm. At the same moment, a gray-white crystal exploded at Chen Ao's landing point. The next instant, the Chunshui Tang avatar appeared, its massive body breaking through to immortal. In an instant, the law ocean descended. Far away in Chaos City, the human sensed no change in his own body and was overjoyed. Indeed, the system can shield the perception of the universe's will. The moment the Chunshui Tang broke through, he used the system to completely shield his life aura and soul connection. The Chunshui Tang avatar advanced, but his earthling self remained a realm lord. It worked. He knew that from this moment he had two identities. One was the obscure ordinary genius Chen Ao of Chaos City. The other was the powerful special life form Chunshui Tang of the Zushan sect. The law ocean descended, providing immortal divine power for Chen Ao's Chunshui Tang avatar. Absorb with all my might. Innate secret art devour. W meditation. Both were supremely powerful energy-absorbing techniques now fully activated. And they did not interfere with each other at all. At this moment, Chen Ao's earthling body had no idea what was happening here. His perception of the Chunshui Tang was completely blocked. Once he released the block, his earthling body would certainly break through to immortal. Thus, the system connection was effectively severed. However, the Chunshui Tang still retained Chen Ao's complete memories and consciousness, so nothing changed. There was no need to worry about changes in consciousness. The Chunshui Tang was an ability granted by the system, and everything remained under control. As for communication, through the virtual universe would suffice. Although not as convenient and fast as a soul link, it would not delay anything important. Boom, boom, boom. The immensely powerful law ocean soon receded. 176 conversion. By relying on the innate secret art and the W meditation skill, he not only completely transformed his divine body, but also increased its volume by more than half. Tisk, a volume of 14 million kilometers, and this is just after breaking through to immortal. When I reach venerable, it will be at least 100 million kilometers. He even felt that in the future his Chunshui Tang avatar's divine body could be measured in light years. Although it might not be as vast as the Joyosi, he could move freely and exert his full power. This was completely different from the immobile Joyosi. After the breakthrough, the Chunshui Tang sent an email to the Earthling indicating that everything was normal. Seeing the email, the Earthling relaxed. Next, he would develop well in the Zushan sect, striving to become a universe master as soon as possible. Then he could break through together. While Chen Ao was delighted, Luofeng found him through the virtual universe. Senior, I sold half the ownership of Earth. Luofeng's voice was somewhat low. Although he had obtained hundreds of billions of points, he could not be happy. He even felt it was a disgrace. In reality, Luofeng only received a small portion. Chen Ao had kept most of the heavy treasure points, waiting for Luofeng to exchange them for heavy treasures in the future. This would accelerate Luofeng's growth. Luofeng, this was inevitable. Do you understand what you need to do next? I know. I must become as strong as possible, so strong that the virtual universe company, and even the 5 major human powers, cannot ignore my existence. Earth will always belong to the Earthlings. Chen Ao nodded. Good. Strive hard. I await the day you reclaim Earth. Senior, I understand. I will give it my all. Luofeng's desire to become stronger grew even more intense. To become a venerable, a universe master, and even a universe supreme like the giant axe founder. The two parted ways, and Chen Ao settled into seclusion in Chaos City. Having successfully broken through to the immortal level, Chen Ao, instead of rushing to the Ancestral God Sect, calmly began to slumber in place. His slumber was a pretense aimed at feigning a recent birth. Newly born special lifeforms have weak consciousness, especially plants. A plant wandering around would be rather odd, hence he pretended to be truly newborn. He was not afraid that the Ancestral God Sect would fail to detect him. His breakthrough to immortality had caused a tremendous commotion, especially the absorption of divine power, which could be sensed even from tens of thousands of light years away. Thus it would not be long before someone from the Ancestral God Sect discovered him. Of course he might also be found by the inheritors, but that did not matter, as long as he was discovered. To be safe, he had thrown out a time-space gray crystal upon his appearance. After its explosion, the time-space in this area would be disrupted for a period, making it impossible to trace back through time. Even a universe master could not rewind the past. This way he did not fear the ancestral god's investigation. Of course, after the time-space gray crystal exploded, the time-space returned to normal. If the ancestral god traced time here, they would still see the scene of him being born and instantly breaking through to immortality. The time-space gray crystal also had another use, preventing resurrection through time reversal. Naturally, it was not that powerful. Its effectiveness lasted only a short while. If the target could not be killed within that time, it would lose its ability to interfere with time-space. Moreover, the cost of a single time-space gray crystal was comparable to a precious treasure, so no one would use it lightly. If not for the contribution of Yanzhu King, I would never have had the chance to set up a better plan. Thank you, Yanzhu King, for your friendly sponsorship. Now all that remained was to wait for a while. Chen Ao began to slumber his consciousness, still comprehending his innate secret techniques. After about a few days, a burly man was the first to arrive in the time-space region where Chen Ao was. Such a huge commotion earlier. Was someone breaking through to immortality? Who would be breaking through in these outskirts? His name was Zhongshi Wang, a special life form of the Zhongshi type. However, the Zhongshi special life form was not particularly outstanding, with a gene multiple of only around 600 times. Its only notable feature was its large size. At the immortal level, it already spanned nearly 1,000,000 kilometers. Since its potential was not great, it had failed to enter the core of the Ancestral God Sect and had become merely an outer member. But unlike the inheritor-type outer members, he was a subordinate of Aoshi Lord, the controller of one of the 13 great secret realms, and a subordinate of the Guardian God Lord. Within the Guardian God Lord Aoshi lineage, he was considered a core member. This area was very close to the Aoshi secret realm, and Zhongshi Wang had seen the commotion from Chen Ao's breakthrough, so he came to investigate. When Zhongshi Wang approached, he was stunned by the sight before him. In front of him stood a gigantic plant life form. The plant life form was no less than tens of millions of kilometers in size, with over 1,000 vines, each vine exuding a powerful aura. This is an immortal life form, just born. Zhongshi Wang was astonished. Special life forms ranged from low to high. The low ones had only 101 times gene multiple, and were likely only at the apprentice level at birth. Those with high gene multiples, like the innate beast gods, were innate universe masters with perfect genes. And this creature before him was born at the immortal level. This indicated that the lifeform's life level was extremely high. Born and immortal. This proves that the gene multiple is at least 2,000 times. According to what he knew, innate immortals never had a gene multiple below 2,000 times. 2,000 times was extremely powerful even among special lifeforms. What an opportunity! I've discovered a newborn special lifeform. They, the Guardian lineage, had tasks, one of the most important being to guide powerful special lifeforms to join the Ancestral God Sect. This was a long-term task with substantial rewards. The higher the talent and gene multiple of a special lifeform, the more the Ancestral God Sect liked it. As the guide, he would also receive many contributions. Let me first check the situation. Zhongshi Wang had rich experience dealing with special lifeforms. In the Ancestral God Sect, special lifeforms were often born, but most were ordinary. An innate immortal lifeform appeared perhaps once in tens of thousands of epochs. The universe was fair. Chen Ao had long noticed the approaching Zhongshi Wang, and through the virtual universe's information, he also knew the other's situation. But he remained still, pretending to be asleep. Zhongshi Wang couldn't wait to rush before Chen Ao and scrutinize him carefully. This life form resembles a sunken water vine. However, the sunken water vine is not this powerful. Although its gene multiple is high, it has no soul and its talent is ordinary, so it starts only at the universe level. Moreover, the sunken water vine did not have so many vines, nor was it this large. He had seen an immortal level sunken water vine. Under another Guardian God Lord, there was one with only 130-odd vines and a volume of just over 3 million kilometers. Nothing compared to this life form. Suppressing his excitement, Zhongshi Wang began to emit a faint life fluctuation. This was the method of communicating with newborn special life forms, as these newly born beings had very weak consciousness and no concept of written language, so only the most primitive life fluctuations could be used for communication. Hello there, I am Zhongshi Wang. A friendly aura spread, and Chen Ao soon sensed it. Chen Ao barely suppressed the urge to vomit and replied with a life fluctuation. The reason he had to suppress the urge was that this fluctuation when converted into words was equivalent to the language of a toddler. Hello, what is Zhangshi Wang? Can it be eaten? Zhangshi Wang was not angered by Chen Ao's response. Instead, he was even happier. Being able to communicate was good. These special lifeforms were very peculiar. Some were extremely bloodthirsty and bad-tempered. However, plant and rock types were mostly good-natured. My name is Zhangshi Wang and you cannot eat it. Name. What is a name? Almost like teaching a child to understand the world. Zhangshi Wang spent a full 3 months finishing the communication with Chen Ao. In the process, Chen Ao felt like dying of embarrassment countless times. He was truly too disgusting. Wamu Vine, come with me, I'll take you to a wonderful place. No, I don't want to move. Wamu Vine was the name Zhangshi Wang had given Chen Ao since Chen Ao was ignorant of the world and could not name himself. Zhangshi Wang, hearing Chen Ao's reluctance to move, was not in a hurry. Plants were like that, so he began to persuade him again. In truth, Chen Ao had long wanted to follow directly, but agreeing so easily would not be convincing. Thus Zhangshi Wang persuaded him for another month. Wamu Vine, come with me, I'll give you lots of delicious food. Really? Of course. Zhangshi Wang, like a child luring uncle, showed a smug smile. Of course, deep down Chen Ao had already laughed first. Finally, he no longer had to pretend to be naive. King Zhangshi then taught Chen Ao how to shrink his size, a fundamental ability for an immortal. However, King Zhangshi knew that Wanmuting Chen Ao understood nothing. King Zhangshi patiently taught him several times and Chen Ao successfully transformed. He became a 10-meter-tall lifeform somewhat resembling a human but covered with slender vines. Is this okay? Chen Ao babbled. After nearly a year of communication he had, preliminarily, learned a little language. Good, this is perfect. Now follow me. With that, King Zhangshi led Chen Ao directly to the core area of the Ancestral God Sect. The colossal 5-colored Aurora Lake enveloped the entire Zijing Island. Deep within the palaces above Zijing Island lay the dwelling of the ancestral gods. Soon, through internal channels, King Zhangshi reported the news that he had found a naturally immortal special lifeform. One of the 3 ancestral gods, the two-faced ancestral god, quickly saw this message. Oh, a naturally immortal special lifeform. Our Ancestral God Sect hasn't seen such a powerful special lifeform in a long time. For special lifeforms, the Ancestral God Sect held them in high regard because the sect had no clan of its own. To develop its power, it could only rely on these special lifeforms. Those inheritors who belonged to clans could not be expected to give their full allegiance. At best, it was an exchange of interests. These special lifeforms were the foundation and future of the Ancestral God Sect. Under the two-faced ancestral god's permission, King Zhangshi soon brought Chen Ao to the depths of Zijing Island. This is the depths of Zijing Island. King Zhangshi explained he had come here before but was deemed of average talent, thus never given another chance. Now, by recommending Chen Ao, he once again set foot here. Are there many delicious things here? Asked Chen Ao, a little fellow who only cared about eating. Haha, of course there are. As long as you pass the Ancestral Gods test, you can have as many as you want. King Zhangshi had tested many times and learned that Chen Ao liked to eat green rock crystals imbued with the wood law. To guide Chen Ao, he had taken out all his stock. The value of those green rock crystals was already comparable to an ordinary heavy treasure. For a peak king-level expert like him, this was a huge sum. If I don't get a supreme treasure as a reward, I'll be at a loss. King Zhangshi was full of anticipation. Chen Ao, on the other hand, patiently followed. The wood rock crystal was indeed a good thing. It could increase his size. But it was too expensive and he simply couldn't afford to eat it. A dozen or so crystals were equivalent to a heavy treasure and could only increase his size by a dozen kilometers. Even if he ate a supreme treasure, it would only increase by tens of thousands of kilometers, which was negligible compared to his size of over 10 million kilometers. It was more cost-effective for him to slowly absorb cosmic energy and increase his size. Soon King Zhangshi led Chen Ao to the depths. Here it was colorful and even more splendid than the outside. In an instant Chen Ao felt his body incredibly comfortable, just like the first time he entered Chaos City. This place. Could it be the location of the origin of the universe? The location of the origin of the universe was far superior to the so-called primordial universe. If he could comprehend the laws here, his progress would likely be several times faster than in Chaos City. Moreover, there was almost no difficulty in entering the laws. Here the laws were manifested everywhere, equivalent to being in a sea of laws. I'll find a chance to sleep here and my strength will surely skyrocket. Slowly Chen Ao followed King Zhangshi to a palace. There were majestic palaces surrounding a colorful central peak. Inside the peak is probably where the ancestral gods commune with the primordial universe consciousness, and also the closest place to the Sea of Laws. They arrived before the palace. Chen Ao appeared dull and somewhat foolish, no different from an ordinary plant life. Zhangshi pays respects to the two-faced ancestral god. The two-faced ancestral god nodded. Is this the special life form Wanmuting you mentioned? Special life forms had no names. They were named later. Whoever called out a name first had the naming right. Yes, this Wanmuting is naturally immortal and very powerful. I once fought with it and it sent me flying with a single vine. The two-faced ancestral god was somewhat surprised. So strong. Although King Songshur was average among special lifeforms, being able to send him flying with a single vine right after birth proved the power of Chen Ao this Wanmuting. Let me examine him. The two-faced ancestral god looked at Chen Ao. Child, come here, come here. Facing the ancestral god's call, even Chen Ao felt an immense warmth and couldn't help but approach. As expected of an ancestral god far more skilled than Songshur. Thinking of how he had pretended to be naive in front of Songshur for the past year, he felt an urge to vomit. This time Chen Ao almost needed no guidance and naturally acted according to the two-faced ancestral god's instructions. The two-faced ancestral god, who controlled a region of spacetime, soon began to examine Chen Ao. Because he was an immortal, even a lifeform with a soul had it fused into the divine body, making it hard to judge the soul. However, as the spokespersons of the primordial universe, the ancestral gods naturally had their methods. Life aura traction. If it were an avatar, there would be invisible threads of life aura. However, after examining, the two-faced ancestral god found no such threads. At this moment, the two-faced ancestral god also discovered that Chen Ao actually had perfect genes. How is this possible? How can it be perfect genes? Naturally perfect genes, that was on the same level as the beast god. Not to mention an immortal, even a universe master likely could not achieve perfect genes. Naturally perfect genes. So besides the beast god, there are other life forms with natural perfect genes. Generally speaking, the stronger the genes, the higher the foundation. Naturally immortals usually had genes over 2,000 times and naturally venerables generally over 5,000 times. Of course, that doesn't mean 5,000 times makes a natural venerable. The sinking water vine Qinshui Teng had 6,000 times genes, but started at only universe level. As for natural universe masters, the Ancestral God Sect currently only knew of the natural beast god. Of course, the universe was mysterious and full of countless life forms. Perfect genes were not enough to make the ancestral gods lose composure. Hail, come take a look. The two-faced ancestral god called out. Suddenly the old ancestral god arrived. Two-faced, what is it? Take a look at this little fellow. The old ancestral god looked at Chen Ao and quickly understood. Pale, go to the place where this Wanmuting was born and trace back through spacetime to see if there's any problem. The two-faced ancestral god needed to stay here and could not leave, so he had to send the old ancestral god. Alright, I'll go and return soon. The old ancestral god quickly headed to the place where Chen Ao was born as mentioned by Zongshi. If Chen Ao truly had naturally perfect genes, and was not a spy from another force, then the Ancestral God Sect would surely cultivate him vigorously. Thus it was essential to investigate thoroughly. Ancestor God Nian swiftly arrived at the place where Chen Ao was born. Time-space reversal. As the Ancestor God's divine power was invoked, a vast expanse of the surrounding area began to flash with scenes like a movie playing in reverse. Soon came the scenes of Zongshi taking Chen Ao away, their conversation and Zongshi's arrival, and also the birth of Chen Ao that concerned Ancestor God Nian. He witnessed the scene of Chen Ao breaking through to immortality. There was a gap compared to true innate immortality. It seemed that Chen Ao broke through in the next instant after birth rather than being immortal from the moment of appearance. However, this was not the key point. There were many such special life forms in the universe. But Ancestor God Nian soon discovered that the subsequent time-space was chaotic, as if a period had been severed. This caused his time-space reversal to be unable to continue. Let's look elsewhere. The Ancestor God began to shift the region and started reversing time-space in a broader area. After hundreds of time-space reversals, no anomaly was found. No life has ever arrived here, which means that no other life sent that Wanmuting here. At least he saw that Chen Ao was indeed born here. At the moment of birth, he should have been at the peak of Realm Lord and only later broke through to immortality. 10,000-fold gene. Such special life forms are inherently rare. Even if successfully possessed, they would be treasures and would not be sent to my Ancestor God Sect. Moreover, this Wanmuting's aura is perfect. It is not a possession. Soon Ancestor God Nian told Shuangmian what he had seen during the backtracking. So this Wanmuting is not a spy from other forces. Yes, nor does it rule out some incredible methods, but what could a person with such methods seek from us? Their Ancestor God Sect was hailed as the #1 force, but to some great beings it was nothing. That's good, then I can properly nurture this Wanmuting. Ancestor God Nian nodded. Innate perfect genes represented at least 2 heaven-granted secret arts which reflected each other. If comprehended well, the possibility of becoming a universe master was very high. Child, come to me. Chen Ao obeyed, even clinging very closely to Ancestor God Shuangmian. It even felt like a puppy desperately sticking to its master. Chen Ao felt a bit of nausea. Being hugged so tightly by Chen Ao, the Ancestor God was also a bit amused and exasperated. But the Ancestor God knew that Chen Ao had no experience, everything was instinct. He carried a trace of primordial will which was like a mother to special life forms. It was only natural for Chen Ao to be so close to him. Child, come look at me. Chen Ao did so. Suddenly countless knowledge poured into Chen Ao's mind. This had no adverse effect on Chen Ao as it was entirely conducted through the will of the primordial universe. It allowed Chen Ao to understand many things quickly. Of course, nature was hard to change, that required experience. The ancestor god could only impart knowledge, not experience. Wan Yuding, you can give yourself a name. Chen Ao, feeling the knowledge in his mind, knew he no longer needed to pretend to be naive. After hesitating for a moment, Chen Ao said, I'll call myself Tengmu Wang. Good then, Tengmu Wang it is. The ancestor god looked at Chen Ao with a smile. Even though Chen Ao now understood much, he still clung to him tightly, unwilling to move. Come child, I'll give you 2 treasures. With that, the ancestor god gave Chen Ao a bead and a thing resembling armor. Refine them, they will protect you. Chen Ao's eyes nearly popped out at the sight of these 2 items. They were clearly supreme treasures. And they were definitely not ordinary supreme treasures. Soon Chen Ao refined the 2 items. Indeed, both are excellent. Chen Ao knew that the armor was a high-grade supreme treasure, while the bead was a soul-type supreme treasure, but of the ordinary grade. 2 supreme treasures given at once, and one of them is soul-type. An ordinary armor supreme treasure was worth about 1 treasure point, a high-grade armor supreme treasure about 10 treasure points, and an ordinary soul supreme treasure about 20 points. This meant Chen Ao had received no less than 30 treasure points, which already exceeded the worth of most universe overlords. An ordinary universe overlord's wealth would not exceed 10 treasure points. Having 20 was already considered wealthy. These 2 things are so nice, Daddy, I want more, I want more. Chen Ao, gritting his teeth, directly called out, Daddy. Hearing that, ancestor god Shuangmian was stunned. In the past, when he bestowed treasures on special life forms, he never received such treatment. Ahem, you can't just call anyone Daddy. No, Daddy, Daddy. Ancestor god Shuangmian's scalp tingled. He himself was a special life form with no clan. How could he have offspring? Don't just shout that. Daddy, I want these 2 things too, they feel so nice. Ha ha ha. Ancestor god Shuangmian laughed heartily. Of course, with the protection of supreme treasures, the body and soul would feel immensely secure, and that sense of security was also a kind of comfort. It was normal for a newborn life following instinct to enjoy comfort. Tengmu Wang, each person can only have one of these things. Ah! Chen Ao complained in a childish voice. No, I want more, I want more. Daddy, Daddy, give me. Ancestor god Shuangmian was a bit speechless. This Tengmu Wang was too naive. If this were among adult humans, such behavior would be seen as pretending to be young, shamelessly seeking benefits. But for a newborn life, this was instinct. Not to mention calling him Daddy. Even if he directly defecated on his head, ancestor god Shuangmian would not blame him. Daddy, I want it. All right, all right. Ancestor god Shuangmian was a bit overwhelmed. What was this sudden feeling of having a little cotton-padded jacket? But it felt pretty good. But if the ancestor god knew that Chen Ao was actually a cunning old fox, he would definitely vomit. It would be even more disgusting than a middle-aged man putting on a lowly voice. I can't give you this kind of treasure anymore. I can only give you something else. Cheap treasures were naturally those for combat and defense. Others like palaces and domains, even at ordinary grade, were several times more expensive than high-grade combat and defense treasures. I'll give you 1 more ordinary weapon supreme treasure, no more. Chen Ao's heart blossomed with joy. Just a few calls of Daddy, and he could get an ordinary supreme treasure. He wished he could bring all humans from the 1008 universe countries to call him Daddy together. Chen Ao was delighted inside, but on the surface he pretended to look like he was about to cry because with the knowledge he had, he knew combat-type treasures were cheap. I want a palace type. No! The ancestor god directly refused. Although he wanted to nurture Chen Ao well, he had already given an ordinary soul treasure and a high-grade armor, which was much better than what Zhu Chongwang had. The Insect King's supreme treasures totaled only about 15 points, half of Chen Ao's. Giving another palace supreme treasure would be equivalent to giving Chen Ao 50 treasure points, which would make others dissatisfied. Then I want a sword, it looks very cool. Okay. Ancestor god Shuangmian, seeing Chen Ao's tearful eyes, suddenly felt a bit reluctant. Treasures of the same level were also different. Oh, we'll give him a better one. Ordinary treasures could be as low as 0.8 treasure points, while high-level treasures started at 8 points, roughly a tenfold difference. Thus an ordinary treasure worth 6 or 7 treasure points was still ordinary, but its value was undoubtedly much higher. Chen Ao, utterly shameless, kept calling out Father, and had already prostrated himself at the feet of the two-faced ancestral god. Accepting Chen Ao's kneeling made the two-faced ancestral god's heart soften. He felt a sense of guilt for not giving his own child something good. Thus, after much hesitation, the two-faced ancestral god said, Tengmu Wang, I cannot be too biased. I can only give you 1 ordinary treasure, but I can ensure it is of superior quality. Both heavy treasures and supreme treasures were ranked according to the complexity of their secret patterns. Their actual value also depended on the material. With the same level of secret patterns, vast differences in quality could lead to enormous disparities in value. Father is the best. Tengmu loves Father so much. The two-faced ancestral god smiled and patted Chen Ao's head, then produced a verdant small sword. This is the pinnacle of ordinary treasures. Its secret patterns are inferior to high-level treasures, but its material even surpasses many high-level ones. Converted to treasure points, this verdant smallsword could be exchanged for 7 treasure points, very close to the baseline of 8 points for a high-level attack treasure. Chen Ao took it with a smile and refined it. The ordinary treasure 3-wood sword. Are you satisfied now? Father is the best to me. Completely satisfied. The two-faced ancestral god looked at Tengmu Wang with fondness. Tengmu Wang had just been born, so it was natural for him to be dependent. All right, I must remain here to guard. I will spread word of your existence. From now on, go and live with the other inheritors. No, I don't want to leave. I want to stay here with father. Chen Ao immediately objected. How could he leave? The speed of comprehending laws here was unparalleled. Although his speed of understanding laws was swift, and it seemed he could gain the acknowledgement of the laws in just a few decades, that was only comprehension. He was still far from fusing the laws. But here that speed could be multiplied countless times. Faced with Chen Ao's request, the two-faced ancestral god still smiled and responded. This was the source land of laws. All life felt comfortable here and wished to stay, which was normal. How about this? I allow you to live outside the palace. No, I want to be right here. The speed of comprehension inside the palace was about 3 times faster than outside. Of course, even outside the palace was excellent, 3 or 4 times faster than the original universe. This was just inside the palace. If it were the central peak, the speed would likely increase by an even greater margin. Very well. Go and comprehend the path of the wood beast god. If you can master the first stage within 100 years, I will allow you to stay inside the palace for 100 years. Chen Ao heard the two-faced ancestral god's words, and was overjoyed inside. He had already comprehended it long ago, yet he pretended to be dull, as if searching for the knowledge he needed. After a few minutes, as if having searched, Chen Ao asked, "What if I could comprehend it within 10 years? The two-faced ancestral god chuckled. That's impossible. But if you can comprehend it 10 times faster, I'll let you stay here 10 times longer. 1,000 years. And the second stage, the third." The two-faced ancestral god pondered briefly. Normally a genius would take about 300 years for the first stage, because they were all undying with a far higher foundation than Luofeng during his realm lord period. The ancestral god said 100 years for Chen Ao, expecting him to fail. Of course, if he succeeded, it would mean Chen Ao was more than 3 times stronger than an ordinary genius. For special lifeforms, most relied on their divine body genes and innate secret techniques. The ancestral god's rewards were based on these 3 aspects. If Chen Ao were also extraordinary in comprehension, no one could criticize him for granting more resources. For the second stage, an ordinary genius takes about 3,000 years. If you can master it within 1,000 years, I'll let you stay here for 1,000 years. If you do it in 10 years, that's 100 times faster, so you can stay for 100,000 years. Next, the ancestral god set time limits and rewards for each stage. The first stage had a baseline of 100 years. The less time used, the longer one could stay in the palace. The second stage baseline was 1,000 years, the third 10,000 years, each tenfold. Clearly, if Chen Ao could completely master the third stage within 10 years, 1,000 times speed, he could stay in the palace for 10 million years. But that was impossible. Mastering the third stage in 10 years, what a joke. During Luofeng's realm lord period, it took him over 10,000 years with the aid of the Star Tower to reach the third stage, and even then he hadn't fully mastered it, only being at the top of that stage. Full mastery of the third stage meant one could begin the fourth inheritance. Chen Ao nodded. I'll do my best. The two-faced ancestral god was pleased. Ambition was a good thing. However, the two-faced ancestral god did not believe Chen Ao could meet his requirements. That was the nature of special lifeforms. Lacking the experiences of ordinary life, the more powerful a lifeform was at birth, the lower its comprehension tended to be. From this perspective, the hardships of human cultivators at the lower levels were also a form of tempering. Because of this lack of tempering, the ancestral god school was powerful, but it had no cosmic supreme, not even a 5-stage peak cosmic lord like Chaos City Lord. Even the ancestral gods themselves, though possessing 6-stage cosmic lord combat power, in the original universe were only 4-stage cosmic lords without the support and protection of the original universe. Their foundation was high, but their upper limit was much lower. Breaking through to become a cosmic supreme was extremely difficult. You understand the requirements. I look forward to the day you succeed. If he succeeded, it would be wonderful. The ancestral god school did not lack resources to nurture a cosmic supreme, but special lifeforms had poor comprehension. They struggled even to break through one stage, let alone become a cosmic supreme. If I meet the requirements, can I get more treasures? The two-faced ancestral god smiled wryly. This Tengmu Wang was truly obsessed with treasures. But that was normal. Special lifeforms had stubborn, eccentric personalities. This was also a manifestation of their mediocre comprehension. They easily went to extremes. Some special lifeforms loved killing, some loved drinking, some loved sleeping. These traits had no inherent good or bad. They were just different expressions. Yes, as long as you complete one stage, I will give you a suitable reward. But it won't be as generous as this time. For example, completing the first stage would yield at most a treasure worth 1 treasure point and the second stage at most 3 to 5 treasure points. Of course, if Chen Ao could become a venerable, they would not hesitate to offer a top-tier treasure. By then Chen Ao would be a peak overlord worthy of a top-tier treasure. Then I'm off. Wait for my good news. Chen Ao walked down elatedly, the dual-face ancestral god beaming with a smile, then turned his gaze toward Songshur King below. Songshur King's heart skipped a beat as he looked at the dual-face ancestral god. He had clearly witnessed the ancestral god bestow 3 treasures upon Chen Ao. Naturally, he assumed they were ordinary supreme treasures, so he could still accept it. Granting supreme treasures was a tradition of the ancestral god cult for its inner members. Given Chen Ao's immense size and high gene level, it was only fitting that he receive such gifts. Yet, when the ancestral god commanded Chen Ao to comprehend the first level of the beast god path, within 100 years Songshur King rolled his eyes. He himself had spent over 800,000 years and still hadn't grasped the first level. How could 100 years suffice? Wasn't this a joke? Not even the geniuses of 10,000 races could master the first level within a century. They were special life forms inherently lacking in comprehension, making it even more impossible. Songshur, your contribution this time is significant. I can grant you 5 supreme treasure points. If you wish to exchange for a treasure, go directly to the Violet Bamboo Island treasury. The dazed Songshur King, upon hearing the dual-face ancestral god's words, was overjoyed. He had thought receiving 1 point would be good, but 5 points combined with his own savings would allow him to exchange for both an armor and a weapon supreme treasure. Thank you, ancestral god. Thank you, ancestral god. Alright, go ahead. Also take Tengmu King to receive a wood beast god inheritance token, then send him to the beast god. Songshur obeys. The rest were trivial matters, merely running an errand. The ancestral god had to remain at the source land and could not leave, so others had to act on his behalf. Common people could not come here, so Songshur was tasked with it. Brother Songshur, I'm sorry for the trouble. Chen Ao smiled at Songshur King. His voice was still somewhat tender, but had become much clearer. After receiving the knowledge inheritance, Chen Ao was no different from an ordinary life form. The only difference apart from his unique personality was that he might be more naive, lacking cunning. If Chen Ao knew Songshur King's thoughts, he would probably burst out laughing and nod repeatedly, saying, "Yes, I'm very naive. Tengmu King, you're too kind." Songshur King thought to himself. With a little tempering, Chen Ao would become an invincible king. Using a supreme treasure to unleash his innate secret technique, he could rival a universe venerable in combat power. Whether he would be a low-level or high-level venerable depended on the nature of Tengmu King's innate secret technique. Soon Songshur King led Chen Ao toward the Violet Bamboo Island treasury. Only inner members could enter here. Even those inheritors who joined the guardian godlord lineage could not enter unless permitted by the ancestral god. This place was immune to the 5-colored Aurora Lake's attacks. Only those teleported from outside could be affected. The treasury, similar to the one in Chaos City, was governed by an intelligent system. Moreover, the ancestral god cult had low requirements for its own people. No contribution was needed, and the exchange ratio was nearly 1-1. In Chaos City it was 0.91, even with the preferential treatment given to human powerhouses. For alien races in the Hong Alliance with good relations it was 0.71. For those with poorer relations it could be as low as 0.51. This showed the ancestral god cult's wealth, partly because they had few inner members and most of their supreme treasures came from the will of the primordial universe. With the ancestral god's arrangement, Chen Ao easily obtained a wood beast god inheritance token. To Chen Ao's amusement, the token was made on the spot. A piece of unknown wood carved with a beast god pattern, and thus a token was born. Indeed, for inner members everything is casual. The token, worth about 0.8 supreme treasure points, was simply carved for Chen Ao, showing great informality. Brother Songshur, did you exchange for 2 treasures? Chen Ao asked softly. Songshur's face still wore a smile. As a rock lifeform, his mind was straightforward, and he felt a kinship with Chen Ao, so his attitude was naturally friendly. But when Songshur turned and saw Chen Ao's gleaming eyes, he suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. He immediately refined the treasures and put them away. No, these are just ordinary things. For some reason the honest Songshur King lied. Even after saying it, he regretted it. Was lying really appropriate? But it was an instinctive response. The look in Chen Ao's eyes seemed to devour him, forcing him to fabricate a lie. Could it be that Tengmu King's preference is for treasures? Songshur King thought this highly likely. That gaze just now was undoubtedly a genuine craving. However, Songshur King suddenly laughed at himself. Wasn't it obvious? Who didn't crave treasures? Even he would have his eyes light up at the sight of supreme treasures. But he still maintained a degree of vigilance toward Chen Ao. They could be brothers, but the treasures were his. That point was non-negotiable. He, a mere king, could possess 2 supreme treasures. Was that easy? Brother Songshur, I clearly saw those were treasures. No, you misread. They were just lubricants I used to polish and buff my rock body. Chen Ao pursed his lips, thinking, do you really think I'm stupid? One is clearly a staff treasure, the other is armor. And both are undoubtedly supreme treasures. He longed to get his hands on them, but then thought better of it. The ancestral god cult forbade random attacks and he had a bright future ahead. It wasn't worth sacrificing everything for 2 ordinary supreme treasures. He had already decided to establish a persona. A naive and kind-hearted character so that others would let down their guard thinking he was a good person. This persona was perfect. Only by making others think he was foolish would fools come to him. He couldn't strike first, but if someone attacked him, wouldn't killing them in self-defense be justified? An immortal level killing a few venerables is possible. But there's only a first chance, not a second. I must plan carefully to trap more venerables and reap greater rewards. As for the bait, it would naturally be his soul supreme treasure. Which universe venerable wouldn't covet a soul treasure worth 23 points? If he gave them an opportunity, they would come to him willingly. Yes, I'll design it well, find a chance to spring the trap. Once caught, it's pure profit. Brother Tsongshir, are we going to see the guardian beast god? Yes, only with the guardian beast god's authority can we obtain permission. This rule is fixed, but since we're inner members, the beast god's attitude will be much more favorable. Chen Ao nodded like a child. Seeing Chen Ao's innocent demeanor, Tsongshir King sighed inwardly. Newborns were indeed naive. But he would inevitably suffer some hardships, be cheated a few times before truly growing up. However, as long as he didn't die a special death, the ancestral god would resurrect him, so even death was not a problem. It would just add to his life experience. Tengmu King, this is the guardian beast god palace. After Chen Ao completely walked out of the enormous palace, he realized that they were actually underground beneath the ancestral god hall. Continuing downward, they could see the 8 palaces of the 8 direction beast gods. Further down were the palaces of the guardian divine beasts and the various divine generals and envoys. The place where I encountered the two-faced ancestral god was beneath the ancestral god hall. Inside is the true origin land where an ancestral god is permanently stationed. As expected, the ancestral god hall above also has an ancestral god stationed there. It should be the young ancestral god he had not yet met. As for the elderly ancestral god, he probably had no stationing duty and was deployed wherever needed. Among the 8 direction beast gods, only the thunder beast god should be present now. The same beast god who bestowed treasures upon Luofeng in the original story. Below were the guardian beast gods, the universe master, who granted the authority of Violet Thorn Island. The 8 direction beast gods were originally supposed to be the 8 innate beast gods, but most of the innate beast gods had fallen, so 8 of the guardian divine beasts succeeded them. The guardian beast gods were universe masters who cultivated the beast god path, but had not inherited the positions of the 8 beast gods. Chen Ao now intended to seek out the guardian beast god to obtain various rights on Violet Thorn Island. Because of the ancestral god's instructions, the guardian beast god did not delay. As soon as Chen Ao arrived, a guardian beast god appeared. Chen Ao quickly paid his respects. Greetings to the guardian beast god. From this moment on, Tengmu Wang, you are the inheritor of Violet Thorn Island. The guardian beast god's voice resounded. I grant you the authority to enter the glory world. As soon as the words were spoken, a device resembling a light brain appeared in Chen Ao's hand. This is the receiver for the virtual world. The glory world is a crucial virtual world of our Ancestor God Sect. You will understand once you log in. I also grant you the authority to enter the place of inheritance and the place of treasures. Have you seen the 3 water curtains outside the palace? The guardian divine beast seemed to know Chen Ao and, fearing he might not understand, deliberately simulated them for Chen Ao to see. Only after seeing Chen Ao nod did he continue. Among them, the left water curtain is the passage to the place of inheritance, the middle one leads to the place of treasures, and the right one leads to the secret realm. The 3 water curtains led to 3 directions. The place of inheritance was where one received inheritance, while the place of treasures held many buried treasures, including some formidable supreme treasures. As for the secret realm, it consisted of special places such as the 13 major special secret realms. These secret realms might produce some good items and were places for inheritors to explore for treasures. After the introduction, the guardian beast god left. As a universe master, he wouldn't stoop to being Chen Ao's nanny. After Chen Ao listened, Tsongshir Wang was still waiting outside, and then he told Chen Ao to build a palace. However, Chen Ao did not build one. He had already reached a state where he could stay long-term in the peripheral area of the origin land. That is the outer region beneath the ancestral god hall. Tengmu Wang, are you going to accept the inheritance now? Asked Tsongshir Wang. Ordinary inheritors have only 1 free opportunity per level to accept inheritance. The rest require glory points to exchange. As internal members, we have 3 free opportunities per level. Perhaps you might have even more. Internal members naturally had privileges. The inheritance opportunities were laid out there similar to the Chaos Tablet. For one's own people, giving a few extra chances wouldn't matter. Alright, let me go take a look. Tsongshir Wang quickly took Chen Ao to the place of inheritance. The one guarding the place of inheritance was Jinfeng Zuns of the Human Hong Alliance. When Jinfeng Zuns saw Tsongshir Wang bringing Chen Ao over, he immediately understood that Chen Ao was likely an internal member of the Ancestral God Sect. Whether he was a core member or not, he didn't know. Tsongshir Wang was a subordinate of the Guardian God Lord, and an internal member. Core members were directly under the Ancestral God Sect. Tsongshir Wang, who is this? Zhenfeng Zun's showed no arrogance at all because he knew that every member of the Ancestral God Sect was a special life form. Some powerful special life forms even at the immortal level could rival ordinary venerables or even high-level venerables. Some extraordinary special life forms could even rely on supreme treasures to withstand a universe overlord like him. With their colossal divine bodies and the protection of supreme treasures, they were enough to make a universe overlord like him despair. Oh, this is an internal member of our Ancestral God Sect, Tengmu Wang. Songshi Wang did not say core member, only internal member. He was straightforward but not foolish. Oh, I see. Zhenfeng Zun smiled. Tengmu Wang, hello. I am Zhenfeng Zun's. During this period I am guarding this place of inheritance. Zhenfeng Zun's hello? Chen Ao also wore a smile on his face, his voice very gentle, speaking unhurriedly, giving a sense of amiability. Zhenfeng Zun's looked at Chen Ao and thought to himself that he seemed quite easy to get along with. Tengmu Wang, are you planning to accept the inheritance? Yes. Alright then, go in. Chen Ao nodded and casually walked toward a patch of black mist. In an instant Chen Ao felt his consciousness being drawn. An incredible force acted upon his body. He was completely powerless to resist. Then his body began to move, continuously tracing lines of secret patterns. The entire Wood-Void fusion law started from the basics and Chen Ao began to demonstrate it directly. The secret patterns kept rising until they formed a complete law world. After a long time Chen Ao stopped and that force withdrew. Second level. A voice of ancient times sounded. Chen Ao knew. It was the universe's fundamental law demonstrating the second level inheritance secret patterns for him. In an instant countless insights emerged within Chen Ao. What a pity. The human body cannot retain the memories. This inheritance can only be cultivated by myself. There were gains and losses, however the human avatar's comprehension in Chaos City wouldn't be too slow. He was just one step ahead. Humans didn't need to fight, but he did. Perhaps in the future, he would have to slaughter in all directions, requiring rapid improvement in strength. How is it? Tengmu Wang, do you feel you have many insights? Chen Ao nodded. Indeed, he had many insights. Haha, since you have insights, hurry back to contemplate them. These insights are still stored in your memory. After you carefully ponder them, they will emerge and allow you to progress rapidly. In that case, I'll take my leave. Chen Ao didn't waste words and directly left the place of inheritance. Brother Songshi, we'll meet again. See you later. Songshi Wang knew not to disturb Chen Ao, so he smiled and left. Chen Ao flew back to the area beneath the Ancestral God Hall on the periphery of the Origin Land and began to recall those secret patterns. He had already fully comprehended the first level. What he had just accepted was the second level of the Wood Beast God Path. I wonder how long it will take to finish comprehending. Chen Ao spent 10 years at the periphery of the Origin Land. One day he rushed excitedly into the palace. Ancestral God! Ancestral God! Chen Ao shouted with excitement. Having received the memory inheritance for over a decade, he was no longer a naive child. If he called out "Father" again, it would seem insincere. Pretending to be young must be done in moderation. Going too far would be counterproductive. However, unlike other special life forms, Chen Ao's voice carried a hint of coquettishness. Hearing Chen Ao's call, the two-faced ancestral god felt speechless but did not stop him. Perhaps this closeness stirred an unusual emotion within the two-faced ancestral god. Vine King, what is it? I have mastered the first level of the inheritance. Chen Ao exclaimed excitedly. Oh! The two-faced ancestral god's calm expression instantly shifted. Although an immortal could comprehend the beast god path much faster than a realm lord, mastering the first level of inheritance in just 10 years was truly remarkable. No, it was extraordinarily remarkable. Is that so? Show me then. Alright. Chen Ao used his vines to demonstrate a secret art, employing 2 vines to execute a technique. This secret art of yours is quite impressive. As a universe master far more ancient than Chaos City Lord, he possessed keen insight and could easily recognize that this was a peak-level secret art. Secret arts are classified into unranked, ordinary, top-tier, peak, and ultimate. Different realms have more advanced variants beyond the foundational ones. For instance, an immortal could easily create ordinary secret arts, while powerful immortals could create top-tier ones. Those capable of creating peak secret arts could fight above their rank. For a venerable, the baseline was elevated by 1 tier, the basic level was top tier, the strong level was peak. Most venerables who could cross ranks to battle universe masters possessed ultimate secret arts. For ordinary races, a universe overlord was a venerable who had created an ultimate secret art. At the level of a universe master, one had to fuse at least 2 laws, starting with peak level universe master secret arts. Whether it was gold and space or time and space, it was all dual law fusion. The initial fusion of 3 laws resulted in the strongest universe master secret art, which was on the same level as Chen Ao's innate secret art. As for the 6th level secret art that only the strongest could create, it meant completely surpassing the ultimate secret art and reaching a new realm. There were many ways to create a 6th level secret art, the simplest being the fusion of 3 laws into a secret art. Exactly what Chen Ao aspired to create. Does this secret art have only one move? Asked the two-faced ancestral god. he had already perceived that Chen Ao had fully mastered the first level of the beast god inheritance. However, compared to that, the talent of directly creating a peak-level secret art impressed him even more. Among special lifeforms, quite a few immortals could fight above their rank against venerables, but they relied on both their divine body and innate secret art. Could Chen Ao manage without an innate secret art? This peak secret art could already rival a venerable's. With his divine body, perhaps he could cross ranks without relying on his innate secret art. As an ancestral god, he knew well the harm of over-relying on innate secret arts. Such arts were too powerful, requiring no further comprehension. Indulging in that strength would narrow one's path. Only one move. This was a peak secret art he had created by combining his innate secret art, strangulation, with the beast god path, essentially taking a shortcut. But it was still his own creation. Once he had one, he could create more. Good, very good. The two-faced ancestral god was highly satisfied. You have met my requirements. From now on you may stay in the palace for 1,000 years. Hearing this, Chen Ao was extremely pleased. The rate of law comprehension here was over 3 times that of the outside, allowing him to progress much faster. Ancestral god, can I then obtain a treasure? At the mention of treasures, Chen Ao's eyes sparkled with excitement. The two-faced ancestral god did not mind at all. Since Chen Ao had shown sufficient talent, he would not be stingy with a few treasures. The ancestral god cult did not lack such ordinary treasures. The universe's will could grant them a great many at once, as if paying their salary. What treasure do you want? But I must warn you, it can only be worth 1 treasure point. Chen Ao immediately looked dejected. I want a domain-type treasure. I heard domain-type treasures are formidable. The two-faced ancestral god's smile instantly faded. Domain-type treasures generally cost around 20 treasure points. He had clearly said 1 treasure point. Don't play dumb. You clearly know the value. No, it can only be worth 1 treasure point. That's the limit I can give. Then give me a shoe or a wing-type treasure. Apart from the common combat types and the 3 rare types, there were special treasures. The origin treasure was one of them, along with ceiling type and speed-increasing types. The slaying wing that Luofeng had first obtained was a speed-increasing type. In the original story, True Yen King also had a shoe said to be a top-tier heavy treasure comparable to a treasure. Moreover, the value of such treasures was similar to that of weapons, both being relatively low. Shoes or wings? The two-faced ancestral god pondered briefly, then a shoe appeared in his hand. The two-faced ancestral god handed the shoe to Chen Ao. Chen Ao took it excitedly. This would significantly increase his speed. Didn't you want a domain-type treasure? If you can master the 2nd level of the beast god path within 100 years, and create 3 peak secret arts, I will grant you a domain-type treasure on my own authority. Chen Ao's eyes lit up immediately. The two-faced ancestral god, seeing his excitement, knew the little fellow was a treasure fanatic. But everyone loved treasures, and he himself was no exception. Alright, I can definitely do it, Chen Ao said with full confidence. The two-faced ancestral god nodded. An ordinary domain-type treasure meant nothing to him. The ancestral god cult had few members but many treasures. Giving out a couple extra to one person was fine. As long as Chen Ao showed enough talent, he could afford to give even more treasures and no one would say a word. The 100-year requirement seemed much higher than the previous one, but during this century Chen Ao could stay in the palace where his comprehension speed was several times faster. So it wasn't really that high. As long as he had enough talent, he could definitely achieve it. Driven by the desire for a domain-type treasure, Chen Ao threw himself into frenzied comprehension within the origin land. The two-faced ancestral god watched Chen Ao immersed in the laws and nodded slightly. He was very pleased with Chen Ao's diligent attitude. Most special lifeforms loved to sleep far too much, especially plant and rock types. They would rather sleep than ponder the tedious laws. It was a good thing that Chen Ao was willing to strive for treasures. Creating 3 peak secret arts and mastering the 2nd level of the beast god path within 100 years. Only the most exceptional geniuses in the universe could achieve that. If a special lifeform could do it, it would be perfect talent. Top-tier talent in both law comprehension and divine body gene. That was perfect talent. With such talent, he could invest even more heavily in cultivation. Keep it up, little one. Perhaps one day the ancestral god cult might produce a powerhouse who can navigate the cosmic sea without relying on the primordial will's help. The ancestral god cult naturally wished to leave the original universe as it was destined for destruction. If they couldn't produce a pinnacle powerhouse before the universe perished, they would have to take refuge in another powerhouse's mini-universe. That would mean placing their very lives in the hands of others. The ancestral god cult seemed prosperous, but it was like a castle in the air. We must never end up like the ancestral god cult of the first universe era, relying on another's universe. That would be worse than death. They absolutely had to cultivate their own pinnacle powerhouse. Time flowed slowly onward. Chen Ao spent 99% of his time within the palace of the origin land contemplating the laws. The remaining 1% of his time was devoted to entering the inheritance land to receive the legacies. His 2nd level of comprehension was entirely dependent on the teachings of the Prime God Sect. His human original body had only meditated for a few decades in Chaos City due to time ratio issues merely scratching the surface. There was still a considerable gap to fully mastering the second level. Over this century Chen Ao had come to know many inheritors, among whom he grew particularly close to the Worm Monarch. As a recent core member combined with Chen Ao's apparent lack of guile and simplicity, he easily won people's favor. Thus the Worm Monarch had a very good relationship with him, as did the Violet Rain Venerable, another powerful special life form, with a reported gene multiple of 6,000 times, and at the Venerable level. Unfortunately, despite being strong, the Violet Rain Venerable was merely an ordinary cosmic overlord, not a top-tier one, and unable to create powerful secret arts. Such was the limitation of special life forms. Apart from these two, there were also several special life forms at the Undying King and Venerable levels with slightly lower gene multiples around 2,000 times. Chen Ao got along well with all special life forms, for who could dislike someone so simple and easygoing? Vinewood King, did the Prime God really ask you to master the second level of the Beast God path within 100 years? Asked the Earthmound King. The Earthmound King was a special life form with a gene multiple of around 3,000 times comparable to an ordinary Venerable, but just a notch below the Worm Monarch. Both of them cultivated the Beast God path and knew full well the difficulty of its mastery. The fastest among them to achieve the second level was the Meal Silkworm Venerable, who took over 13,000 years. This speed was already considered extremely fast by other special life forms, given that the slowest took millions of years. Chen Ao's 100-year achievement seemed too exaggerated. As for the advantage of the origin land, they had all been there and could cultivate on its periphery. But since their lifespans were exceedingly long, they hardly cared about that. So Chen Ao had no external advantage over them, and they consequently felt the requirement was far too high. Far too high. Chen Ao simply nodded. The 100 years are almost up. How far have you comprehended? Asked the Worm Monarch. The other special life forms also looked at Chen Ao, suspecting he might have only just begun. Chen Ao rubbed his head sheepishly. I feel like I've already mastered it. They were all stunned. What did you say? You've already mastered it. Many special life forms hurriedly checked the records of Chen Ao's inheritance acceptance. The earliest record was only 108 years ago. Truly only 100 years. Impossible. I think you're under a delusion. The Earthmound King kept shaking his head. 100 years. He had never heard of such speed. I also think it's impossible. I heard from my friends in the Hong Alliance that the fastest human cultivator took about 600 years. The Worm Monarch was on good terms with the humans of the Hong Alliance. Human comprehension was considered excellent, and 600 years already demonstrated remarkable speed. After all, Luofeng had spent nearly 800 years on the first chapter, and the actual time spent on it was probably around 600 years. And the difficulty of the second chapter was incomparably higher than the first. According to the information I received, the fastest was a Venerable who took over 180 years. Venerables cultivated the Beast God path for reference. Their foundations were already high, so they progressed quickly. If a Universe Master were to cultivate it, they might grasp it in a few years. That was not a valid comparison. And a Venerable took over 180 years. How could you claim to have done it in 100? Chen Ao still wore a slightly innocent smile. I still think I've mastered it. I don't believe it. Come spar with me. I'm also at the second level, said the Earthmound King. The Earthmound King insisted on a match. Chen Ao shook his head. I don't like fighting. The special life forms were speechless. Chen Ao indeed seemed averse to combat, typical of plant-type beings who disliked moving. Ordinarily this temperament gave weaker beings a sense of security, but now it left them with an itch they couldn't scratch. It's just a spar, the Earthmound King persisted. Chen Ao refused, and the Earthmound King kept following him. All right. Chen Ao looked at the Earthmound King before him. Come on, I'm ready. As soon as the Earthmound King spoke, Chen Ao's vines shot out. Peak level secret art second vine. Whack. The vine struck the Earthmound King's body, directly reducing his life force by a significant margin. They were sparring in reality, so body and genes were also part of their strength. Damn, with such a massive divine body, I lost 2% just like that. The Earthmound King couldn't believe it. His divine body spanned tens of thousands of kilometers. This single strike had effectively killed several hundred human Undying Kings. Although he hadn't used a treasure, Chen Ao hadn't either. Is this a talent secret art? Chen Ao shook his head. No, it's a peak-level secret art I created myself. Damn. Many special life forms couldn't help cursing. You've comprehended the second level of the Beast God path, and on top of that you've created a peak-level secret art. Is that something an ordinary Undying can accomplish? And you're a special life form. Is this what you're supposed to do? Is this what special life forms do? It is indeed the second level of the Beast God path, even if not completely mastered, it's close enough, said the Violet Rain Venerable. He looked at Chen Ao with a complex expression. As a Venerable, his foundation was much higher than Chen Ao's, yet he could only create peak-level secret arts. If he could create a supreme secret art, he would instantly become a top-tier cosmic overlord capable of even confronting a first-level Universe Master. By the way, I haven't asked yet, Vinewood King. What is your gene multiple? The Earthbound King didn't mind the 2% loss of divine body. It would recover soon enough. With a large divine body, recovery was fast. 6,000 times, Chen Ao said calmly. They left. How could they compete? His gene multiple was top tier and his comprehension was astonishing. There was no comparison. Even some venerable special life forms walked away with complex expressions. Chen Ao seemed truly talented. He watched them leave without a word, only smiled, then headed toward the Prime God Temple. Prime God, my dear Prime God. Chen Ao called out eagerly. I have mastered the second level of the Beast God path, and created 3 peak-level secret arts. The two-faced Prime God had already noticed the spar between Chen Ao and the Earthbound King, so Chen Ao's mastery of the second level didn't surprise him. Good, demonstrate your 3 peak-level secret arts for me. Secret arts, aside from being graded by level, also had different types, offensive, defensive, and so on, corresponding directly to treasures. In other words, various types of treasures were essentially amplifications of secret arts, enhancing attacks, granting greater binding power to domain secret arts. Of course, if one wanted to save effort, they could simply comprehend the secret patterns of treasures, but without a treasure one had to create secret arts to compensate. Peak-level secret art. First vine. Chen Ao extended a vine and pointed at the void. Then second vine, third vine. Your secret art names are really convenient, laughed the two-faced Prime God. So, dear Prime God, have I met the requirements? Yes, said the two-faced Prime God. Of course he had met the requirements, and he had done exceptionally well. It seemed Chen Ao hadn't just thrown together random peak-level secret arts to fool him, but had created them based on the treasures he possessed. The 3 techniques were attack, defense, and soul defense, very comprehensive. This is the treasure you asked for, the two-faced Prime God said, taking out a wooden-like treasure. Chen Ao eagerly took the wooden slip like a child desperate for candy. The ancestral god merely chuckled at his haste, having discerned that Chen Ao was exceptionally avaricious, valuing treasures far more than ordinary beings. This in truth was a good thing. The supreme treasure could serve as bait to spur the Vinewood King onward. If Chen Ao had known the ancestral god's thoughts, he would only have chuckled. He had avatars, all of which required treasures. How could he protect them without amassing more? Chen Ao quickly refined the wooden slip and learned the treasure's name. The Pure Wood Realm, an ordinary domain-type treasure, was estimated to be slightly more powerful than Luofeng's future 9 Shao River. Though both were ordinary treasures, there were differences among them. The ancestral god had clearly given him a boon, replacing the most mundane domain treasure worth about 18 or 19 points with a slightly better one valued at around 23 points. How is it? Are you satisfied with this treasure? You're the best ancestral god. I'm more than satisfied. Chen Ao hugged the ancestral god in excitement. Seeing Chen Ao's coquettish demeanor, the ancestral god laughed heartily. Then his eyes narrowed slightly. Would you like an even better treasure? Chen Ao was overjoyed. There was more. He had truly chosen the right path by joining the Ancestor God Sect. If he had been among the humans, performing this well would have earned him at most an ordinary treasure during the Domain Lord stage. How could he have received so much? His current treasures included an ordinary domain and soul treasure, ordinary boots, and a sword-type treasure plus a high-grade armor. Together they were worth about 60 treasure points, roughly 64 points, that could already exchange for 70 or 80 of the most inferior treasures. And yet the Ancestral God still had more benefits for him. He could only sigh repeatedly. The Ancestral God Sect was truly lavish. Ancestral God, just say the word. I'll go through fire and water without a frown. The two-faced Ancestral God was speechless. Where had he learned such talk? However, as he encountered more living beings, Chen Ao would inevitably become utilitarian. Alas, his own lovely, innocent little cotton-padded jacket was slowly turning into a tattered one. Sighing, the Ancestral God did not mind. This was part of being a qualified, intelligent life. Have you forgotten? There's a third tier. If you can master the third tier of the Beast God heritage within 1,000 years and create a supreme pinnacle secret technique at the Universe Overlord level, I will give you a high-grade palace treasure. Chen Ao's eyes widened, not from the difficulty of the task but from shock at the Ancestral God's generosity. A high-grade palace treasure cost at least 200 treasure points, and some top-tier ones could even exceed 1,000. Take the Heavenly Wolf Hall for instance. It was estimated to be worth about 1,000 treasure points. Is it an extreme-grade, high-grade palace treasure? The two-faced Ancestral God glared at him. What a pipe dream. Even many universe masters did not possess extreme-grade, high-grade palace treasures. It's just an ordinary one, but it far surpasses everything you currently own. His current possessions totaled about 64 treasure points, while a high-grade palace treasure was over 200. Truly far beyond. Calming down, Chen Ao clicked his tongue. Those 200 treasure points were no easy prize. Mastering the third tier of the Beast God heritage within 1,000 years was immensely difficult. Even Luofeng had not achieved it by the time he reached the Ancestral God Sect 7 or 8,000 years later. And those 7 or 8,000 years included over 6,000 years of tempering his will with the Star Tower's beads. Moreover, that was only one aspect. He also had to create a supreme pinnacle secret technique at the Universe Overlord level, which seemed on par with his own pinnacle secret technique, but required a far higher realm. If he could create such a technique, he could directly confront ordinary universe overlords. Seeing Chen Ao fall silent, the two-faced ancestral god smiled. What? Think you can't do it? If you can't, it's fine. But then I won't be able to give you this treasure. Of course, creating a supreme pinnacle secret technique at the universe overlord level is extremely difficult, so I have prepared many secret technique scriptures for you to reference to elevate your realm. With that, the ancestral god looked at Chen Ao, awaiting his answer. Naturally, it was extraordinarily hard. Otherwise, why would a high-grade palace treasure be given away so casually? Chen Ao gritted his teeth. How could he know without trying? Difficulties certainly existed, but he had external aids and the best conditions. Since the ancestral god dared to propose it, there must be a sliver of possibility. I'll fight for it. To grow stronger, and for the treasures, I have no reason to back down. He would eventually have to cultivate to that level anyway, so there was no reason to retreat. Ancestral god, I will definitely achieve it. Chen Ao declared firmly. The two-faced ancestral god, seeing Chen Ao accept, breathed a sigh of relief. He had feared Chen Ao would simply give up. Such motivation was a good thing whether he succeeded or not. Even if Chen Ao failed after 1,000 years, he would still grant appropriate rewards based on his progress so as not to dampen his enthusiasm. After all, the Ancestral God Sect had only devoted itself to nurturing Chen Ao over the past tens of thousands of eras. The cost was not too great. The sect typically focused on a single special life during a given period, thus the treatment was excellent. With the goal set, Chen Ao began to delve into the third tier of the beast god heritage over the next millennium. Meanwhile, because of the means Chen Ao had displayed before countless special lives, the hundreds of millions of inheritors realized that the Ancestral God Sect had produced a Vinewood King, even more terrifying than the Worm King. Is that the Vinewood King? He mastered the second tier of the heritage in just 100 years. Yes, the news is accurate. The Worm King revealed it to the Human-Hong Alliance, and the Hong Alliance passed it to other races. Do special lives really have such terrifying comprehension? That's too excessive. Special lives already enjoyed immense advantages. Powerful genes and divine bodies. And now such astonishing comprehension, leaving no room for ordinary beings. So what? There's only one special life. Even the innate beast gods and innate universe masters fell in the end. The peak races dismissed it. No matter how strong a special life became, it could not influence the grand cosmic trend. Not necessarily. If the Vinewood King befriends a certain faction, it might have an impact. In truth, the humans of the Hong Alliance were not foolish. Leveraging the Worm King's connections, they often invited Chen Ao to gatherings to build rapport. The Worm King was willing to act as a bridge, and Chen Ao himself was human, so he naturally did not refuse. Within just a few months, he had shown a friendly attitude toward the Human-Hong Alliance. This displeased other peak races, especially the machine race, the Zerg race, and the demon race, which bordered the humans. While the high-ranking figures said nothing, their titled kings were quite frustrated, as Chen Ao possessed combat power at the venerable level, and they might face trouble if they encountered him. I've heard the Vinewood King is very amiable and dislikes conflict. Maybe his goodwill toward the Hong Alliance is just normal behavior. Could our Demon Alliance try to court him? Yes, our Zerg Alliance intends to give it a try. Although core members of the Ancestral God Sect won't favor any race, occasionally providing information or conveniences would still be beneficial. Let's go. Let's have a good talk with the Vinewood King. King Tingmu had only been in contact with the Human Alliance for a few months, and other races or alliances were also planning to reach out to Chen Ao. The Zerg Alliance was the first to act. Greetings, King Tingmu. I am King Paisai of the Zerg race. The elegant Zerg immortal greeted Chen Ao as he appeared on Purple Briar Island. Chen Ao beamed with innocent delight at the Zerg immortal. Hello. You are so beautiful, he said. Hearing Chen Ao's words, King Paisai was slightly taken aback. Though the Zerg mother queens were all exceedingly beautiful, as a king-level immortal, who had lived for countless eras, she had long ceased to care about such superficial appearances. Yet Chen Ao had actually spoken like that. For a fleeting moment, King Paisai wondered if her appearance might still be an asset. Still, she found it odd. Was King Tingmu's manner of speaking somewhat off? He seemed almost like a child. Then I would like to invite you for a drink, King Tingmu. Would you do me the honor? King Paisai deliberately flashed a charming smile. How many years had it been since she last acted so coquettishly? Her smile felt almost stiff. Chen Ao shook his head at her. No, I've heard drinking is bad. Those beverages would make me indulge in pleasure. At that, King Paisai grew even more certain that Chen Ao had been born not long ago. Very well, then let's not drink. How about we find a place to chat? All right, I'll go with you, sister. King Paisai suppressed her revulsion and led Chen Ao to a suitable spot. Damn it, she had never imagined that recruiting a top 10 genius would be this easy. But something about the situation felt off. It was simply nauseating for a creature like her. An old monster who had lived for millions of epochs was now pretending to be young. King Tingmu, may I ask how long ago you were born? Chen Ao pondered briefly, then replied, 120 years. King Paisai gasped in astonishment. 120 years. And Chen Ao was already said to be comparable to a universe venerable. Such talent and foundation were utterly extraordinary. Could you reveal your gene multiplier? 6,000. Chen Ao answered without the slightest concealment. This was the instruction from the primal gods, to claim a 6,000-fold gene multiplier to the outside world including to other core members. And what is your original species? How large is your divine body? King Paisai fired off questions in a rush, feeling that Chen Ao seemed guileless and would answer directly. Anyone else would have refused, but Chen Ao was. He was known as a simple, kind-hearted and peace-loving special life form. I am a plant type with a divine body of 1,300,000 kilometers. Chen Ao again gave an answer without any attempt to hide it. This was also the official story to the outside world. His gene multiplier reduced by over 4,000 times and his divine body size understated by more than tenfold. King Paisai was astounded not only by his frankness but even more by his extraordinary potential. 6,000 times gene multiplier, a divine body of over 1,000,000 kilometers at just 120 years of age. Plant and rock types were known for their vast divine bodies, but they were not born with such size. Their advantage was gradual growth over time. Among them, plant types grew especially fast, and his initial divine body size indicated an exceptionally high ceiling for his future. King Tingmu, would you be willing to form an alliance with the Zerg race as your sister's people? Chen Ao tilted his head at her words as if pondering. But King Zhuchong said we can ally with the human alliance and keep our distance from other races. Damn that King Zhuchong. King Paisai cursed inwardly. Not only did he ally with humans himself, but he was also trying to pull King Tingmu along. King Tingmu, you are a grown-up now. You must make your own decisions and not just follow King Zhuchong's words. Knowing that Chen Ao had been born too recently, and was ignorant of many things, King Paisai decided to tempt him. Chen Ao maintained his dazed expression. But King Zhuchong said that if I follow him and befriend the human alliance, he will give me a treasure. King Paisai was shocked again. Yet she also found it reasonable. Who would follow you without benefits? The fact that Chen Ao had blurted it out so directly made her think it could not be a lie, especially since he had already revealed his own divine body and gene multiplier. Compared to that, offering a treasure was nothing. Even she could see that the armor Chen Ao wore was undoubtedly a treasure, and not an ordinary one at that. Core members of the Primal God Sect never had fewer than 2 treasures, otherwise no one would believe it. King Tingmu, rest assured, our Zerg alliance is no weaker than the human alliance. If they can give you treasures, so can we, and we can give even more. At King Paisai's words, Chen Ao's eyes lit up, and he did not even try to hide his longing for treasures. Seeing King Tingmu's reaction, King Paisai felt that there was a real chance. As long as the Zerg was willing to pay a certain price, they could win Chen Ao over. In the future, while King Zhuchong aided humanity, the Zerg could count on Chen Ao's assistance. But treasures? King Paisai did not even own one. How she envied these special lifeforms with their extraordinary gene multipliers and divine bodies who could rival venerables at the immortal level. Really? Can you really give me even better treasures? Yes, we can double it, super double. Then can I have a palace-type treasure? Ahem, that. I need to report to the higher-ups for a decision. A palace-type treasure even at the ordinary level cost about 20 treasure points. An amount that exceeded the net worth of most universe overlords. How could she decide that on her own? Yet Chen Ao's childish nature actually reassured her. A classic case of following whoever has candy. Great. If you give me the treasure, I'll be your ally. At those words, King Paisai's expression froze. It seemed as if he would go with whoever offered the best deal. That would never do. They wanted not just the title of ally but above all Chen Ao's loyalty and the benefits he could bring to the Zerg race. King Tingmu, once you join the Zerg alliance, you must not maintain close ties with any other power outside the Primal God Sect. She dared not suggest pulling him away from the Primal God Sect. That was impossible. But apart from the Primal God Sect, she hoped Chen Ao would be loyal to the Zerg. Then, very well. Excellent. I will report this to the higher-ups. King Paisai was overjoyed. She had never imagined that something she thought would be so difficult could be accomplished so easily. Chen Ao nodded and watched her leave. Before long, the other major powers arrived as well. Almost all 9 peak powers had made contact with Chen Ao, and Chen Ao handled them all in a similar manner, displaying his innocent and guileless nature, while also conveying the impression that he would follow whoever offered the most. Those kings who had contacted Chen Ao also quickly reported back to their races, detailing all the information about him. In short, Chen Ao's potential was immense. Not only his gene multiplier and divine body but also his comprehension ability was top tier. He was undoubtedly the most outstanding genius. In the future, he would at least become a top-tier universe overlord, perhaps even comparable to a universe master. A universe overlord comparable to a universe master was a terrifying prospect. Because universe overlords could be resurrected, even at a high cost, the possibility of resurrection meant infinite potential. Such a future greatly enhanced Chen Ao's value. About a year later, Chen Ao was utterly dumbfounded. He never expected that by merely setting up a clever scheme, he could acquire such a vast array of treasures. Yes, indeed, an overwhelming number of treasures. Not to mention the humans from the 9 major powers, but even the insect race and the demon race each presented him with supreme treasures. The demon race was the most stingy, offering a sword worth roughly 3 treasure points. The most generous was the Insect Alliance, which actually gave him a high-grade supreme treasure armor. Well, acting cute in front of one person is far less effective than doing so before a crowd. By playing the innocent and showcasing his talent before the ancestral god, he had only managed to obtain treasures worth 64 treasure points. Yet from the 9 major powers and some lesser ones like the Thorn Ring Alliance and the 9 Domains Alliance, he had extorted treasures worth 79 treasure points simply by uttering the foolish phrase, "From now on we are allies." Tisk tisk, these powers are so gullible. But perhaps I acted too soon. If he had waited until he became a universe venerable with the combat power of a top-tier universe overlord, his harvest might have been dozens of times greater. After all, what he currently possessed was mainly potential incomparable to the actual combat strength of a top-tier universe overlord after becoming a venerable. Still, it's wise to quit while ahead. Right now these powers may only resent me, but if I continued my deception as a universe overlord, the gains would be enormous, but I would likely become their mortal enemy. Having obtained these supreme treasures, Chen Ao even considered sending them home, but he could not do so. Because this Purple Thorn Island was under the ancestral god's complete control, any move he made would be detected. He could send emails to his true body as the ancestral god could not monitor the virtual universe, but shipping the treasures through any channel would be discovered. The moment he acquired the treasures, the two-faced ancestral god summoned him. Vinewood King, quite a harvest this time, isn't it? The two-faced ancestral god did not know what to say. If it were some seasoned old fox, this would be blatant fraud, but for a newborn like Chen Ao, it was merely an innocent mistake. Because circumstances differ, the outcomes are entirely different. Great ancestral god, those insect race fools are so dumb. I just said, "We are allies from now on," and they gave me supreme treasures. The two-faced ancestral god was speechless. Was it just a matter of words? They expected him to bring them benefits and pledge his allegiance. Nevertheless, Chen Ao was still a child who had interacted with fewer than 100 beings. It was normal for him not to understand the meaning of ally. So what do you plan to do next? They know you fooled them and they won't let it go. He had known about this all along, but had remained silent, hoping to temper Chen Ao's character. Strength was good, but one must not be a fool. Chen Ao had to experience some worldly affairs. I didn't fool them. From now on we are allies. Chen Ao blinked his eyes, innocently speaking with utmost sincerity. The ancestral god was torn between laughter and tears. Chen Ao still didn't understand. They want your help. Then I'll help them. Well, that reasoning seemed sound, but convention dictated that one could only assist one side. Isn't it good for me to be allies with everyone? The two-faced ancestral god could only rub his forehead. This matter was beyond explanation. It was natural for Chen Ao not to understand unwritten rules. Little did he know Chen Ao was deliberately feigning ignorance. The ancestral god did not dwell on it. It was a trivial matter. Although Chen Ao's gains were substantial, they were minimal when distributed among the various races. The insect race suffered the greatest loss, equivalent to about 9 treasure points. At most they would be angry, but not enough to directly attack Chen Ao. What do you plan to do with these supreme treasures? The ancestral god asked again. No matter how formidable, Chen Ao was equipping 7 or 8 supreme treasures was his limit, or having 2 identical ones would be useless. Ancestral god, I want to exchange these treasures and my sword for a top-tier sword-type supreme treasure. The ancestral god estimated that around 80-odd treasure points could indeed fetch a top-tier sword-type treasure. Top-tier weapon treasures started at 80 treasure points, but at that level disparities were vast. An exceptional top-tier treasure could be worth 700 or 800 treasure points. Oh, so you've had your eye on one. Yes, great ancestral god, I want the wood-hide sword. Upon hearing the name, the two-faced ancestral god glared. No way, the gap is too wide. He wanted to fleece him again. Absolutely not. The wood-hide sword was worth 120 treasure points. Chen Ao's sword plus all his treasures amounted to barely 86 treasure points, far from 120. I can give you the greenwood sword worth 90 treasure points. Even then, the ancestral god would be at a loss, effectively giving away for treasure points. Great ancestral god, please. I want the wood-hide sword, it suits me perfectly. No, the gap is too large. 30-odd treasure points was equivalent to gifting Chen Ao a decent ordinary palace-type supreme treasure. Great ancestral god, just give it to me. I've seen the divine patterns on the wood-hide sword. They are perfect for me. If I comprehend them, I can create a universe overlord ultimate secret art. Even if I fail, I can still quickly comprehend a universe overlord peak secret art. Hearing this, the two-faced ancestral god felt a flicker of interest. Though scriptures were valuable, they paled in comparison to divine patterns. Secret manuals were far less direct than divine patterns. It was like the inheritance grounds. Only directly tracing the divine patterns could grant the greatest insight and advancement. Seeing the ancestral god wavering, Chen Ao quickly added, Great ancestral god, consider it as me owing you 30 treasure points. I will pay you back someday, I promise. Great ancestral god. Chen Ao pressed his entire body against the ancestral god. For the sake of a supreme treasure, he would sell himself. The ancestral god did not suggest using other treasures like soul type or domain type to offset the debt. After a moment of consideration he nodded. Fine, I'll consider it, as you owing me 30 treasure points to be repaid later. So saying, the ancestral god waved his hand, and a verdant green small sword appeared before Chen Ao. This is the wood-hide sword you wanted. Chen Ao's eyes went wide at the sight. Was this the top-tier treasure he had just obtained? Thank you, great ancestral god. I will create a universe overlord peak secret art as soon as possible. Hearing this, the ancestral god smiled and patted Chen Ao's head. He had placed great expectations on Chen Ao, providing him with the best resources. Compared to mastering the third level of the beast god path, he valued Chen Ao's ability to create a universe overlord peak secret art far more. The Purple Rain Venerable could only create secret arts of this level. If Chen Ao could achieve this at the immortal stage, then in the future, he would surely be able to confront some weak universe masters even as a venerable. Chen Ao had obtained the Mutsang sword, and he indeed began to diligently comprehend its secret patterns, both to control this top-tier treasure, and to aid his understanding of the laws and secret patterns, creating a pinnacle secret art of the universe overlord. As a top-tier treasure, the third layer of the Mutsang sword's secret patterns reached the level of an ultimate secret art of the universe overlord. Although its power was comparable to a pinnacle secret art of a universe master, an ultimate secret art was still an ultimate secret art. The realm of the secret art was different, and so was its depth. This greatly benefited Chen Ao in opening the door to the ultimate secret art. Shortly after, the major powers realized they had been deceived. They discovered that Chen Ao, who seemed to have no ulterior motives, had indeed tricked them. Chen Ao had managed to become their ally, but this ally was open to everyone. What difference was that from not being an ally at all? If you become everyone's girlfriend, can you still say you love me? Sister King Paisai, why are you angry? I am your good little brother. Chen Ao said aggrievedly. I don't have a brother like you. Either return the treasure or the Zerg Alliance will be your mortal enemy. Mortal enemy was an exaggeration, but hostility was inevitable. However, Chen Ao was straightforward. If you want his life, take it. But the treasure? No way. Once it entered his mouth, he would never spit it out. Such scenes occurred many times, not only with the Zerg's King Paisai. Fire Wolf King of the demon race, you and I are beloved friends. Pa! I have no friend like you. Iron Head King of the mechanical tribe, didn't we promise to be brothers for life? Get lost. I don't have a brother like you. You cheat my tribe of its treasure and still call yourself my brother. Go die. Chen Ao pleaded again and again like a wronged man, but the tribes that had given treasures paid no heed. They only hoped Chen Ao would return the treasures so they could at least be strangers. But Chen Ao refused, so the relationship inevitably plummeted to an icy low. At that moment, King Chong found Chen Ao utterly speechless at his audacious moves. He never expected the simple-minded Chen Ao to have swindled so many tribes and alliances. Even King Chong had not anticipated it, let alone the alien races. King Tingmu, you have offended all the major powers this time. King Chong said helplessly. Earlier the humans had given him a treasure, and their shared interests had made him align with the human alliance. He had intended to use the same method to bring King Tingmu and the humans together. But he never expected Chen Ao to have swindled every race. King Chong, I am so wronged. They said they wanted to be allies, brothers or siblings, and I agreed. Isn't it good for everyone to be brothers? King Chong was at a loss. It seemed there was no problem. Perhaps the naive Chen Ao truly believed everyone could be brothers. But the world was too complicated. It could not accommodate the simple-minded Chen Ao. King Tingmu, you don't understand. Their tribes have been fighting for treasures and resources for so long that they can no longer be friends. I don't understand. I still think everyone can be good brothers. King Chong sighed. Chen Ao had been born too recently and had experienced too little. Such childish thoughts were not surprising. Moreover, he knew that Chen Ao had a deep love for treasures. In other words, whether they were brothers or not, the treasures were his. You could hate him, but the treasures would still be his. Thus King Chong said no more. Every special life form had its unique traits. Perhaps Chen Ao was the type who loved collecting treasures. It wasn't exactly greed. In other aspects, Chen Ao was good, simple-minded, disliking conflict, and never taking what belonged to others. But once something fell into his hands, he would never let it go. King Chong could understand. I'll help explain this matter, but from now on, your path has narrowed. Chen Ao blinked. Narrowed? He felt this was just the beginning. Soon news about King Tingmu was leaked. Although the major powers dared not act against Chen Ao, many venerables and even universe overlords who coveted treasures for their tribes dared. According to what they knew, Chen Ao had obtained nearly 80 treasure points worth of artifacts. Plus what the Ancestral God Sect had bestowed, he likely had over 100 treasure points worth of treasures. Such wealth could rival an ordinary top-tier universe overlord. Many top-tier universe overlords from small tribes only had one top-tier combat treasure and a few ordinary ones. Chen Ao's wealth was comparable. When this news broke, Chen Ao became the center of attention. He was too rich. King Chong and others also had treasures, but their wealth was only around 10 or 20 treasure points, while Chen Ao approached 100. Even among the core members of the Ancestral God Sect, many venerables and universe overlords, who would do anything for treasures, wanted to strike at Chen Ao. Simultaneously, King Chong spread the word about Chen Ao's thoughts and situation. Roughly, Chen Ao loved treasures, was simple-minded, and thought everyone could be friends. Hence his actions. Many tribes that had not been deceived thought it was understandable. He was just a child who didn't understand the complexities of society. King Tingmu was so kind-hearted. He had only done a good deed with bad results. Was simplicity itself a crime? In short, there were extenuating circumstances. Even the cheated king-level venerables found it understandable, since the treasures were not theirs. King Yuha, I assure you that King Tingmu is not a greedy person, his character is excellent. King Yuha was the human king level who had contacted King Chong in the Hong alliance, similar to the earlier King Paisai, who had sought Chen Ao. King Chong and King Yuha had the best relationship. King Yuha was called King Chong's best brother. However, this time it was not King Yuha who had contacted Chen Ao, but another human king level. So this matter had nothing to do with King Yuha. King Chong, you and I have been brothers for countless epochs. How could I not believe you? I have no issue with King Tingmu. King Chong was relieved to hear King Yuha's words. He did not want his two brothers to be hostile to each other. Then, thanks to the mediation of King Chong and King Yuha, Chen Ao continued to integrate into the Hong alliance. In retrospect, maybe the humans hadn't lost out. After all, they had given away a treasure, but the other tribes' relationships with Chen Ao had plummeted to freezing point, which effectively meant Chen Ao was hostile to them. Didn't that mean they had gained King Tingmu as an ally after giving a treasure? No problem. Looking at it this way, the other tribes were unhappy. Why should the Hong alliance benefit while they all had to fork out treasures? Though King Chong's mediation played a role, they couldn't afford to lose out. So the king-level members who had contacted Chen Ao reached out to him again, wanting at least to avoid a bad relationship, even if not an alliance. And so Chen Ao ended up getting the treasures for free, and the other tribes no longer held a grudge against him. King Tingmu, I, Fire Wolf King, am your beloved friend. Beloved friend. Does that mean I need to pay more? King Tingmu, we are brothers for life. King Tingmu, my good little brother. King Chong was utterly dumbfounded by this turn of events. So this is what humans mean by suffering from inequality rather than scarcity. Even if they suffer a loss, they have to swallow it. Having paid such a precious treasure, the least he could do was avoid making an enemy, and above all prevent other races from gaining an advantage. Thus, for a time, Chen Ao unexpectedly became a sought-after figure. Their relationships had somehow become harmonious in an unusual way. Of course, this harmony only existed around Chen Ao. At other times they remained hostile. Chen Ao continued to persuade himself to be kind, presenting himself as harmless and cultivating an image of one who dislikes conflict. Time passed bit by bit as Chen Ao diligently comprehended the laws and created pinnacle secret techniques at the universe overlord level. 1,000 years was truly a very long time. It was roughly the 300th year since Chen Ao had arrived at the Zushan sect. On the human side, after Luofeng completed his tasks during the Domain Lord period, he returned to settle in Chaos City. He stayed there for decades and later astonished everyone by passing the 13th layer of Tongtian Bridge as a Domain Lord. How is Luofeng so formidable? It's only been a few hundred years, hasn't it? And he's already passed the 13th layer of Tongtian Bridge. Does he comprehend the laws as easily as eating and drinking? Bolin is a genius born once in 10,000 epochs, but Luofeng is 1,000 or 10,000 times stronger. Definitely a genius born once in tens of millions of epochs. Countless praises and discussions rained down on Luofeng, and over 100 universe venerables wished to take him as a disciple. Luofeng, however, was troubled, because he wanted to become a disciple of the Tianshi Palace Master, who had not sent him an email. Senior, who do you think I should choose as my teacher? Luofeng asked Chen Ao. Over the years they had not contacted each other much, but their relationship had not grown distant. After all, everyone was eager to cultivate, so there was no time for frequent gatherings. I'm only 50 years older than you. Asking me is putting me in a difficult position. Luofeng scratched his head, finding this reasonable. Still, Chen Ao was the man who had once made Shihuazun's retreat, so Luofeng assumed he knew a great deal. But perhaps he didn't know that much. Forget it, Senior is always like this. Unless it's something that affects my fate, he won't bother with me. He even pretended not to know him in public. Unable to get an answer from Chen Ao, Luofeng went to consult Jinyan King. Meanwhile, Chen Ao was extremely frustrated. He had learned that his Chunshui vine, now called the Wanmu vine clone, had obtained a top-tier treasure and his mind was shattered. Damn it! Why didn't I create more clones? If I had sent them all to the Zushan sect, would I now have top-tier treasures? He regretted it, but it was only a slight regret. In truth, he couldn't have done that. Each of his clones had its own purpose. In the early stages, only the Chunshui vine was an option. In his view, the human body was already destined, and there was no changing that. As for the second clone, as long as it had strong genes and innate secret techniques, it would suffice, and no need to force it. The third and fourth clones, however, had requirements. One of them had to be the Jiosi, which was essential for divine power reserves. For the last clone, Chen Ao hoped to find a creature with an innate secret technique related to time. The Wanmu Vine possessed a spatial fusion secret technique, while the fourth clone would have a temporal fusion secret technique. That would be the most perfect arrangement. With a divine body encompassing the laws of destruction time and the laws of life space, he could cultivate both laws and the divine body simultaneously. Luo Feng found Jinyan King, who happily told him that the Huntian City Lord was willing to accept Luo Feng as a nominal disciple. Teacher, is the Huntian City Lord really willing to take me as a nominal disciple? Luo Feng couldn't believe it. That was the great universe master, the ruler of Chaos City, a peak powerhouse of humanity. Yes. If you are willing, go to the inner residence of Chaos City and seek the Huntian City Lord. All right. Luo Feng did not hesitate at all. Even if it was just a nominal disciple, it was still the Huntian City Lord's nominal disciple. Moreover, Jinyan King had said that if he performed well, he might have a chance to become a personal disciple. Soon Luo Feng arrived at the inner residence. Gazing at the majestic and imposing structure, he felt his heart surge with excitement. Luo Feng was about to become the nominal disciple of the Huntian City Lord. When he saw the immortal spirit guarding the gate, he quickly said respectfully, "I am Luo Feng, here to pay respects to the City Lord." "How dare you! Impudent!" Several immortal spirits immediately scolded. "How dare you impersonate Lord Luo Feng?" Facing the rebuke, Luo Feng was not surprised. After all, he was only a domain lord coming to visit the Huntian City Lord. It was hard for anyone to believe. He was about to explain when he heard the words, "How dare you impersonate Lord Luo Feng?" and was utterly bewildered. "I, Luo Feng, never change my name or my surname. Why would I need to impersonate myself?" With a bitter smile he said, "I really am Luo Feng, not an imposter." Luo Feng thought they did not believe he was Luo Feng, so he quickly showed his virtual universe ID and identity proof. It clearly read Luo Feng. Staring at this Luo Feng who claimed to be Luo Feng, the guards were stunned. What magic did the name Luo Feng possess? Moreover, a domain lord daring to seek an audience with the city lord usually meant coming to become a disciple. One Luo Feng was already living in the inner residence, and now another Luo Feng had come to become a disciple. Could it be that changing one's name to Luo Feng made it easier to become a disciple of the Huntian City Lord? The immortal spirits exchanged glances, not knowing what to say. Luo Feng, seeing their expressions, quickly said, "I received the City Lord's email, that's why I came." The immortal spirits nodded to each other, thinking this must be true. They were just surprised that two Luo Fengs had appeared at once. But with so many humans, there were bound to be duplicates. They wondered whether they should change their surnames to Luo and name several of their descendants Luo Feng. Maybe they would soar. "Wait here, I'll report it." Soon Gi Zuns arrived and led Luo Feng into the inner residence. "I am your second senior brother, Gi Zuns. Since you have come to seek teacher, you must have agreed to become his nominal disciple." Unlike when Chen Ao first arrived, Luo Feng was directly accepted as a nominal disciple by the Huntian City Lord, so he indeed had that status. "Greetings, second senior brother. I have indeed come to become a disciple," Luo Feng said, barely containing his excitement. Becoming a disciple of the Huntian City Lord would increase his chances of becoming a powerhouse. "Haha, I understand." Gi Zuns laughed. "But this lineage of yours is truly remarkable. From an ordinary life planet, within a few hundred years, two of the teacher's disciples have emerged consecutively, and one of them is even a personal disciple." Luo Feng sensed something amiss upon hearing this. "Second senior brother, do you mean that before me another earthling was accepted as a disciple by the City Lord?" Gi Zuns blinked. "You don't know." "I know nothing. It must be that guy Chen Ao." Good heavens. No wonder he could make Sherhua Zun's retreat. So he's been a personal disciple of the Huntian City Lord all along. Luo Feng exclaimed. This Chen Ao had been hiding it deeply. Venerable Gi, seeing the intrigued expression on Luo Feng's face, realized that Luo Feng had no idea of Chen Ao's apprenticeship under the Chaos City Lord. "I thought you were both from the Earth lineage and had participated in the Genius War together, so you were close. He would have told you directly." Unexpectedly, he didn't. Venerable Gi chuckled lightly, though he didn't consider secrecy a bad thing. As a disciple of the Chaos City Lord, if the alien races were to know, it would be extremely dangerous. Chen Ao was still weak. It was only prudent to be cautious. It's no wonder Chen Ao didn't tell you. After all, he was thinking of his own safety. Luo Feng was so angry he almost laughed, but he said nothing. Becoming a disciple of the Chaos City Lord was indeed a major event. "But senior, how exactly did you become the Chaos City Lord's disciple?" Chen Ao had only managed to pass the 10th level of the Heavenly Bridge, and even that he had slowly grinded over the years. Luo Feng knew Chen Ao kept many secrets, but he never imagined he was hiding so much. What kind of talent had he displayed back then to be accepted as a direct disciple? He, as a domain lord, had passed 13 levels and was only a nominal disciple. "May I ask, second senior brother, when was senior Chen Ao accepted as a disciple by the City Lord, and what test did he pass to become a direct disciple?" At the cosmic level, he passed the cosmic level Heavenly Mountain, and was then received by the Master. As for the specific requirements for becoming a direct disciple, I cannot tell you. It wasn't that he refused to say, but he was afraid of discouraging Luofeng. Not to mention Luofeng, even he himself a universal overlord, had been discouraged. He admitted that, at the cosmic level, he was far inferior to Chen Ao. Even as a venerable, if he were to comprehend the beast god path, he might not be faster than Chen Ao. Thus it was evident how stringent the Chaos City Lord's so-called tenfold increase in the apprenticeship requirements was. Luofeng secretly speculated, curious about what test Chen Ao had undergone, wondering if he himself could pass such a test. Continuing further inside Luofeng, and Venerable Gei saw Chen Ao. "Hey, not bad, you finally came," Chen Ao said to Luofeng, then greeted Venerable Gei. Luofeng looked at Chen Ao with a complex expression. "Senior, did you know I would come? Of course you are the child of fortune, the one destined to rule the universe." Luofeng slapped his forehead. Here we go again, and Venerable Gei was still here. Wasn't he afraid of being laughed at? Besides, the Chaos City Lord might have heard. What, ruling the universe? Oh, he couldn't show his face anymore. Venerable Gei looked at the two of them curiously. This remark was quite interesting. "Second senior brother, don't listen to what senior says. He always likes to joke with me." Of course Venerable Gei wouldn't take it seriously. Ruling the universe, who would dare say such a thing? "All right, Luofeng, come with me to see the master first. You and Chen Ao can catch up later." Luofeng soon met the Chaos City Lord, who also stated the requirements for Luofeng to become a direct disciple. To master the first chapter of the Beast God 7 Slays within 3,000 years. This was directly more than 20 times less demanding than the requirements for Chen Ao. However, this could not be generalized entirely. Chen Ao had known from the start that he would follow the path of fused laws, while Luofeng had done so inadvertently. The time requirements for the two were naturally different. But with Chen Ao as a precedent, Venerable Gei was not as surprised by the Chaos City Lord's requirements for Luofeng as in the original story. After all, he had already been shocked once. After stating the requirements, the Chaos City Lord looked outward. Suddenly a figure appeared before Luofeng. It was Chen Ao. "Chen Ao, you have also mastered the first level of the Golden Void Beast God Path. I think you should guide your junior brother." Upon hearing that Chen Ao was to guide him, Luofeng was stunned. This was too incredible. Chen Ao had already mastered it. It had only been about 400 years since the Genius War, and the actual time spent was even less, since Venerable Gei had said Chen Ao had completed the requirement at the cosmic level. At that time Chen Ao was only 200 years old. However, Luofeng suddenly remembered. Wasn't Chen Ao training in the Wood Void Path? How could it be Golden Void? Chen Ao immediately shook his head. "Master, my Golden Void is only for mutual reflection. It's mediocre. You'd better find someone else." The Chaos City Lord nodded. He knew that Chen Ao was dividing his attention to cultivate the Golden Void, but he didn't stop him because it could indeed serve as mutual reflection. Moreover, Chen Ao's progress was not slow. He was satisfied. With that, Chen Ao left, leaving Luofeng full of questions. Then the Chaos City Lord instructed his 9th disciple to guide Luofeng. Thus Luofeng withdrew. Afterwards Luofeng naturally sought out Chen Ao, hoping Chen Ao would help resolve his doubts. "Senior, aren't you training in the Wood Void Law?" "Yes, but I'm also cultivating the Golden Void on the side, just for mutual reflection." He had no choice. He had lost the mental connection with his Wanmuting clone, and thus lost the opportunity to comprehend the laws from the Wanmuting. It was equivalent to losing the shortcut. However, he still had a talent secret technique obtained from perfect genes. Kong Lu, which was a fusion of gold, wood, and void. Since it was engraved on his soul, he could cultivate it. Therefore, he simply decided to also cultivate the Golden Void Law, so that the fusion of the 3 laws would be faster. As for the Chunshui vine, it was uniquely blessed. The talent Strangle was a fusion of water, wood, and void, and Kong Lu was a fusion of gold, wood, and void. Both talents could be cultivated. You became a direct disciple at the cosmic level. That means you took only a little over 100 years to fully master the Scale Armor chapter. Speaking of this, Luofeng was extremely bitter. He was still some distance away from comprehending the essence of space, yet Chen Ao had mastered the Scale Armor chapter in 100 years. "Ah, these are all useless. You are the child of fortune. You will catch up to me sooner or later," Chen Ao said casually. "Look, before you didn't know how I was cultivating, but now you do. In another 1,000 years maybe you'll be about the same as me. In another 3,000 years, maybe you'll have left me far behind." Luofeng thought about it. It seemed reasonable. At least now he knew Chen Ao's cultivation progress no longer in the dark. From this perspective, he had indeed improved a lot. "All right, senior. No, 30 seconds, senior brother. I will definitely work hard to catch up to you." With a goal, Luofeng felt even more motivated. Chen Ao froze for a moment. "Just call me senior brother, no need to add 32nd. "All right, senior brother." After chatting for a while, Luofeng had to go cultivate, so he took his leave. Chen Ao saw Luofeng out according to Earth's etiquette. When the immortals saw Chen Ao and Luofeng, they were immediately embarrassed. "Two princes, Luofeng." Luofeng glared. "Senior brother, you also call yourself Luofeng?" Chen Ao smiled awkwardly. I was just joking with them. Actually my name is Lei. Remember that all of you. Luofeng. The immortal gods suddenly realized we knew that the name Luofeng didn't have any magical power, so it was Prince Lei playing a joke. Alright Prince Lei, we will remember. Chen Ao patted the immortal god on the shoulder. Good, you have a bright future. Luofeng didn't want to deal with Chen Ao and left directly. Chen Ao didn't need the enlightenment carvings in the cultivation room, but Luofeng still did. Watching Luofeng leave, Chen Ao calculated the time for himself. In the next 800 years Luofeng will master the first chapter scale armor, then break through to Realm Lord and cultivate for a few hundred more years. Together it's estimated to be around 1,200 years. This 1,200 years is in Chaos City time, so the actual time is about 3,800 years. Then heading to the Star Tower took about another 1,000 years, no one remembers the exact details. Together it's estimated to be around 5,000 years. After that there is the 6,000 years of fusing the Tower Pearl, making it a total of roughly 11,000 years. Alas, that means I only have 5,000 years of cultivation time, which is equivalent to just over 1,500 years in Chaos City. I need to speed up. At least I must master the third level of the Beast God Path and then create a peak universe overlord secret technique. He and his Woodvine clone could only communicate via email, and their insights into the laws had to take different directions, hoping that after his human form breaks through to immortal they could share the law insights so as not to waste time. His sinking vine followed the wood and space path while his human form followed the metal and space path. It's not a waste. They will eventually merge just to save time. Over in Chaos City things gradually settled down again, but many people deeply remembered Luofeng as a peerless genius, a genius that appears only once in at least 10 million epochs. Omega used my highest authority to spread the news that Luofeng has been accepted as a personal disciple by the Lord of Chaos City. Yes, Master. Soon Chen Ao used his authority to make many people aware that Luofeng had been accepted as a disciple by the Lord of Chaos City. One day King Zhen Yen summoned Luofeng, who had been training hard. Luofeng, didn't you say the Lord of Chaos City would only accept you as his personal disciple if you mastered the scale armor chapter within 3,000 years? Yes. Luofeng nodded. He had already told King Zhen Yen about this. But then why is everyone spreading the news that you are already the Lord of Chaos City's personal disciple? Luofeng was stunned. I was accepted as a personal disciple. I don't know about that. He wasn't even completely sure he could become a personal disciple. Master, you must have misheard. It should be a nominal disciple, perhaps a rumor. Luofeng frowned. Even a nominal disciple shouldn't be known to ordinary people. But thinking about it, it's not certain. After all, he entered the inner palace and some observant people must have seen it. Perhaps because of this it was mistakenly spread that he became a personal disciple. It's not a rumor. The news is very detailed, saying that your law comprehension isn't particularly high, but because you cultivated the first level of the Beast God Path scale armor chapter, within a few hundred years relying on such a fusion secret technique you were able to pass the 13th floor. King Zhen Yen finished speaking and looked at Luofeng. In fact, they all had doubts because Luofeng's law comprehension indeed hadn't reached the 13th floor. It was estimated to be at the level of the 11th floor. But he actually passed the 13th floor and even fought for a long time with the guardian of the 14th floor. This inevitably raised suspicion. If you add the Beast God Path, then everyone understood. The comprehension of single laws might not be high, but if the fused laws reached the level of the 11th floor, then it's indeed possible to surpass 2 or 3 floors of the Tongtian Bridge. After all, fused laws are truly powerful. Luofeng glared. How come I don't know I mastered it? Before King Zhen Yen could finish, he suddenly sent Luofeng a video. In the video, a black-haired youth was demonstrating a secret technique. Because his movements were too fast, his face was unclear, but in every aspect he looked very similar to Luofeng. The most important thing was that the filming location was in the inner palace of Chaos City. Look, aside from the face being unclear, everything else is very similar to you, and it's in the inner palace, and the path he cultivates is the metal space Beast God Path. Even King Zhen Yen thought the protagonist of the video was Luofeng. Moreover, the faintly appearing Beast God Phantom was clearly the sign of having mastered the first level. Seeing this video, Luofeng almost cursed. He knew with his toes who had done this good deed. Luofeng smiled wryly. Master, if I'm not mistaken, the protagonist of this video should be my senior brother Chen Ao. Chen Ao. King Zhen Yen couldn't even recall who Chen Ao was at first. Only after Luofeng explained did he understand. Suddenly King Zhen Yan's eyes widened. You say Chen Ao at the universe level was accepted as a disciple by the Lord of Chaos City. Wasn't he ordinary in performance? Unbelievable. He had forgotten that there was a Chen Ao in Luofeng's cohort, and now Luofeng suddenly told him that Chen Ao had long been a disciple of the Lord of Chaos City. Hard to accept. Impossible to accept. Luofeng smiled bitterly. Where could he reason? No one would believe it if he told them. He could only say that Chen Ao had hidden himself too deeply. The problem was he was the type that hid in the middle. Not the best, not the worst, and even among the top few. But people only remember the first, not the fourth or fifth. After explaining thoroughly, King Zhen Yen still didn't believe. I remember that little fellow, but I recall he cultivated the wood space laws, right? This video shows the metal space Beast God. Luo Feng felt mentally exhausted. There were too many inconsistencies in reality. Even when he told King Jinyen didn't believe it, let alone others. He could only say that Chen Ao's method of hiding was very special. After explaining for a long time, King Jinyen was only half convinced, but compared to Chen Ao's astonishing performance as Luo Feng described, he thought it was more likely that the person in the video was Luo Feng. Alas, master, even you don't believe it. Now I finally understand why my senior brother dared to release the video. After all, it's impossible for anyone to suspect him. King Jinyen also smiled bitterly repeatedly. It's not that I don't want to believe, but I can't believe it. A universe-level cultivator mastering the Beast God Path Scale Armor Chapter in 100 years. What kind of freak is that? I'm also numb. Luo Feng shook his head helplessly. Soon Luo Feng had to leave. Along the way, many people looked at him with strange expressions. Luo Feng felt a bad premonition from these looks. At that moment, Babata shouted, "Bad news, Luo Feng, bad news. What's wrong?" Soon Babata showed Luo Feng another video. In it, there was the black-haired youth practicing the Metal Space Beast God, but this time the video showed only his back. Then the black-haired youth laughed up to the sky. I, Luo Feng, mastered the first level of the Metal Space Beast God in 200 years. Now my progress in the second level is rapid. I will definitely master the second level within 500 years. In the future, I will surely become a venerable, even a universe master. Even becoming the ultimate powerhouse of the universe, I have a 30% chance. Luo Feng was completely dumbfounded. Who is this person? Luo Feng. This video was released together with the one King Jinyen gave you, and it almost seamlessly connects with the previous one. Now many people say you, Luo Feng, are too arrogant, but most people acknowledge your talent. They say that mastering the first level in 200 years and having confidence to master the second in 500 makes you the greatest genius in human history. Num. Luo Feng could only smile bitterly, not knowing what to say. Senior brother, are you only happy when you drive me crazy? Luo Feng was truly exasperated by Chen Ao's actions. Could it be that senior brother had planned all of this from the very beginning? Luo Feng gazed at the videos, sensing a conspiracy. But what exactly was the conspiracy? He couldn't pinpoint it. What benefit did this bring to Chen Ao? None at all. Simply thrust him into the spotlight. What possible advantage could there be? He couldn't comprehend it, couldn't fathom it. Soon the two videos were ordered erased by the City Lord of Chaos. Yet erasing the videos couldn't silence the tongues that continued to wag. This Luo Feng is truly extraordinary. No wonder he's the greatest genius humanity has ever seen. His talent is terrifying indeed. It's no surprise that the City Lord of Chaos scrambled to take him as a disciple. Humanity's future will surely witness another unparalleled existence. 500 years to master the second chapter. I've been cultivating for 30,000 epochs and haven't even done it yet. Truly impressive. A true super genius. From initially calling Luo Feng arrogant, everyone now praised his talent. A genius was entitled to some arrogance. It wasn't a flaw at all. Instead, Luo Feng's achievements were evident to all. Meanwhile, the City Lord of Chaos had summoned Chen Ao. Why did you do this? The City Lord of Chaos did not blame Chen Ao but found the behavior peculiar. Master, because Luo Feng needs more tempering. Chen Ao declared with righteous conviction. I have observed Luo Feng since he was a child. I know his talent is immense, but what he has shown now is not his full potential. In my eyes, he possesses even greater potential that can only be unlocked through trials and setbacks. It has always been this way, and it will continue to be. Hearing Chen Ao speak so nobly, as if he had Luo Feng's future at heart, the City Lord of Chaos scrutinized his disciple carefully. I'm not that familiar with Luo Feng yet. Don't deceive me. Are you telling the truth? Does Luo Feng truly have such extraordinary talent? Chen Ao nodded. Luo Feng's talent surpasses mine by 1,000-fold, and his opportunities far exceed mine. Thus master may focus on cultivating Luo Feng, or rather devote all resources to him. The City Lord of Chaos was speechless. You are also my disciple. If I pour everything into Luo Feng, what about you? Could Chen Ao truly be so selfless and magnanimous, sacrificing his own future for humanity to nurture a super powerhouse? As Chen Ao spoke, his inner thoughts raced. Devote everything to Luo Feng, ignore my existence, and let me wither away in the inner sanctum of the Chaos City. I don't want any resources. Give them all to Luo Feng. I don't mind. Just forget about me. Don't send me to any foreign battlefields or secret realm trials. I don't need training. I only want to die of old age here. The City Lord of Chaos nodded. Very well, I will pay more attention to Luo Feng. But in my view, your talent is 1,000 times greater than his. You should be the one more likely to become a powerhouse. No, Master, Luo Feng and I are different. I am the type that grows steadily. Forcing growth does nothing for me. Luo Feng, on the other hand, thrives on adversity. The greater the difficulty, the more his potential explodes. He is a warrior who grows stronger with every battle. The City Lord of Chaos looked at Chen Ao with curiosity. He didn't know Chen Ao very well, but after so many years, he seemed to sense something. Was Chen Ao afraid of death? Are you saying all this just because you're afraid to leave the Chaos City and go on adventures? Let me tell you that's impossible. Every powerhouse must grow through battle. No one becomes strong by secluding themselves in cultivation. Disciple understands, but I believe my progress is still fast. If it slows down, I will naturally go on expeditions. The city lord of chaos nodded. That made sense. Trials were only necessary when one's innate talent was insufficient and needed breakthroughs in dire situations. If your progress remains rapid, then indeed there is no need for trials. It's good that you have your own thoughts. But I must ask, are your evaluations of Luo Feng genuine? Of course. Luo Feng will undoubtedly become the strongest being in the universe. The city lord of chaos was stunned, truly stunned. You, a mere realm lord, dare to claim that someone will become the supreme being of the cosmos. Are you joking with me? Do you know what you're saying? Even I, your master, am still far from becoming the strongest. Chen Ao maintained an expression of utmost seriousness, making it impossible not to believe him. Master, I know, but I have unwavering faith that Luo Feng will become the strongest. You can observe him continuously and see how extraordinary he is. His progress will only accelerate as if his potential has no end. I have watched him since childhood. He wasn't even top tier on Earth, but in the end he became the strongest there. In the Genius War, no one, not even within the Chenwu universe country, expected him to rank in the top 1,000. Yet he managed to excel across the entire universe. After joining the virtual universe company, still few favored him, and no venerable took an interest. But his speed of progress only grew, eventually drawing your attention. Master took Luo Feng as a disciple because you saw his potential to become a venerable or even a cosmic lord, right? But I believe this is still not his limit. He will grow even faster until he becomes the strongest. Though the city lord of chaos felt Chen Ao's words were exaggerated, he reflected on Luo Feng's past. Initially unremarkable, Luo Feng consistently caught up and surpassed his peers whenever he entered a new platform. Very well, I will keep an eye on him. Despite his doubts, paying more attention to his own disciple was no trouble. Chen Ao left the city lord's presence. Luo Feng was already waiting for him in the inner sanctum. Senior brother, why did you release those 2 videos? Luo Feng couldn't understand Chen Ao's motives and wanted to clarify. Chen Ao unhurried gestured for Luo Feng to sit. This matter, senior brother, was wrong, but it's for your own good. Luo Feng didn't believe it. How could this possibly benefit him? Remember when I said you would surpass me? Chen Ao began. Initially my talent was 10,000 times greater than yours. But by the time of the Genius War it was only 1,000 times greater. After the Earth incident it was merely 10 times greater. In the future, as you face more trials, you will truly surpass me. What does that have to do with you harming me? My meaning is to give you more trials. Greater fame will temper you and the hostility of alien races will strengthen you. You will tread the path of a powerhouse, stepping on fame and opposition. Luo Feng was taken aback. How could he be so formidable? He was a down-to-earth person, never thinking too far ahead, preferring to focus on the present. This wasn't aimlessness but a healthy mindset. Better to have 1 bird in hand than 10 in the bush. Rest assured I won't harm you. I will only create more opportunities for tempering. Your future is to dominate the universe. Luo Feng covered his face again. Could they just talk normally without bringing up chosen one? Or dominate the universe? Luo Feng sees every chance to grow. The future of Earth rests on your shoulders. Chen Ao looked at Luo Feng with satisfaction. Grow through trials until you can reclaim Earth with your own hands. At the mention of Earth, Luo Feng felt a pang in his heart. It was his sore spot. Luo Feng, to grow faster you will face more trials, even death. For the sake of Earth, Luo Feng, will you be afraid? Senior brother, I am not afraid. I will work hard and keep moving forward until I reclaim Earth. Could I believe in your abilities? From now on redouble your efforts. Become strong, fear nothing. All right? Luo Feng suddenly felt that all the praise was meaningless. It couldn't stir any excitement in him. Is this the mindset of a powerhouse? I think I understand. Luo Feng smiled, but looking back at the city lord's residence, he felt as if he had forgotten something. Luo Feng continued to cultivate the beast god path, gradually sinking into silence. Though he had become the top of the assassination rankings, the alien races could do nothing to him while he remained within the Chaos City. They could only wait for Luo Feng to appear in the outer domain battlefield or a cosmic secret realm. As for Chen Ao, regardless, he was still a member of the primordial secret realm, so giving him the last place as a sign of respect seemed appropriate. After all, he was still a genius, so he deserved at least a ranking. On the human side, silence returned. Meanwhile, in the Zushin sect, Chen Ao's Tengmu Wang clone wore a smile on his face. 300 years of cultivation, and I never expected to touch the threshold of a cosmic overlord-level secret technique. Just moments ago, he had created a top-tier cosmic overlord-level secret technique. The technique was not of the highest tier, but it was a good start. By combining the cosmic overlord level with his peak secret technique, he would eventually create a peak cosmic overlord-level secret technique. The beast god inheritance's 3rd stage continued to advance steadily. He did not encounter the situation where Luo Feng was challenged tens of thousands of times, for Luo Feng was a rare genius. Challenging him brought a sense of accomplishment. But Chen Ao was merely an ordinary special life form with no notable achievements. What was the point of challenging him? There were far too many powerful special life forms to challenge them all. Moreover, Chen Ao had fairly good relationships with many people, even if only on the surface. Everyone got along well enough. Tengmu Wang, our human race, has produced a super genius named Luo Feng. I heard that he mastered the first chapter of the Beast God Path in just 200 years as a domain lord, and he claims he will complete the second chapter within 500 years. Mastering the second chapter at the domain lord level in 500 years was far more difficult than an immortal doing it in 100 years. After all, the foundations of a domain lord and an immortal were not on the same level. The gap was estimated to be 10,000 times. As could be seen from the number of inheritors, the third layer had the most, accounting for over 30%, with at least tens of millions of third layer inheritors. My talent is very ordinary. I cannot compare to the top geniuses of the human race. Although he sneered inwardly at the human king's words, he still displayed a humble attitude. Everyone laughed heartily, knowing that Chen Ao was very modest, disliked conflict, and always tended to yield. This attitude endeared him to everyone. Tengmu Wang, don't sell yourself short. Among special life forms you are definitely top tier, and even among us humans your talent would be considered exceptional. They also acknowledged Chen Ao's talent. Wouldn't it be slapping their own faces if they didn't? They were all third-layer inheritors like Chen Ao, but he had only been cultivating for a few hundred years, while some of them had been cultivating for millions of epochs. After greeting the humans, Chen Ao intended to return to comprehend the laws. This time he had come out for a stroll because he had made some progress. Suddenly an alien venerable approached Chen Ao. Tengmu Wang, we have discovered a newly born small secret realm in the secret realm area. There might be treasures, even supreme treasures, within. Would you like to join us? Chen Ao was speechless. Supreme treasures. Did he lack them? Small secret realms like that might not even contain valuable treasures. Besides, weren't they trying to kill him and take his treasures? After all, he was worth over 100 supreme treasure points. Anyone with a shred of intelligence would know he was far more precious than any secret realm. He decisively refused. People often invited him to seek treasures, but Chen Ao ignored them, feeling he still needed to cultivate. However, one day several kings from the Thorn Ring Alliance suddenly invited Chen Ao to explore the Jiao Sea. Hearing the Jiao Sea, Chen Ao became interested. After all, it contained the seawater he needed. He had not forgotten that one of his purposes in coming to the Zushan sect, besides plundering benefits, was to find a suitable clone. In fact, over these centuries, he had already found the target for his final clone, a special plant-type life form called the Heguang tree. This race possessed an innate secret technique related to time. Its size was considerable and its gene level was slightly low, only 1,000 times. But compared to having a time-based fusion secret technique, a lower gene level was negligible. However, the Heguang tree was located in the Heguang secret realm, which was as famous as the Jiao Sea. This race, similar to the Geolord, had a cosmic lord. The Heguang tree race was also extremely powerful. Even without counting the Heguang lord, they far surpassed the world tree race. But they lacked the world tree's special ability to control time and space. The Heguang secret realm is too far away, and the journey would pass through many secret realms, making it dangerous. I can't go there now, but the Jiao Sea is not far. The Zushan secret realm was vast, and the 13 great secret realms were scattered at various distances. Purple Thorn Island was actually close to the exit of the Zushan secret realm. He had been able to reach it easily back then because it was not far. Most of the 13 great secret realms were deep within the Zushan secret realm. The Heguang secret realm was one of the 3 deepest. In comparison, the Jiao Sea was countless times closer. Shuaibo Wang, are you really going to the Jiao Sea? Shuaibo Wang was a member of the Thorn Ring Alliance and had a fairly good relationship with Chen Ao. Yes, Tengmu Wang. On this trip, we will also have a venerable accompanying us. If you come, we will have the combat power of 2 venerables. There were also 8 other kings, all at the king-level pinnacle. 8 king-level pinnacles facing an ordinary venerable could only barely defend themselves. Chen Ao was known for his kindness, something everyone acknowledged. If that venerable truly intended to harm them and Chen Ao was present, he would not stand idly by. If anything valuable turned up, they would give it to Chen Ao. After all, they knew Chen Ao was somewhat greedy. But compared to their lives, giving up treasures was acceptable. It would be even better if everyone remained safe. The kings would be satisfied with scraps. All right, Chen Ao agreed. But you're not going to harm me, are you? I'm not bringing any supreme treasures. Shuaibo Wang was speechless. We have no ill intentions toward you. Unless someone is desperate who would dare to touch you. Aren't they afraid of angering the Zushan sect? Tengmu Wang, rest assured. Our clans are all powerful with cosmic lords within them. We would never do such a thing. That's good. Chen Ao nodded. That was exactly what he was counting on. If something happened to him, at least he would have someone to retaliate against. Clans with a cosmic lord would inevitably have reservations. The truly dangerous ones were lone wanderers or those with weak clans, or even those who carried a cosmic overlord from their clan with them. Those were the ones to be wary of. They posed a great threat to Chen Ao. Chen Ao was still carrying supreme treasures. Treasures that stayed at home weren't really treasures. Looking at the complex patterns on Chen Ao's armor, even the accompanying Venerable Ziru was envious. He as a venerable did not have a supreme treasure armor. But he knew he was no match for Chen Ao, and due to his clan's circumstances, he dared not lay a hand on him. The 10 of us are going to the Joyo Sea together. As a team we forbid any fighting. The Joyo spacetime was essentially the divine body of the Lord of Joyo, also known as the Joyo Sea. This matter was known to most universe lords, and even some universe venerables were aware of it. As a core member of the Ancestral God Sect, he naturally possessed such information. However, the vast majority of inheritors were unaware of this. In the Joyo spacetime, due to its unique environment, and the presence of several universe lord-level combatants, it was naturally regarded as a high-level secret realm. Generation after generation of inheritors came here seeking treasures, and many perished. The treasures they left behind further enhanced the realm's reputation. In truth, most of the treasures in the Ancestral God Secret Realm were left behind by past inheritors who died while exploring. One must admit it was quite an ironic jest. The Joyo Sea is very close to Zijing Island, so even if we proceed cautiously, we can reach it in just half a month. The Ancestral God Secret Realm was rife with special lifeforms that could rival venerables or even universe lords. Among them were the renowned world tree and the cold whale. This time we are taking a fairly common route, passing through 12 relatively safe regions. The strongest beings in these areas are at most universe venerable level. The Ancestral God Secret Realm teemed with countless clans, all special lifeforms with gene levels ranging from tens to hundreds of times the norm. Though their numbers were small, their strength was not negligible. The clans inhabiting their route were all below the venerable level. Thus a team with a venerable could traverse relatively safely. Do we intend to kill along the way? Chen Ao asked, his large eyes blinking as if he abhorred slaughter. The 9 members of the Spiny Ring Alliance were somewhat helpless, knowing Chen Ao disliked battle, let alone killing. Vinewood King, rest assured, we will not kill indiscriminately. Our goal is to reach the Joyo spacetime and seek treasures. In principle, the Ancestral God Sect forbade killing such lifeforms, but as long as one was not caught, it was tolerated. Though the sect had many universe lords, none were idle enough to police such matters. In the Ancestral God Secret Realm, even the slaughter of venerables was commonplace. Some powerful cosmic overlords in their cruelty might eradicate an entire weak clan. Such actions could yield immense wealth. Of course, if caught, death was certain. Every gain came with its own risk. Venerable Zirua nodded. This place is too close to Zijing Island. No one would be foolish enough to act here. The implication was that places farther away from Zijing Island were far more brutal. For the sake of resources, even natural beast gods were slain. Chen Ao, hearing that no life would be killed, revealed a faint smile. That's good, that's good. Seeing Chen Ao's anxious demeanor, everyone found it amusing. A special lifeform unwilling to kill would never reach great heights. This is the first region. Several clans dwell here, the strongest being the Zishui clan. I've heard they possess 1 high venerable and 2 low venerable combatants. They produce Zishui, an excellent material for refining treasures. With 10,000 gene of Zishui, one can exchange for a treasure. If they killed the over 30,000 members of the Zishui clan, they might gather tens of thousands of gene of Zishui, enough to exchange for several treasures. Adding the Zishui clan's treasury, perhaps it was worth a high-level treasure. It was only because they were near Zijing Island that the Zishui clan had not been enslaved long ago. Following that, the group of 10 traversed multiple regions with similar clans. Thanks to Venerable Zirua's presence, the clans on their path avoided conflict for the sake of their own survival. Thus they passed in peace. But do not mistake these clans for benevolent beings. If a team of all sealed kings encountered them, they would likely fall to the clan's venerables. For the sake of clan and resources, no one showed mercy. Hence most inheritor treasure hunting teams included a venerable, even a low venerable like Zirua, as a deterrent. After about 17 days, Chen Ao and his party arrived above the Joyo Sea. Here is our destination, the Joyo Sea, Venerable Zirua announced. Now shall we stick together or split up? Hearing this, many of the sealed kings preferred to act independently. If they found treasures, they could keep them privately, but it was more dangerous. Each had their own choice. Vinewood King, do you wish to explore alone or join us? Venerable Zirua had 5 sealed kings following him. The other 4 decided to seek treasures on their own. They could communicate through the glory world. I'll stay with you, Chen Ao said readily. He had no intention of treasure hunting, or his only goal was to find a way into the depths of the Joyo Sea to obtain the Realm Lord Emperor seawater he needed. Good, then we'll journey together. If we find treasures, you'll certainly get a share. They were naturally pleased to have Chen Ao, a venerable level combatant, for safety. The Joyo Sea occasionally gives rise to divine power tides beneath which treasures appear. Normally it's hard to encounter any treasures. Thus they were actually searching for massive divine power tides. Though they did not know the Joyo Sea was the body of the Lord of Joyo, they could still tell it was divine power. Chen Ao listened quietly from behind, unperturbed. All divine power tides emanated from the Ci, so following the group would inevitably lead him to the Ci. And the Ci was the key to entering the Joyo Sea. Along the way they might encounter other inheritors, or sudden special lifeforms, making the journey perilous. Over there is the flower sea where the world tree dwells. We must not approach or we'll be attacked. That world tree, though a plant, is far less amiable than you Vinewood King. The sealed king spoke of the world tree. It was a treasure, but the strongest world tree was extremely violent, likely to protect its kin. In short, entering would lead to death. Don't you want to get some world tree branches? Chen Ao suddenly asked. Venerable Zirua and the sealed kings smiled bitterly. Of course we do. But we lack the strength to obtain them. If they had the power of a top-tier cosmic overlord, they might have a chance. To the left is the domain of the 10,000 star vine. It's also dangerous, with power rivaling the strongest world tree at universe lord level. But that area offers the greatest chance for treasures. Because the 10,000 star vine had countless roots, often stirring the divine power, seawater treasures were likely to surface. The group drew a little closer. Everyone be careful. Once we spot the 10,000 star vine, we must flee or we'll be killed. We all know. The group advanced cautiously, hoping to get close enough for a treasure to be washed out. Chen Ao and his group were extremely cautious. The region where the 10,000 star vine was located was highly likely to harbor treasures, but the vine itself was also extremely dangerous. Never let the 10,000 star vine see us, or we won't even be able to escape. Venerable Zizwa kept praying, hoping to wash out an ultimate treasure. So far he only had a single armor-type ultimate treasure. Poor, so poor. Most venerables didn't have any ultimate treasures, and because his race had a universe master, he was able to obtain an ordinary armor-type ultimate treasure. But to become stronger he needed to acquire more ultimate treasures. Only with such treasures could he unleash greater power. If he could obtain a suitable weapon-type ultimate treasure, he was confident he could become a high-level venerable in a short time. Just as the 6 lifeforms were slowly approaching the 10,000 star vine, a powerful aura suddenly appeared. Venerable Zizwa and the group of kings all changed color, thinking the 10,000 star vine had discovered them. But when they saw the source of the aura, their breathing became rapid. It turned out to be an object resembling an X. The object emitted an aura no weaker than that of an ordinary peak king. Treasure. In an instant everyone understood that it was definitely a treasure, at least a top-tier heavy treasure. Otherwise its aura wouldn't be that powerful. The kings exchanged glances, greed flashing in their eyes. They were geniuses of their races, but even they were lucky to have 1 or 2 ordinary heavy treasures. The axe below was at least a top-tier heavy treasure, perhaps even an ultimate treasure. How could they not be tempted? Gentlemen, I am the fastest. Let me retrieve that treasure, shall I? Venerable Zizwa sent a telepathic message. He was a space venerable capable of teleporting hundreds of light years in a single jump. Even under the suppression here, he could still manage dozens of light years, more than 10 times faster than the kings. In this dangerous environment, it was naturally the best choice for Venerable Zizwa to fetch the treasure. But once the treasure fell into his hands, would there be anything left for them? The 5 kings all looked at Chen Ao, hoping he would act. They lacked the strength, so they could only count on Chen Ao. Unexpectedly Chen Ao nodded, directly saying like a fool, Venerable Zizwa is fast, so let him go. It's the best choice. Hearing Chen Ao's words, Venerable Zizwa was overjoyed, never expecting Chen Ao to be so naive. The other kings felt despair, amazed that Chen Ao could be so idiotic. A king immediately sent a telepathic message. King Tingmu, if Venerable Zizwa takes the treasure and leaves, we'll get nothing. Chen Ao said in surprise. No way, we're teammates. We agreed to split the treasure equally. The kings were frantic. Chen Ao was incredibly childish. Why had they called in 2 venerable level combatants? For balance. Only by balancing the power could they kings have a chance. Otherwise, in front of venerables, they wouldn't even get a scrap. Even a heavy treasure worth a mere heavy treasure point wouldn't be shared with them. King Tingmu, what if Venerable Zizwa really takes the treasure and runs? No, I trust Venerable Zizwa. Num num. This Chen Ao was truly brain dead. He actually trusted an alien. The kings were frantic. King Tingmu, believe me, you absolutely can't let him go alone, or you'll end up with nothing. Chen Ao still spoke innocently. But I can't teleport, and I'm too slow. Even if I could teleport, I couldn't keep up with a venerable's teleportation. Indeed, Chen Ao couldn't teleport. The 3 high-level abilities of space were teleportation, sealing, and annihilation. As the names suggested, space annihilation fit his annihilation secret technique better. To cultivate his secret technique, Chen Ao naturally chose to comprehend space annihilation first. Over the past few centuries he had to study the beast god path, make up for the space law, and also comprehend and create secret techniques. So he couldn't master space sealing and teleportation in a short time. Previously it was Venerable Zizwa who teleported him during travel. The 5 kings felt despair upon hearing Chen Ao's answer. A miscalculation. They had worked hard to find a suitable candidate to balance the power, but forgot that Chen Ao couldn't teleport and couldn't compete for the treasure. Chen Ao didn't care. It wasn't that he didn't care about treasures. Even the lowest grade treasure was still a treasure. The problem was that he knew his limits and understood he couldn't compete. Unlike these kings who only saw the treasure and ignored everything else. Venerable Zizwa, go get the treasure. Be careful. Chen Ao urged. Hearing his concern, Venerable Zizwa couldn't help but feel moved. Someone who thought so much for him and trusted him so deeply. It was truly touching. Of course, if it really was an ultimate treasure, he would still have to slip away after getting it. What was trust worth compared to a few heavy treasures? And being moved was a joke. Anyone who gave him a heavy treasure would earn his gratitude. If they gave him an ultimate treasure, he would kneel and call them father. What was mere emotion? All right, I'm off. Venerable Zizwa rushed out excitedly. The kings didn't show weakness, either still struggling to teleport forward. They didn't care about anything else anymore. Only Chen Ao followed leisurely behind. He was the only one who couldn't teleport, relying solely on the secret patterns on his boots to accelerate. Fortunately, the suppression here was strong, so his speed wasn't much slower than the king's teleportation. After all, teleportation suffered from the suppression due to large spatial fluctuations, while his pure speed was not affected. Soon Venerable Zizwa obtained the treasure, and the kings had fallen far behind him. Chen Ao followed closely behind the kings. Then everyone saw the smile on Venerable Zizwa's face. A smile that clearly indicated the treasure below was extraordinary. It might indeed be an ultimate treasure, but probably just an ordinary one that barely crosses the threshold. Estimated value was around 0.8 to 1 ultimate treasure point. But for a primary venerable, that was almost his entire net worth. It was no wonder Venerable Zizwa was so excited. Venerable Zizwa, we're coming. Venerable Zizwa, what's the treasure? Venerable Zizwa, don't forget us. Because refining took some time, the kings had already gotten very close to Venerable Zizwa. Hearing their words, a flicker of cold light flashed in Venerable Zizwa's eyes. But due to the team restrictions, he couldn't attack. So without a word, he prepared to teleport away. You despicable coward. Venerable Zizwa, you betrayed your oath for a treasure. Seeing Venerable Zizwa about to leave without a word, the 5 kings immediately began to curse. But Venerable Zizwa didn't care. For an ultimate treasure, sacrificing a little reputation was nothing. They were just ordinary teammates. Once he grew stronger, naturally more people would flatter him. But just as Venerable Zizwa was about to teleport, a slender vine appeared. The vine's length was measured in light years, though it was extremely thin. Countless star-like spots dotted its surface. So this is a vine of the 10,000 star vine. It would also be a good choice for a clone, since this vine is a special life form of the time faction. Time stop. Time reversal. The moment the vine appeared, the surrounding scene seemed to revert to a few minutes earlier. And Venerable Zizwa, who had already teleported away, found in terror a vine hanging right above his head. The kings were equally horrified. Watching as the place where Venerable Zizwa and several kings were located experienced time reversal, Chen Ao's expression was complex. That must be the innate secret technique of the stellar vine, right? Compared to controlling time, this time reversal is absolutely terrifying. As long as one is willing to pay a sufficient price, it is equivalent to being invulnerable forever. Time reversal. It is far more powerful than reversing space-time. Although it can only reverse a very short period in critical moments, it is enough to save a life. If facing a universe master, the stellar vine's time reversal might only reverse less than a second, but against weak venerables and kings it can reverse half an hour. This half hour was enough for the stellar vine to kill Zizwa and the others many times. Whack! A vine lashed out. Venerable Zizwa was directly struck into oxidation, vanishing on the spot, leaving only 2 peerless treasures. Originally, upon seeing the appearance of the stellar vine, a group of kings were scared half to death. However, when they saw the 2 peerless treasures left by Venerable Zizwa, they actually paused for a second, oblivious to the danger. That 1 second was enough to be fatal. The residual shockwave from killing Venerable Zizwa came rushing in. No! I don't want to die! The 5 kings vanished from the spot in an instant. The peerless treasures of Zizwa along with the shockwave continued toward Chen Ao, and it seemed that several kings also had precious treasures on them. Some of those precious treasures of better quality managed to survive the stellar vine's strike. A few treasures were shattered completely by the attack. The peerless treasures and precious treasures mixed with the debris of the shattered treasures all flew toward Chen Ao. Facing this attack that was merely a residual wave, Chen Ao neither dodged nor evaded. After 500 years, I can finally make a move. Let this residual wave test my strength. A flash of sword light. The wood-hidden sword appeared in Chen Ao's hand. A top-tier secret technique at the cosmic overlord level. The 4th sword. With a single swing empowered by the top-tier peerless treasure, Chen Ao steadily blocked the residual wave of this attack. After all, this was an attack comparable to a universe master. Even the residual wave was enough to kill some venerables. Yet Chen Ao, relying on the offensive secret technique he had created, held on firmly. Boom! After blocking the residual wave, Chen Ao's figure rapidly retreated. He then waved his hand and all those precious treasures and peerless treasures flew into his grasp. Chen Ao's figure was still retreating. But now there was no danger. Whack! Just as Chen Ao thought it was over, he suddenly saw the distant vine lash out once again. Seeing the vine lash out, Chen Ao almost shouted, "My father is the double-faced ancestral god." But he saw that the stellar vine was so far away from him that even a vine measured in light years could not attack him directly. At most, it would be a residual wave stronger than before. The stellar vine would not casually leave its location just like the world tree. As long as you can escape, they will not pursue. The reason the stellar vine attacked from such a distance was simply because it had long reach and wanted to try a basic attack on Chen Ao. Facing this second residual wave, Chen Ao's wood-hidden sword suddenly had its secret pattern flicker. The second secret pattern activated. A secret pattern comparable to a peak cosmic overlord secret technique. Chen Ao had already comprehended it. Although he could not create a peak cosmic overlord secret technique himself, he could use the peerless treasure to unleash equal power. Boom! Chen Ao was sent flying once again, and even the wood-hidden sword nearly slipped from his grasp. In the end, he relied on his peerless armor to withstand the blow, thus suffering no real damage. Divine body loss of 1/10,000th. The combat power of a universe master is terrifying. Just the residual wave of a residual wave, even with the high-grade armor reducing the attack to 1/10,000th, could still cause his divine body to lose 1/10,000th. That was equivalent to killing tens of thousands of ordinary human kings. Unfortunately, my secret technique level is insufficient. If I were at the same level as Luofeng during his peak immortal stage creating a Universe Master ultimate secret technique, then I would certainly be able to contend with the Stellar Vine to some extent. His gene level was similar to Luofeng's peak, and his force amplification was also 100-fold. The only difference was the secret technique. Luofeng's Universe Master ultimate secret technique was 2 grades higher than his Cosmic Overlord peak secret technique's secret pattern. These 2 grades, when converted to gene level, meant a 10,000-fold difference. It was equivalent to him using a secret pattern of equal power as just now while at the Universe Master stage. The impact of the gap in secret techniques was terrifying. What I need to do now is to create a peak Cosmic Overlord secret technique, then advance toward the ultimate secret technique, and finally create a Universe Master ultimate secret technique. In comparison, one can see how terrifying Luofeng from the original work was. His current combat power is already terrifying, but he still lags behind Luofeng at his peak immortal stage by 2 grades. A 10,000-fold gene gap. Knowing the gap, Chen Ao plunged directly into the eye of the 9 Nether Sea. This was the passage leading to the interior of the 9 Nether Sea. Ordinary kings or even venerables would never do this because this action was akin to burrowing into another's body. The divine body of a Universe Master exerted pressure on itself. Even if the 9 Nether Lord did not deliberately apply force, the immense gap was enough to crush most venerables to death. Chen Ao, however, did not need to worry. His divine body was extremely large. With the help of the Ancestral God Sect's resources, it had now reached 20 million kilometers in size. In addition, he had a high-grade peerless armor protecting him, and he also possessed a peak defensive secret technique. This ensured he could traverse the pressure of the 9 Nether Sea. He did not know how far he had traveled when Chen Ao suddenly felt his body relax, as if emerging from steel into the air. Is this the interior of the 9 Nether world? Chen Ao looked at the surroundings with some astonishment. The interior was equivalent to a world tens of light years in size. Such a vast world was enough to nurture many lives. As soon as Chen Ao fell down, the 9 Nether Sea lifeforms that were originally patrolling nearby immediately sensed him. Something fell from the ancestral sea over there. Go check it out. A patrol team consisting of 10 immortals and 100 domain lords quickly came toward Chen Ao. Chen Ao did not leave immediately, but instead ran into the patrol team. Alien, it's an alien. Seeing that Chen Ao was alive, the patrol team immediately issued a warning. It's an immortal level alien, let's all attack together. The leading immortal, believing himself to be no less than a king, prepared to surround Chen Ao. Chen Ao looked at these lifeforms born from the 9 Nether Sea with some curiosity. In the future, would he also create such life? Alien, surrender. We will take you to see the 5th prince for judgment. If the 5th prince is merciful, he might spare your alien life. In their 9 Nether spacetime, lifeforms often fell down, most were killed, and a few had the chance to leave the 9 Nether spacetime. Chen Ao, however, continued to observe the lifeforms with blood-red bodies and curved horns on their heads. How peculiar. They can actually give birth to life. Alien, do not delude yourself into resistance. The squad leader easily discerned Chen Ao's strength, which was merely at the undying level, not yet a venerable. As a squad leader himself, he was equivalent to a king-level powerhouse. And within the Joyo Sea, an alien like Chen Ao would be suppressed while his own strength would surge dramatically. With the interplay of increase and decrease, even a pinnacle king level might be slightly inferior to him. If Chen Ao were a venerable, he would surely summon a venerable level leader. In a city roughly half a light year away from Chen Ao, the 5th prince of the Joyo Lord suddenly burst into laughter. After so many years, I finally encounter another alien. Lives often fell into the Joyo Sea, but they would randomly land in the territories of various princes. He, the 5th prince, was merely one of them. His brothers usually toyed with aliens when they encountered them, and he naturally intended to do the same. Come, let me go meet that undying alien and see what kind of fellow he is. The Joyo Lord had many children, but only 3 had reached the venerable level. Only these 3 venerable brothers could leave the Joyo Sea and venture outside. An undying level prince like him was not qualified to leave. Though he always maintained some contact with the outside world, he still felt immense curiosity toward the alien who had intruded into his domain. The prince moved swiftly. Within the Joyo Sea, he could teleport freely. and in just a few moments he arrived at Chen Ao's location. Chen Ao was still locked in a standoff with the patrol squad, neither side making a move. Chen Ao did not wish to rupture relations while the patrol squad had received orders from the fifth prince not to attack recklessly. So this is the alien that fell down. Quite bizarre in appearance. Even more bizarre than the winged one last time. The fifth prince scrutinized Chen Ao and Chen Ao scrutinized him in return. As a special life form, even though he deliberately tried to appear human, he was not a human after all, which made him look odd. However, the universe teemed with life forms and many were far stranger than him. They simply grew however they pleased and it mattered little. The fifth prince was curious about Chen Ao. What are you? Chen Ao rolled his eyes. This fifth prince was in dire need of a good thrashing. And what are you? How dare you? The guard beside the fifth prince immediately barked. The fifth prince waved his hand. I am the fifth prince. You have fallen into my territory. By the rules you are my prisoner. Now surrender all your treasures, and if you satisfy me I may consider letting you go. Chen Ao looked at the smug fifth prince and shook his head slightly. Fifth prince, actually we are of the same side. In this world there were no illegitimate children, especially for a special life form like the Joyo Lord. The same side? How so? You, as a child of the Joyo Lord, should belong to the lineage of the divine protector, right? The fifth prince nodded. And I am a core member of the Ancestral God Sect. So in truth we are one family. Chen Ao could not bring himself to imitate Luo Feng's methods of deceit and theft. If he had to tough it out, he could not fight his way through the entire way. If he killed anyone the Joyo Lord would likely intervene, and even if he did not kill Chen Ao, he would throw him out. Then he would never obtain the seawater. You are actually a core member of the Ancestral God Sect. Could it be that you are the legendary powerful special life form? Ordinary special life forms could never become core members of the Ancestral God Sect. To become a core member, one almost always had to be a powerhouse or a heaven-defying special life form. And these princes actually had a gene level of only 300 to 500 times. If they did not count their special divine bodies, they were a very ordinary type of special life form. Correct. Chen Ao quickly produced his token. Seeing the token, the fifth prince finally believed him. I am Vinewood King. You may address me as fifth prince. Soon the two laughed heartily together and became friends. Vinewood King, since you are a core member of the Ancestral God Sect, I will naturally not make things difficult for you. If you wish to leave the Joyo world, I will have someone escort you out. Because of his identity, Chen Ao was confident that he could become friends with these princes. Moreover, he had carefully established a persona of peace and friendliness, and making friends was only natural. By the way, Vinewood King, what caused you to fall into the Joyo world? Could it be that you came searching for treasure too? Core members of the Ancestral God Sect should not be lacking such petty gains, right? Something like that, but I encountered the 10,000 star vine, was whipped by it, and then knocked down. This was a detail Chen Ao deliberately fabricated. When he was struck by the 10,000 star vine for the second time, he intentionally flew toward the maelstrom of the Joyo Sea. This way he could pretend he was forced into the maelstrom. Even if the Joyo Lord noticed him, he would not think Chen Ao had deliberately been whipped into the maelstrom. Everything appeared perfectly reasonable. So you encountered that 10,000 star vine. Its vines are indeed extremely long. Even if it stays still, it can strike at great distances. The fifth prince understood. No wonder Chen Ao had fallen down. Then Vinewood King, do you plan to leave now? No. Chen Ao shook his head. I was born only a few hundred years ago, and this is my first time leaving the Bauhinia island of the Ancestral God Sect. Since I am here, I naturally want to take a good look around. The universe is vast, and I wish to see it. Ha ha ha, excellent. Since you have come to the Joyo world, let me, the fifth prince, be your host. The fifth prince was overjoyed. His domain, though vast in space, had very few living beings. Even though both the Royal Sea and the Ancestral Sea could give birth to life remained scarce. Although he was a noble prince, the number of lives he had encountered was not large. Under his rule there were only a few 100,000 lives, and even fewer undying. Having lived for who knew how many epochs, the fifth prince had seen only 1,000,000 lives from the beginning of his existence. How utterly boring that must be. Thus every prince was curious about aliens. The fifth prince was equally curious about Chen Ao. Vinewood King, is your true body a plant? Yes, my true body is the 10,000 wood vine with a gene level of 6,000 times. Chen Ao said. Seeing Chen Ao reveal his background so readily, the fifth prince grew even happier. Simple people are always more likable. 6,000 times. That's truly formidable. My gene level is only 400 times. 400 times was his divine power ocean. The physical body he had created had a gene level of only 40 times. It was not much different from an ordinary life form. Come, Vinewood King, try some specialties of my Joyo world. These cannot be found in the outside world. Excellent, then I must sample them well. For beings like them who had long lives, there was not much they could do. Especially the fifth prince, who could not leave the Joyo world. Aside from cultivation, eating, and drinking, he was capable of nothing else. Over the following period, Chen Ao accompanied the fifth prince in aimlessly wandering the 9 Nether Sea. The fifth prince rarely interacted with alien races. Perhaps he had been pent up for too long, so he was exceptionally excited, chattering incessantly for several months. He talked with Chen Ao about various matters within the Nine Netherworld. My father decreed that we must break through to become cosmic venerables before we can leave the Nine Netherworld to explore. During the immortal stage we can only stay here. It's so boring. Chen Ao shook his head. Actually, this way of becoming a venerable is far too slow. Hearing that Chen Ao did not spout any nonsense like, "Your father means well for you," the fifth prince grew even happier. Exactly. I've also heard from the glory world that the strong grow through battles. We're always confined in this Nine Netherworld without a single opponent, just training relentlessly. Who knows how many years it will take to become a cosmic venerable? The fifth prince's words were full of dissatisfaction. Chen Ao did not point it out, though he knew the thought was correct. However, the Lord of the Nine Nether was not to be defied. Although they were princes, they could not overrule the Lord's will. Nor did they have the right to bargain. Vinewood King, I've heard from the glory world that you are a special life form who deeply loves peace and dislikes conflict. Chen Ao nodded. Indeed, I enjoy making friends and dislike fighting. Then you usually just train in seclusion. Yes. Chen Ao also described his own cultivation method. Rarely fighting, mostly receiving inheritances and studying the laws. Vinewood King, though it might be abrupt, could you please spar with me? I want to have a real fight. Chen Ao looked at the fifth prince and directly shook his head. I don't like fighting. I know, but since you've created secret techniques, you must have some desire to battle. The fifth prince yearned to fight with an outsider. In the past he had no chance, and the occasional alien races were not suitable for him. Now he felt that he and Vinewood King were quite matched. After all, his strength was in an awkward position. Within this Nine Netherworld he was much weaker than venerables but far stronger than kings. Perhaps those extremely weak venerables or extremely strong kings were his true opponents. Vinewood King, we are good brothers. Won't you grant me this one request? Well, alright, but don't be angry if you can't beat me. Chen Ao said bluntly. The equally blunt fifth prince burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, though your gene multiplier is high, I am quite strong in this Nine Netherworld. Apart from self-destruction, he had other attack methods. Self-destruction was his signature skill, but if he wanted to become a venerable he had to study the laws and secret techniques. Now he intended to test them on Chen Ao. Chen Ao did not use the wooden hidden sword, as that would likely defeat the fifth prince in one strike. The fifth prince's gene multiplier was around 40 times, and his divine body spanned a kilometer. That was not a small divine body, but it was insignificant before Chen Ao. Vinewood King, use your full power. The fifth prince shouted, but the next moment he suddenly called a halt. Wait, this place is too close to my younger brother's royal sea. Fighting is forbidden here. Seeing the blood-colored seawater not far away, the fifth prince dared not move recklessly. This was his brother's future divine body. It could not be damaged. Alright, let's move farther away. Chen Ao acted very naturally. The fifth prince gladly agreed. Then Chen Ao extended a vine. Snap! The fifth prince perished on the spot. Seeing the prince vanish, Chen Ao showed no concern, for internal intelligence from the primordial god sect indicated that this was an avatar and would be fine. A moment later, the fifth prince's body reformed. He looked at Chen Ao and couldn't help but smile bitterly. Vinewood King, your strength is so formidable. I am no match for you. Chen Ao naturally knew his own strength. Even without supreme treasures, he rivaled ordinary venerables. Even the suppression of the Nine Nether Sea could not change that. The gene gap was hundreds of times, and the secret techniques were a whole major level apart. The fifth prince simply could not compare with him. Psi special life forms are truly heaven-defying. I have no ability to resist at all. Haha, your Nine Nether lineage specializes in the path of self-destruction. Why compare yourself to me? The fifth prince found the reasoning sound, but he was still dejected. Chen Ao continued to walk leisurely, and without realizing it he arrived at the location of the blood-colored royal sea. Is this the royal sea at the world lord level? Chen Ao asked. Yes, when one becomes immortal this seawater will transform into a divine body. The fifth prince explained, but Chen Ao had already extended a finger toward the blood sea. This blood sea is strange. It even has a bloody smell. Seeing Chen Ao's outstretched hand, the fifth prince immediately stopped him. No, father has forbidden anyone from touching the blood sea. Ah! I'm sorry, I didn't know. Chen Ao said with great remorse. He had laid the groundwork earlier. A month ago he had visited the fifth prince's own sea and played with its waters, and the prince had not stopped him. Thus, even if the fifth prince tried to stop him now, he would not be blamed. And his fingertip, or rather his vine, had already touched the blood sea, picking up a trace of seawater. Forget it, it's just a tiny bit. It's not a big deal. The fifth prince could not bear to blame this good brother who had accompanied him for months. Moreover, it truly was of little consequence. This blood sea was tens of thousands of kilometers wide. A single touch would have no effect. Even the Lord of the Nine Nether made no move. Seeing that he had successfully collected the seawater of the Nine Nether Sea, Chen Ao finally breathed a sigh of relief. The matter of the Nether Sea avatar was accomplished. Let's go elsewhere. In my royal sea we can play and fight as much as we want, at most losing a bit of divine power. But the blood sea must not be approached carelessly. Alright, let's go somewhere else. The fifth prince was deeply moved. Seeing Chen Ao so understanding, he felt a bit cruel himself. However, obeying the Lord of the Nine Nethers' command, he had to take Chen Ao away. In fact, the fifth prince silently noted this event, feeling that he owed Chen Ao a favor. Chen Ao continued as usual, showing no change, and spent over a year in the Nine Netherworld. Until the other three king teammates from the Glory World learned of the deaths of Zizhu Venerable, and the others they called for Chen Ao. He told the fifth prince that his teammates were looking for him. Fifth prince, I'm sorry, but my teammates are calling me. I have to return to Bauhinia Island. Alright, but you're welcome to visit again, my good brother. No problem. I'll come again when I have the chance. I hope you'll be stronger by then. Ha ha ha, I will. And so the fifth prince personally escorted Chen Ao to the position of the sea, allowing him to leave the Nine Netherworld. Good brother, keep in touch on the Glory World. The fifth prince shouted. Yes, on the Glory World. Even after stepping out of the Joyo world, a trace of reluctance lingered on Chen Ao's face. I think I acted quite convincingly this time. This world values strength above all with no regard for acting. I believe my performance was very realistic. From ingratiating myself with the prince, becoming his friend, to deliberately encountering the seawater. Each step was flawless. He had rehearsed it countless times. He even utilized his mediocre teammates, waiting over a year in the Joyo world before notifying them, then having them call out to him. I wonder if the master of Joyo discovered anything. Chen Ao couldn't be certain, but he felt he had done his best. Regardless, what mattered was that he had obtained the seawater. However, delivering this seawater to the humans is a huge problem. This clone of his was merely a clone incapable of spawning another. To create a new clone he would need a human body. But he couldn't simply gift something to a human realm lord. That would be far too suspicious. If he were to send a gift to a king like Seven Swords King, even a valuable treasure, everyone would understand. Yet what connection did the human Chen Ao have with him, Vinewood King? The two seemed utterly unrelated. Forget it, there's no rush. I'll find a chance to get close to the humans, then make a trip to their territory, and deliver the seawater. Sending the seawater sooner would be beneficial because the oceanic body would expand over time. The earlier he obtained the Joyo Sea clone, the larger his divine body would become. Soon Chen Ao rejoined the other three kings. Upon hearing that Zizwa Venerable and several kings had fallen to the 10,000 stars, the surviving kings felt a wave of lingering fear. Chen Ao had shown them the video. In it, they saw the discovery of the treasure, Zizwa Venerable's actions, his eventual death, and how Chen Ao blocked the residual shockwaves of the 10,000 stars Vine's attack before claiming the treasure. At the end of the video, they all witnessed Chen Ao collecting the many remaining treasures, and envy filled them instantly. Roughly 2 supreme treasures. Many venerables didn't even possess such wealth. Chen Ao had practically picked them up for free, making it hard not to be jealous. Since the treasures were now in Chen Ao's hands, the three kings lacked the strength to seize them and wisely refrained from asking further. Vinewood King, do you plan to continue searching for treasures in the Joyo spacetime? No, I feel my strength is still insufficient. Even blocking the residual shockwaves is difficult. I intend to return and continue comprehending the laws. The 3 alien kings nodded simultaneously. If Chen Ao had insisted on staying, they would have been troubled. They had spent nearly 2 years scouring the area without finding anything. The Joyo spacetime spanned only 12 light years, and they had explored almost every corner in those 2 years. There was nothing left to miss. Since Vinewood King has also decided to return, let us journey back together. As the only remaining venerable level combat power, Chen Ao's presence was a great reassurance to them. And Chen Ao needed them as well. Because Chen Ao couldn't teleport. He could only fly, which was over 100 times slower than consecutive teleportation. After all, the outside world wasn't like the Joyo spacetime where teleportation was unrestricted. A single teleport could cover several light years. Good, then I'll trouble you to take me along. Haha, no trouble at all. With Chen Ao's presence they were safer, and carrying him while teleporting was trivial in comparison. The return journey followed the same route. Along the way, having only 4 king-level combatants caused some races to stir, as if they intended to leave the 4 of them trapped. However, these races ultimately refrained from acting. They continued until the 8th region, which was home to a race called the Rikishi Stone. The Rikishi Stone was a rock-based lifeform with a gene multiplier of around 100 times. A decent race. However, rock lifeforms generally had limited potential, and this race boasted only 2 venerables. Rock lifeforms were notoriously difficult to get along with. You dare pass through my clan's territory without even a venerable among you? You'd better stay here. Oh no, it's Grey Sea Stone Venerable. Upon seeing the approaching powerhouse, the kings were greatly alarmed. The 2 venerables of the Rikishi Stone clan were Grey Sea Stone Venerable and White Sea Stone Venerable, both mid-level venerables, each possessing 1 or 2 supreme treasures. However, their divine bodies were enormous, exceeding 100,000 kilometers. White Sea Stone had once encountered an opportunity, making his body even larger. Reportedly over 1,000,000 kilometers. Grey Sea Stone Venerable's body was around 500,000 kilometers. Grey Sea Stone Venerable, we are merely passing through your territory, with no intention of offense. This clan offered no benefits and had a foul temper, so no creature willingly provoked them. Haha, my clan's land is not something you can casually traverse. Even if you're just passing through, you must pay a toll. The three kings cursed inwardly at Grey Sea Stone Venerable's greed, but they were outmatched. They didn't believe Chen Ao could defeat a mid-level venerable. So they spoke directly. Grey Sea Stone Venerable, what price must we pay for you to let us go? Price. Hand over a supreme treasure. At this, even Chen Ao thought Grey Sea Stone Venerable must have lost his mind. Demanding a supreme treasure as a toll from a king. Did he think he was a universe master? Grey Sea Stone Venerable, you go too far. We kings can't even produce a valuable treasure, let alone a supreme treasure. Then die here. With that, Grey Sea Stone Venerable prepared to attack. Chen Ao's expression shifted. Was this guy really that insane? The three kings fell into despair, then turned to Chen Ao in unison. Vinewood King, you are the only one among us who can hold off this Grey Sea Stone Venerable. Please act. Chen Ao suddenly looked troubled, but do we really have to fight? The others cursed inwardly, recalling how naive Chen Ao had seemed when Zizwa Venerable was vying for the treasure. He's about to kill you and you're still spouting nonsense like that. Did he really think he could just wait for death, believing that no one would dare strike on Zijing Island? Grey Sea Stone Venerable wants to kill us. If you don't act, he'll kill you. At the mention of his own death, Chen Ao seemed to finally understand. Is that so? Then I suppose I have no choice but to fight. The three kings were nearly driven mad, but they were relieved that Chen Ao was willing to intervene. In their eyes, Chen Ao should at least be comparable to an ordinary venerable, given his divine body and gene multiplier. Grey Sea Stone Venerable, retreat now. I don't want to fight you. Chen Ao suddenly seemed foolish again. The three kings mentally cursed Chen Ao 1,000 times over. This Vinewood King was truly insufferably naive. Grey Sea Stone Venerable burst into laughter. You, a mere king, think you can compare to those extraordinary special life forms? You want me to retreat? If you don't produce a supreme treasure, you'll all die here. The venerable Grey Sea Rock had already closed in. If he did not strike now, it would be too late even for a venerable to come to the rescue. The three kings could only pray that Chen Ao would act, hoping he would not continue to be so childish. Alas, I never thought I would have to resort to force. Chen Ao seemed filled with helplessness. Then a sword appeared in Chen Ao's hand. The fourth sword. Facing the oncoming venerable Grey Sea Rock, he directly struck out with a sword. Ha ha ha, a mere king still dares to think of fighting me. Unless you are a heaven-defying special life form. Just as the venerable Grey Sea Rock finished his boast, he realized the terror of Chen Ao's sword strike. Impossible. A single sword strike actually annihilated 1/10 of my divine body. This is absolutely impossible. Even though he had no supreme treasure armor, how could a king possibly annihilate 1/10 of his divine body with a single move? His divine body was a full 500,000 kilometers in size. 1/10 was still 50,000 kilometers, roughly equivalent to tens of thousands of human venerables. You are a heaven-defying special life form. The venerable Grey Sea Rock immediately realized. At the same time, he also looked at Chen Ao's supreme treasure longsword. That supreme treasure longsword was definitely a high-level supreme treasure, or otherwise it could not have such power. Fear and greed arose simultaneously. Venerable Grey Sea Rock, I do not like to fight. If you retreat now, I can refrain from continuing to attack. The several kings were also shocked by Chen Ao's strength. His power was absolutely no weaker than the Zhuchong King. The Zhuchong King was only comparable to a high venerable, and even he could not guarantee to annihilate 1/10 of the venerable Grey Sea Rock's divine body with a single move. At the same time, everyone understood that Chen Ao's supreme treasure weapon was no ordinary item. A core member of the Ancestral God Sect. What immense wealth! However, while stunned by Chen Ao's strength and supreme treasure, they were also speechless at his stubbornness. With such power and the other party wanting to kill you, you were still planning to let him go. Even a bump on the head from Zijing Island would not make one commit such a foolish act. Nevertheless, they gained a deeper understanding of Chen Ao's kindness and aversion to conflict. This was no longer kindness, it was outright idiocy. Only they would think that way. No one noticed that Chen Ao was deliberately brandishing his supreme treasure longsword in front of the venerable Grey Sea Rock. He could see at a glance that the venerable Grey Sea Rock was extremely greedy. His ostentatious display was precisely to lure the venerable Grey Sea Rock into a desperate fight. This way, if I killed him, it wouldn't be my fault, right? You wanted to kill me. It's not excessive for me to kill you in self-defense, is it? As expected, after a brief moment of fear, the venerable Grey Sea Rock was lost in the temptation of the high-level supreme treasure. I am a mid-venerable and I have a supreme treasure warhammer. Although his attacks are strong, if I hit him, he won't necessarily feel good. His genes were also over 100 times equivalent to over 10,000 times the power of an immortal. He was even slightly stronger than Chen Ao, who relied mainly on his supreme treasure. I'll go all in. The simple-minded Grey Sea Rock felt he could seize Chen Ao's treasure by taking advantage, so he charged forward once again. Chen Ao, seeing that the venerable Grey Sea Rock had indeed taken the bait, directly attacked. Venerable Grey Sea Rock, you leave me no choice. With that, he continued to swing his sword. My attacks are not necessarily weaker than yours. The venerable Grey Sea Rock also swung his hammer. Boom! A sword and a hammer each struck the other's body. The venerable Grey Sea Rock's aura weakened again, his divine body losing 5. Because this time the hammer's block have the damage. Chen Ao's aura also weakened considerably. Ha ha ha, your armor doesn't seem to be a supreme treasure. Seeing Chen Ao's aura diminish, the venerable Grey Sea Rock was overjoyed and immediately continued attacking. Hammer and sword clashed repeatedly. Soon the venerable Grey Sea Rock's divine body was reduced to only 50, and his power was only 1/10 of its original. In contrast, Chen Ao's aura was still relatively strong. How is that possible? Your divine body shouldn't be able to withstand this long. Chen Ao ignored him completely. His persona was already established, and now, even if he killed the venerable Grey Sea Rock, no one would think him insufficiently merciful. Die! Chen Ao shouted in a low voice, then activated the second secret pattern of the wood. Hidden sword, unleashing the peak secret technique of a cosmic overlord. Rumble. One sword strike directly annihilated all the remaining divine body of the venerable Grey Sea Rock. Because Grey Sea Rock's power was only 1/10 left, the sword strike was even more powerful, its effect more than 10 times greater than before. Watching the venerable Grey Sea Rock being blown apart, the three kings could not react in time. This venerable Grey Sea Rock is truly foolish. Didn't he know that the Tengmu King is famous for his enormous body? That divine body was 10 times the size of Grey Sea Rock's. Even if its mass was only 1% of the venerable Grey Sea Rock's with supreme treasure armor, it was definitely stronger than Grey Sea Rock. In their view, Chen Ao's armor was likely also a high-level supreme treasure. Even if it were a top-tier supreme treasure, they would not find it strange. After all, Chen Ao's wealth was over 100 supreme treasure points. Chen Ao looked at the pair of warhammers in front of him and reached out a hand. These warhammers were not a set of supreme treasures. They were merely slightly better than average supreme treasures. They were worth about 3 supreme treasure points. That was already quite good. Watching Chen Ao acquire another pair of supreme treasure warhammers, the 3 king-level powerhouses all showed envy. Those were supreme treasures. They dared not even dream of them. Even 1% or even 1,000th of a supreme treasure could allow them to exchange for several decent heavy treasures, greatly increasing their strength. Tengmu King, we have all underestimated your strength. The power you have displayed is probably no less than that of a high venerable. As expected of a heaven-defying special life form, both genes and divine body are formidable, and with the boost of a supreme treasure you directly possess the combat power of a high venerable. That is a high venerable. If it were a cosmic overlord, killing the venerable Grey Sea Rock would not be so difficult. Moreover, in their view, Chen Ao was only average among high venerables. Alas, I truly did not want to fight, but the venerable Grey Sea Rock forced me. Chen Ao was somewhat wistful, as if he felt a twinge of reluctance for having killed the venerable Grey Sea Rock. The several kings exchanged glances. If it were any other life form, they would surely call it crocodile tears. Affected. However, given the idiotic attitude Chen Ao had displayed, they truly dared not say he was faking it. Most likely it was real. What a bizarre character. Tengmu King, you need not sympathize with the venerable Grey Sea Rock. He was greedy himself and deserved to die. Yes, if you didn't kill him, he would kill you. What you did was only right. The 3 kings chimed in to persuade him. Chen Ao still seemed somewhat glum, only revealing a pained smile inwardly. Tengmu King, since we have dealt with the venerable Grey Sea Rock, why don't we directly exterminate the Lehigh Stone clan? Yes, if he was heartless, we can be just as ruthless. Chen Ao shook his head. Forget it, I don't want to continue killing. This feeling is too painful. Alright, the 3 only felt it was a waste. However, relying on just the 3 of them, there was no chance to eradicate the Grey Sea Rock clan, as the clan still had many kings. Then let us quickly return to Zijing Island. In truth, Chen Ao and his companions had not even left the territory of the Lehigh Stone clan before they sensed the immense pressure closing in from all sides. The 3 kings turned pale. Could it be the White Sea Stone Venerable? Compared to the Grey Sea Stone Venerable, the White Sea Stone Venerable was far more powerful. His divine body was twice as large, granting him strength comparable to a high-level venerable. No, there is more than one source of pressure. How? How can there be so many venerables? As the individuals emitting the pressure drew closer, they realized that more than one venerable was approaching. Chen Ao's expression darkened slightly. This was aimed at him, wasn't it? Truly, wealth moved the hearts of men, and even the primordial god church could not stop it. These were likely venerables similar to the Grey Sea Stone Venerable. Those whose clans were too weak, their entire existence staked on a single venerable. If they did not fight, their clans would be destroyed sooner or later, just like the natives of the outer domain battlefield constantly swept away. But if they obtained enough treasures, they might advance further and make their clans strong. Chen Ao looked at the other 3 kings. Leave quickly. I'll hold them off for you. The three kings were stunned, never expecting Chen Ao to say such a thing. This was too kind. Even a fellow clansman might not go to such lengths. Yet he was letting them go first. Tangmu King. You. Go. Those venerables are too fast. I may not be able to hold them all. This time the three kings were truly moved. They never imagined Chen Ao's character could be so noble. Of course, moved as they were, they still had to flee. Tangmu King, I swear I did not betray you. One of the kings said. Chen Ao smiled. I know. The moment I set foot outside Purple Thistle Island, this day was bound to come. Yes, it was inevitable. As long as Chen Ao dared to leave the island, he would eventually face an ambush. The three kings left without looking back, leaving Chen Ao standing alone. Haha, for Tangmu King to wait here for us. We are truly honored. Seeing the arrivals, Chen Ao quickly identified them. The Wuzi Venerable of the Wuzi clan. The entire clan had only one Venerable level expert. As for Wuzi's strength, he was a high-level Venerable and one equipped with a high-level Supreme Treasure weapon. According to records, Wuzi Venerable possessed one ordinary Supreme Treasure armor and one high-level telekinetic weapon. Tangmu King is indeed as kind as the rumors say, letting those three little kings go first. But we have no interest in them. Truly, how foolish must one be to stay and face us alone? Venerables appeared one after another. 10 in total, 4 high-level Venerables and 6 mid-level Venerables. Moreover, each of these Venerables possessed at least 2 ordinary Supreme Treasures, and the 10 together had 4 or 5 high-level Supreme Treasures. This was based on records. The actual number might be higher. More treasures meant greater strength. The legendary treasure vault Tangmu King. Worth 100 Supreme Treasure points. The 10 of us combined might not match your wealth. Indeed. Tangmu King, do you carry all your treasures on you? They had arrived long ago but had been following Chen Ao from a distance, not revealing themselves. Because they needed to confirm that Chen Ao indeed carried enough treasures. If he had none, killing him would only earn the enmity of the Primordial God Church for nothing. So they found an opportunity and sent the Grey Sea Stone Venerable to test Chen Ao. That fool, knowing Chen Ao had treasures, charged in, recklessly becoming their tool. As expected, they saw that Chen Ao had at least 2 high-level Supreme Treasures. His melee weapon and armor were both high-level. That added up to about 20 treasure points. With luck there might be even more, enough to make their gamble worthwhile. After all, the richest among them, a high-level Venerable, had only 13 treasure points in total. Killing Chen Ao would give each of them at least 2 ordinary Supreme Treasure weapons or armor. Are you really willing to offend my Primordial God Church to attack me? Chen Ao said softly. Fool, truly foolish. A high-level Venerable sneered. We've already made up our minds. How could we regret it? My clan needs a cosmic overlord, and the opportunity lies with you, Tangmu King. So die. In an instant, all 10 Venerables charged at Chen Ao, each unleashing their secret arts against him. Chen Ao shook his head. He had always been cautious, knowing that one day he would have to fight to become the strongest in the universe, but he never expected it to come so soon. Since there is no retreat, Chen Ao gripped his sword tightly. Then let me test the limits of my full power. As his words fell, gigantic trees descended from the sky. The phantom images of countless trees formed a vast forest spanning tens of millions of kilometers. Seeing this scene, the Venerables were first shocked, then overjoyed. This was a domain-type Supreme Treasure. Even at the ordinary level, it was more precious than Chen Ao's weapon and armor combined. Kill him, and we will all reap great rewards. We must be quick. The Primordial God can arrive within 3 minutes at most. We have little time. Domain Treasure Wood Sen Realm. Activate. Our skill Highland Bloodline. E-skill Wuji Sword Dao. In an instant, Chen Ao's speed surged dramatically. Combined with the speed boost from his treasure boots and the suppression of the domain, he surpassed even high-level Venerables. Almost instantly, Chen Ao appeared before a mid-level Venerable. To prevent his escape, the Venerables had surrounded him in a sphere, each positioned in a different direction. Seeing Chen Ao charge forward, many strong warriors watching through the glory world felt their hearts clench. Shouldn't Chen Ao use his speed to stall and wait for a cosmic lord to rescue him? The Primordial God would surely arrive at once. That was what most expected, but in truth the Primordial God had no intention of intervening. Even if Chen Ao died here, they could revive him. But they felt Chen Ao's nature was too kind, which would hinder his survival. Rather than waiting until he reached a stage where revival was impossible, it was better to let him learn the cruelty of the universe early. Tangmu King, we have high hopes for you, but you must change your character. We don't ask you to be bloodthirsty, but you cannot loathe conflict. The two-faced Primordial God watched from afar, even stopping other cosmic lords from going to rescue. Tangmu King grow. As for the treasures, did those Venerables really think they could escape? All states activated. With the aid of his shoe treasure, Chen Ao occasionally used his Q ability to teleport. Such speed was unimaginable within a spatial seal. Seeing Chen Ao approach a mid-Venerable, the many Venerables were stunned. No one had expected Chen Ao to be so fast. Don't stop. What use is speed? Strength is everything. The alien Venerable, initially taken aback by Chen Ao's approach, realized that his opponent was at most comparable to a high Venerable. killing him would take at least a few minutes. With 9 teammates, this venerable immediately felt fearless. The Mutsong sword suddenly shimmered with intricate runes. The second-level mystic art was unleashed. One slash. It directly cleaved through the mid-venerable's divine body. With a splash, the alien venerable vanished in an instant. With the boost from his R and E abilities, his strength had reached the level of a cosmic overlord. True damage allowed him to largely ignore the opponent's treasure armor. Instantly, all the venerables were stunned. Chen Ao's move had shocked everyone, and none had anticipated such a terrifying strike. His weapon treasure is top tier, and he has activated the second-level rune pattern. His attack rivals a cosmic overlord. At Venerable Wuzi's words, the crowd was astounded. In terms of genetic activation, Chen Ao was on par with them, as their genes were at most 100-fold equivalent to a 10,000-fold immortal gene. He was on the same level as Chen Ao. And Chen Ao's peak cosmic overlord mystic art was formidable, slightly surpassing their high venerable level. With the amplification from a top-tier treasure, his R ability and his E ability, it was no exaggeration to say he was a tier above. At this moment, the peak cosmic overlord mystic art in Chen Ao's hands possessed the power of an ultimate cosmic overlord mystic art. Thus Chen Ao now had the combat power of a cosmic overlord, and his speed was incredible. Even a high venerable with a smaller divine body could be slain in a single strike. His speed left the many venerables in despair. With a flash he struck and never looked back. The next instant he appeared before a second mid-venerable. Almost every moment a mid-venerable fell. Even ordinary treasure armor was like paper before him. The true damage of his E ability was too powerful. In less than a second Chen Ao killed 6 mid-venerables. The 4 high venerables couldn't even touch a single hair on him. For centuries I've hidden my true strength for safety, never going all out. Chen Ao gazed at the remaining 4 high venerables, the ambitions of his past life surging within him. A transmigrator with a system who could lack ambition, but knowing there were too many cosmic big shots, he had concealed his power to live better. Don't disappoint me, you 4. He had deliberately spared the 4 high venerables. As his words fell, Chen Ao appeared before one of them. The 4 high venerables were now terrified. None had imagined that an immortal born only a few hundred years ago could possess the combat power of a cosmic overlord. This defied all their understanding. How is this possible? We so many venerables are no match. Run! Watching the 4 high venerables flee in panic, Chen Ao chuckled. Run? Where could they run? He had revealed his trump card. Even a cosmic overlord's speed was inferior to his. These high venerables didn't even have a domain treasure. Where could they flee? Soon the 4 venerables realized they couldn't escape. Chen Ao followed behind them, mocking them with a sneer. The 4 venerables exchanged glances, knowing that if they didn't kill Chen Ao today, they would all die here. By now the ancestral god should have come to rescue them, but he hadn't. Meaning they were being watched. Even if I die, I won't be looked down upon. The dignity of a strong man cannot be challenged. In the next instant the 4 high venerables charged at Chen Ao together. Chen Ao laughed heartily and met them head-on. Blow after blow rained down on each other. Chen Ao relied on his massive divine body and treasure armor to withstand the onslaught. At the same time he continuously activated the peak cosmic overlord mystic art rune pattern. Again and again, the 4 venerables defended and attacked. So this is the feeling of the peak cosmic overlord mystic art. Chen Ao experienced the sensation of the rune pattern, its attack, defense, and penetration into others' bodies. Entering another's body gave him a strange insight. Chen Ao suddenly understood the essence of the peak cosmic overlord mystic art. He felt that with a little time he could create a mystic art of this level himself. He was already capable of creating peak-level mystic arts, and his understanding of the cosmic overlord realm had allowed him to create a top-tier cosmic overlord mystic art. Now through repeated combat insights he confirmed he could create a peak cosmic overlord mystic art. Meanwhile his opponents grew despairing with each strike. Your divine body is definitely larger than 1,000,000 kilometers. Your information is fake. Fake, fake. Your strength is fake, your divine body is fake. The several high venerables roared. Together they could contend with an ordinary cosmic overlord. But Chen Ao's divine body was too immense. His consumption was minimal while their strength rapidly diminished as their divine bodies shrank. They couldn't hold out much longer. Chen Ao sneered. He had lost about 7 to 8 million kilometers of his body during this fight, but he had lasted because of his W ability. It regenerated health incredibly fast. As long as he put some distance he could recover a wave of health. These slowpokes couldn't catch him, so he could only wear them down. Thus, although he lost 7 to 8 million kilometers of his body, he had recovered about 3 million thanks to his W ability. So his divine body loss was only about 20, and his strength remained at roughly 80. And these venerables, their divine bodies had lost more than half and their strength was less than 1/10 of its peak. With a boom several venerables self-destructed. Rather than being killed into slumber, it was better to self-destruct. Chen Ao watched coldly as the 4 high venerables blew themselves up, making no move to stop them. Nor could he. Casually he collected all the treasures on the field. They were all armor or weapon treasures from the lowest tier of value. However, among these treasures 6 were of high-grade quality, estimated to be worth about 80 treasure points in total. No wonder those fellows had said he was richer than all of them combined. That statement was not false. But now their possessions were his. Watching Chen Ao force the 4 high venerables to self-destruct, the people of Purple Thorn Island fell silent. They had thought him a promising newcomer but never expected him to possess such overwhelming strength. Even with a top-tier weapon, treasure being an immortal with cosmic overlord combat power was extremely rare. He's still much weaker than Luofeng in his prime. That guy could kill a cosmic overlord clad in high-grade treasure armor with a single slash. I'm still about 2 levels short. After this battle, Chen Ao was confident that he could create a pinnacle ultimate technique of the cosmic overlord, and his own combat power could stand at the apex of high universe venerables. With the enhancement of the E and R skills, he could directly become a cosmic overlord. What he lacked compared to Luofeng's peak immortality was the ultimate technique. Luofeng possessed a cosmic lord ultimate technique, which was 2 levels higher than Chen Ao's cosmic overlord pinnacle technique. Because the power of a cosmic lord pinnacle technique was roughly equivalent to a cosmic overlord ultimate technique, it was considered 2 levels higher. 2 levels corresponded to a 10,000-fold difference in genes. In the cosmic lord stage, when the disparity in treasures and genes was not significant, the ultimate technique determined everything. This was also why only ultimate techniques and supreme treasures mattered in the later stages. Because supreme treasures contained the secret patterns of a 6th-level ultimate technique, even if one could not create a 6th-level technique, they could use a supreme treasure to unleash the power equivalent to a 6th-level technique. Chen Ao with this single battle established his combat power comparable to a cosmic overlord, causing countless venerables to tremble in fear. Those venerables who had originally intended to hunt Chen Ao immediately ceased their activities. The deaths of 10 mid and high venerables told them that Chen Ao was not to be trifled with. To surround and kill him, at least a combination of a high venerable and a cosmic overlord was required. Perhaps even a single cosmic overlord might not be enough. With his domain treasure, Chen Ao's speed was also top-notch. He could flee if he couldn't win. To kill Chen Ao, at least 4 or 5 ordinary cosmic overlords would be needed. The skirmish between Chen Ao and these venerables lasted only a few minutes, after which he found his 3 teammates again. He put on an innocent and sorrowful expression, as if Chen Ao had been the one bullied. Why must we fight? Can't we all coexist peacefully? The 3 king-level beings smiled awkwardly. If Chen Ao had said such things before, they would have thought him foolish, but now that they knew he possessed combat power comparable to a cosmic overlord, they held him in awe due to their reverence for the strong. Even if they harbored some complaints inwardly, they would not show any abnormality, nor would they even silently criticize Chen Ao. This was the status that strength brought. The 3 king-level beings teleported with Chen Ao to Zijing Island. By then Zijing Island was already abuzz. Many inheritors had seen the video Chen Ao released, and were shocked by his combat power. Many inheritors finally understood the terror of special life forms. Ziyu Zuns watched Chen Ao slaughtering his enemies and found it hard to accept. He considered himself not inferior in any aspect, yet Chen Ao's combat power was already extremely close to his own. Perhaps Chen Ao was still inferior to him, but he lacked confidence in killing Chen Ao. In comparison, Zhu Chongwang felt even more somber. For over 1,000 eras, he had been hailed as the #1 immortal lifeform, but now that position seemed to be passing to Chen Ao. Zhu Chongwang was comparable to a high venerable, while Chen Ao was comparable to a cosmic overlord 1 level higher than him. Zhu Chongwang, don't be discouraged. Chen Ao's advantage lies in his top-tier treasure. Without it, he couldn't unleash cosmic overlord level combat power. The secret patterns of cosmic overlord pinnacle techniques were truly crucial. Zhu Chongwang shook his head. He didn't feel that the Ancestral God School was being partial. They all knew that Chen Ao had swindled over 70 treasure points from various major forces, and with his accumulated savings, he could exchange for a top-tier treasure. No matter the method, the treasure was obtained by Chen Ao through his own ability. Ziyu Zunzai planned to leave the Ancestral God School and go out for training. Zhu Chongwang suddenly said, I haven't progressed for thousands of eras. If this continues, I might never be able to step into the venerable rank in this lifetime. Ziyu Zuns also nodded. I didn't expect a newcomer to surpass us. I also plan to go out and will not return until I become a top-tier cosmic overlord. Both wanted to advance further. Zhu Chongwang hoped to break through to venerable, while Ziyu Zuns aimed to create a cosmic overlord ultimate technique and become a top-tier cosmic overlord. The 3 ancestral gods and many cosmic lords of the Ancestral God School watched Chen Ao's battle video and nodded frequently. Judging by the way Teng Mu activates the secret patterns, it seems the power is even greater, not just simple activation. I think it won't be long before he can create a cosmic overlord pinnacle technique himself. With perfect genes and such profound law insights, perhaps in the future our Ancestral God School will produce another powerful cosmic lord. Yes, I hope he can reach top-tier 5-level combat power, relying solely on his own abilities. They, the Ancestral God School, could provide Chen Ao with a pinnacle treasure. However, treasures alone were useless. Without creating the strongest fusion technique of a cosmic lord, one could at most stand at the 4th level. It was about the same level as these cosmic lords. In truth, the Ancestral God School had no real top-tier 5-level combat power. They relied on the blessing and assistance of the original universes, will to reach the 5th and 6th levels. We can give Tengmu Wang more resource support. Our Ancestral God School can afford it. As long as he continues to progress, we will not be stingy. Shuang Mianzushan nodded. He had already said this earlier, and now Chen Ao had proven that the cultivation was not wasted. Gather a large amount of wood attribute energy crystals to help him strengthen his divine body, so that his divine body can reach over 100 million kilometers as soon as possible. Agreed. Agreed. Resources were not limited to treasures. Gene-related resources were unnecessary, but Chen Ao still needed to improve his divine body, as well as opportunities for secret patterns techniques and deeper law insights. Shuang Mian let Tengmu Wang cultivate in the origin realm for a while, when the time is right, said the young ancestral god Tianji. Shuang Mianzushan and the old ancestral god Song Bai both nodded. This had a significant impact on the ancestral god school, as that place communicated with the original universe's will. It was equivalent to using one communication opportunity to cultivate Chen Ao. This opportunity was no less valuable than a pinnacle treasure, because they could use such an opportunity to ask the original universe's will for a pinnacle treasure and obtain it. But treasures have a price, while strong cultivators are priceless. Soon Chen Ao returned to Zijing Island. After the ambush, Chen Ao seemed unchanged, still wearing a smile on his face, treating every creature kindly, and without any arrogance. Tengmu truly has a good temper, comparable to a cosmic overlord, yet he can still smile at us king-level beings. Tengmu's kindness is well known. He never looks down on anyone. Seeing Chen Ao, many inheritors felt fondness because of his excellent temper. Tengmu Wang, come see me at once. As soon as Chen Ao arrived at Zijing Island, Shuang Mianzushan sent him a telepathic message. Chen Ao naturally went to see Shuang Mianzushan immediately. Great ancestral god. Chen Ao happily rubbed against Shuang Mianzushan, looking completely guileless. Stop. Let me ask you, can you already create a cosmic overlord pinnacle technique? Chen Ao nodded. During the fight I had a feeling. I think I can create it, but I need time. Shuang Mianzushan nodded. Good. And what about the third inheritance? How much have you comprehended? I feel it's almost there. About 80 or 90%. Hearing Chen Ao's words, the ancestral god was even more astonished. It had been less than 400 years, yet he was about to meet the requirements. Good. Come find me again after you create the cosmic overlord pinnacle technique. Okay. After the great battle, Chen Ao devoted himself to creating a peak secret art of the universe overlord in the outer perimeter of the Benyuan land. He needed to grasp that feeling. Thus more than 10 years passed unknowingly. The 5th sword has finally been created. His secret arts, like the giant axe, were named after the number of the sword. His first 3 swords were respectively attack defense and soul defense, all peak secret arts at the immortal level. The 4th sword was a top-tier secret art of the universe overlord, while the 5th sword was a peak secret art of the universe overlord. I'll spend some more time to elevate the 4th sword to the peak level of the universe overlord, and then I'll begin creating the 6th sword. His secret arts were quite advanced, perhaps even surpassing those of the giant axe. Another 3 years passed, and Chen Ao elevated the 4th sword to the peak secret art level of the universe overlord. Thus he now possessed 2 peak secret arts of the universe overlord. One for attack and one for defense. For now it was sufficient. It's time to meet the ancestral god. Chen Ao entered the palace, still deliberately acting coy as he rushed over. Have you already created a peak secret art of the universe overlord? Asked the double-faced ancestral god. Chen Ao nodded, then directly displayed the secret art. The 5th sword. Chen Ao swung his sword, a strike imbued with the power of laws, causing the void ahead to crack faintly. However, under the will of the primordial universe, the cracked void quickly restored itself. Excellent. As expected of the Tengmu king, whom our ancestral god sect holds in high regard. Seeing Chen Ao able to shatter the void, the double-faced ancestral god exclaimed, "This time I called you here actually to give you an opportunity." Chen Ao looked at the ancestral god. Could it be that he was going to give him another treasure? Unlikely. No matter how wealthy the ancestral god sect was, it could not casually give him treasures. After all, the sect had other core members. Even if their statuses differed, they could not be seen as too partial. I can decide to let you enter the Benyuan land to cultivate for 1,000 years. Chen Ao's eyes suddenly widened. The cultivation effect in this palace was already several times that of Chaos City. If he went deeper, wouldn't it be dozens of times that of Chaos City? That place was the Benyuan land, the same location where he had received the secret art inheritance upon achieving perfect genes. Could he really enter such a mysterious place? It seems you also sense the benefits of cultivating inside. The double-faced ancestral god laughed heartily. However, don't think too highly of it. Although various fused laws are everywhere there, it is not easy to comprehend anything significant within 1,000 years. If it were really that easy to comprehend high-level fused secret arts, then every universe master in the Ancestral God Sect would be able to create a bunch of the most powerful fused secret arts, and each would reach the top-tier 5th rank combat power. In reality, it was absolutely impossible. special beings were inherently too poor in comprehension, and because they relied too heavily on innate secret arts in the early stages it became extremely difficult for them to comprehend other fused laws. On the contrary, special beings like Chen Ao, who did not care about innate secret arts, had a better chance to comprehend multiple fused laws. Ancestral God, may I enter a bit later? Chen Ao said. There are still matters to attend to. Chen Ao nodded, then explained what he intended to do. Hearing Chen Ao's decision, even the double-faced ancestral god was momentarily stunned. Chen Ao actually intended to return the supreme treasure left behind by Venerable Zeruo after his death to Zeruo's clan, and even all the precious treasures left by those infeft kings. Was this still the same Tengmu king he knew who would shamelessly pursue treasures? Tengmu king, don't you love treasures? Chen Ao nodded. However, there is a saying among humans, a gentleman loves wealth but acquires it righteously. These things belong to my teammates. I should return them to their rightful owners. The double-faced ancestral god smiled and nodded, delighted by Chen Ao's pure and kind nature. Just as Chaos City Lord was pleased when Chen Ao fought for benefits for Luofeng, who wouldn't want the genius they nurtured to be loyal and righteous. If they raised an ungrateful wretch, that would be the most regrettable. Alright, go ahead. The double-faced ancestral god was very supportive. Just an ordinary supreme treasure and a few precious treasures. They were not worth his concern. Soon Chen Ao arrived at Zijing Island, and through the glory world located the clan of his former teammates. These treasures are the remains of Venerable Zeruo and those infeft kings. Chen Ao said sincerely. I have also released the video. At that time when they died I only obtained these, nothing more. Tengmu King, you are being too formal. How could we not trust you? Yes, Tengmu King, we are so grateful that you returned the treasures. How could we doubt you? The infeft kings and venerables of these clans were almost moved to tears. Even among the same clan in such a situation would they not have kept the treasures? How could they return them? Not only these infeft kings and venerables but also other people who learned of Chen Ao's act of returning the treasures were deeply shocked. For the first time they realized that a lifeform's virtue could be so noble. Furthermore, during our team treasure hunt, we also obtained an attack-type supreme treasure. According to the appraisal of the Ancestor God Sect, this treasure is worth 2 treasure points. Following the previous distribution principle, Venerable Zeruo and I each get 5 treasure points and the remaining 5 infeft kings each get 4 treasure points. According to the conversion of the Ancestral God Sect, this is equivalent to 150 precious treasure points. I cannot directly take out these treasure points and precious treasure points. If your clan has specific needs, I can help exchange them from the treasury of the Ancestral God Sect. Astonishment. Unbelievable. Returning the treasures was one thing, but he was even willing to distribute the acquired treasure according to the original rules. What was this? Noble, so noble. He had not changed at all because of his teammates' deaths. I, on behalf of Venerable Zeruo, thank you, Tengmu King. That alien venerable spoke up. Originally, if Zeruo wanted to reverse time and space to be resurrected, he would have to bear a huge debt. But now not only will he not be in debt, he can also keep his original treasure. This meant that it was equivalent to no gain, but death did not result in a loss. To have no loss despite dying was already an incredibly good outcome. Think about the universe's biggest debtor kingdom, Lord Qianwu. How moved would he be if he had a teammate like Chen Ao? Many aliens remained silent. Such a good thing had never been encountered nor even heard of. Tengmu King is absolutely the most benevolent life form in the universe. Yes, from now on when forming teams we must find someone like Tengmu King. In the future I must befriend Tengmu King. To have a brother like Tengmu King, I would die without regrets. The aliens kept exclaiming, making Tengmu King's reputation even greater. Chen Ao then said, I have returned the treasures. I still have matters to attend to, so I will take my leave. With that, Chen Ao left directly. This act of Chen Ao was absolutely more shocking than slaughtering countless venerables. The universe was not lacking in powerhouses, but someone so kind-hearted was encountered for the first time. Chen Ao looked at the public opinion, couldn't help but grin and thought, I really am the biggest hypocrite in the universe. This show today will eventually yield 100-fold or 1,000-fold reward. A mere supreme treasure could enable Chen Ao to spread his virtue far and wide. This deal was absolutely a blood-soaked profit. As for the alien races, each one hoped that their future brothers and comrades would be beings like Tengmu Wang. As for himself, he was not Tengmu Wang. Having a brother or comrade like Tengmu Wang was more than enough. The emotion was genuine, but only when the comrade was Tengmu Wang. He absolutely did not wish to become Tengmu Wang himself. Nothing was as practical as a supreme treasure. A bunch of fools, they didn't even give you a supreme treasure. What are you all moved by? Indeed, all fools. That Tengmu Wang is a fool and so are you. Rejecting a supreme treasure. Some inherently evil beings immediately took a disliking to Chen Ao. They had always been at odds with Chen Ao, deeming him hypocritical and foolish. Now that Chen Ao possessed such combat power, and had gained such a fine reputation, their displeasure deepened. This was no longer a case of different people from the same race but of entirely different species. That Tengmu Wang. Does he think he's something just because he killed some venerables with a supreme treasure? Without that top-tier treasure, he would be at most on par with Zhuchong Wang. Exactly, both Zhuchong Wang and Tengmu Wang rely solely on their massive divine bodies to exhaust the high-level venerables to death. Their actual law comprehension isn't that high either. Before I could thoroughly thrash Zhuchong Wang in the glory world, and now I can thrash that Tengmu Wang. Someone even walked directly in front of Chen Ao. Tengmu Wang, you are a special life form, but when it comes to law comprehension you're just at the ordinary undying level. I doubt I Wang challenge you. You must have quite a few inheritance points, right? I'll bet you 10 inheritance points. Do you dare to accept? Yeah, I challenge you too. In the glory world we both have 100,000 times the power of a realm lord. Do you dare to fight? Chen Ao looked at these people speechlessly. Indeed, the universe was filled with a great many who suffered from red-eye disease. Or perhaps some didn't want to see him so glorious, and thus sought an opportunity to suppress him. I don't like conflict, so I won't accept the challenge. Ha ha ha, Tengmu Wang, no excuses. Dao Dai Wang laughed loudly. Fights in the glory world don't end in real death. If you're afraid, just say so, Tengmu Wang. We won't mock you. Some kings couldn't stand it anymore and scolded. You lot, if you have the guts, challenge Tengmu Wang in the real world. Even if you all attack together, you wouldn't be his match. You only know how to bully Tengmu Wang for his short cultivation time. Pa, you talk so grandly, but you're just a bunch of trash. Dao Dai Wang, by nature brutal and violent, didn't think his actions were wrong. So, even when faced with accusations, he felt no guilt. Ha ha ha, enough nonsense from you. Our challenge to Tengmu Wang has nothing to do with you. Tengmu Wang, just say it. Do you dare to accept? On Zijing Island, among the over 100 million inheritors, Chen Ao's fame was undoubtedly immense. Moreover, the third stage inheritors were the most numerous, roughly 90 million. Even if only 1/10 of them disliked Chen Ao, that still amounted to over 9 million beings. Chen Ao now watched the number of challenge letters skyrocket, already exceeding 3 million. His fame was too great. As a core member of the Ancestral God Sect, and an extraordinary special life form, Chen Ao had long been renowned far and wide. Now his fame was even greater, so the number of those who disliked him was also extremely high. Tisk Luofeng only received 620000 challenge letters, while I've directly received 3 million. Fame sometimes was different. No matter how great Luofeng's fame, only a few races, like the Zerg, the Demon, and the Mechanical, disliked him. For instance, the Northern Territory Alliance had no grudge against Luofeng. But Chen Ao had previously antagonized all the major powers, not even sparing the Northern Territory Alliance. This love-hate relationship, coupled with his immense fame, naturally attracted many beings. Will Tengmu Wang dare to accept? People kept shouting. Chen Ao shook his head. Since you insist, I have no choice but to accept. With that, he agreed to all the challenges. You Dao Dai Wang, how many inheritance points do you have? Chen Ao asked. Look, Tengmu Wang is angry. Nonsense, if you were surrounded by hundreds or thousands of weaklings, and not allowed to leave, you'd be angry too. Tengmu Wang is kind-hearted but not without temper. If they provoke him like this, it would be abnormal not to retaliate. But Tengmu Wang was only born a few hundred years ago. Even if he has great talent, he has only received the third stage inheritance for 300 or 400 years. How high can his realm be? He was bound to lose. They all thought Chen Ao would lose badly. After all, Chen Ao's law comprehension seemed low, or else he wouldn't keep using the secret patterns of supreme treasures in battle. They also knew that Chen Ao had only been receiving the third stage inheritance for a few hundred years. Too short a time. Ha ha ha, you really are a fool. I have 13 inheritance points. Do you dare to bet? Dao Dai Wang licked his lips. These were his accumulated resources over billions of years. If he could win against Chen Ao, his inheritance points would double. How could he not be delighted? As for himself, Dao Dai Wang, though only a peak king, he believed it was because of his divine body and supreme treasure. Otherwise, he was confident he could compare to an invincible king or even a universe venerable. He was on the verge of fully comprehending the third stage inheritance. How could he fear a little brat who had only cultivated for a few hundred years? Soon Chen Ao entered the glory world. Both sides had 100,000 times the power of a realm lord. He had previously sparred with Zhuchong Wang and others in the glory world, so he was familiar with it. Tengmu Wang, show me your strongest power or you won't have any chance. Chen Ao looked at the opponent and shook his head slightly. Where did his confidence come from? He raised his sword. The fifth sword. A single swing. Dao Dai Wang couldn't even react before his entire divine body was annihilated. In an instant, victory and defeat were decided. Next came the second match. Since they didn't yet know how badly Dao Dai Wang had lost, the second alien still bet all his inheritance points. 6 points. Still just one sword. Then came the third, the fourth. Those at the front didn't know how formidable Chen Ao was. But when the 14th opponent stepped up, he suddenly became trembling, and only dared to bet 1 inheritance point. They were afraid now. They knew how strong Tengmu Wang truly was. One after another, they were filled with regret and remorse. Chen Ao didn't mind. 1 inheritance point was fine. Everyone was defeated in 1 sword stroke. Even if their secret technique was a peak-level secret technique, it was still one sword. Even if it approached an ultimate technique, still one sword. A universe overlord's peak secret technique far surpassed an undying's ultimate technique, but among the billions of inheritors very few could create an ultimate technique at the undying level. Those who could create an ultimate technique could easily become venerables. Thus after over 3 million battles spanning more than half a year, Chen Ao achieved a perfect victory. He lost not a single match. The strongest opponent only managed to exchange a few moves before being defeated by Chen Ao's dual techniques of defense and offense. Vinewood King's comprehension of the laws is surprisingly profound. Yes, during the battle everyone thought he relied on the mystic patterns of his top-tier supreme treasure weapon to attack, and used his divine body to exhaust those high-level venerables. No one expected that Vinewood King himself could possess such a powerful secret art. Those jealous fools have taken a hard fall, especially the dozen or so who staked all their heritage points. They must be regretting it bitterly. Ha ha ha, who is the fool now? Chen Ao's victory was even more loudly proclaimed by those alien races who had always thought highly of his character. The Chen Ao they supported was a strong one, and their choice was right. However, after witnessing Chen Ao's performance, the major powers all fell silent. Chen Ao's potential surpassed their imagination. Fortunately, this Vinewood King is a core member of the Ancestral God Sect. Even if his potential is extraordinary, at most he will become just one more super powerhouse. He's not a genius of the human race, the machine race, or the bug race, so he has little impact on our demon race. No need to bother with him, nor to recruit him. We don't have that many supreme treasures. Our Northern Frontier Alliance can try to recruit him a bit, but only through personal connections. No one had any designs on Chen Ao, let alone thoughts of assassinating him. After all, Chen Ao posed no obstacle to them. Even if he became a supreme, there were already many supremes in the universe. One more wouldn't matter. After all, the Ancestral God Sect would not compete for territory. Two-faced Ancestral God watched Chen Ao's battle with delight, never expecting such a turn of events. Vinewood King, from your battle I believe you have nearly mastered the third level of the Beast God's inheritance. Chen Ao nodded. Ancestral God, I think I have already mastered it. Before coming he had already felt it was close, so he went to the inheritance ground once more. Now he just needed to meditate for a while longer. That's excellent. Then wait until you have fully comprehended the third level, before going to the origin land. Alright, Ancestral God. Chen Ao did not refuse. Once he mastered the third level he could attempt the fourth. After fully understanding the fourth, he could become a universe venerable. Chen Ao was very much looking forward to this. Lying low was merely a helpless self-preservation tactic for weak beings. If he were a universe master with top-tier 5th stage combat power, with some confidence to confront even a universe supreme, he would have long gone out to roam. Who would stay cooped up in Chaos City comprehending laws for no reason? The main thing is that this world does not care about same-level combat. What's the use of being invincible at the same level? If you are a realm lord, others will send venerables to directly kill you. What good is your same-level invincibility then? Unknowingly, several more decades passed. Chen Ao felt that he had fully mastered the third level. As for the fourth level's inheritance, he was not in a hurry to go. Even if one cultivates the 7-level Beast God's path to its limit, it can only create a universe master-level ultimate secret art. With a perfect divine body and treasures, one would at most reach ordinary 4th stage combat power. That was not his pursuit. He aspired to the path of fusing 3 laws. The origin land was absolutely the best place to comprehend multiple fused laws. Second best was the Beast God realm of the old Beast God. Luo Feng too relied on those dual-element fused laws countless years, and the protagonist's halo to, accidentally, create a universe master ultimate secret art. For a long time afterward, Luo Feng could only create universe master peak secret arts. If I have the chance, I should go to the Beast God realm and have a look. However, this would require the Ancestral God to intercede, plus the cost of a peak supreme treasure. A peak supreme treasure was worth at least 800 heritage points. He could not afford that. Perhaps I could also learn from Zhuoshan Ku and make a bet. Chen Ao pondered. Betting might seem too abrupt. How could a little guy who had never left the Ancestral God's secret realm know so much? A human identity could be explained by receiving an inheritance, but in the Ancestral God Sect there were no pre-Great Destruction inheritances. First, comprehend the fused laws in the origin land. Even if I cannot achieve a triple fusion, I must still create an ultimate secret art. As long as he created a Universe Overlord ultimate secret art, he could possess true Universe Overlord combat power. With supreme treasures and skills, he could then become a top-tier Universe Overlord. Ancestral God, I am ready. I intend to enter the origin land to comprehend. Good, I will send you in right now. Two-faced Ancestral God, after a simple prayer, opened a door that seemed non-existent. Vinewood King, you must seize this opportunity. Such an opportunity occurs only once every 10,000 epochs in our Ancestral God Sect. Ancestral God, I will do my best. Chen Ao stepped directly into the door. After entering, he felt only chaos around him. This was different from the void of the Starry Sky. Here interwoven law forces seemed to flow everywhere, but perhaps because of the perfect body he could not understand them at all. Many of the fused laws here are 4-element or even 5-element fusions, right? Not to mention he couldn't understand. Even a supreme might not be able to discern much. It seemed that only after the great destruction of the universe, when the cosmos and laws continuously collapse, could one comprehend better. Finding his focus, Chen Ao looked toward a certain area. That area seemed to hold law forces related to water, wood, and void. Compared to the void slaughter secret art engraved in his soul, the strangle secret art, a water-wood void fused secret art that had accompanied him since birth, was certainly more familiar. Moreover, after years of dedicated comprehension, he had some understanding. I'll focus on comprehending these 3 fused laws. No need to look at others. A bird in hand is worth 2 in the bush. Chen Ao concentrated, fully ignoring everything else. In the universe, time seemed cheap. A mere 1,000 years passed slowly. Two-faced, it's almost 1,000 years. I wonder if Vinewood King will have any great gains. It's hard to say. At best, it will elevate his law comprehension to a higher level. Two-faced Ancestral God shook his head. He is still an immortal. Laying a solid foundation is already enough. True, but I still hope he can grasp something from this opportunity, even if it's just creating a universe overlord ultimate secret art. That's too difficult. Being able to create an ultimate secret art would mean he could easily break through to the venerable level. He has only been alive for 1,800 years. Ah yes, I was indeed a bit impatient. Nian Lao Ancestral God smiled wryly. Just as the 2 ancestral gods were discussing, Chen Ao suddenly stepped out of the void. Vinewood King pays homage to the ancestral gods. Chen Ao bowed. No need for formalities. Two-faced Ancestral God immediately said, "How was the result of your comprehension?" Chen Ao pondered for a moment. It felt quite good. It seems I am not far from an ultimate secret art. The 2 ancestral gods stared at Chen Ao in surprise. Vinewood King, are you sure? It's a feeling. I have a vague sense within, but I cannot be certain whether I can create an ultimate secret art yet. Ha ha ha, this is already excellent. The comprehension this time has great value. Both ancestral gods laughed simultaneously. There is an opportunity once every 10,000 epochs. Chen Ao could certainly go several more times. The opportunity to communicate with the original universe's consciousness did not always require a supreme treasure, most often they would send a universe master in to comprehend. Now that Chen Ao's comprehension had yielded great results, it would be better to leave the next few opportunities to Chen Ao. Upon learning that Chen Ao had touched the threshold of the ultimate secret technique, the 2 primordial gods were exceedingly delighted. Being able to create a universe overlord level ultimate secret technique meant that provided a suitable opportunity arose in the future, he could forge a universe master level ultimate secret technique. Chen Ao shows promise of becoming a 4th-tier universe master. Moreover, with his divine body, many 5th-tier universe masters would likely despair. Tengmu Wang, you shall remain here and focus on creating secret techniques, said the 2-faced primordial god. We will do our utmost to gather treasures that can enhance your divine body. When they arrive, you can absorb them while simultaneously crafting your techniques. Chen Ao was astonished by the primordial god's words. Mobilizing all resources. The primordial God Sect, as the foremost power, might not engage in territorial disputes, yet in terms of resource abundance it undoubtedly possessed the most. So abundant that it could casually nurture billions of alien kings and venerables. Mainly the primordial God Sect could obtain many pinnacle treasures from the primal universe, and a single pinnacle treasure could be exchanged for countless resources. Even the 2-faced primordial god's pinnacle treasure set weapon was acquired from the primal universe. Thank you, primordial god, for your cultivation. Ha ha ha, with talent like yours, who else would the primordial God Sect nurture if not you? The 2-faced primordial god laughed. Over the following millennia, Chen Ao continuously absorbed treasures that enlarged his divine body, while ceaselessly comprehending laws and creating secret techniques. Thanks to the existence of the meditation technique, his absorption speed of these divine body treasures was dozens of times faster than that of other special lifeforms. Thus reaching a size of over 100 million kilometers took only 2,000 years. This speed left the primordial gods astounded, recognizing Chen Ao's astonishingly dominant absorption talent. Once his size exceeded 100 million kilometers, the primordial god sect ceased allocating divine body resources. From then on, Chen Ao could only rely on time to naturally increase his size. Pure resource accumulation would be far too costly. Even to cultivate his body to 100 million kilometers, the resources expended by the primordial god sect when measured in treasure points amounted to roughly 1,000 points, comparable to a pinnacle treasure weapon or armor. Only the primordial god sect could afford such extravagance. If it were the human race, such a feat would be utterly impossible. When a human became a universe master, they would be granted at most a top-tier treasure weapon worth about 80 to 100 treasure points. Yet merely to increase his divine body from 20 million kilometers to 100 million, the primordial god sect had spent over 1,000 treasure points. The disparity was immense. Coming to the primordial god sect was absolutely the right choice. Oh, I had intended to skim some benefits from the sect, but instead I've incurred such a great debt of gratitude. This debt would have to be repaid. Though Chen Ao was not a saint, he always reciprocated kindness. Fortunately, in the original story, the primordial God Sect stood alongside Luofeng, the father of the universe. At least there would be no life or death crisis. Even if I fail to transcend in the future, the sect will remain safe. At that time, given his relationship with Luofeng, wouldn't Luofeng extend a bit more care? My bond with Luofeng should be quite solid, right? Quite solid indeed. From this perspective, I shouldn't mess with Luofeng too much. What if he settles scores with me after transcending? He refrained from sabotaging Luofeng's opportunities primarily out of this concern. If he failed to transcend, he could always shout, Luofeng ancestor, I am your beloved friend. Surely you can spare a corner of your small universe for me. Thus he was essentially leaving himself a fallback. It's been nearly 2,000 years, Tangmu Wang. How is your secret technique creation progressing? The two-faced primordial god smiled at Chen Ao. Chen Ao was outstanding in every aspect: high comprehension, perfect genes, and a terrifyingly massive body. Primordial god, I have already created the 8th sword. Oh, you've created the 8th sword. Does that mean the 7th and 8th are both Universe Overlord ultimate secret techniques? Yes, primordial god, Chen Ao admitted. Since he had already created one Universe Overlord ultimate secret technique, he did not mind creating another. Having one for offense and one for defense was the most perfect combination. Why was it said that creating only a single Universe Master-level fusion secret technique resulted in only 5th tier strength, while creating multiple fusion techniques achieved 5th tier pinnacle? This was the reason. Whether one had offense without defense or defense without offense, their strength would inevitably be greatly diminished. Without further ado, Chen Ao demonstrated his 7th sword. His 7th sword was an offensive secret technique and the 8th was a defensive one. Excellent. Both have indeed reached the Universe Overlord ultimate secret technique level. This solidifies your strength at the Universe Overlord tier. Though it was unclear how Chen Ao had previously matched a Universe Overlord with only a peak Universe Overlord secret technique, that must have been a trump card. It was different from having his own strength reach the Universe Overlord level. Now that Chen Ao himself had firmly attained Universe Overlord combat power, and with the aid of some trump cards, wouldn't he be close to a top-tier Universe Overlord? Such strength was enough to lead a race, and even within the Primordial God Sect he was no weakling. Probably Purple Rain Venerable's strength was only comparable to Chen Ao's. Once Chen Ao became a Venerable, he would be able to withstand a first-tier Universe Master. In the eyes of the Primordial God, this was already incredibly heaven-defying. Seeing the Primordial God's expression of wonder, Chen Ao's mind was set on the Universe Master ultimate secret technique. Over the years he had studied many such techniques. However, the gap between the Universe Master level was still too vast. Even peak Universe Master secret techniques left him completely baffled. Universe Overlord ultimate secret techniques and Universe Master peak secret techniques had similar power but different directions. One was a matter of high realm, the other of high technique level. What he lacked was realm. Primordial God, have you forgotten something? Chen Ao suddenly blinked at the Primordial God. The two-faced Primordial God was startled, then quickly reacted, ha ha ha, do you think I would owe a treasure to a miser like you? As he spoke, a green house-shaped treasure appeared in his hand. This wooden ladder palace is not a poor choice among high-grade palace treasures. Even a 4th-tier Universe Master would have to exert full force to destroy it. Hearing the Primordial God's introduction, Chen Ao was overjoyed. Clearly the Primordial God had specially prepared this for him, as it was suited to his wood element law. The wooden ladder palace was worth about 300 treasure points, significantly better than the 200 points the Primordial God had mentioned earlier. It was also because Chen Ao had performed exceptionally well and satisfied the Primordial God, leading to the gift of a superior treasure. Thank you, Primordial God. Chen Ao quickly expressed his gratitude. Next you should continue comprehending the 4th level of the Beast God inheritance. Once you fully grasp it, you can become a Universe Venerable and your strength will surely be even greater. Theoretically, one who creates an ultimate secret technique should have little difficulty breaking through to Venerable. But that was the traditional path of fully comprehending space. Since Chen Ao had chosen the Beast God path, switching to the Space Venerable path would be putting the cart before the horse. After all, the Beast God path allowed direct breakthrough to Universe Master. Becoming a Space Venerable only to later strive for Universe Master would either require overcoming the difficulty of comprehending time law or returning to the Beast God inheritance. A pure redundancy. Chen Ao now possessed Ordinary Shoes Treasure, Soul Treasure, and Domain Treasure, along with a high-grade Armor Treasure, a high-grade Palace Treasure, and the top-grade Wooden Treasure Sword. Such wealth was definitely comparable to an ordinary Universe Master. Many 1st and 2nd-tier Universe Masters were worth no more than this. Additionally, Chen Ao had the spoils from slaying 10 honored ones, amounting to a full 80 treasure points. Without further ado, he directly used his high-grade Armor Treasure plus 80 treasure points to exchange for a top-grade armor worth 100 treasure points. Thus his weapon and armor were both top-grade. His palace was a high-grade treasure, while his domain and soul treasures remained at the ordinary level. I have little need for a soul treasure. If I could upgrade my domain treasure to a high-grade one, my combat power would rise another level. At his full explosive power, he could now match the peak combat strength of Luofeng's immortal stage. That is the level of a top-tier universe overlord. At that level, his domain treasure was notably inferior. He glanced at the treasury. The cheapest high-grade domain treasure suitable for him was the Woodbridge River, valued at 340 treasure points. Chen Ao sighed, admitting he couldn't afford it. Looking at the treasures in the treasury, he knew he couldn't obtain more unless he had treasure points. A gift from the primal gods. Impossible. He now possessed the strength of a top-tier universe overlord, even higher in status than Luofeng had after becoming an immortal. From a human perspective, he was now a strong one, a contributor, and would not receive gifts. Of course, the primal god sect didn't require contributions, and if he helped them complete certain tasks, he would receive treasure points as rewards. But gathering 340 treasure points seemed a distant dream. Gritting his teeth, Chen Ao strode out. He had to get his hands on that treasure. Just seeing it in the vault was unbearable. In the following days, a strange phenomenon occurred on Violet-Thorn Island. Those who were once moderately wealthy king-level fighters, or even honored ones, became impoverished, even having to borrow treasures. Afterward, the two-faced primal god summoned Chen Ao. "Vinewood King, what are you doing?" The two-faced primal god was furious for the first time. Chen Ao shrank back. "I intend to exchange some inheritance points for treasure points." He had won over 3 million matches. Aside from the first dozen or so, each match granted 1 inheritance point. Thus he had over 3 million inheritance points. So he directly approached his good brothers and beloved friends to exchange, using inheritance points for their treasures and heavy treasures. The rate was 1 inheritance point for 1 heavy treasure point. This price was very fair, given the current market where 1 treasure point equaled 3,750 heavy treasure points. That meant 1 ordinary treasure could be exchanged for about 3,750 inheritance points. Those inheritance points were enough to undergo the inheritance 37 times. 37 chances could likely cultivate an honored one, whose value far exceeded that of an ordinary treasure. Thus business was booming. Countless people exchanged for inheritance points and even felt grateful to Chen Ao because the price was truly low. If it were someone else, they might exchange 100 inheritance points for a treasure. Chen Ao's rate was cheaper by 5 times. No matter how expensive something was, slashing the price by over 30 times made it seem cheap. In less than 10 days, Chen Ao had exchanged nearly 100,000 inheritance points and obtained 40 treasure points. Moreover, treasures continued to pour in. If this lasted for a few years, he would definitely accumulate 800 treasure points. At that time, he could even exchange for a peak-grade weapon. The two-faced primal god glared. "How dare you? Exchanging inheritance points for treasure points? What a wild idea." These inheritance points were the primal god sect's way of gathering alien kings and honored ones to retain them. Releasing millions of inheritance points might give birth to thousands of honored ones among the aliens. Honored ones were bad enough, but the worst-case scenario was the emergence of several universe masters. According to the rules, if someone became a universe master, the primal god sect had to arrange a suitable position for them. How could they arrange that? If these universe masters were not loyal to the primal god sect, would they really have to be given high positions? Wasn't that undermining the very foundation of the primal god sect? The two-faced primal god berated him harshly, but the ancient primal god stopped him. "Enough, he's still young and doesn't understand the stakes involved." Chen Ao was indeed very young and naive. Anyone could see that. Asking such a simple-minded person to weigh the gains and losses was too much. Seeing the other two primal gods not blaming him, the two-faced primal god's expression softened slightly. "Quickly thank the two primal gods, or else you'll surely be severely punished." The young primal god Tianji smiled at the two-faced primal god. "Two-faced, why must you be like this? We have been friends since the dawn of the universe. Do you think I don't understand your intentions?" This was a retreat disguised as advance. Actively scolding Chen Ao to prevent the other two primal gods from blaming him too much. It seemed like a rebuke, but it was actually protecting Chen Ao. The two-faced primal god smiled and said nothing. Indeed, that was his intention. Chen Ao had been under his patronage from the very beginning. He had watched Chen Ao improve step by step. To say he felt no affection would be false, which was why he defended him after such a grave mistake. This matter was indeed a grave error. If a universe master really emerged, the primal god sect would be caught in a dilemma. Among the inheritors, many were hostile to the primal god sect. If they became universe masters, would they have to be assigned a position as guardian beast god? This was the rule, and it was also the headache of the primal god sect. It was for this reason that the sect wooed promising kings or honored ones. For example, hadn't Luofeng received treasures from the primal god sect? It was to win him over. If Luofeng ever became a universe master, even if the relationship wasn't close, giving him the position of guardian beast god would not affect the operation and stability of the primal god sect. The fear was that inheritors hostile to the sect would become universe masters. "Then I lack a high-grade domain treasure. How dare you say that?" The two-faced primal god scolded again. This Chen Ao was too oblivious. The young primal god and the ancient primal god both smiled. All right, let's follow Chen Ao's rate. The remaining treasure points will be supplied by the primal god sect. With that, the two primal gods looked at Chen Ao. How many treasure points do you plan to exchange with your remaining inheritance points? Chen Ao examined his holdings. After keeping 10,000, he could exchange about 758. Very well, we'll give you 758 treasure points. The two primal gods declared together. The two-faced primal god said with anger and disappointment, "Hurry up and thank the two primal gods." "Thank you, two primal gods." Chen Ao was overjoyed. Indeed, playing dumb had its benefits. Wasn't this proof? If a fool made a huge mistake, would you bother holding it against him? The three primal gods exchanged glances, all speechless. Indeed, it was impossible to argue with a fool. Tengmu Wang, by feigning ignorance, not only escaped punishment, but also gained 800 treasure points, truly a sudden windfall. However, the Ancestral God Sect was not at a loss either, as the inheritors had lost so many inheritance points, which would reduce the probability of producing strong experts, thereby making the sect more stable. 3,000 years had passed in the primordial universe, while in the Chaos City more than 800 years had elapsed since Luofeng settled there and began formally studying the Beast God Path. Master! One day, the Chaos City Lord's ninth disciple, Venerable Golden Axe, came to him. What is it? Disciple has something to report. I have discovered that Luofeng is extremely peculiar. Disciple has observed that Luofeng progresses at an astonishing speed. No matter what difficulty he encounters, he breaks through it in a short time. Not a single obstacle can hold him back for 3 months. According to my estimation, it won't be long before he masters the 7 beast god kill. The Chaos City Lord emerged from the chaotic currents. About to master it? How long do you estimate before he masters it? At best half a year, at worst 3 years. I gave him 3,000 years. I underestimated him. It seems you'll soon have another junior brother. The Chaos City Lord couldn't help but recall Chen Ao's words. Luofeng's progress was accelerating, and he would become increasingly brilliant. 3,000 years. 800 years. The Chaos City Lord murmured. Although it can't compare to Chen Ao's completion of the first chapter in 100 years, it's still extremely remarkable. This made him very satisfied. Thus, in terms of time, Luofeng is only 10 times slower than Chen Ao. Compared to before, Luofeng's talent is indeed growing. In the past, Luofeng could never catch up to Chen Ao, but now the gap was actually narrowing. Although the gap was closing at an accelerating rate, the actual distance was still considerable. However, if this continued, perhaps Luofeng might truly be able to catch up to or even surpass Chen Ao. After dismissing Venerable Golden Axe, the Chaos City Lord summoned Chen Ao. Luofeng is about to master the first chapter. That is to be expected. Chen Ao nodded. You seem unsurprised that he mastered it in 800 years. Is it because you yourself took 100 years? No, it's just that I believe Luofeng is capable of it. Even if he had done it in 600 years, I wouldn't be surprised. The Chaos City Lord remained silent. Chen Ao's opinion of Luofeng was indeed high. What level have you reached in the Beast God Path? I mastered the second layer of the Golden Void Beast God Path 200 years ago. Chen Ao replied respectfully. Compared to Tengmu Wang, Chen Ao's speed was relatively slow. The Chaos City Lord glanced at Chen Ao. Why do you spend time comprehending those laws? You have already received acknowledgement from the 9 laws, haven't you? Especially the metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. You have fully comprehended them all. Comprehending them fully did not necessarily mean one would become an immortal. As long as Chen Ao did not break through himself, it was fine. He had now reached the second stage of the space law, capable of spatial annihilation and teleportation. He had fully comprehended metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. As for wind, light, and lightning, he had reached the second stage, still a bit short of full comprehension. As for the time law, he had not yet reached the level of being acknowledged by the origin. Disciple wishes to spend more time comprehending during the Domain Lord stage, so that perhaps I may discover a more suitable path in the future. The Chaos City Lord nodded. Chen Ao's progress was too fast. In less than 800 years, he had mastered the second chapter of the Golden Void Beast God Inheritance, and had comprehended numerous laws. Such a pace of improvement made him reluctant to interrupt Chen Ao. Only when Chen Ao's potential was exhausted, and his speed slowed down, could he speak up. At that moment, Luofeng entered. The Chaos City Lord, not minding Chen Ao's presence, directly looked at Luofeng. Your 9th senior brother said you would need another half year to master it, but I didn't expect you to succeed in just a few days. Show me the first layer in front of me. Yes. Luofeng responded and immediately struck with his claw. A heaven-tearing claw. Seeing this strike, the Chaos City Lord knew that Luofeng had indeed mastered it. From today on, you are the 33rd personal disciple under my command, the Chaos City Lord said with a smile. He had originally not intended to take Luofeng as a disciple, but seeing Luofeng embark on the Beast God Path, coupled with Chen Ao's performance, he decided to give Luofeng a chance. He did not expect Luofeng's performance to satisfy him so much. Afterwards, the Chaos City Lord gave Luofeng a few instructions, and then let Chen Ao and Luofeng leave together. Luofeng looked at Chen Ao beside him. Senior brother, what level have you reached in the Beast God Path? I have just gained some insight into the second layer. Chen Ao said. Luo Feng heard this and for some reason felt a bit pleased, as if he was very close to his senior brother. After all, he had mastered the first chapter, and it seemed that his level was not far from Chen Ao's. Senior brother, tell me the truth, what level have you actually reached? Really, I've perfected the first layer and have a slight understanding of the second. Chen Ao said speechlessly. Was his word so lacking in credibility? He almost never lied. Okay. His Woodvoid Beast Godpath had indeed stopped being comprehended long ago, and now he was only at the beginning of the second layer. No problem. As for Tengmu Wang already starting to comprehend the fourth layer, what did Tengmu Wang have to do with him? Chen Ao. Hearing Chen Ao speak so seriously, Luo Feng breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed Chen Ao wasn't lying. No wonder he didn't believe him. Chen Ao was always secretive for some unknown reason. Senior brother, I plan to break through to Domain Lord after crossing the Heavenly Bridge, and after some training I'll venture to the outer battlefield. How about we form a team, us brothers, and make a name in the outer battlefield? Chen Ao shook his head. I'll just continue training in the Chaos City. The battlefield is too dangerous, not suitable for me. Luo Feng glared. Senior brother, just comprehending laws like this forever has no future. Without going out to train and experiencing hardships, one cannot quickly become a strong expert. That's what you once said. No, that's what I said to you. For you it's true. For me, as long as it's safe enough, I can keep getting stronger. Senior brother, how can you be like this? Luo Feng still stared at Chen Ao. This guy was too cunning. Chen Ao looked at Luo Feng. Luo Feng, I can kill a king-level immortal in one strike, you know. If you want to surpass me, you at least need to achieve that level. Hearing Chen Ao's words, Luo Feng was at a loss for words. That statement seemed correct. Chen Ao had battle records to prove it, and Luo Feng himself didn't seem qualified to say much. Alright, junior brother won't lose to you. It won't be long before I also kill a king-level immortal as a domain lord and reach the same level as you. He didn't say anything about special life forms. This was each person's own opportunity. The universal law only cares about results, not the process. Chen Ao patted Luo Feng's shoulder. I've always believed in you, but the outer battlefield is dangerous. If anything happens, remember to tell me. As for killing a king-level immortal, remember that it only counts if you do it by your own strength. External forces don't count. Alright, I will do it. Luo Feng was full of confidence. He would eventually catch up to his senior brother's footsteps. Chen Ao of Hundun City quickly informed the Tengmu Wang clone via email about Luo Feng's upcoming departure to the UI battlefield. Luo Feng will go to the UI battlefield in 300 years, and then undergo the life and death inheritance in about 2,000 years. That totals around 3,000 years. The fourth step plan will begin after 3,000 years. I need to hurry up. The seawater of the Nine Abyss Sea was still on him, yet to be handed over to the Earthling true body. Moreover, he still needed to find the Heguang tree clone. Once he obtained the Heguang tree clone, he would find an opportunity to go to the human territory and then casually leave behind the clone materials. As for the treasures, they absolutely could not be kept. Every treasure obtained from the Ancestral God Sect was recorded. Even treasures gained from killing a venerable were known to all. This was also why many people could identify Luo Feng's identity as soon as he obtained the ordinary domain treasure Nine Roar River. There were only so many treasures, anyone with a bit of knowledge could recognize them. This was also why the city lord of Hundun only dared to give Luo Feng an unprecedented treasure, the Wuslang Wings, precisely because the treasures were too distinctive. Unless he could also obtain a similar treasure, such as a soul treasure. Standing up, Chen Ao gathered his own treasures. An ordinary soul treasure, a high-level treasure shoe, a high-level domain treasure, a high-level palace treasure, and top-tier treasure weapons and armor. With these, Chen Ao joined a team of inheritors. This team was formidable, all were at the venerable level, and there were 3 universe overlords. Their destination was the farthest of the 13 secret realms, the Heguang Secret Realm. Compared to the 9 Abyss spacetime, the Heguang Secret Realm was at the deepest part of the Ancestral God Secret Realm. It was extremely vast, spanning tens of millions of light years, and was the domain of the Heguang Lord. Besides the Heguang Lord, a universe master, the Heguang Tree Clan, had over 30 Heguang trees, among which 4 were at the domain lord level. The gene level of a domain lord level Heguang tree was only 1,000 times, but its innate secret technique was a fusion technique of the time system, which was crucial for Chen Ao to comprehend the time system. Compared to controlling time and space, offensive time secret techniques were clearly more useful. Thinking that controlling time and space was powerful was only considering levels below Universe Master. At the Universe Master level, who would care about controlling time and space? This was also the best choice for a clone that he had determined after searching for a long time through the internal materials of the Ancestral God Sect. There were alternative options, but Chen Ao was unwilling, the others were too weak. The gene multiplier was one thing, but the main problem was that the divine body was too small. Even if he relied on the enhancement of the Highland bloodline to reach a perfect gene level, his body would only be over 90,000 kilometers. Too small. Having been accustomed to large sizes, looking at 90,000 kilometers was like a toothpick. Tengmu Wang, I didn't expect you to join us in treasure hunting. The Auton Star Lord of the Auton clan laughed. As the initiator of this treasure hunt, and the strongest aside from Chen Ao, the Auton Star Lord took on the task of communicating with Chen Ao. Although Chen Ao was easygoing, he was after all at the universe overlord level, and possessed countless treasures, making his survivability much stronger than that of an ordinary universe overlord. Those ordinary venerables naturally would not casually try to establish connections. Auton Star Lord, you flatter me. Although I have a few treasures, who would think they have too many? Chen Ao laughed. The Heguang Secret Realm is a place where top-tier treasures have appeared. Who wouldn't have some thoughts? The Heguang Secret Realm had indeed produced top-tier treasures, 3 of them in fact. They were all treasure weapons unknown whether they were deliberately released or naturally nurtured by the primordial universe. However, it was most likely the former, because the Heguang Secret Realm was too far, and there were too many dangerous zones to cross along the way ordinary universe overlords were unwilling to go. This was not good for the creatures within the Heguang Secret Realm. Therefore, releasing top-tier treasures and some high-level treasures would attract universe overlords to explore. This way the life in the Heguang Secret Realm would also face pressure and could grow better. As for the treasures being taken away, would that be a loss? Taking the 9 Abyss spacetime as an example, most of the treasures that leaked out were left behind by explorers who died. By the same token, the number of treasures obtained in the Heguang Secret Realm was definitely less than the number of treasures left behind each year by universe overlords who perished there. You might make a small profit, but I never lose. In the long run, even the top-tier treasures released would be recovered, and there would even be a profit. Many inheritors died in the Ancestral God Secret Realm every year. Every inheritance brought treasures, and in the end, they all belonged to the Ancestral God Sect. The Heguang Secret Realm is nearly 100 million light-years away from us. Even with our teleportation speed, it would take close to 3 years to get there. A universe overlord at full power could teleport thousands of light-years, but in the Ancestral God Sect this distance was reduced tenfold. Even a universe overlord could not teleport continuously, so it was normal for 100 million light-years to take 3 years. Really, it was too far. And this was at normal speed. If they encountered some dangers in the Ancestral God Sect, the time would be even longer. Some even died directly on the way. However, Chen Ao and his group were clearly lucky. They only took 8 years to reach the Heguang Secret Realm. The Ziguang storm just now was really too dangerous. If not for the Auton Star Lord's palace treasure, we would all have risked falling. The Ziguang storm was one of the top dangers in the Ancestral God Secret Realm. If caught in it, even a top universe overlord could fall. Once 3 universe overlords wearing high-level treasure armor directly fell in the Ziguang storm. So they had really been in danger just now. The Auton Star Lord laughed. I am the initiator. If I didn't have some trump cards, how would I dare to come to such a distant Heguang Secret Realm? As he spoke, he inadvertently glanced at Chen Ao. He felt that Chen Ao must also have a palace treasure, and even better than his own. His palace treasure was only of ordinary level, which was considered good for a universe overlord. However, compared to Chen Ao, even a universe master would not dare to claim to be richer than Chen Ao. The Ancestral God Sect was too wealthy, and Chen Ao himself had operated twice. First, he tricked several major powers, and then sold inheritance points, reaping huge gains. Everyone, since we have arrived at the Heguang Secret Realm, let us disperse and search for treasures separately, the Auton Star Lord said. Good. That's right. The several universe overlords would definitely separate. As for the high-level venerables, they would form teams with each other. This Heguang Secret Realm was far more dangerous than the 9 Abyss spacetime. Chen Ao naturally would go alone. No one would doubt this. In that case, I'll take my leave first. May we meet again if fate allows. Chen Ao laughed. Then he directly teleported away. Over the years, he had fully comprehended the 3 great spatial techniques, but had not yet reached the final step. If he was willing to spend time, he could become a venerable within a few hundred years. However, he was not in a hurry. The human was still a domain lord. If he became a venerable, it would be very troublesome. After the human finished nurturing the clone and completing the 4th step plan, he would break through to immortal, and only then could Chen Ao break through. The Heguang tree at the deepest part of the Heguang Secret Realm. As a core member of the Ancestral God Sect, there is a good chance to obtain some fragments. Parting from the assembly of cosmic overlords and venerables, Chen Ao ventured alone into the depths of the Heguang Secret Realm. Though the Heguang Secret Realm was part of the Ancestral God Sect, it was after all the private domain of Heguang Lord, the great cosmic overlord. Thus many intimate details of the Heguang Secret Realm were unknown even to the Ancestral God Sect. For instance, the exact whereabouts of the Heguang Tree Clan. It was precisely because Chen Ao was deeply concerned with the Heguang Tree Clan that he deduced from numerous records and the whispers of the inheritances that the clan must reside in the deepest recesses of the Heguang Secret Realm. Entering the depths was no easy feat. The 9 Abyss timespace boasted several cosmic overlord-level combatants, and this larger, more perilous Heguang Secret Realm naturally had its own. There were many special lifeforms here, not a few reaching the level of the World Tree. According to data comparison, the cosmic overlord-level combatants here number approximately 11. True cosmic overlords should number only 3: Heguang Lord with combat power from 4th to 5th rank, Min Tree Lord, and Sanfan Lord with combat power at the 2nd and 3rd ranks. These 3 were the genuine cosmic overlords. The remaining 8 or so were special existences that matched cosmic overlords in power, being at the peak cosmic overlord level. Those cosmic overlords would not consider my identity. They simply regarded this place as their territory, and their allegiance was solely to Hagwang Lord. These special life-form cosmic overlords were not directly governed by the Ancestral God Sect. They were all under Hagwang Lord's command. Only the 3 cosmic overlords had a direct relationship with the Ancestral God Sect. Encountering the 3 cosmic overlords revealing his identity would not cause them to trouble him. But encountering those peak cosmic overlords was a different matter. Fortunately, my combat power has also reached the peak level, though not as formidable as those heaven-defying lifeforms. I can still defend myself. This was why he had come only now. Prudence was better. Earlier it would have been far too dangerous. Now Chen Ao could teleport without restraint, each teleport covering tens of light years. As Chen Ao teleported, he suddenly felt the space-time constrict. Sensing the change, he knew a lifeform was preventing his teleportation. "Is that Venerable Ba Yu ahead?" Chen Ao called out loudly. Such an ability to warp spacetime should be the innate secret technique of the special lifeform Ba Yu clan. Venerable Ba Yu's combat power was comparable to the strongest world tree, but his divine body was not as vast, only about 100,000 kilometers. "Do not act insolently in the territory of the Ba Yu clan." Venerable Ba Yu roared angrily. Chen Ao's blatant teleportation through his clan's territory was in the eyes of many powerful beings a blatant slap in the face. Chen Ao was speechless. This place was enormous, and he had tried to keep to the edge, yet this being was so relentless. "Venerable Ba Yu, I am Tung Mu Wang, a core member of the Ancestral God Sect. Please, for the sake of the sect, let me pass." "Humph, the Ancestral God Sect means nothing to me. I am not a core member." They were all of the Protector God Lord lineage, related to the Ancestral God Sect only in name. If Chen Ao were a powerful being, he could have gotten along amicably. But now Venerable Ba Yu thought Chen Ao was merely an ordinary cosmic overlord, and thus unworthy of equal dialogue. Ultimately, status was determined by strength. Not just in an organization but even among the same race. Chen Ao sighed. These special lifeforms, though mighty, were not blessed with great intelligence. "In that case, I ask Venerable Ba Yu for your instruction." Hearing Chen Ao's readiness to fight, Venerable Ba Yu was somewhat surprised. He knew of Tung Mu Wang, one who rivaled a cosmic overlord, and he was also a famous treasure trove. He had blocked Chen Ao, hoping to extract some benefits, never expecting Chen Ao to fight him. "Then let me show you what a true peak cosmic overlord is. After I defeat you, I'll take your treasures, then let you leave. Even the Ancestral God Sect will have nothing to say." A glint of greed flashed in Venerable Ba Yu's eyes. It was said that Chen Ao was worth hundreds to thousands of treasure points, enough to raise many more powerful beings in the Ba Yu clan, or even push him to become a cosmic overlord. Seventh sword. Chen Ao swung his sword. He went all out from the start. Before a peak overlord like Venerable Ba Yu, even a newly ascended cosmic overlord could not afford to be careless. Thus Chen Ao had to give his all. Venerable Ba Yu also swung his axe. The 2 secret techniques soon clashed. "You can actually block my attack. You are not an ordinary cosmic overlord, but a peak cosmic overlord." This blow had definitely surpassed the might of a cosmic overlord's ultimate secret technique, approaching that of a cosmic overlord's ultimate secret technique. And he, a peak cosmic overlord, only had a secret technique at the ultimate level of a cosmic overlord. Chen Ao's secret technique was on the same level, but due to the power of his treasures and the enhancement from the system, he bridged the gap in genetic level with Venerable Ba Yu. After all, Venerable Ba Yu's genes were nearly 2,000 times superior, and he was at the venerable level a full tier above Chen Ao. Without relying on treasures and the system, he could not make up that difference. "What do you think, Venerable Ba Yu? Am I worthy to leave?" His strength was still slightly inferior to Venerable Ba Yu, but the gap was not large. Such a gap was insufficient for Venerable Ba Yu to defeat Chen Ao. Moreover, Chen Ao's divine body was far larger than Venerable Ba Yu's. Even if they wore each other down, Venerable Ba Yu would likely be the one to lose to Chen Ao in the end. When external strength was equal, divine body size was the deciding factor. Venerable Ba Yu looked at Chen Ao with a complicated gaze. "I cannot defeat you. So be it, you may go." Venerable Ba Yu had never intended to kill Chen Ao, as they were still part of the same organization, however tenuous the connection. His aim was to suppress Chen Ao and seize his treasures. Now that he had failed to achieve his goal, there was no point in a death struggle. "Thank you, Venerable Ba Yu," Chen Ao said, then teleported away immediately. Watching Chen Ao leave, Venerable Ba Yu spread the news of their encounter, along with Chen Ao's combat strength, to the other lifeforms of the Hagwang lineage. The other lifeforms fell silent. Many had wanted to seize a piece of the pie, but Chen Ao's strength was beyond their capability to stop. Except for the 3 cosmic overlords, perhaps only Flame Blue Sovereign and Swift Light Sovereign could capture this Tung Mu Wang. There was a gap even among those who matched cosmic overlords. They could at best match a first-rank cosmic overlord, while the 2 sovereigns could completely suppress a first-rank cosmic overlord, even rivaling a second-rank cosmic overlord. Truly heaven-defying beings. Flame Blue Sovereign and Swift Light Sovereign both possessed enormous divine bodies of over 10 million kilometers, and their secret techniques approached the ultimate level of cosmic overlords, making them extremely powerful in every aspect. Would those 2 sovereigns be tempted? Certainly. This is a golden opportunity. The three cosmic overlords cannot act, and we peripheral members can seize his treasures without killing him. Even the Ancestral God Sect cannot complain. Indeed, he is a walking peak treasure. Even cosmic overlords would covet it, let alone the two sovereigns. After demonstrating his own strength, Chen Ao was indeed no longer disturbed by the top-tier universe overlords of the Hagwang mystic realm. Even though he passed through the territories of three universe overlords, along the way the top-tier universe overlords of those three clans acted as if they hadn't seen him at all. Such was the pressure brought by a powerful being. The three universe masters would not make a move against me, and those top-tier universe overlords comparable to universe masters lack the ability to capture me. Then it can only be the two formidable top-tier universe overlords recorded in the intelligence. Two super-powerful beings that rival second-tier universe masters. Hualan Zuanzhu and Sun Guang Zuanzhu. He recalled the information on these two formidable existences. These two were both special lifeforms without a clan, and among them Sun Guang Zuanzhu's life gene was only one step away from the perfect level. Born as venerable level lifeforms, they possessed innate formidable combat power. Their strength was roughly on par with Luofeng, who had just broken through to the venerable level. Chen Ao was no match for them, so he had to carefully avoid them, and while avoiding he also needed to lure these two fellows out. According to the intelligence, Hualan Zuanzhu and Sun Guang Zuanzhu are respectively located 100 billion light-years away from me. At such a great distance, it's generally impossible to encounter them. He had deliberately chosen to bypass the locations of these two powerful existences before coming. Being prudent, he certainly wouldn't give himself a chance to fail. Unless those two fellows specifically come looking for me, even if they do, the probability of encountering me is extremely small. However, I still need to let these two Zunzus find me. He had been taking detours the entire way. If he simply wanted to enter the depths of the Hagwang mystic realm, he could have gone straight ahead. But Chen Ao deliberately kept taking detours. Judging solely from his route, it was completely zigzagging left and right as if he were aimlessly searching for treasure. However, each time he circled, he would get a bit closer to the depths of the Hagwang mystic realm. After circling a few hundred times, he would be able to reach the depths. As for time, there is still plenty. I have 1,000 years to find the materials for the Hagwang tree avatar, so I'm not afraid of delays. Time passed little by little. Other teammates in the group occasionally exchanged messages in the glory world, and some had even found supreme treasures. Chen Ao, however, continued his journey at a leisurely pace. Tengmu Wang, have you really not gained anything at all? Another venerable couldn't help but ask. Tengmu Wang's strength was extremely formidable. He could easily venture into dangerous places, and should have greater gains. I have a little gain, but not much, so I plan to continue searching for a while. Several venerables shook their heads. We have been in the Hagwang mystic realm for over 100 years, and have already obtained one treasure. We are not prepared to stay here any longer. So we plan to return to Purple Thorn Island. Chen Ao did not dissuade them. He simply nodded and bid them farewell. Withdrawing from the glory world, Chen Ao estimated that he was not far from the depths of the Hagwang mystic realm. It would have taken only 10 years to reach this place, but he had stubbornly spent 100 years. If this still doesn't get me found by those two fellows, then I have nothing to say. In reality, both Hualan Zuanzhu and Sun Guang Zuanzhu were indeed searching for Chen Ao, but even with the help of those top-tier universe overlord lifeforms, they still couldn't grasp Chen Ao's whereabouts. Hualan Zuanzhu, what is that Tengmu Wang up to? Does he need to travel so fast when searching for treasure? How can he possibly gain anything this way? If one were treasure hunting, they would basically not teleport but fly slowly, otherwise they would miss any treasure encountered. How could Chen Ao act like this? Teleporting like he had no regard for his life, it didn't look like he was here to hunt for treasure at all. Humph, perhaps some traitor let out the news that we were looking for that fellow, causing him to keep teleporting away. Hualan Zuanzhu had a violent temper. After searching for Chen Ao for 100 years, without even a trace who could stand it, Chiching Palace Master, a message just came. Tengmu Wang just passed through their area. Upon seeing this message, the eyes of Hualan Zuanzhu and Sun Guang Zuanzhu lit up instantly. He's not far from us. Quickly go after him. Even if we can't catch up immediately, as long as we slowly close the distance, he will eventually fall into our hands. And so Chen Ao kept running and the two Zunzus kept chasing. Chen Ao kept circling, making the members of the Hagwang mystic realm's heads spin. However, as they gradually went deeper, the two Zunzus discovered that Chen Ao was getting closer and closer to them. Finally, at the location of the Saiken Venerables clan, the two Zunzus spotted Chen Ao's figure. Tengmu Wang, since we've run into you, don't bother running. Hualan Zuanzhu roared. Being naturally hot-tempered, he had been eating dust behind Chen Ao for nearly 200 years, and had long since lost his composure. Seeing Chen Ao now, he was ecstatic. This time I'll make you perish directly, and then let the ancestral god cult's people revive you. He was truly enraged. Originally he only wanted to seize Chen Ao's treasures, but now he had decided to kill Chen Ao. After all, Chen Ao could still be revived through time reversal. As for the consequences, he was comparable to a second-tier universe master, and was a top-tier universe overlord even in the ancestral god cult. The ancestral god cult would not easily act against him. Sun Guang Zuanzhu was a rather graceful female, and she kept laughing. Tengmu Wang, if you don't run we'll give you a quick death, how about that? Chen Ao glanced at the two Zunzus behind him. You two are utterly shameless, bullying the weaker. If you have the guts, wait until I become a venerable, and then we'll compete. Ha ha ha, you Tengmu Wang truly are a fool to say such childish words. We can seize your treasures right now, why wait for later? Well said. As for later, maybe you'll never enter the venerable rank in your lifetime, or by the time you become a venerable we'll already be universe masters. Chen Ao laughed inwardly. Did they really think he was so easy to catch? He had long anticipated the arrival of the two Zunzus. Everything was within his expectations. Want to catch me? Not so easy. With that, he directly activated a skill teleporting across space to hundreds of light years away. Seeing the distance of Chen Ao's teleportation, both Zunzus were greatly startled. Even their own teleportation distance was only about this much. They couldn't go any faster. He's just a king level, how can he teleport so far? Who knows? Maybe it's a special secret technique. Regardless, I don't believe he can escape. With that, Hualan Zuanju and Sun Guang Zuanju chased after him together. Tengmu Wang, you can't escape. Hualan Zuanju and Sun Guang Zuanju shouted together. How could they let the prey that was already in their mouths slip away? This was a mobile peak supreme treasure. If not for the fact that universe masters couldn't act, they would probably have made a move. Chen Ao's teleportation range was not close to the two sovereigns, so it was not easy for them to catch up. A futile struggle. Hualan Sovereign said, and a wave of domain power emanated from the surroundings. The domain expanded to its maximum range, a full 10 light-years. At the closest distance between them, it could envelop Chen Ao. Ha ha ha, Hualan Sovereign, your domain treasure is insufficient. Let me show you mine. Chen Ao activated his own domain treasure. For a high-grade domain treasure, both its range and suppression were far superior to Hualan Sovereign's ordinary domain treasure. Instantly the distance between Hualan Sovereign and Chen Ao grew even larger. Damn it! A high-grade domain treasure! Hualan Sovereign raged. He, a top-tier cosmic overlord comparable to a second-tier cosmic lord, did not possess a high-grade domain treasure, yet Chen Ao had one. That Tengmu King swindled and cheated in the primordial god sect, amassing quite a few treasure points. It's no surprise he has a high-grade domain treasure. Even the primordial god sect's bestowals were not that generous. The main reason was the exchange of inheritance points, which was too tempting. They did not know the exact amount, but they knew it was at least several hundred treasure points. In comparison, the two of them combined were not as wealthy as Chen Ao. Damn it, damn it. When we catch that bastard, we'll seize all his treasures. They'll be mine. Hualan Sovereign roared while teleporting with all his might. It was then that the two sovereigns realized they had already entered the deepest part of the Heguang's secret realm. Is this Tengmu King seeking refuge with Heguang Lord? Impossible. Heguang Lord would never protect him, and would even deliberately avoid giving him a chance to meet. Their interception of Tengmu King had been subtly hinted at. A pinnacle treasure would tempt even a cosmic lord of Heguang Lord's caliber comparable to a 5th tier. Since Chen Ao had come, how could they let him leave intact? Having the two sovereigns pursue him was a deliberate act. The three cosmic lords were guardian god lords, core members of the primordial god sect, but Hualan Sovereign and the other were not. Even if they killed Chen Ao, they could bow and apologize later, and the treasures would still belong to Heguang's lineage. What a profit. Thus Heguang Lord would deliberately avoid Chen Ao. As long as Heguang did not meet Chen Ao, he could excuse himself by claiming he was immersed in comprehending laws, and took no notice. My child killed your child, I'll reverse time and space to resurrect them as an apology. Surely the primordial god won't hold a grudge against my child. Full of scheming, thus Heguang Lord and the other two cosmic lords would all avoid him. Chen Ao was merely a titled king. If a cosmic lord wished to hide, even if right in front of Chen Ao, he would never discover them. Chen Ao could guess this. Why deliberately let Hualan Sovereign and the other find him? Two fools, soon you will become my stepping stones. His speed was actually sufficient to shake off the two sovereigns, but he did not. Instead, he deliberately kept them at bay, maintaining a safe distance between them, creating the illusion that Chen Ao was about to be caught and killed at any moment. That was exactly the feeling he wanted. Where is the Heguang tree I'm looking for? Chen Ao searched tirelessly for the Heguang tree. As a plant naturally imbued with the profound law patterns of the light source, the Heguang tree was a massive luminous body visible from several light years away. It must be here, but I don't know the exact location. Chen Ao strove to find the Heguang tree. As a plant, the Heguang tree naturally disliked moving around. Thus the Heguang tree clan was very similar to the world tree. Once one was found, the others were usually nearby. Tengmu King, do not think you can escape. At our speed you will fall into our hands sooner or later. Hualan Sovereign continued to roar. But Chen Ao paid him no heed, only occasionally shouting back a word of contempt. Until after teleporting across most of the depths of the Heguang secret realm, Chen Ao clearly saw a brilliant white light source flickering in the distance. The Heguang tree. That's the Heguang tree. Chen Ao rejoiced. The purpose of his visit was about to be fulfilled. At that moment Chen Ao shouted toward the sky. Heguang Lord. I am Tengmu King, a core member of the primordial god sect. The two sovereigns of your Hagwang lineage wish to kill me. Will you not intervene? The sound vanished into the void without causing a single ripple. It seemed no one heard. Seeing this, Chen Ao sneered coldly. Just as expected, he had deliberately brought all his treasures and displayed them to the two pursuers precisely to prove how valuable he was. Valuable, thus a must-kill target. Hence Hagwang Lord would never show himself. Tingmu King, don't be delusional. Hagwang Lord has long gone on a journey and is not here. Tingmu King, you could scream until your throat is raw, but it will only excite them more. The two sovereigns also shouted, trying to prove that their actions were personal and unrelated to Hagwang Lord. That way they could simply apologize later and be done with it. Chen Ao continued to shout, Hagwang Lord, this is the space-time you control. You must be here. Strong men of your lineage are hunting me, yet you remain indifferent. For mere treasures you treat me like this, Hagwang Lord. Do you even have the dignity of a strong man? Chen Ao kept roaring, accusing, his voice hoarse and desperate. Tingmu King, are you seeking death? Insulting Hagwang Lord. No one can save you now. The two sovereigns were even more furious. Was Chen Ao courting doom? How dare he question a cosmic lord? Chen Ao's face was full of grief, but the void remained silent. No cosmic lord appeared. Indeed, for treasures they have no shame. Even with my accusations they dare not come out to face me. What he wanted was precisely that Hagwang Lord would not show himself. Hagwang Lord, between life and death, do not blame me for being ruthless. Chen Ao roared. Then he swung his sword directly at the Hagwang trees. The sword light enveloped those trees. Some were venerables, some immortals, some domain lords. All trembled in terror. But this sword strike was a supreme secret art of a cosmic overlord capable of killing even an ordinary venerable in one blow, let alone these ordinary Hagwang trees. Boom! Boom! Many Hagwang trees were shattered but not killed. Only severely wounded. This single strike left over a dozen Hagwang trees on the verge of death. If Chen Ao struck again, all those Hagwang trees would die. And Chen Ao seemed to have reached the peak of madness, approaching the Hagwang trees to deliver another blow. Enough, Tingmu King! A thunderous voice echoed through the void and the entire space seemed to freeze. Hagwang Lord had appeared. When Chen Ao had wounded over a dozen Hagwang trees, and was about to continue his lethal assault, the Lord of Hagwang could no longer hold back. The entire space fell under his control, and Chen Ao's entire body was rendered immobile. King Tingmu, slaughtering my kin and defying a universe lord. Do you realize the magnitude of your transgression? Chen Ao felt a flicker of disdain within. When he had questioned the Lord earlier, the latter had dared not show himself, and now he came to pass judgment. Nevertheless, Chen Ao's body remained obedient, trembling with all its might. His lips quivered as he spoke. I pay my respects to the Lord of Hagwang. The fault lies solely with the two venerables under your command who hunted me to the brink of death. I had no choice but to resort to this desperate measure. I implore the Lord of Hagwang for forgiveness. The Lord of Hagwang cast a cold glance at the two venerables. The two once arrogant venerables instantly fell silent. How dare you? Both of you are members of the Ancestral God Sect, yet you pursue King Tingmu for mere treasures. Are you plotting rebellion? Facing the Lord of Hagwang's rebuke, the two venerables quickly bowed. We were blinded by greed. Please forgive us, Lord of Hagwang. Humph, you are confined to your territories for 10,000 epochs. Should you violate this, severe punishment awaits. Thank you, Lord of Hagwang. The two venerables promptly answered. In truth, this was a light reprimand masked as severity. The Lord's anger stemmed not from their pursuit of Chen Ao but from their failure, which forced him to reveal himself. Get lost this instant. With the Lord of Hagwang's command, the two venerables departed. Matters had reached a point where the Universe Lord, for the sake of face, could do little more. At that moment, the Lord of Hagwang turned to King Tingmu. I have already punished their transgression. Now, King Tingmu, how shall you answer for your own crime? Great Lord of Hagwang, I took that desperate measure only to survive. It was truly unavoidable. Unavoidable. You wounded and even sought to kill my kin. The Lord of Hagwang pressed relentlessly. Chen Ao curled his lips. Wasn't this just a case of squeezing whatever he could from the situation? King Tingmu admits his fault, and is willing to offer an ordinary treasure armor as compensation. I beg the Lord of Hagwang for forgiveness. Not enough. Chen Ao opened his mouth, incredulous. Still not enough. He had merely destroyed a portion of the Lord's clansmen. Essentially just a little energy. One treasure was already an immense offering. If converted into cosmic crystals, it would be an astronomical number, more than enough to restore all the Hagwang trees he had destroyed. Moreover, there would surely be a surplus. After a moment's thought, Chen Ao continued. Then I am willing to offer a high-grade treasure armor as reparation. Please, Lord of Hagwang, show mercy. The Lord of Hagwang fixed his gaze on Chen Ao and spoke lightly. Still insufficient. The bodies of my kin cannot be compared to mere high-grade treasures. Chen Ao could not help but roll his eyes. Fortunately, rolling one's eyes had no specific meaning in the universe. Otherwise, the Lord of Hagwang might have struck him down. Yet in his heart, Chen Ao had already cursed the Lord of Hagwang thoroughly. How greedy could this being be? a universe lord unwilling to let go of even such trivial gains. Lord of Heguang, I am merely an immortal. Offering a high-grade treasure is already my limit. If you demand more, I shall have no choice but to appeal to the ancestral god. The Lord of Heguang felt a flicker of anger. Who said this King Tingmu was foolish? How astute his words were. But since matters had come this far, he could not truly summon the ancestral god. The Lord of Heguang could not afford such humiliation. Humph, since you are sincere in remorse, I shall forgive you. Leave the treasure and depart from the Heguang's secret realm. Yes. Chen Ao left behind a high-grade treasure armor and slunk away. Lord of Heguang, will those two continue to hunt me? Halfway through his retreat, Chen Ao suddenly turned back to ask, how dare they? The Lord of Heguang thundered. He had already imposed a confinement order. How could the two venerables dare to emerge? Since he had personally witnessed Chen Ao, he could not allow the latter to come to harm. Otherwise face would be lost. Chen Ao thought the same. But since the Lord of Heguang had taken his high-grade treasure, and he himself lacked the strength to resist, he resolved to at least irritate the Lord. He never suffered a loss. Chen Ao nodded obsequiously, appearing somewhat fearful of the Lord of Heguang, then scurried away. Watching Chen Ao depart, the Lord of Heguang felt a tinge of regret. He had personally intervened, yet only obtained a high-grade armor. Oh well, I suppose it's still some gain. That little fellow isn't as foolish as the rumors suggest. He knew to use my kin to corner me, and also leveraged the ancestral god's prestige. The Lord of Heguang grew irritated. He had hoped to reap a great harvest from Chen Ao, yet only gained a trivial prize. And he had sacrificed his dignity in the process. Being questioned by an immortal. Few in the universe had endured such a thing. Yet he had no choice but to swallow his grievances. Chen Ao, on the other hand, was ecstatic. Earlier, when he swung his first sword, countless fragments had been sheared off, many of which belonged to realm lords. He had prepared to strike a second time, but his true aim was to collect those fragments. With so many pieces falling, even if he surreptitiously gathered a tiny portion, no one would notice. Hee hee, you think you're hunting me for my treasure, but how could you know I did it on purpose? Without your pursuit as a pretext, how could I have dared to attack the Heguang trees? How could I obtain the fragments? It was precisely because he was being hunted that he could claim he was fighting for his life, leaving no room for reproach. When death looms, who would deny him the right to resist? He was the universe's greatest good-hearted person, driven to such desperation. How detestable must his opponents be? Moreover, the pursuers were subordinates of the Lord of Heguang, who was already in the wrong. Thus the Lord could not do much to him. The only flaw was the high-grade treasure armor. An unexpected loss. He had never imagined the Lord of Heguang could be so miserly as to covet even such a pittance. If he hadn't invoked the ancestral god, the Lord might have continued to suppress him until he surrendered a top-grade treasure. Greed. Chen Ao shook his head. I precisely exploited that greed to make them feel guilty. Otherwise, acquiring the Heguang tree fragments would have been far more troublesome. Going openly to collect the fragments would have been impossible. It would surely be noticed by someone with malicious intent. Using his own clan's materials to cultivate a clone was also a grave taboo, and the Lord of Heguang would never consent. But by deliberately offering an opportunity and springing a trap, who could withstand it? The universe's mighty beings, accustomed to straightforward dealings, had never suffered such a grievance. If the Lord of Heguang ever learned that Chen Ao's true goal was the Heguang tree fragments, he would likely vomit blood in rage. The Heguang tree fragments are in hand, along with the 9 nether seawater. With both, my clone will be complete. Once he found another excuse to visit the human domain, he could secretly deliver the clone materials to his earthling true self without anyone noticing. Thus all his foundations would be laid. When the earthling true self comprehends all the laws, that will be the moment we break through to immortality together.